Chapter 1. Binding the Reproductive System. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The heavy sound of labored breathing accompanied by searing pain in her chest, each gasp reminding Su Qing of her perilous predicament. Who could have imagined that in the apocalypse, while merely slaying a zombie, she would be transported to a beastly realm and find herself transformed into this small female being relentlessly pursued by wild beasts. Dragging her bloodied hind leg, Su Qing sprinted with unprecedented speed. Ding! The reproductive system has been successfully bound. As she heard the urgent sounds of the beast's pursuit behind her, Su Qing instinctively disregarded the mechanical voice in her mind. No sooner had the announcement concluded than a shadow of a frenzied beast lunged from behind, enveloping her slight figure, its foul, blood-stained maw aimed directly at her. Warning: the host has only 3 hours remaining. Please locate a high-quality male for mating promptly. Su Qing felt an overwhelming urge to roll her eyes in exasperation. How could she possibly find a quality male to mate with when she had less than 10 seconds to live? Was this system truly deranged? As the beast's jaws drew ever closer, poised to consume her whole, Su Qing felt a dizzying sensation wash over her, and she found herself transported to an unfamiliar cave. Simultaneously, a line of text rapidly materialized on her system panel. Identity: female rabbit beast man. Talent: none. Level: none. Task: to bear offspring. Lifespan: 2 hours and 58 minutes. Reward: accumulate points through childbirth. The higher the offspring's talent and level, the more points earned. The host can grant one wish upon accumulating 100 million points through childbirth. Su Qing's eyes brightened. Her wish was for the apocalypse to end, and the system informed her that 100 million points would suffice. Filled with excitement, she thought of returning to the world before the apocalypse. She felt invincible. But where were the males? Ahead loomed a wolf, approximately 2 meters tall, with sinewy muscles and crimson-tinged blue irises. It had barely steadied itself when a gust of wind sent it staggering. Su Qing's eyes glimmered with hope, only to dim instantly. This was the wolf clan leader, Lonjon. The original owner had never been worthy of approaching him, and now he was in a state of frenzy. According to the original owner's memories, frenzy was irreversible and devoid of reason, posing an imminent threat to her life. The system urged her. This is the most suitable male within a 10-kilometer radius. Please complete mating as soon as possible. No longer reckless, she deftly leaped to evade the white wolf's attacks and landed upon its back. The enraged white wolf howled and thrashed within the cave, attempting to dislodge her, but Su Qing clung tightly to its neck. The frenzied white wolf grew docile and ceased its struggles. Beneath her, the white wolf swiftly transformed into human form, its gaze now muddled and lacking aggression. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qing tore at her clothing and lunged forward, during which Lonjon exhibited physiological responses, though his expression remained unchanged. Sweat poured down Su Qing's forehead as 2 hours swiftly passed, and Lonjon emitted a low groan. She noticed the system notifying her that her health was stable. Su Qing felt an inexplicable sense of wonder. Congratulations, host. Mating was successful. How could the frenzy be halted? As she attempted to rise, she noticed that Lonjon had regained clarity in his eyes. Lonjon glanced at his human hands. Bewildered by the current situation, had he not just been in a state of frenzy? How had he returned to human form? His eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the small female before him, a creature he had never thought would dare to provoke him. Never had a female dared to approach him, and yet today he found himself overpowered by a frail and supposedly infertile female, a situation that threatened his dignity. Moreover, this female was the one with the lowest fertility in the tribe, the very one his brother, Lan Ji, had long claimed he wished to marry. How could this female dare? Still teetering on the edge of frenzy, his emotions were still somewhat agitated. Noticing her attempt to leave, he gripped her waist with one hand, pinning her beneath him. Now, it was his turn to enjoy her. He had never known that the female body could be so soul-stirring, making him reluctant to release her. Unbeknownst to Su Qing, the frenzied white wolf had regained its sanity and refused to let her go. She consumed a restoration pill and a childbirth pill from the system, barely managing to maintain her strength. Congratulations, host, you have successfully conceived. The system has gained 3 months of life. Having exhausted too much energy during his frenzy and after a night of exertion with her, Lonjon finally succumbed to a deep slumber. Su Qing let out a sigh of relief, fastening her belt as she turned to leave without a trace of longing, not even catching a clear glimpse of the male's face. He was merely a means to an end. He had vented his urges, and she had conceived they owed each other nothing. Lonjon watched the female, stripped of any recognition of him, as she hastily donned her clothing and departed, momentarily taken aback. A chill breeze swept through, jolting him back to reality, his face flushing with indignation. How could he have been seduced into such an act by a lowly female? He had always held little interest in females and was aware that there were none in the tribe capable of bearing his offspring. He had never entertained such thoughts until now. Moreover, he had clearly been in a frenzied beast form. How could he awaken and find himself restored? Could it be that his physique was unique? Su Qing moved lightly, her health restored, and found it was not as difficult as she had imagined. She dressed and made her way to the cave entrance. A group of robust females clad in coarse linen garments gathered nearby. Such physique was a testament to their fertility. In contrast, Su Qing's frail stature signified low fertility, and she had been mocked and bullied since childhood. Hey, isn't that Su Qing, the one with abysmal fertility? What's she doing coming out of the leader's cave? Surely, she hasn't been trying to seduce him. Seems like she was just cast out by the leader. He wouldn't even glance at us, let alone her. Not true. Lan Ji is infatuated with her. Both are skinny and weak, a perfect match. At the mention of Lan Ji, the females erupted in laughter. Su Qing frowned, swiftly piercing their hearts with her words. Even if I'm not favored by the leader, what does that matter? It's not as if you all have any claim to it. The females glared at her fiercely, converging. Even if we're not favored by the leader, what does it matter? After tonight's comingafage ceremony, the males in the tribe will be at our disposal. And you? With such low fertility, how could you possibly be chosen? You'll only end up in the female cave for males to vent their urges, ultimately leading to your demise. Such words were indeed vicious, and Su Qing regarded them coldly. Do you all think you possess mid to high fertility? Don't forget, no one has yet been tested. It's far too early to gloat. The females exchanged glances, a flicker of panic crossing their eyes, but their robust physiques were already a clear indication of fertility, whereas Su Qing's frail form. TSK, what if they ended up with such low fertility that they couldn't even activate the magnet? Lonjon emerged from the cave, hearing Su Qing's melodious voice amid the squabbling of the females, his brow raised. This little female had quite a sharp tongue. Perhaps the softness he had encountered was merely an illusion. Reflecting on the earlier scene, his gaze on Su Qing deepened with intrigue. The females, upon seeing Lonjon, were left in shock. The leader had been in a frenzy, and the howls of the wolf had sent shivers down their spines. An irreversible frenzy. How could he be well now? Chapter 2. She followed his brother. The female's demeanor shifted from hostility to bashfulness. Su Qing rolled her eyes and turned to face the newcomer. Well, he was indeed captivating, a pair of azure eyes paired with a chiseled profile and a well-toned physique that was undeniably attractive. Had it not been for her recent mating, she wouldn't have wanted to miss such a prime specimen. Lonjon gazed at Su Qing's unfamiliar eyes, momentarily taken aback, before realizing the implication of her demeanor. His expression darkened. Had she already forgotten him after their encounter? This realization deepened the frown on Lonjon's face. The female sensed the chilling aura emanating from their leader, trembling in response. What's your name? The commanding voice of the male leader rang out, and Su Qing looked up, somewhat surprised. Are we familiar enough for that? Lonjon clenched his teeth. They were not familiar, merely having mated. In the wolf clan, that constituted a lifelong bond. The atmosphere around the male felt off, prompting Su Qing to instinctively retreat, her body entering a defensive posture. Lonjon smirked, his deep azure gaze causing Su Qing to momentarily lose her composure, regretting her distraction by his allure. Suddenly, her waist tightened as he swept her up into his arms. Don't worry, you'll get used to it soon. The familiar scent of the male enveloped her, and Su Qing realized he was the one she had just dominated. The other females stood aghast. Their leader, who had never approached any female, was now carrying the tribe's least fertile female into the cave. The atmosphere was laden with unspoken implications. Their faces burned with humiliation, eyes brimming with jealousy. Why did Su Qing, a female with such low fertility, gain the favor of the strongest male in the tribe? Jealousy twisted the features of the females, particularly that of Zhuang, who appeared to possess the highest fertility. The tale of Su Qing and Lonjon spread rapidly throughout the tribe. Su Qing was unceremoniously tossed onto the stone bed draped with animal pelts by Lonjon. The impact left her back stinging, and she glared up at the instigator. What do you intend to do? Lonjon observed the small female before him, his throat moving slightly. I'm merely emulating you. Before Su Qing could fully comprehend his words, she felt a sudden chill as the coarse fabric of her clothing was torn apart, leaving her exasperated. I did not ruin your attire, came the deep, resonant voice of the male, lingering in her ear. As my mate, I shall ensure you have at least one garment. Feeling the firmness of his muscles, Su Qing realized that resistance was futile. She might as well close her eyes and surrender to the moment. Truly, he was a male of unparalleled caliber, having just awakened. He had already rendered her limbs weak, requiring 2 restorative pills to regain her composure. Unbeknownst to Su Qing, Lonjon's eyes sparkled with increasing intensity. High-ranking males not only struggled to conceive offspring, but low-ranking females also found it challenging to withstand their prowess. Thus, he had never considered seeking a female. Not only could she not bear children, but she might also perish under his demands. However, he was pleasantly surprised by the resilience of this small female, which left him quite satisfied. As night fell and dawn approached, Su Qing, in a daze, heard voices calling from the cave entrance. Lonjon responded and continued. When Su Qing awoke at dawn, her bleary eyes struggled to adjust to the unfamiliar surroundings. The system notified her. The host is with child. Please consume food promptly to ensure the fetus nourishment. A wave of gnawing hunger seized her, and her hand instinctively clutched her abdomen. Are you hungry? Lonjon inquired, his gaze fixed on Su Qing. He was typically reserved and dignified, traits necessary for his position as leader. However, his berserk state often left his emotions on the brink of chaos, leaving him perpetually unsatisfied. Yet he discovered that each time he mated with the small female, his frenzy lessened, and his emotions began to stabilize. His reluctance to release her stemmed not from his berserk condition, but rather from an overwhelming affection that surged within him. He was naturally inclined to provide her with the very best. Su Qing, nearly fainting from hunger, realized she had not eaten since fleeing yesterday. I apologize for the trouble, she said. Lonjon rose swiftly, his expression grave. Nurturing a female is a male's duty. There is no need for gratitude. Observing a slight furrow in his brow and a hint of displeasure in his eyes, Su Qing refrained from further comment, acknowledging that, given her current condition, it was only reasonable for him to care for her. Su Qing recalled how she had spent the night entangled with Lonjon, missing the comminglage ceremony, and wondered about the other females. Her stomach growled painfully, and she searched the cave for wild fruit to stave off her hunger. Once she had temporarily alleviated her hunger, she noticed that the gazes of the beastmen around her had shifted. Complex, envious, jealous, and curious looks flashed before her. Accustomed to solitude in the post-apocalyptic world, she found the attention overwhelming. Determined to find food, she avoided the beastmen, but as she walked a few steps, she felt an almost tangible gaze upon her. Turning swiftly, she met a pair of familiar eyes, tinged with a hint of red and a touch of grievance. It was her steadfast childhood protector, Lan Ji, Lonjon's brother. Su Qing's brows raised slightly, realizing the gravity of the situation. Lan Ji had donned his finest beast skin the day prior, preparing for the ceremony in hopes of impressing her. He had resolved to care for her, even if she was barren. When he found no trace of her, he assumed she had fled once more. Searching anxiously within the tribe, he was met with whispers that Su Qing had chosen his brother instead. Previously, Lonjon had shown little interest in Su Qing, often advising Lan Ji to steer clear of her, lest she become a burden. Yet now, his brother was entangled with Su Qing. Their caves were adjacent, and he spent sleepless nights listening to their intimacy, feeling an overwhelming sense of grievance, fury, and deep-seated resentment. Why choose my brother? Su Qing, touched by Lan Ji's unwavering devotion to the original host, queried the system. Is it truly impossible? The system resolutely replied, we are the offspring system, dedicated to producing only the strongest progeny. Sighing, Su Qing murmured, I am sorry. Lan Ji staggered back, his heart plummeting into despair. Did she despise him for his perceived inadequacy? Pain gripped his heart as he gazed deeply into her eyes. As long as you are well, that is all that matters. With that, Lan Ji placed the food he had gathered down and turned to leave. Su Qing, noticing the bloodied meat before her and the wounds on Lan Ji's body, felt a tangle of emotions within her. Lan Ji, being of the lowest yellow tier, faced immense difficulty in hunting for food. Remembering his kindness towards the original host, she called out to him. Are you injured? Lan Ji's eyes dimmed, his lips pressed in his silence. I can help you bandage it. With practiced ease, Su Qing stitched his wounds and ventured into the verdant outskirts of the forest in search of suitable herbs. Years of evolution had transformed the plants beyond recognition, yet she relied on her instincts and the system's guidance to identify them. She crushed the anti-inflammatory burdock and applied it to Lan Ji's wounds. The pain subsided considerably, and Lan Ji watched her with rapt attention, a surge of happiness washing over him, only to be followed by an indescribable discomfort. She was now his brother's mate, possessing a male of such exceptional caliber. How could she possibly regard him An inexplicable sense of irritation began to build within him. Grr. Su Qing's stomach growled audibly, and she blushed, covering her abdomen. Chapter 3. Could the chief's lack of berserk state be related to Su Qing? Lan Ji placed a pile of raw meat before Su Qing. You must eat, it will quell your hunger. Su Qing declined, feeling indebted to Lan Ji, even if her hunger was gnawing at her. Yet, with a swift motion, he dashed away, leaving no trace behind. Sighing, she gazed longingly at the raw meat, swallowing hard, but her human instincts craved cooked food. She contemplated venturing outside for fire, however. Upon stepping out, she found the others avoiding her, as if she were a plague. In her current state of hunger, she could manage to create fire by friction, but her pride held her back. Su Qing chose to quell her hunger with fruits and chewed on grass juice for sustenance. By midday, she had prepared the medicinal herbs, spreading them out to dry. At dusk, Lonjon returned, his robust shoulders bearing 2 deer, and several wild chickens hung from his waist. Su Qing's eyes sparkled surely. This meant a feast was at hand. Are you hungry? Lonjon's previously cold demeanor softened as he locked eyes with Su Qing. Her focus was solely on the food, and she responded with a cheerful affirmation. Lonjon set down his catch, and Su Qing urged him to kindle the fire. Su Qing meticulously arranged the meat and commenced the roasting process. From where did you acquire this meat? Su Qing was engrossed in her work, which had been delivered by Lan Ji. Naturally, Lonjon was aware of the past between the young female and his younger brother, and felt somewhat uncomfortable upon hearing it. I can provide for you. Lan Ji's rank is too low, and survival is inherently challenging. The implication was clear. She had no need for sustenance from other males. Su Qing, undeterred, nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I understand you are quite formidable. This remark delighted Lonjon, elevating his mood. He raised his hand to gently stroke Su Qing's head. Su Qing uncovered the coarse salt, realizing its graininess rendered it rather unpalatable, possessing a slight bitterness. Yet, it was the finest salt available within the tribe. Once this bout of hunger subsided, she resolved to refine the salt further, for it would greatly enhance its flavor. She sprinkled the salt over the meat, complementing it with some wild seasonings she had previously foraged. As the orcs passed by the chief's courtyard, they were captivated by the alluring aroma wafting from within, their mouths watering uncontrollably, for they had never tasted such delectable meat in their lives. As the enticing scent lingered, Lonjon, who was preparing the prey, momentarily froze. His deep blue eyes flickered as they turned towards Su Qing. The young female sat beside the fire, her cheeks aglow, appearing even more appetizing than the sizzling, oil-dripping roast. He swallowed hard, his movements becoming more agile. Come and eat. Su Qing called out with a cheerful smile. Lonjon had been anticipating this moment. Upon hearing her invitation, he eagerly stepped forward. How does it taste? He asked, lowering his gaze to meet Su Qing's bright eyes. His fingertips twitching slightly as he accepted the roasted meat from her hand, unceremoniously taking a bite. Su Qing gazed at the pit devoured by Lonjon, feeling a surge of admiration. Truly, he exemplified the ferocity of an orc male when it came to consuming food. The roasted meat, richly infused with oil and moisture, showcased a harmonious blend of flavors where the seasoning melded perfectly with the meat. Not only had the taste transformed, but even the usually dry texture of the meat had become notably tender. This culinary skill was the finest she had encountered thus far. Lonjon observed the shift in Su Qing's gaze, realizing her capabilities surpassed his expectations. His sparkling eyes made Su Qing feel somewhat uneasy. After all, he was merely a tool for her, and it was essential to treat him well. Otherwise, who would ensure her well-being during this period of pregnancy? As long as she relished the food, that was sufficient. She delicately sliced the roasted meat with a small knife, savoring each bite with unhurried grace. Meanwhile, Lonjon watched her, a flush creeping across his face as he noted the exquisite charm in her small, measured bites. In contrast, he appeared rather coarse, unconsciously reducing the roughness of his chewing. Su Qing had processed the meat, transforming it entirely into jerky for ease of storage and transportation. Lonjon gazed intently at the frail little female, his eyes growing increasingly bright. The young female's skills were commendable, and he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Su Qing is now with child, her demeanor languid and lethargic. She has consistently enlisted Lonjon to attend to her needs. Lonjon, ever diligent and selfless, embodies the masculine perception that he must resolve any issues faced by the female, who is inherently deserving of the male's care. The female, so precious and delicate, is a rarity, particularly one as talented in the culinary arts as she. As Lonjon skillfully prepares the meat and enters the cave, he finds the small female dozing with her eyes half closed, and certain images flicker through his mind, causing him to involuntarily swallow. In a sudden burst, he lunges toward her, his azure gaze fixed upon her, his throat bobbing with anticipation. Su Qing hurriedly inquired of the system, "Is it still possible to mate while pregnant?" The system replied, "No problem. The host's unique constitution is unaffected." Lonjon no longer felt the urgency of last time, yet his stamina remained astonishing. Su Qing consumed a restorative pill midway through her journey, and since her pregnancy, the system had transformed into a nurturing presence. The restorative pill required no points, allowing Su Qing to indulge freely in its creation. As Lonjon observed the spirited Su Qing, his eyes sparkled with excitement. It was rare to find a female capable of enduring his celestial stamina, and Su Qing continued to astonish him. They toiled through the night and into the day. And for the following days, with an abundance of provisions, Lonjon did not venture out of the wolf den. Su Qing gazed at the slightly swaying stone bed, her lips twitching as she forcefully kicked Lonjon away. Undeterred by the adage that persistence yields success, she declared her hunger and demanded sustenance. Despite his usual cold demeanor, Lonjon exhibited remarkable gentleness and obedience towards Su Qing. As they exited the wolf den, individuals awaited them in the courtyard. And upon hearing her name mentioned by the orc, Su Qing donned her attire and stepped outside. Su Qing discerned the identity of the newcomer. It was a middle-aged woman leaning on a cane, clad in animal hide, the High Priestess of the wolf tribe, Mu Yun. Upon hearing the commotion, the High Priestess turned and met Su Qing's gaze, her eyes momentarily flashing with discontent. "Leader," she remarked, "she has evaded the coming-of-age ceremony and has not undergone the fertility test, which contravenes the customs of our tribe. I implore you to compel the female to fulfill the test." Su Qing raised an eyebrow, realizing the matter at hand. She turned to gaze at Lonjon. Seeking his reaction, Lonjon nodded, believing that the test was necessary as part of the procedure, yet he vowed to protect her regardless of the outcome. As for offspring, given his current capabilities, conceiving seemed nearly impossible, and he had long abandoned any hope. "Very well, I shall accompany you." With her life temporarily secure due to her pregnancy, being sent to the female chamber would ensure her safety. The high priest, Mu Yun, scrutinized Su Qing without reservation. It was evident that the leader had been teetering on the brink of complete madness. Yet, in recent days, not only had he refrained from losing control, but he also appeared remarkably calm. Could this have any connection to Su Qing? No. Such thoughts were foolish. How could a female like Su Qing, devoid of any fertility, possibly provide any assistance to the leader? It must be that the leader possessed a unique constitution. A group of them marched forward, making their way to the testing platform with great momentum. Su Qing ascended the sacrificial altar, and Lonjon pulled her back momentarily. "It matters not that she is unable to bear children. I shall provide for you." Su Qing arched an eyebrow. "In the world, nothing is absolute. Remain at ease." Lonjon gazed at the confidently poised female, his expression complex, as he observed her ascend the testing platform. Taunts from the onlooking beasts reached his ears. Just by looking at Su Qing, one can tell she lacks reproductive capability. What is the point of testing her? A waste of time. Let us send her to the breeding den. With some semblance of beauty, I can hardly contain my eagerness. This lowly female was unworthy of the food wasted on her. Lonjon cast a cold glance at the speaker, causing the male who had spoken ill to shiver, immediately silencing him. Upon the platform lay a star-shaped purple stone. "Please proceed with the test," the high priest intoned coldly. Down below, the envious females watched in excitement as Su Qing extended her hand and placed it upon the stone. Zhuoyang fixated intently on the stone. She possessed high reproductive ability and had been courted by countless males, yet Lonjon had never cast a glance in her direction. As long as Su Qing lacked reproductive capability, she would be dispatched to the breeding den, and the high priest would undoubtedly pair Lonjon with her. Lonjon's female could only be Zhuoyang. Chapter 4. The Shattering of the Female Testing Stone Bang. The testing stone shattered into several fragments, and the high priest's eyes widened in disbelief as the onlookers collectively gasped. How could it break? Could it be that the stone is defective? The crowd began to speculate, and the high priest too considered this possibility, retrieving several stones in succession, only to find that each one similarly shattered into pieces. The high priest regarded the fragmented stones with a complex gaze directed at Su Qing. "You lack reproductive capability." The high priest delivered this verdict bluntly, to which Su Qing responded with a cold smile. "On what grounds do you presume I lack ability? Perhaps my level is so elevated that this wretched stone is incapable of measuring it." The high priest was rendered speechless, and the individuals below who had slandered Su Qing were left bewildered. They had never witnessed a sequence of testing stones shattering in such a manner. Su Qing cast her gaze towards the blue stone beside her, the legendary gemstone of talent. May I test it? The high priest followed Su Qing's line of sight, furrowing his brows with a tone of disdain. Females possessed no talent. Several females, close acquaintances of Zhuoyang, eagerly interjected, High priest. The shattering of the female stone may indicate it has been pushed to its limits. It showed no radiance moments ago. She simply lacks fertility. Send her to the female cave. Su Qing's audacity was remarkable, believing that by aligning herself with the leader, she could secure her safety. The leader was meant to be with Zhuoyang. What if Zhuoyang were indeed capable of bearing offspring for the leader? Such was the talk. Yet everyone understood that even with Zhuoyang's elevated fertility, he could not father the progeny of Lonjon. The males of the heavenly tier were nearly devoid of descendants, and those at the spirit beast realm would undoubtedly leave no heirs. Nonetheless, it seemed that Su Qing's fate of being sent to the female cave was all but sealed. High priest, I am willing to care for Su Qing. Please do not send her to the female cave. A clear and urgent voice resonated, causing Su Qing to pause and meet the gentle gaze of Lan Ji. High priest, everyone knows Su Qing is my female. There is no need for her to go to the female cave. Lonjon could no longer remain seated. He rose and moved to Su Qing's side, wrapping his arm tightly around her waist. Su Qing struggled momentarily, puzzled by how this tool could still prevail. Yet, with the crisis averted, she relished her newfound leisure. Below, the females gazed enviously at their esteemed leader and his brother, nursing a bitter jealousy over the preservation of a female devoid of reproductive capability. Leader, you are far too magnificent for her. As the supreme chief, you deserve a female of high breeding potential. The high priest seldom spoke, casting a fleeting glance at her. The females within the tribe lack the ability to bear my offspring. Upon hearing this, an unsettling silence enveloped the orcs. Lonjon's elevated status rendered the prospect of extinction inevitable. While the prospect of extinction left Lonjon disheartened, his affection for this petite female remained steadfast, and their compatibility in certain aspects sufficed for him. Lonji gazed intently at Su Qing, who was escorted back to the cave by Lonjon, his jealousy surging like rampant weeds. Since his return, Lonjon had been unusually taciturn, leading Su Qing to believe her reproductive capabilities had caused a rift. Rest assured, if you simply bear with me for another 2 months, I shall cease to trouble you. By then, I will give birth to offspring, earning points and rewards. And this tool shall be a thing of the past. Lonjon's eyes flickered as he lifted his gaze to Su Qing, a hint of hurt evident within them. Do you truly not wish for me to be your beast husband? Su Qing was startled. How could she possibly allow him to become a beast husband? It would be far better for him to remain a reliable tool. After compensating Lonjon from certain sources, Su Qing's emotions fluctuated rapidly. Lonjon should not indulge in a life of too much comfort, spending his days hunting under the sun and returning in the afternoon to embrace the fragrant and soft female companion. Su Qing delivered the meticulously prepared medicine to Lan Ji, expressing her gratitude for his courageous presence on the day of the test, while also ensuring to articulate her thoughts clearly. Lan Ji gazed at Su Qing, his light blue eyes reflecting deep affection, his tone humble, and his gaze filled with longing. May I remain by your side? I am aware that in our tribe, it is unheard of for 2 brothers to share a single mate, and I am willing to forego the role of a beast husband. Su Qing could only sigh. Lan Ji's affections were directed towards the original host, not her. If she were to accept his feelings, it would only leave her feeling unsettled. Moreover, the system was also reluctant. It was discerning, after all, and would not entertain those lacking in strength. She shook her head and said, you should strive to elevate your own level. In the future, you shall encounter females far superior to me. I am not worth your time. After all, her ultimate goal was to amass 100 million points and ultimately bring an end to the apocalypse. To her, males were destined to be mere tools. A person as heartless as she was truly unworthy of Lan Ji's profound affection. As Su Qing departed, she left behind a solitary remark. Lan Ji gazed at her retreating figure for an extended moment before despondently cradling the medicinal herbs and entering the wolf den. Upon returning from the hunt, Lonjon discovered that the herbs Su Qing had laid out were all collected. Curiosity prompted him to inquire, and upon learning that they were given to Lan Ji, a slight furrow appeared on his brow. Reflecting on the events that transpired at the testing platform, he felt a twinge of bitterness at Lan Ji's unwavering support for Su Qing. Yet, he was acutely aware that he was the one who arrived later, and moreover, Lonji was his own brother. He wished to prevent the situation from escalating to an irretrievable state. In the future, refrain from associating too closely with Lonji. Your current companionship with me could tarnish both your reputations if it were to be widely known. Su Qing nodded. Lonjon was pleased. Su Qing's eyes lit up as she gazed at the wild chicken brought back by Lonjon. A delectable dish of chicken stewed with mushrooms was indeed a culinary delight. She tugged at him, leading him into the woods to gather some fungi. However, Lonjon deemed them poisonous and forbade Su Qing from taking them home. Su Qing was resolute. In a world as vast as this, nothing was more important than a good meal. Anyone who dared to hinder her pursuit of delicious food would face dire consequences. Her fierce demeanor amused Lonjon, who thought that even if she faced some adversity, it would serve as a lesson for her. After gathering 2 full baskets, Su Qing reluctantly made her way back. Upon her return, she prepared a pot of wild chicken and mushrooms, generously sprinkling her homemade fine salt over the dish. The flavors were exquisite, devoid of any bitterness, bringing immense joy to Su Qing as she savored each bite. Lonjon initially contemplated intervening, but hesitated and took a sip of the broth, nearly raising his tail in delight. The taste surpassed that of roasted meat. The simmering had perfectly melded the aromas of the wild chicken and mushrooms, with the mushrooms tender and the chicken fragrant. He also noticed the fine salt, his eyes sparkling with interest. This salt was worth 50 crystal coins per jar during the tribe's trading day. Could you teach the males in the tribe how to make salt? Su Qing pondered the harsh treatment the tribal orcs had directed toward both the original owner and herself. Was it not a consequence of her father's demise? Was it not due to her diminished fertility? She felt no inclination to impart any knowledge to them. Recently, she had been pregnant and lacked the strength to engage. Moreover, it was uncertain whether they would even value what she had to offer. Thus, she decided to let the matter pass. Lonjon focused intently on the stewed wild chicken with mushrooms, nearly wishing to savor the stone pot clean. Having indulged to her heart's content, the young female's complexion glowed with a rosy hue, prompting Lonjon's Adam's apple to bob in response. Is there anything else I might partake in? Su Qing gazed into his profound eyes and discerned his thoughts. She raised her hand and gave him a light tap. What are you thinking in broad daylight? Repress those inappropriate thoughts. Lonjon looked at Su Qing with a sense of grievance. Su Qing felt a shiver run down her spine under the gaze of the large dog-like eyes. Turning her head away, her voice softened. Do as you please. It's dark. Chapter 5. Has she conceived his offspring? A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Lonjon's eyes, almost transforming him into a beast as he wagged his tail. Su Qing disdainfully averted her gaze, found herself still ravenous despite consuming a bowl of chicken soup. In response, Lonjon reluctantly presented her with some taro grass, a rare treasure of nature, known for its potent medicinal properties, which necessitated the combination with other herbs. However, Su Qing, without hesitation, crushed it and stuffed it into her mouth. Alarmed, Lonjon cupped her face, urging her to expel it, but Su Qing, blissfully patting her belly, felt languid and content. It had been quite some time since she experienced such satiety. After indulging herself, as night fell, Lonjon hurriedly carried Su Qing into the wolf's den. Sated yet restless, Su Qing found herself ravenous again by midnight, her hunger pressing her stomach against her back. With a swift kick, she nudged Lonjon, demanding food. Lonjon, with bewildered azure eyes, was taken aback. Hadn't they just eaten? Su Qing's face flushed with color. I mentioned that I was hungry. Lonjon raised an eyebrow and smiled, swiftly getting up to prepare some food. After Su Qing had eaten her fill and was comfortably lying down, Lonjon leaned in closer, saying, You are satisfied, yet I remain hungry. Su Qing wished to decline, yet she found herself unable to resist the piercing gaze of Lonjon's azure eyes. Those captivating orbs rendered her powerless. The commotion persisted until dawn, at which point Su Qing barely managed to close her eyes. Aware of the small female's substantial appetite, Lonjon promptly ventured out of the cave to prepare wild chicken and mushrooms. Upon exiting, he encountered Lan Ji standing there, his complexion pale and dark circles under his eyes. Brother, Lonjon remarked, patting his shoulder, what on earth are you doing loitering at my cave entrance? Lonji appeared tormented, remaining silent. Thus, Lonjon busied himself nearby. Just as he ignited the fire, he heard Lonji speak. Brother, there was a time when our tribe allowed 2 brothers to share one female. I yearned to be Su Qing's beast husband. I now regret not confessing my feelings to her. Otherwise, she would have been mine long ago. Lonjon paused, grappling with the notion that each day spent with Su Qing was tinged with the knowledge that his brother held such affection for her. causing an internal conflict within him. Yet, he found himself ensnared in a struggle, all the while acutely aware of his own descent. Even with his brother's request, by right, he was the later arrival in this scenario. However, the thought of Su Qing weeping in his brother's embrace, passively receiving all of his brother's affections, inflicted a pain akin to a tearing sensation in his heart. Summoning all his resolve, he spoke with difficulty, "Brother, I can acquiesce to anything, except sharing Su Qing." With reddened eyes, Lonji retreated into the cave, a tide of jealousy and regret crashing over him. It seemed that Su Qing favored strong males. His light blue eyes gradually darkened to crimson. Thus, he pondered, if he became powerful, could he win Su Qing's heart? Could he share her with his brother? Time passed, and Su Qing was awoken by hunger. Lonjon swiftly entered with a bowl of chicken soup. He had learned the recipe from her in one try. Though the flavor did not quite match Su Qing's culinary skills, it was undoubtedly superior to the fare provided by other males. Su Qing finished a pot of food yet still felt hungry. She licked her lips. "Is there more?" Lonjon was somewhat taken aback. "Surely, you are not unwell?" Su Qing rolled her eyes dramatically. "I am pregnant. The little one needs sustenance." As soon as Su Qing finished speaking, Lonjon was momentarily taken aback, convinced that he must have misheard. "What did you say? You must be joking. He is a celestial tier beast man." Su Qing lacked fertility, rendering the prospect of bearing children inherently challenging, let alone carrying his offspring. The hope he had briefly entertained sank back into the depths of his being. "If you desire something, simply voice it. Rest assured, it shall not be denied to you. It is unwise to speak untruths." Su Qing was aware that Lonjon harbored disbelief, yet she refrained from engaging in unnecessary discourse, for in due time, all would be revealed. As Lonjon ventured out to procure sustenance, Su Qing expended 10 points to consume 5 nurturing pills, gradually alleviating her hunger. However, this merely assuaged her appetite without providing any nutritional value. Determined to give birth to offspring of superior lineage, she resolved to wander around the forest a few times. Ultimately discovering a ginseng plant, she hurriedly pounced upon it, exerting herself to unearth the precious root. Clutching her prize, she turned to head back, only to hear a female voice emanating from behind her. "Oh, look, she has been forsaken by the leader and resorted to grazing." "Indeed. What male would desire a barren female? I suspect she will soon find herself sent to the breeding den." Lonjon, as the alpha of the wolf clan, was not only striking in appearance but also formidable in strength. Yet, it was precisely this seemingly inept female, Su Qing, who had captivated him. A fact that served as a slap in the face to the other females of the tribe. Each time they encountered Su Qing, they would regard her with scornful and mocking tones. Su Qing tucked the ginseng into her bosom. "What I consume is of no concern to you. And who claims I lack the ability to bear children? I assure you, I am already with child, and soon the leader of the wolf tribe shall have an heir." Zhuiyang seemed to find this utterly absurd. "Ha ha ha, you must be out of your mind. Everyone knows the leader of the wolf tribe is of the heavenly tier. I am unable to bear his offspring, let alone you. You are merely lost in a daydream." Furthermore, Zhuiyang herself, having just married a beast man upon reaching adulthood, has not conceived yet. It appears that your longing for pregnancy has driven you to madness. Su Qing, weary of further debate, understood that facts speak louder than words. Once her belly swelled with life, those who doubted her would have nothing to say. Soon, her seemingly mad proclamation spread throughout the wolf tribe, with many concluding that she had lost her sanity. Who was Lonjon, after all? Could any mere female bear his offspring? It was utterly preposterous. Lonjon, having caught wind of the rumors, took Su Qing into his arms that evening, offering her solace. "Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure," he reassured her. "I have already prepared for the ultimate sacrifice." Su Qing offered a perfunctory response. Had she not perceived the disappointment in Lonjon's eyes when he mentioned offspring, she might have nearly believed her own words. As the days passed, Su Qing's appetite swelled, her mouth perpetually engaged in the act of eating. Lonjon diligently hunted and brought back provisions, yet the frail female did not gain weight. Instead, her belly grew rounder. Lonjon fixed his gaze upon Su Qing's abdomen, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. "Are you truly with child?" Su Qing gently patted her round belly. "Why would I deceive you?" Lonjon remained silent for a long while, his eyelids fluttering, before turning and exiting. Su Qing merely thought that the explosive news had overwhelmed Lonjon, rendering him momentarily unable to process it, and thus did not dwell on it. Meanwhile, Lonjon's mind was consumed by visions of the small female's distended belly. He felt no hint of joy, only a profound bitterness. With his celestial tier talent, it was impossible for Su Qing to bear his offspring. Therefore, the child within Su Qing's womb must belong to another beast man. Who could that be? In his frenzied state, he had lost clarity, and he could not ascertain whether it was Su Qing's first time. The image of Lan Ji flashed through his mind, recalling their past closeness. He pondered the innate desires of males coupled with Su Qing's docility, leading to unsettling possibilities. He painfully shut his eyes, his heavy breaths betraying the turmoil within. His fists clenched tightly, only to gradually relax. He cherished the small female, and even if she bore Lan Ji's child, what of it? After all, he would find it nearly impossible to have offspring of his own. He could simply care for her child as if it were his own, having nurtured it from infancy. Besides, it was, in a way, his brother's, which made it feel like his as well. Chapter 6. She has lost her mind. Daring to feign pregnancy and seek the High Priest. Having come to this realization, Lonjon felt a sense of calm wash over him. However, the fluctuations in his emotions were too intense, and he began to exhibit signs of frenzy, his hands transforming. With a mere thought, he reverted to his human form. His azure eyes widened in realization. The frenzy was irreversible. Moreover, every male ultimately succumbed to frenzy, becoming a beast. Yet, those who mastered their emotions could delay their transformation. No beast could fully control the frenzy, but he had managed to do so. He was not so arrogant as to believe himself unique. Fragments of his previous frenzied state flickered through his mind. When Su Qing had touched him, he had returned to human form. After their first union, he regained his sanity. Each subsequent encounter was marked by the tumult of his frenzy, yet he found solace in her touch. Furthermore, his level seemed to be rising. Previously at the mid-tier of celestial rank, he had now ascended to its pinnacle. And it was merely a matter of time before he broke into the realm of spirit beasts. This revelation was more exhilarating than the prospect of fatherhood itself. As Lonjon composed himself and returned, he beheld Su Qing's rounded belly and gently reached out to touch it, his tone softening. It was truly wonderful. Su Qing lowered her gaze to her abdomen. Initially, she felt some resistance to the idea of bearing wolf cubs alone. However, as she sensed a tiny life kicking and interacting within her, an unexpected wave of emotion washed over her. Moreover, the system painted grand prospects every day, igniting her excitement. She felt capable of facing even the mere laying of an egg. Lonjon observed Su Qing's bowed head and mistakenly thought she was concerned about him discovering that the cub was Lan Ji's, which tugged at his heartstrings. Regardless of the child's appearance, I would cherish it all the same. Su Qing's lips twitched. Of course, you adore your offspring, for you are not human after all. As long as you find joy in it. Su Qing casually brushed off the matter at hand, increasingly finding herself with a voracious appetite. Feeling hunger pangs every half an hour. After meticulously washing the ginseng she had gathered, she consumed it raw. Discovering that the insatiable hunger she had experienced throughout her pregnancy had finally dissipated, Lonjon's gaze softened as he observed the roundness of Su Qing's cheeks, a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth. His eyes then drifted to her burgeoning belly, reflecting a complex yet tender emotion. The child of Lan Ji, from this day forth, would also be his own. The gestation period for rabbit beast men was merely 1 month, and just a few days later, Su Qing's abdomen had grown considerably. While she navigated the tribe in search of medicinal herbs, her prominent belly drew the attention of several female beast men who had gathered together. Zhuiyang had recently become pregnant, and a few females, along with her male counterpart, surrounded her, showering her with compliments. It was indeed impressive that she had conceived within such a short span. With your remarkable fertility, the chief must be regretting his choices, wouldn't you say? Zhuiyang replied with a smile. If the chief is regretting, he can always seek me out after parting ways with Su Qing. They are not yet married. Just then, Su Qing, with her noticeable belly, passed by. The mocking words were on the tip of their tongues, but were swallowed back, leaving their faces etched with shock. Su Qing, whose fertility had been deemed low, appeared to be further along in her pregnancy than Zhuiyang. Is that truly Su Qing? Am I seeing things? How has her belly grown so large? They speculated. She must be eating excessively. The chief has been hunting daily in the forest. She had never enjoyed such fine sustenance while accompanying Lonji before. Surely she had to eat heartily. A few females exchanged snide remarks, failing to connect Su Qing's condition with her pregnancy. Su Qing's fertility is indeed diminished, as the High Priest has explicitly stated. Moreover, she has been closely following the leader, who is of celestial rank and entirely incapable of begetting offspring. Su Qing cast a disdainful glance, remarking on how these females were not only blind but also lacked intelligence. Whoever heard of someone gaining weight solely in their abdomen without any other part of their body expanding? What kind of vision do you possess, Su Qing? Zhuoyang is currently expecting. I suggest you approach her and beseech her for some wisdom. A female companion of Zhuoyang, Sang Yu, smugly interjected. One might mistakenly believe it is I who am with child. A few meddlesome individuals promptly obstructed Su Qing's path, preventing her from advancing. Su Qing let out a cold laugh. My pregnant belly is even larger than hers. If anyone should seek counsel, it ought to be her coming to me. A good dog knows its place. Step aside. She dares to confront a horde of zombies. A few females do not intimidate her. The females, incensed by Su Qing's veiled insults, turned pale. They are noble wolves, not lowly dogs. Zhuoyang stepped forward, cradling her barely noticeable belly, her expression radiating pride. Oh, having the support of a leader makes all the difference. With such sharp wit, she pretends to be pregnant, claiming to have conceived before me. Has she deceived even herself? Let us not forget, the leader possesses a celestial talent. If I cannot conceive, then you, a female whose fertility cannot even be measured, stand no chance of bearing a child. Zhuoyang's words resonated with conviction, inciting the other females to emerge in support. Those feigning pregnancy, with their tarnished reputations, deserve to be sent to the den for males to vent their frustrations. The eyes of the females sparkled with excitement. Sending Su Qing to the den while Zhuoyang is also pregnant would eliminate two formidable rivals and significantly enhance their chances of winning the leader's favor. The females, invigorated by this prospect, extended their hands to tear at Su Qing. Su Qing's cold gaze swept over Zhuoyang, meeting her triumphant expression with a disdainful sneer. She lifted her foot and delivered a powerful kick, sending the assailant flying. How dare you, Su Qing? The female opponent soared through the air, her eyes wide with terror. Despite appearing more delicate than the others, Su Qing possessed an astonishing strength. Su Qing, without granting them a moment to react, advanced step by step while clutching her abdomen, placing her foot upon the back of one female's hand. This particular female had attempted to strike her below the belt, assuming her to be a fool. Ah, Su Qing. Cease at once. It hurts, it truly hurts. Su Qing's porcelain-white face was adorned with a gentle smile, yet her words exuded an undeniable assertiveness. Indeed, I am pregnant. But you have all chosen to deem my condition a false pregnancy, since you insist on forcing me to provide proof. Let the High Priestess come forth and ascertain the truth of my pregnancy. Zhuoyang's gaze flickered, and before he could respond, the female figure on the ground struggled to rise. Yes, the High Priestess is the epitome of impartiality when the time comes. Do not limit being cast into the female den. To be accused of a false pregnancy and subsequently relegated to the female den is a fate more dishonorable than being discarded for infertility. Su Qing's good days have come to an end. Zhuoyang, seemingly fearful of Su Qing's change of heart, immediately dragged her to the High Priest's cave. The orcs in the tribe had long caught wind of the rumors. Previously, they had heard Su Qing had gone mad, claiming she was pregnant. Now, she had descended into utter madness, fabricating a false belly. She even dared to confront the High Priest for verification. Insanity, pure insanity. Su Qing also noticed the mocking gazes directed at her, yet she remained unfazed. As Lan Ji returned, bearing his catch, he caught sight of Su Qing surrounded by admirers, engaged in conversation with the orcs nearby. His gaze settled on her slightly protruding abdomen, a telltale sign of her pregnancy. A tumultuous mix of emotions stirred within him, bittersweetness and exhilaration. The bittersweetness arose from the knowledge that the child was not his, while exhilaration bloomed at the thought that his brother would finally have an heir. He was reluctant to entertain any other possibilities. He yearned to approach her, but upon witnessing Su Qing's effortless demeanor, exuding an air of independence that suggested she did not require his presence, he felt both joy and a profound sense of loss. Su Qing was no longer the fragile female who relied solely on him for survival. Now, merely gazing at her sent a surge of warmth through his veins, igniting a fervent desire to claim her as his own. Chapter 7. Is the child the leader's? The High Priest observed the raucous orcs with a furrowed brow. When Zhuoyang spoke up, High Priest, Su Qing's feigned pregnancy has been exposed, yet she remains undeterred in her wish for you to examine her. We kindly ask for your diagnosis, so she may relinquish her hopes and abandon her female status. It was only then that the High Priest noticed the petite Su Qing amidst the throng of orcs, his gaze falling upon her abdomen. A look of astonishment dawning upon him. Pregnant? How could Su Qing possibly be with child? The stones from that day had shattered, devoid of any light. It was evident that Su Qing possessed no reproductive capability. There could be no mistake in this matter. High Priest, we appreciate your assistance. Su Qing confidently stepped forward, while the high priest suppressed the doubts swirling in her mind and led the individual into the cavern. As time slipped by, the orcs at the entrance grew increasingly excited. Su Qing had revealed her true self. With a facade of strength supported by the chief, she had audaciously woven such a grand deception. Whispers filled the air at the cave's mouth as Su Qing pressed her hand against her abdomen, casting a glance at the high priest. She was with child. The high priest's expression was a tapestry of emotions. Females were already a rarity, and a pregnant female was even more precious. Yet, it was precisely Su Qing, whom she had never regarded highly. A hint of sarcasm graced Su Qing's countenance as she revealed her pregnancy. A revelation that not only struck a blow to the female's pride but also humiliated the high priestess. Once, it was proclaimed that she possessed no capacity for reproduction, with intentions to cast her into the breeding chambers. Had it not been for Lonjon, the repercussions of such a fate were all too foreseeable. The high priestess, feeling the prickling unease crawl over her skin, could hardly contain the flush of embarrassment that burned on her cheeks. It was she who had once fervently asserted Su Qing's barrenness. Throughout her many years of service as high priestess, she had never misjudged a situation. Yet here stood Su Qing, defying all expectations and swiftly embracing motherhood. Su Qing stepped out of the cave. As she emerged, the chatter abruptly ceased. She had yet to utter a word. The female Songyu, following Zhui Yang, approached her with palpable excitement, urging her to hurry to the female den. Quickly. Let us see how she intends to maintain her position as leader now. The high priest, with a serious demeanor, solemnly declared, "She is with child and will soon give birth. Should I discover anyone who seeks to harm her, let it be known that I shall not hesitate to take action." The clamor of dissent fell silent, leaving the females in bewilderment and the accompanying males in astonishment. Su Qing's pregnancy seemed utterly implausible, given her slender waist. The onlookers shifted their gaze to Zhui Yang, a robust figure, scrutinizing her with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. Zhui Yang, the most fertile female of the tribe, had been bonded with a beast husband since reaching adulthood, and it appeared that her gestation period was shorter than Su Qing's. Could it be that Su Qing possessed a higher fertility than Zhui Yang? Such a notion seemed inconceivable. Zhui Yang, acutely aware of the scrutiny from the beast men, clenched her fists tightly. How could Su Qing's inferior reproductive capability be compared to hers? Had these beastmen lost their senses? No. It was impossible for the chief to allow Su Qing to bear offspring. The child within her was not his. A sudden realization struck Zhui Yang, her eyes gleaming as she fixed her gaze on Su Qing. The revelation sent ripples of shock through the crowd, awakening the beastmen from their stupor with Zhui Yang's declaration. It became clear that Su Qing, fearing her inability to conceive would lead the chief to disregard her, had sought the company of other males. The child was not of the chief's lineage. Given the chief's exalted status as a celestial beast man, it was unlikely that even Zhui Yang could conceive. The murmurs among the beast men grew louder, while the high priestess furrowed her brow in concern. She could not intervene in the matters of the others. But the chief was different. The potential for bloodline confusion posed an unimaginable threat to the White Wolf tribe, whose child resided in Su Qing's womb. The high priestess, now convinced by Zhui Yang's words, demanded answers with a commanding voice. Su Qing let out a cold laugh. "Do not employ your sordid minds to speculate about me. The child belongs to Lonjon, and I am more aware of this than anyone else. High priest, do not be deceived by her. She lacks the ability to bear children. It is impossible for her to conceive the leader's offspring." Zhui Yang vociferously steered the public opinion. Sengyu echoed, stating that Su Qing is utterly shameless. The leader provides for her abundantly, yet she carries the child of another beast. The child must undoubtedly be Lan Ji's, as the two have been rather close, and Lan Ji previously insisted on her. The tribe will not tolerate brothers sharing a wife. Su Qing is simply revolting. As Su Qing listened to the tumultuous discussions, her brow furrowed in distress, and her eyes concealed a simmering rage. "I shall reiterate, I possess only one male, Lonjon." The females and the onlooking orcs, consumed by fury, were unwilling to accept her words. After all, he was their esteemed leader. How could Su Qing dare to obscure his lineage? The tribe had long since imposed a strict prohibition against brothers sharing a wife, especially following the numerous incidents of fraternal conflict that had transpired. Yet, here was Su Qing, displaying such shamelessness. The crowd grew increasingly incensed, launching verbal assaults, while some of the more agitated orcs even contemplated physical confrontation. A stone hurtled toward her, and as Su Qing attempted to sidestep it, the high priest resolutely blocked her path, preventing her from moving an inch. "Su Qing, To contravene the tribe's regulations is to invite punishment. Su Qing raised her hand to shield herself, but suddenly felt a tightening at her waist as she was turned over. The familiar, cool scent wafted into her nostrils. It was Lonjon. As he gazed at the small female in his arms, his previously anxious heart settled upon confirming that she was unharmed. Cradling her protectively, his stance spoke volumes. The beastmen regained their composure, while the females looked on with envious resentment, wishing they could take her place. After all, she was their leader. How could a mere wandering beastwoman like Su Qing deserve his protection? The child within Su Qing is mine, make no mistake about it. Lonjon declared with unwavering conviction, causing both the females and beastmen to momentarily temper their expressions, though doubt lingered in their hearts. Their gazes toward Su Qing filled with hostility. The high priest, observing Lonjon's defense of Su Qing, felt a deep displeasure. Everyone, disperse, he commanded. Su Qing said, Hold on, high priest, I am indeed pregnant. They have wronged me and sought to drag me to the breeding cave. With my remarkable fertility, would it not be a waste of the tribe's resources to send me there? Their actions have inflicted severe repercussions upon both the tribe and myself. Shouldn't they offer me an apology? Zhuiyang and Seng Yu exchanged disdainful glances, and before they could respond, the high priest proclaimed, Apologize to Su Qing at once. Furthermore, each of you shall present her with a piece of hind leg meat. The group was reluctant, yet they were compelled to heed the high priest's command. Just moments ago, they had been so arrogant. Now, as they apologized to Su Qing, they were utterly humbled. We are sorry, Su Qing. We should not have wronged you. As for whether your child is the leader's, that will be revealed upon its birth. We should refrain from such discussions for now. Su Qing disregarded their sarcastic remarks as mere background noise, joyfully accepting the generous offering of meat, 7 or 8 pieces, to be precise. She was elated. Shortly thereafter, the high priestess summoned Su Qing and Lonjon into the cave. Her gaze swept across Su Qing's face. Speak honestly, is the child Lonjon's? Su Qing declared. I shall reiterate for the final time, the child belongs to Lonjon. The high priestess, upon perceiving the unwavering conviction in Su Qing's gaze, found herself devoid of any alternative but to place her trust in the words spoken. Ultimately, she produced a dark, enigmatic elixir and presented it to Su Qing. This potion possessed the remarkable ability to enhance the innate talents of an unborn child. I had declined to part with it even when Zhuiyang requested it, and now it remained the sole vial in the tribe's possession. Should the child indeed be Lonjon's, all would be well. However, if the child were not of his lineage, I shall seek to reclaim this potion from you with interest in the future. A faint smile curved at the corner of Su Qing's lips. You have no opportunity to reclaim that. Chapter 8. That is my brother's mate. He must not interfere. Lonjon pulled Su Qing towards the wolf den, his expression grave. Su Qing lifted her gaze to him. As they emerged from the cave, they caught sight of Lan Ji lurking in the shadows. He cast a distant glance at her, one filled with a complexity and pain too profound to articulate. Just as she intended to call out to him, he transformed into a wolf and vanished into the woods. With her belly growing day by day, Su Qing's appetite soared. Ordinary meat no longer sufficed to meet the nutritional demands of her body. Clutching the meat, she consumed it voraciously, her cheeks swelling. Lonjon observed her eat. Yet she did not gain any weight, his eyes brimming with concern. Could it be an illness? I shall seek the high priest to examine you. I have heard that starving females may suffer from a condition known as bulimia. Su Qing shook her head in refusal, feeling an inexplicable oddity. Previously, she had experienced hunger, but it had never compelled her to eat incessantly. Now, apart from sleeping, her days revolved solely around consuming food, with an insatiable hunger that disrupted her normal life. She pressed the system for answers. The system responded, the progeny you are nurturing are of a higher grade, thus necessitating more nourishment. You might consider consuming rare herbs and treasures. The marketplace remained inaccessible, leaving Su Qing unable to view any options, compelling her to instruct Lonjon. Having witnessed Su Qing consume ginseng previously, Lonjon remembered it well, but for superior alternatives, he would need to venture deep into the verdant forest. The verdant forest was fraught with peril, and Lonjon forbade Su Qing from entering, instead requesting her to articulate her needs while he proceeded into the depths of the forest. Su Qing decisively produced a stone tablet and retrieved a charred stick from the fire, using it to illustrate the medicinal herbs she required upon the tablet. Her depictions were remarkably lifelike, leaving Lonjon in awe. He had never witnessed such exquisite artistry. Who was this orc, Su Qing, who had wandered into their tribe. Such skill and artistry was likely possessed only by those from the imperial city. Despite his astonishment, he remained silent. Regardless of Su Qing's origins, he resolved to protect her. Subsequently, Lonjon ventured out early and returned late each day, sometimes absent for several days, all in pursuit of rare treasures for Su Qing. Su Qing had consumed century-old ginseng brought by Lonjon on 2 occasions, significantly alleviating her hunger. Lonjon was overwhelmed with excitement, dedicating himself to exploring the lush green marsh forest with even greater zeal, solely to procure more extraordinary treasures for Su Qing. Despite sustaining injuries, he never mentioned them to her. However, it was peculiar that the cave was consistently stocked with abundant and fresh food each day. Su Qing assumed it was Lonjon returning briefly before departing again, and she did not give it much thought. During this period, Su Qing refrained from venturing into the orc territory, acutely aware of their disdain towards her. It had been quite some time since she last laid eyes on Lan Ji. Today, while foraging for herbs at the edge of the green marsh forest, she was suddenly startled by a familiar call. Curiosity piqued, Su Qing turned to look. The moment she spotted Lan Ji, she was taken aback. How had he changed? The gentle aura he once exuded had vanished, replaced by a layer of muscle enveloping his once frail frame. He now stood tall and imposing, with white wolf ears adorning his head. System. What has happened to Lan Ji? Su Qing inquired of the system. The system responded. He has ascended from the yellow rank to the pinnacle of the profound rank, exhibiting symptoms of mid-stage frenzy. Su Qing. If I do not stay with his brother, will he not go berserk? System. Host, there is no need for guilt. In the beast world, all males ultimately succumb to madness and transform into irrational feral beasts. It is their destiny. Su Qing's expression was intricate, a smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Lan Ji, it has been quite a while since we last met. Su Qing tentatively opened her mouth, having never encountered a male in the throes of frenzy, uncertain of how to engage. Lan Ji gazed at Su Qing for a prolonged moment, his eyes fixating on that familiar visage, ultimately lingering upon her protruding abdomen. A glimmer of crimson flashed in his eyes, akin to a bolt of lightning as he lunged towards Su Qing. Su Qing, caught off guard, was suddenly knocked to the ground by Lan Ji. Letting out a cry of pain, Lan Ji leaned in closer, his eyes glowing with an intensified crimson light. Su Qing's complexion changed slightly. What are you doing, Lan Ji? A fleeting crimson glimmer flickered in Lan Ji's eyes as he fixated on Su Qing's rosy lips, which parted and closed. A growing agitation stirred within him. A voice whispered in his ear, urging him to possess her, the female he had long yearned for. She should belong to him. She was meant to be his. Lan Ji tightened his grip on Su Qing's hand, lowering his head, when another voice erupted in his mind. She is my brother's female. I cannot lay claim to her. If I force her, Su Qing will be hurt. Lonjon pressed his lips together, striving to regain his composure, the crimson light in his eyes flickering ominously. Su Qing harbors a strong aversion. She detests him and would undoubtedly come to loathe him. Su Qing felt the warmth spray upon her lips, her heart racing wildly. Meeting the gaze of Lan Ji, she could clearly see the struggle within his youthful eyes. A complex emotion flickered in her own, and she gently reached out to touch the top of Lan Ji's head, inadvertently brushing against his fluffy wolf ears, an exquisite sensation. Lan Ji, are you all right? As if a summer breeze had just blown through, the red glow in his eyes vanished in an instant. At the sound of Su Qing's soft voice, he sat up on his knees, his gaze filled with restrained tenderness. However, gazing upon her enchanting beauty, the longing in his heart became overwhelming, and he pulled her tightly into his embrace. Suddenly, a powerful aura emanated from the depths of the forest, jolting Lan Ji back to reality. He released Su Qing, casting a lingering, bittersweet glance at her. Su Qing, I'm sorry. In a flash, Lan Ji vanished into the woods. Su Qing furrowed her brow. Lan Ji's earlier behavior was exceedingly peculiar, as if he were not in control of himself. Could it be a form of madness, an inability to rein in one's emotions? If so, why was Lonjon unaffected? Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she heard Lonjon's voice nearby. Su Qing, why are you sitting on the ground? He inquired, swiftly rushing over and bending down to lift her up. As Su Qing experienced a sudden weightlessness, she gasped and instinctively grasped onto Lonjon. The proximity of the little female stirred a flicker of delight in Lonjon's eyes. Just as he intended to embrace Su Qing and depart, he found his steps faltering. A familiar scent wafted from Su Qing, one that belonged to Lan Ji. Had they been here together moments ago? A pang of bitterness gripped Lonjon's heart. Lan Ji had come to see his child? Had they shared a moment of intimacy, Otherwise, how could Su Qing bear his scent? Jealousy surged within him, deepening the intensity of his gaze upon Su Qing as he tightened his embrace. Lonjon, what are you doing? You're hurting me. Su Qing's voice was soft and delicate as she voiced her complaints, shifting slightly. Lonjon lowered his gaze to Su Qing's abdomen, taking a deep breath, his expression returning to a state of calm. I apologize for not seeing you for several days. I have missed you, Lonjon suddenly confessed. Su Qing merely smiled, offering no verbal response. Yet, Lonjon required no such acknowledgement. Her mere presence was sufficient for him. He brought her back, ensuring her health was intact and free from any discomfort, before revealing the treasures he had gathered. Su Qing's eyes brightened at the sight of a millennium-old ginseng and several sprigs of phoenix grass, her hands lovingly caressing the precious herbs. You truly are remarkable, she exclaimed. Lonjon reveled in the praise from the petite female, a smile gracing his lips. Then you ought to compensate me well. Su Qing raised her head to meet the profound gaze of Lonjon, her eyes narrowing in a glare, as if to say, what is there left to understand? There was no need for haste. What was destined to be yours would never elude you. Lonjon was in high spirits, his heart, once troubled by Lan Ji, now completely at peace. Su Qing consumed an entire ginseng root, and her body exhibited no signs of discomfort, which put her at ease as her hunger dissipated. She could finally indulge in a restful slumber. Just as she climbed onto the stone bed, a shadow enveloped her. Su Qing raised her gaze, meeting the azure depths of Lonjon's eyes. You promised me. Chapter 9. Lonji on the brink of death, in the throes of madness. Su Qing curled her lips in disdain, realizing that a mere tool was of little use without proper sustenance. She spread her hands and lay back, invitingly. Come on. Lonjon's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he sprang into action. From dusk till dawn, Su Qing consumed ginseng, feeling invigorated and revitalized. After a night of fervent exertion, Lonjon departed with a refreshed spirit and brightened gaze. I am in search of something even better for you, he proclaimed. Having relished the previous night's indulgence and reaped its rewards, he now approached the day with renewed vigor. Su Qing gently caressed her belly and waved her hand to signal him to leave. After Lonjon departed, Lonji arrived, bringing with him a copious amount of food. However, each time he set down the provisions, he departed with remarkable swiftness, leaving Su Qing no opportunity to engage in conversation. Su Qing gazed at the heap of food blocking the cave entrance, her brow furrowed in thought. She collected the provisions into her system space, intending to return them the next time they crossed paths. Years ago, the original owner and her mother had fled, but her mother succumbed along the way, leaving her gravely injured and subsequently brought back to the tribe by Lan Ji, who, despite her lack of talent, had nurtured her frail form. Now, she found herself unable to be with Lan Ji, and she could no longer accept his kindness. Upon encountering Lan Ji again, she discovered him being carried back, gravely wounded. The orc tribe erupted in chaos, and Su Qing, drawn by the commotion, stepped outside. Lan Ji lay on the stretcher, his body a gruesome sight, his tail fully transformed. Hands morphed into clawed paws, and his neck cloaked in a thick mane of white fur, yet his face retained its striking handsomeness. Her heart raced as she hurried to follow. The high priest hurried past her, and Su Qing trailed closely behind, but was halted by the orcs. Upon seeing Lan Ji's condition, the high priest was taken aback. Her brow knitted in concern as she touched Lan Ji's already beastly hand, her fingers trembling slightly, deepening the lines etched on her face. There was no hope left. He could not be saved. The high priest shook her head. A look of profound regret etched across her features. Though Lan Ji's talents were lacking, he was a good soul. The orcs seemed to come to terms with this grim reality, their gazes upon Lan Ji laced with sorrow. He was already in the throes of madness. And with such severe injuries, even if he survived, he would become a feral beast, roaming the outskirts of the green marsh forest and posing a danger to others. They prepared for his departure, wishing him a dignified farewell. The high priest closed her eyes momentarily, and upon reopening them, she made her solemn decision. Upon hearing the cold, unfeeling voice of the high priest, Su Qing approached the stone bed where Lan Ji lay, pushing aside the orc. Hold on, I can save him. Su Qing's words fell like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, swiftly stirring ripples across its surface. The high priest cast a sharp glance, his irritation evident as he regarded Su Qing. The surrounding orcs showed no restraint in their disdain, clamoring loudly. Su Qing, who do you think you are? Do you believe yourself to be on par with the high priest? She must be mad with a desire for attention. If she can save Lan Ji, I shall serve her as a slave for a month. The high priest raised his hand, silencing the voices of dissent. The orcs gradually quieted, yet their glares remained hostile, as if they would have cast her out long ago were it not for her condition. Su Qing, this is no trivial matter. I understand your intentions are for the child, but you must not overestimate your capabilities. Su Qing furrowed her brow slightly. What connection could there possibly be with the child? Could it be that they still regard the child as belonging to Lan Ji? Su Qing furrowed her brow slightly. I shall reiterate, the child is not Lan Ji's. Furthermore, I possess the ability to save lives. Since we are all awaiting our fate, why not allow me to take a chance? The High Priestess paused momentarily, and before she could respond, Su Qing retrieved the restoration elixir she had exchanged for 100 points from the system and placed it into Lan Ji's mouth. After all, the system had been generous to her, yet rather stingy towards others. Lan Ji appeared to sense Su Qing's presence beside him. He struggled to swallow the substance that had been thrust into his mouth. Su Qing's heart leaped with joy as she hurriedly tore open Lan Ji's clothing to examine the wound. The injury was a gruesome sight, marred by blood and torn flesh, with an arterial injury causing profuse bleeding. The High Priestess's expression darkened, yet she could not bear to see Lan Ji perish before her eyes. She prepared boiling water and gathered needles and thread, readying herself for the task ahead. Su Qing's cold voice echoed within the modest confines of the cave. The orcs erupted in uproar once more. Su Qing, who do you think it is? Given the state of Lan Ji, you should at least allow him to leave with some dignity. Su Qing, you are being excessively unreasonable. Su Qing raised her head, her icy gaze sweeping over the crowd. If this continued, Lan Ji might perish even more swiftly. Should he meet his end, I shall bear the responsibility. However, if you choose to remain inactive, Lonjon will undoubtedly take his vengeance upon you upon his return. Su Qing's resolute demeanor momentarily stunned both the orc and the high priest. In the cave, the only sound that pierced the silence was the rhythm of their breathing. Prepare for her. Hurry, came the command. Lonjon appeared, his gaze darkening as he fixed his eyes upon Lan Ji, lying upon the stone bed, a pang of anguish gripping his heart. Upon seeing Lonjon's arrival, the orc spoke in unison. Chief, Su Qing knows nothing. We cannot allow her to act recklessly. Indeed, Chief, no matter how fond you are of Su Qing, you cannot indulge her. That is a life at stake. The high priest felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, for Lonjon's words effectively undermined her authority. This was the second time he had contradicted her for Su Qing's sake, challenging the dignity of the high priestess. Lonji, you are awake. Su Qing suddenly interjected amidst the heated dispute. The orcs shifted their attention, and a few of the more mischievous ones spoke with a mocking tone. Is this merely a flicker of consciousness? You seem rather excited over nothing. Who are you trying to scare? With such grievous injuries, you think a mere shake will rouse him? After their banter, the orcs paused, perplexed by the silence that followed. When they lifted their gazes, they were taken aback to find Lan Ji's eyes wide open, his complexion not as pale as before, appearing far from death's door. Lonjon stepped closer. Concern etched upon his features as he gazed at the awakening Lan Ji. Are you all right? Lan Ji nodded slightly, shifting his gaze to Su Qing. His eyes meticulously traced her cheek, as if he wished to etch her visage into his memory forever, fearing that if he were to close his eyes now, he might never behold her again. Su Qing, come. I would willingly embrace death if it meant your assistance. He understood that Su Qing possessed knowledge of medicine. Yet his injuries were grave, and indeed, as the other orcs had stated, he was merely experiencing a fleeting moment of consciousness. Su Qing gazed upon the youth's clear and gentle features, tightening her grip on his hand. Trust me, I can heal you. Lan Ji, feeling the softness in her palm, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. At this moment, he felt he could meet death without regret. Very well, I believe you, he replied, lifting his gaze to his companion, Lonjon. Lonjon, take good care of Su Qing and the child she carries. Lonjon paused, looking deeply into his eyes. With Lan Ji's words, he became even more certain that the child was indeed Lan Ji's. Rest assured, I will ensure their well-being. Though Lonjon's words seemed peculiar, no one took the time to analyze them at that moment. Thank you all for your assistance, Lan Ji said, closing his eyes as he lay down. The beastmen, having received Lan Ji's commission, harbored some dissatisfaction towards Su Qing, yet they proceeded with their tasks. Hot water was brought forth, and Su Qing diligently cleaned the wounds. Lacking alcohol in the beastman's tribe, she resorted to boiling water to sterilize the needle and thread. Threading the needle, she began to stitch Lan Ji's wounds before the astonished gazes of the beastmen, mending his injuries as one would patch a garment. This scene left the beastmen utterly astounded by her actions. Chapter 10. Lan Ji departs. She is about to give birth. Su Qing is utterly reckless. She possesses no understanding whatsoever. The brothers Lan Ji and Lonjon are completely ensnared by her, leaving them in a state of confusion. Unable to bear the sight any longer, the orcs gradually vacated the cave. Lonjon and the High Priest observed Su Qing's actions with furrowed brows, yet chose to remain silent. As time ticked away, Lan Ji's gruesome wounds were meticulously stitched together, one thread at a time. The light within the cave gradually dimmed, and although Lan Ji was drenched in sweat, his consciousness grew increasingly lucid with each passing moment of the suturing process. As Su Qing administered the final injection, Lan Ji opened his eyes, a smile gracing his pale face. "Thank you." Su Qing rubbed her aching wrist and prepared another restorative pill for him, returning his gaze with a smile. "Rest assured, when I say I can save you, I truly can. You shall not perish." Lan Ji looked into Su Qing's eyes, having long since relinquished any concern for life or death. Yet, in order to see her happy, he complied wholeheartedly. "Indeed, I shall not die." As Su Qing rose, her legs felt numb, prompting Lonjon to swiftly embrace her, concern etched across his face. "Are you all right?" he inquired. "My feet are a bit numb." "I would trouble you to carry me back," she replied. Lonjon nodded, glancing at Lan Ji and then at the High Priest before he carried her back to the cave. Lan Ji tended to his wound with utmost care, utilizing the medicinal supplies I had prepared previously, which he must not have exhausted. Applying the salve to his injury, he declared, "I am too fatigued. I shall rest a while." Lonjon nodded, ensuring she was settled before he exited the wolf den. Lan Ji persevered through the first night, with the High Priest and Lonjon standing vigil. Miraculously, Lan Ji survived, thanks to Su Qing's timely intervention. This revelation sent ripples through the orc tribe, igniting a fervor that eclipsed even yesterday's skepticism regarding Su Qing's life-saving actions. "I see her merely as a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. How can mere stitching of wounds equate to salvation?" A female companion of Zhuoyang remarked scornfully, casting a derisive glance at the murmuring orcs. Zhuoyang's gaze deepened with contemplation. Every triumph of Su Qing felt like a resounding slap across her face. The orcs possessed an inherently robust healing ability, and indeed, Su Qing's fortune played a significant role. Several females concurred with this notion, questioning how Su Qing, seemingly devoid of merit, could possibly save others. Initially, the orcs regarded her as formidable, a savior. However, as the females voiced their skepticism, the males gradually began to embrace this perspective, growing increasingly disdainful of Su Qing. Perceiving her actions as mere deception to garner attention, Lonji awoke to find that night had fallen. He shifted to the side of Su Qing's bed, raising his hand with the intention of touching her. Yet, upon observing his beastly palm, he recoiled in fear that his sharp claws might pierce her delicate visage. Gazing down at her serene, sleeping face filled him with a profound sense of contentment. He understood that it was Su Qing who had saved him, but he was on the brink of losing control, teetering at the edge of madness. If his emotions surged once more, he would succumb to a feral state. He could not harm Su Qing, nor the child she carried, nor could he bring harm to his brother. Given his current state, any future with Su Qing seemed utterly impossible. Leaning down, Lan Ji pressed his warm lips gently upon Su Qing's brow, casting one final glance at her before swiftly departing the wolf den. This place no longer belonged to him. He needed to retreat to the depths of the green marsh forest before succumbing to his beastly transformation. Upon awakening, Su Qing heard Lonjon announce that Lan Ji had regained consciousness, her face illuminating with joy at the news of Lan Ji's recovery. Yet, before the delight could fully settle, a single utterance from Lonjon rendered Su Qing utterly bewildered. Lan Ji had departed. Guilt filled Lonjon's eyes. Having witnessed Lan Ji's transformation the previous day, he understood that his brother had succumbed to madness, reaching its terminal stage. As siblings, he comprehended the reasons behind Lan Ji's departure, wishing to spare him the pain of harming the orc he held dear. Even if he chose not to leave, the High Priest would have dispatched orcs to execute him upon his transformation into a malevolent beast. His heart was heavy with remorse and anguish, pondering if his desire to possess Su Qing exclusively had been the catalyst for Lan Ji's descent into madness, and ultimately, his departure. Why did he have to leave? Su Qing was perplexed, while Lonjon did not conceal anything and shared all he knew. After listening, Su Qing furrowed her brows. This implied that Lan Ji, driven by unfulfilled love for the original owner, would ultimately succumb to madness, transforming into a primal beast. As Su Qing recalled those pure and clear eyes and the affection he had shown towards the original owner since childhood, she felt a surge of urgency. Such a person, if transformed into a ferocious beast, I must seek him out. I cannot allow him to remain in such a state. Lonjon reached a resolute conclusion. Turning to leave, but Su Qing firmly grasped his arm, her gaze unwavering. I will accompany you. Lonjon glanced at her abdomen and gently released her hand. His tone resolute. You are with child. It is highly likely that Lan Ji has ventured deep into the green marsh forest. You cannot go. It is fraught with wild beasts and malevolent creatures, far too perilous. Furthermore, Su Qing is already at her due date. She should remain in the wolf den to await the birth. Su Qing, however, declined Lonjon's proposal. After her pregnancy, the system assured her safety with a guarantee of 100%. She could not possibly encounter any issues. Yet, this rationale could not be disclosed to Lonjon. Despite Su Qing's repeated pleas, Lonjon remained steadfast in his refusal. Su Qing could only comply obediently, but as soon as Lonjon stepped forward, she followed closely behind. The green marsh forest is perpetually shrouded in a gray miasma, teeming with countless venomous snakes, poisonous plants, and wild beasts. Encountering these would be somewhat manageable. However, facing magical beasts presents a greater challenge, though fortunately, they reside deeper within the forest and are not frequently encountered. As for the malevolent beasts, they dwell in the very depths of the green marsh forest. Ironically, Lonji is most likely to venture into that perilous abyss. No one has ever journeyed there, and its secrets remain unknown, cloaked in uncertainty and extreme danger. Shortly after entering the green marsh forest, Lonjon detected Su Qing's presence. He gazed into her steadfast eyes, feeling a mix of admiration and bitterness. He was touched by her willingness to disregard her own safety for Lan Ji, yet felt sorrow that such loyalty was not directed towards him. He wondered if she would unhesitatingly seek him out should he find himself in peril. Since you have chosen to follow, be cautious and try to stay behind me, he advised. Su Qing nodded, releasing a sigh of relief, for she feared that Lonjon might escort her back. Upon Lan Ji's beastly form, a lightning insignia adorned his forehead. While Su Qing and Lonjon sought him within the verdant expanse of the green wetland forest. Thanks to Lonjon's formidable strength, they deftly evaded both wild beasts and magical creatures along their journey. However, they did not encounter Lan Ji. Instead, Lonjon discovered that many once familiar orcs had succumbed to madness, transforming into ferocious beasts of astounding destructive power, devoid of reason and driven solely by primal instincts to kill. Contemplating this, he pondered whether he too might have become an emotionless beast had it not been for Su Qing's appearance. He tightened his grip on Su Qing's hand slightly. Su Qing believed that he was worried about Lan Ji, so she hurriedly spoke to comfort him. The absence of Lan Ji among so many beastmen indicated that he had not yet succumbed to madness, so there was no need for concern. As Su Qing made the slightest movement, a sharp pain surged through her abdomen, causing her to widen her eyes in terror. The system announced a warning. The host was about to give birth and should prepare accordingly. Blue Battle, noticing the change in Su Qing's complexion, was taken aback. What is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Su Qing raised her gaze to Lonjon, a bead of sweat trickling down her forehead. I feel as though I am about to give birth. The act of bringing forth life was inherently arduous for a female, not to mention in such perilous surroundings. With no midwife present, Lonjon instinctively tensed, his fingertips trembling as he supported Su Qing, his tone resolute. We shall return. We will not search any longer. Let us go back and seek the High Priestess' aid for your delivery. Chapter 11. The Birth of the Offspring, Su Qing's Feigned Death. Su Qing communicated with the system. System, can you ensure a smooth delivery for me? The system responded with great enthusiasm. Rest assured, host. Find a cave to take shelter in, and I guarantee you will give birth safely. What I desire is not safety, but a pain-free experience. The system replied, no problem. With the help of Shunzi Dan, you will experience no pain during childbirth. This description left Su Qing utterly numb, but as long as she could deliver successfully, everything was negotiable. Su Qing grasped Lonjon firmly, her gaze resolute. There is no time to waste. Find me a safe cave. I will handle the delivery myself. Lonjon hesitated, aware of the perilous nature of the situation. He could not afford to take such a risk. The thought of any complications made his heart ache. Trust me, I assure you that I will deliver successfully. Su Qing's resolute gaze steadied the tumultuous heart of Lonjon. He recalled that it was the same look that Su Qing had when he saved Lan Ji. He shut his eyes tightly. All right, I shall heed your words. Familiar with the Green Zay forest, Lonjon swiftly discovered a cave, gently placing Su Qing inside and gathering some hay to soften the cave's floor. Su Qing reclined, and the system's voice resonated once more. The host has ingested the Shunzi Dan. In half an hour, a child shall be born, and only 10 minutes remain. Please prepare for the wait. Su Qing raised her gaze to meet the flustered eyes of Lonjon, forcing a smile to grace her lips. Please step outside and fetch some water. Just hot water will suffice. I shall require it shortly. She certainly did not wish for Lonjon to be present during her labor. It would be far too embarrassing. Lonjon's brow furrowed deeply, reluctant to leave her side. The forest is perilous. I cannot abandon you. Please endure for a moment. Su Qing gritted her teeth and glared at him. You wait at the cave entrance while I take a moment to rest. This request was one that Lonjon could indeed fulfill. He cautiously made his way to the entrance of the cave, glanced at the fruit a few steps away, and then turned back to observe Su Qing, who was peacefully asleep inside. He swiftly dashed out. As Su Qing listened to the footsteps receding into the distance, the effects of the medicine set in. She felt a sudden heaviness in her abdomen, and before she could comprehend the situation, the small creature emerged. Glancing down, she beheld a pure white wolf cub, its eyes yet to open, with its ears adorably pressed against its forehead. It was undeniably charming in every way. Su Qing hurriedly reached out to cradle the wolf cub, gently wiping away the viscous residue with hay. The system announced, "Congratulations to the host for successfully giving birth to a cub. The cub's level is mid-tier celestial, with an affinity for the wind element. The host receives an enhancement to their innate abilities. Additionally, the host is awarded 100,000 points. A scroll of yellow tier martial arts, a scroll of yellow tier mental techniques, and a comprehensive childbirth gift package. The system shop is now accessible to the host." Su Qing's fingers stiffened as the sound of explosions resounded in her mind, and her eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. 100,000 points. She opened the shopping page, revealing a dazzling array of merchandise. Su Qing had not savored her joy for long when the mechanical voice of the system echoed once more. Although the host experienced no pain during childbirth, the depletion of her vitality was considerable. 5 minutes later, she would enter a state of suspended animation to recuperate her body. Please prepare accordingly. Su Qing could not help but curse under her breath. Without further ado, she retrieved the childbirth gift package, filled with essential items for parenting, exceedingly practical. Once everything was prepared, she called out to Lonjon. Lonjon, cradling the fruits, hurried back to the cave entrance, his heart racing with anticipation. Upon hearing Su Qing's voice and the whimpering of the little wolf, he rushed inside. The sight before him rendered him momentarily motionless. There, beside Su Qing, was a tiny white bundle, her child, the offspring of Lan Ji. Henceforth, this child would be his as well. His eyes brimmed with warmth, as he suppressed the faintest pang of bittersweet emotion, rushing forward to embrace Su Qing tightly. Her current appearance was alarming. Her complexion was ashen and devoid of color, her lips tinged with pallor. "Are you all right?" he inquired with concern. Su Qing perceived the tremor in Lonjon's voice. Su Qing had no time for idle chatter. She quickly explained the method for preparing the milk powder, ensuring that Lonjon could independently care for the young ones. Su Qing grasped Lonjon tightly. "I need to take a nap. Please take care of the child for these next few days. I will wake up shortly, so there is no need to worry." Before she could elaborate further, she closed her eyes and collapsed heavily. Lonjon felt a sudden pang of fear in his chest and softly called out, "Su Qing! Su Qing!" Su Qing offered no response, her body limp in his embrace. He could hear her breaths gradually fading, and the color drained from Lonjon's face. Ignoring Su Qing's earlier instructions, he scooped up the cub, gathered their belongings, and rushed out of the cave while carrying Su Qing on his back. Regret gnawed at him. How could he have listened to her earlier? He should have stayed by her side. If he had, she wouldn't have had to face the ordeal of birthing the cub alone, confronting death and solitude. As he burst forth from the cave, he paused once more. They had ventured deep into the verdant forest, and now a thick fog enveloped them. He could endure it, but how could Su Qing's child withstand such conditions? How could Su Qing possibly endure this? He gazed at the creations of Su Qing, which he had never encountered before. If he were to return to the orc tribe, the high priest and the orcs would undoubtedly interrogate him. Su Qing found himself once again engulfed in turmoil, his footsteps tracing a circle before retreating back into the cave. He gazed intently at Su Qing's serene, sleeping face, reaching out to delicately touch her nose, only to realize her breath had ceased. In moments spent with Su Qing, he only felt the warmth of the mundane and the joy of companionship, until the stark realization of her absence pierced his heart. revealing just how profoundly she mattered to him. Tears welled in Lonjon's eyes, a single drop cascading down his cheek to fall upon the small cub beside him. The little wolf let out a whimper. In that instant, Lonjon understood. With Su Qing gone and Bai Ji also lost, only he and the tiny creature remained. He raised a trembling hand to caress Su Qing's cheek. Rest assured, I will care for the child well. Both you and Bai Ji need not worry. I shall look after your offspring. He wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, making an effort to conjure a smile. Sleep now. Remember to awaken. Do not linger in slumber too long, or else I shall be vexed. Clumsily, Lonjon prepared water to mix the formula for the child. The cub, eyes still closed, instinctively opened its mouth to suckle as the bottle touched its lips. For a fleeting moment, Lonjon found solace for his aching heart. Yet, as Su Qing's slumber stretched on, the unease within him deepened. Did Su Qing deceive him? Was it true that her injuries were so severe that she was destined to die? Su Qing slept for 2 days, during which Lonjon steadfastly remained by her side. The little cub was also well taken care of by him. Its snowy fur was pristine and soft, evoking an instant warmth in one's heart. Lonjon gently wiped Su Qing's face, a tender smile playing at the corners of his lips, as he spoke in an unprecedentedly gentle tone. Su Qing, you have been slumbering for quite a while. Open your eyes and take a look at the baby. Today, it has been gnawing on my fingers. The little rascal is much more active than yesterday. I even gave it a bath, and now it smells delightful. You will surely adore it once you awaken. As Su Qing listened to the incessant murmurs of Lonjon, her brows furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of impatience. Yet, Lonjon remained oblivious, cradling the small cub in his right arm while gently grasping Su Qing's hand with his left, whispering tenderly. Suddenly, his eyes widened, a flicker of astonishment illuminating his azure gaze. He cast aside the wolf cub, whose disgruntled cries he entirely disregarded, fixating intently on Su Qing's fingertips. Had he imagined it? Or had she just moved? Chapter 12. Soothing the fierce beast. Lan Ji. This revelation detonated within his mind. He concentrated on Su Qing's fingertips, fearing the loss of any subtle anomaly. Thump, thump, thump. The rhythmic cadence of heartbeats reverberated in his ears, his own heartbeat mingling with Su Qing's. She had moved. She truly had moved. Once again, Lonjon's eyes brimmed with tears. The leader of the wolf tribe, a figure often perceived as cold and unapproachable, had wept no fewer than 5 times in recent days, all for Su Qing, this delicate and fragile female. Should the members of the wolf tribe witness this scene, they would undoubtedly believe that Su Qing had cast a spell upon their formidable and dignified leader. Su Qing opened her eyes and met the fiery gaze of Lonjon. Momentarily taken aback, had Lonjon been crying? Lonjon gently reached out to touch Su Qing's cheek. You have been asleep for a long time. I feared you might forget to awaken. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, although she was unfamiliar with the concept of faking death. She understood that anything associated with death must bear a resemblance to the deceased. Thus, she uttered a solitary phrase and drifted into slumber without saying more. Lonjon might have presumed her to be lifeless. When she met his gaze, filled with a bloodshot intensity, she couldn't help but smile at his disheveled appearance. Then I owe you my gratitude. Lonjon chuckled softly, embracing Su Qing tightly. Yet, this moment was fleeting, as he quickly released her, fearing that his strength might inadvertently shatter her, for to him, Su Qing now resembled a fragile porcelain vase, something to be cherished with utmost care. Su Qing pushed aside Lonjon, who quickly stood up, caught off guard by the sudden motion. Could this be the same Su Qing who had just been breathless? How could she awaken so vibrant and full of life after just a single nap? Let us hasten to find Lan Ji, she urged. Lonjon furrowed his brow deeply. You are still quite weak. Take the baby with you. I shall prepare some nourishment for you. Upon witnessing Su Qing's return to consciousness, Lonjon's anxious heart found solace. Su Qing wished to express that she had items in her space, yet she required time to organize the goods within the system's marketplace. Thus, she reluctantly acquiesced. As Lonjon departed, he repeatedly cautioned her against leaving the cave. Su Qing agreed, and Lonjon covered the entrance with thorns before finally taking his leave. Su Qing gazed at the little wolf cub nestled on the ground, a small, white bundle that instantly melted her heart. She reached out and cradled it in her arms. The tiny creature was soft and exuded a delightful scent of milk. As she gently stroked the little one, it responded to her touch, nuzzling its tiny nose against her. Su Qing's eyes sparkled with joy, and she took a moment to glance at the system marketplace. It was filled with an array of food and clothing. With a substantial 10,000 points to her name, She had become a modestly wealthy individual. However, she was cautious not to squander her fortune. Aside from items for the baby, she intended to save her points for future wishes. Lonjon returned swiftly, bringing her roasted venison. I was concerned that the scent of blood might attract other beasts, so I took care of it. Please, enjoy your meal first. Su Qing took the food and took a bite, noticing that Lonjon was staring at her intently. You should eat too. There is so much I can't finish. Lonjon averted his gaze and began to eat. Having watched over Su Qing for 2 days without consuming a morsel himself, he was indeed hungry. Have you decided on a name for the child? Lonjon's lips curled into a bittersweet smile. I am not the child's father. I have no right to name him. The honor is yours. Su Qing remarked that all the males of the wolf clan bear the surname Lan, having been born in the verdant green marsh forest. Despite its perils, the forest has nurtured numerous surrounding tribes, which he suggested be named lanes. Naturally, Lonjon had no objections. After finishing their meal, Su Qing urged him to seek out Lan Ji. Lonjon hoisted the young cub onto his back and led Su Qing away. Su Qing discovered that Lonjon was exceedingly clingy towards her, insisting on accompanying her wherever she went, as if fearing she might encounter some misfortune. It seemed to be a lingering effect of her 2-day feigned death. With a sense of resignation, Su Qing decided to indulge him, believing that this phase would eventually pass. The pair wandered through the lush green zay forest for 2 days before finally catching sight of Lan Ji. In the heart of the woods stood a solitary white wolf, its forehead adorned with a striking lightning mark. Lan Ji, Lonjon called out, his deep azure eyes filled with profound sorrow. Su Qing also glanced over. Observing that Lan Ji had transformed into a ferocious beast, his pale blue eyes now shrouded in crimson. Despite Lonjon's calls, he remained unresponsive, throwing his head back to roar. Suddenly, his forepaws struck the ground, propelling him forward like a blade aimed at Su Qing and the others. In a swift motion, Lonjon embraced Su Qing and the child, evading the impending danger, and once they were safely positioned, he shifted into his beast form to engage in combat with Lan Ji. Su Qing observed 2 white shadows swiftly entangled in a fierce struggle. Her heart leapt to her throat as the system detected that Lan Ji had reached the heavenly stage, a force not to be underestimated. It was well understood that malevolent beasts of the same tier possessed greater combat prowess than their humanoid counterparts. After all, no rational madman is invincible. With a resounding crash, Lonjon was struck down by Lan Ji, tumbling across the ground before coming to a halt. It was evident that Lonjon was holding back. While Lan Ji had completely lost his sanity, Lonjon was no match for him, as Lan Ji launched another attack. Su Qing exchanged for a life-saving pill from the system and dashed forward, placing herself in front of Lonjon. She swiftly evaded the oncoming assault. Lonjon's complexion turned pale with fear, his heart racing wildly, due to Su Qing's reckless bravery. Lan Ji had succumbed to madness, and Su Qing's actions were perilously audacious. At this moment, Su Qing found it impossible to evade, for she was protected by the system. However, both Lonjon and the transformed beast, Lan Ji, were reluctant to strike, ultimately leading to their demise. Furthermore, Lan Ji's transformation stemmed partly from her own actions. Suddenly, a tearing sound echoed as her garment was ripped apart, leaving Su Qing's shoulder drenched in blood. Lonjon's eyes reddened as he rushed forward. Su Qing, get out of the way. He covered his injured abdomen while trying to shield Su Qing, but she pushed him away. Su Qing hastily exchanged for several life-saving pills from the system. After swallowing them, she charged once more towards Lan Ji, leaving Lonjon utterly unprepared to intervene. Several times, Su Qing attempted to approach Lan Ji, only to be repelled by his ferocious claws. Each strike from those sharp claws left Su Qing bleeding profusely. Lonjon watched with a heavy heart. Yet Su Qing seemed to have lost his senses, disregarding all advice and refusing to be dissuaded. In a final attempt, as Lan Ji lunged once more, Su Qing seized the moment, leaping onto Lan Ji's back with agility. Su Qing tightly embraced Lan Ji's neck, her voice gentle and soothing. Lan Ji, you will be all right. Do not fear. I am here. The crimson hue in her eyes gradually receded, replaced by a soft azure as Su Qing continued to comfort her. Lan Ji settled down, turning to gaze at the battered Su Qing, shaking her fur to dislodge any remnants of distress, and nuzzled her large head into Su Qing's embrace. Observing this scene, Lonjon felt his worries dissipate, yet he dared not approach, instead watching from a distance as the wolf and the girl shared their moment. Lan Ji nudged closer, extending her tongue to lick the wounds on Su Qing's body, and Su Qing felt a warm sensation at her injuries. With each gentle stroke of Lan Ji's tongue, the wounds began to heal. Su Qing lowered her gaze to the pristine white wolf's head, gently lifting it with her hand to meet its soft blue eyes. "Why are you so foolish? You ran away without uttering a word. Shall I take you home?" Lonji nestled obediently in her embrace, though it was uncertain whether he comprehended her words. Su Qing cautiously stood up, but as soon as she distanced herself from Lan Ji, his breath began to quicken once more, and his eyes started to redden, indicating the onset of another frenzy. Su Qing gently lifted her hand to rest upon Lan Ji's head, delicately caressing his hair. Su Qing was quite certain that she could soothe Lan Ji's emotions. Lonjon also understood, as he gazed into Su Qing's eyes, which seemed to deepen with contemplation, reminiscent of his own past. "Lonjon, let us take him away." Chapter 13. Healing the unknown male. Lonjon's thoughts were pulled back, and he nodded solemnly. Lan Ji was quite attached to Su Qing. The moment her hand left his body, he would spiral into a frenzy. Su Qing could only ride upon the beastly form of Lan Ji, following him as he roamed about. Even during the night, when they rested, Lan Ji remained closely nestled against Su Qing. Whenever she turned away from him, he would anxiously pull her back into his embrace, his possessiveness manifesting in tender licks. Initially, Lonjon thought it would be best for Lan Ji to stabilize his emotions. However, witnessing the two of them closely intertwined now, with him cradling the little cub on the other side, he felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Even experiencing a tinge of jealousy, Su Qing had never caressed his beastly form with such tenderness. Close to Su Qing, Lan Ji's emotions remained relatively stable. Yet upon the approach of Lonjon, his demeanor shifted. He bared his teeth, displaying a vivid possessiveness that forbade Lonjon from coming near. Even when Su Qing reached out to touch the little cub, Lan Ji expressed his displeasure, albeit not as vehemently as when Lonjon approached Su Qing. Lan Ji had found his baby, who was still quite small, and Lonjon did not intend to linger any longer. The treacherous perils of the Green-Zay forest weighed heavily on his mind, and he feared he might not be able to handle them. Although returning to the tribe posed its own challenges in terms of Lan Ji's accommodation, it was still preferable to the current situation. Lonjon hoisted the baby onto his back and gazed at Su Qing, who sat upon Lan Ji. He spoke softly, "Once we are prepared, we shall set forth." Su Qing nodded, seizing the opportunity presented by the morning mist that enveloped the surroundings, and stepped out of the cave. After a brief walk, he encountered a pack of primordial wolves, their eyes glinting with a greenish hue, fixated on him with a predatory gaze. Lonji bared his teeth, letting out a long howl, and charged into the fray. Su Qing was thrown to the ground, and before she could rise, a wolf charged towards her. Su Qing swiftly rolled over, leaping to her feet and dashing into the thicket of thorns. Lonjon's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed towards Su Qing's location, only to find himself besieged by a pack of wolves, leaving him with no opportunity to escape. The battle had paused for more than half an hour, and both Lonji and Lonjon bore some wounds. Lonji began to grow agitated. "First, locate Su Qing. You must maintain control." It was uncertain whether Lonji grasped the urgency of the situation, but Lonjon paid him no heed and began searching in the direction where Su Qing had vanished. In her desperate bid to evade the relentless pursuit of the wolf, Su Qing dashed forward, ultimately becoming ensnared in a labyrinth of her own making. While the wolf vanished into the shadows, furrowing her brows, she surveyed her surroundings, where the forest was shrouded in mist, limiting her vision to a mere couple of meters. Hesitant to make any rash movements for fear of encountering even more perilous beasts, she sought guidance from the system. However, since the birth of her child, it seemed as though the system had fallen silent, offering her no response whatsoever. Raising her gaze to the pale sun filtering through the haze, she ventured eastward. Time slipped away as she walked, and suddenly, the tranquility of the forest was shattered by the rustling of leaves. Su Qing held her breath, her eyes fixed intently on the thicket. This time, she distinctly discerned a sound, a voice, unmistakably human. Su Qing's eyes sparkled with brightness. She feared that if she continued to wander, she might succumb to the cold and perish within the woods. Cautiously, she made her way towards the source of the sound, and a figure emerged into her line of sight. It was a man, his features sharply defined, appearing far more solemn than Lan Ji. The man's physique was taut with muscle, and his upper body was marred with scars inflicted by wild beasts, blood streaming profusely down his form. Su Qing cautiously crouched down to probe the situation. "Can you hear me?" The man suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of yellow-amber irises that locked onto Su Qing's gaze, narrowing dangerously. Where did this female come from? Su Qing offered no response. Her gaze fixed upon his wound. If you continue to delay, you shall perish. Such a handsome orc, it would be a pity for him to die. Without waiting for the orc's reaction, Su Qing swiftly tore apart the blood-soaked burlap shirt. His heart had been lacerated by sharp claws, and his internal organs were grievously ruptured. Self-healing was no longer an option. She proceeded to clean his wounds, and though he wished to resist, he possessed little strength to do so. Su Qing pressed his hand firmly, assuring him, "Trust me, I can save you." Qiming was momentarily taken aback by this gesture, his amber eyes flickering with unspoken emotions before quickly concealing them. Noticing the male's reluctance had dissipated, Su Qing administered a sedative pill, followed by the meticulous task of suturing his wounds. To his astonishment, Qiming discovered that the needles traversing his flesh, along with the excruciating pain that threatened to overwhelm him, seemed to have vanished. Once the wounds were tended to, Su Qing offered Qiming a restorative pill. "What brings you to the green marsh forest?" Qiming inquired, his voice imbued with a refreshing clarity, reminiscent of one who has just quenched their thirst. Su Qing helplessly spread her hands, stating that she had become separated from her family. Females are exceedingly rare among the orcs, and for their safety, it is utterly impossible to allow them into the verdant forest, let alone. The words of the young female before him elicited a measure of belief from Qiming. "Could you please assist me in shifting my position? I have wounds on my lower back as well." Su Qing hurriedly turned the beast's body over. The wounds were no less numerous than those on the front. She diligently tended to them once more. After a flurry of activity, her body had long since succumbed to exhaustion. She lay softly on the ground as the sky began to darken. Su Qing was utterly unfamiliar with the verdant Zealand forest. The bloodstains still clung to the beast's body, and the allure of wild creatures at night was a thought too daunting to entertain. Qiming also comprehended the gravity of the situation. There lay a cave ahead, a refuge to seek for the time being. Su Qing nodded as Qiming managed to rise unsteadily to his feet. With remarkable reflexes, Su Qing swiftly supported him. When Qiming felt the warmth of Su Qing's hand against his skin, his amber eyes flickered. This contact was unlike the sensation experienced during the treatment of his wounds, and he found it oddly comforting. "We must hurry. It will be difficult to see once night falls," Su Qing urged. Qiming, pulled back from his reverie, guided Su Qing toward the entrance of the cave. Su Qing's lips twitched. Was this not the cave they had departed from that morning? Something felt amiss. Qiming, with his amber eyes fixed on Su Qing, noticed her unusual expression and inquired softly, "Is everything all right?" "It's nothing. My family and I just left here this morning," she replied. The beast, inhaling the faint scent lingering in the air, recognized the essence of two males, his gaze darkening slightly. As twilight descended, Su Qing, having not eaten for a considerable time, felt a pang of hunger. Reluctant to reveal her spatial abilities in the presence of an unfamiliar male beast, she excused herself to take a brief stroll, returning with food in hand. She kindled a fire and began to roast the provisions. The enticing aroma wafted throughout the cave, captivating Qiming's attention. In his understanding, females were typically delicate beings, requiring careful protection, yet the petite female before him, though slender, exuded strength. She was capable of hunting, healing him, and her culinary skills were evidently refined and methodical. Curiosity sparked within him. What kind of family could raise such a formidable female? "Please, eat," she urged, as the unfamiliar scent tantalized his nostrils. The beast's amber eyes flickered momentarily, hesitating before extending his hand to accept the offering. Su Qing took a bite, her heart brimming with satisfaction. Though the verdant forest was fraught with peril, she had previously foraged for cumin and pepper within its depths. With great care, she had transformed these ingredients into a delectable seasoning, enhancing the aroma of the roasted meat beyond the ordinary. Observing Su Qing's delight as she savored her meal, her cheeks puffed with pleasure and her stomach emitted a soft growl, Qiming quickly took a bite himself. The exquisite flavors danced upon his palate, and his amber eyes sparkled with intrigue. "What have you added?" Su Qing was not stingy, generously spreading the seasonings before him. They exuded a delightful aroma, abundant in the verdant forest. Qiming was familiar with these ingredients, yet they had always refrained from consuming them, as advised by the elder orc from their tribe since childhood. The more intense the flavor, the greater the toxicity, or so they believed. Yet, to his astonishment, the petite female before him dared to partake, and he followed suit, discovering the exquisite taste that danced upon his palate. The male beast's gaze was laden with complexity as he closed his eyes, bracing for the inevitable embrace of death. He bore no resentment towards the young female, after all. Were it not for her, he would have succumbed long ago. Chapter 14. The tribe's male beasts in courteousness. Su Qing was oblivious to Qing Ming's inner thoughts. Mistakenly believing he was weary, she secured the entrance with thorns and nestled into the haystack, for she too was fatigued. Qing Ming awaited the arrival of death. Yet instead of demise, he was met with slumber. He roamed the realms of dreams throughout the night, only to awaken abruptly at dawn, his senses heightened by the stirrings at the cave entrance. Swiftly, he vanished into the shadows. Su Qing awoke to the sensation of being licked, her distaste evident as she swatted at the mischievous creature. As she opened her eyes, she found herself gazing into a pair of pale blue irises. Lan Ji had come to find her. Su Qing joyfully embraced the wolf's head and playfully tugged at it a few times, seemingly forgetting something. When she finally came to her senses, she realized that the masculine figure had long since vanished from the cave, prompting her to pout in discontent. She had rescued a wide-eyed wolf. Su Qing grasped the white wolf fur and stood up, brushing off the grass clippings from her clothing. We should return to the tribe. Lonjon must be terribly anxious. In truth, Su Qing felt unjustly wronged towards Qing Ming. He sensed that the approaching beast posed no threat and recalled what the young female had mentioned about her family. It was then that he realized it was unbecoming for a solitary female to remain in such company, prompting him to conceal himself nearby to protect her. As Qing Ming observed Su Qing safely depart, he swiftly vanished into the depths of the forest. Lonji, clinging closely behind Su Qing, failed to comprehend her words. Today, the mist had lifted, allowing Su Qing to see further, and walking alongside Lan Ji in the woods instilled a sense of security within her. However, she was perhaps too optimistic. The wild beasts, usually elusive, seemed as though they had been equipped with a tracking device for her these past few days. Today, she had already encountered the third wave of them, and they had become lost in the verdant forest, unable to find their way back to the tribe. In a state of disarray, she clung to Lan Ji's back as he carried her in a frantic dash. Behind them were the ferocious beasts. Su Qing stole a glance over her shoulder, her heart racing. If she were to be bitten, her life would surely end here. Here, they were here. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated through the air. Su Qing lifted her gaze, only to find a sharp arrow whizzing past her cheek. The archer was Lonjon, his masculine eyes cold and his expression stern. However, upon meeting Su Qing's gaze, a flicker of warmth passed through his eyes. Su Qing, do not fear. I am here. Lonjon's deep voice brought her a sense of reassurance. The arrow's feather struck directly into the eye of a beast behind her, blood splattering across Su Qing's face. She wiped it away and, with a leap, landed on the ground. Yet, before she could steady herself, she fell into a powerful embrace. I am relieved you are unharmed. You truly scared me. Su Qing had yet to respond, when behind her, Lan Ji could no longer contain himself, baring his teeth and growling. Su Qing hurriedly raised her hand to pat Lan Ji's head, soothing him. It's all right, my dear. Lonjon glared at Lan Ji, but did not forget to respond to Su Qing's words. The baby is in the tribe, safe and sound. Su Qing felt at ease as Lonjon, accompanied by the male members of the tribe, dealt with the beasts that had pursued her and returned to the settlement. Upon entering the village, the villagers gathered around with concern. Chief, are you unharmed? They inquired. You have brought back such a bounty of food. Truly impressive. They marveled. How has Su Qing returned? Was she not supposed to have perished in the green marsh forest? As Su Qing's gaze swept over the speaking female, she seemed to vanish for a day, causing rumors of her death to circulate. Ah, how they must long for her demise. Su Qing, how dare you return? Having been with the leader, yet bearing the child of Lan Ji, allowing him to transform into a beast for your sake, truly, you are a harbinger of misfortune. Indeed, the leader even sought the beastmen to rescue her. Such a calamity deserves to be torn apart by wild beasts. Led by Zhuoyang. The females cast envious glances at Su Qing. Why should the leader protect her so fiercely, risking his own life to venture into the verdant forest for her? What merits does she possess? The beastmen of the tribe all witnessed the cub brought back, adorned in pure white fur, further confirming the child's lineage to Lan Ji. At this moment, the females rallied in support of the leader, wishing fervently for him to disdain Su Qing, so they might ascend to prominence. Su Qing let out a cold laugh, poised to retort, when Lonjon's gaze swept over the few magnetic speakers. The madness was the fate of every male. Even if Lan Ji were not driven to madness by Su Qing, it would have been by some other force. Moreover, the tribe demanded unity. And now that Su Qing was with child, She was no longer a low-fertility female, but equal to them all. Should I hear anyone slandering her again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Lonjon's expression turned stern, causing the females to turn pale with fear, hastily sealing their lips. Su Qing held her head high with an air of arrogance. After all, having a powerful ally made all the difference. Lonjon took Su Qing by the hand and said, "Let us go see the baby." Lan Ji fixated on Lonjon's grasp, his gaze flickering. Though he refrained from baring his teeth, he continued to closely follow Su Qing, his demeanor evidently much more composed. As Su Qing and the three beasts departed, a sense of dissatisfaction lingered among the females, led by Zhuiyang. It's merely the birth of offspring. How boastful she is. The lingering males furrowed their brows upon hearing the females' remarks. After all, Su Qing has successfully given birth, while you all, on the same day as her coming-of-age ceremony, chose beast husbands of the Xian and Huang rank, yet not a single one of you is pregnant. Indeed, all you do is spout empty words. It seems Su Qing's fertility surpasses yours. These words were undoubtedly slaps, landing harshly upon the faces of the females. Su Qing returned to the familiar cave and beheld the cub lying there, her heart softening. The child has been returned to you. Henceforth, never act recklessly again. The high priest cast a reproachful glance at Su Qing before departing with a terse remark. Su Qing, indifferent to her presence, gently caressed the young cubs. Lonji approached, obediently resting at her feet. However, as soon as Lonjon drew near, the cub raised its head and bared its teeth at him. Infuriated, Lonjon gritted his teeth and shot him a glare, urging him to attend to his own affairs. Gradually, Lonji's emotions stabilized. Su Qing often took the cubs for strolls, with Lonji faithfully accompanying her. Yet, given that Lonji was a fearsome beast, everyone instinctively kept their distance. Nonetheless, the males in the tribe exhibited strange behavior. Upon her arrival, they would smile at her. Some, more audacious, even struck poses to flaunt their muscles. Su Qing found herself somewhat bewildered, uncertain of the reason behind this peculiar occurrence. Su Qing, you are truly exquisite. This is for you. A male orc appeared before her, cradling a bouquet of wildflowers. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, unsure whether to accept the gift, but before she could react, the flowers were already in her hands, and the orc dashed away. Yet, this was not the end of it. As she continued on her way, the male orc either presented her with flowers or offered her food, and even gifted her precious crystal stones. The crystal stones, a universal currency among the orc tribes, extracted from magical beasts, were exceedingly rare. How could he simply bestow them upon her? Su Qing hurriedly waved his hand in refusal, causing the male to leave in a state of dejection. Su Qing wore a bewildered expression. Had they all taken leave of their senses? Why were they so fervent? One after another? For several consecutive days, Su Qing received gifts from the males, with some even daring enough to deliver them to the entrance of the wolf den. Su Qing was suffering from a severe headache as she stowed her belongings into the system space, intending to return them the next time they encountered one another. Today, Lonjon entered with a dark expression, and upon seeing Su Qing lying on the bed cradling a young creature, his azure eyes instantly clouded with gloom. Before Su Qing could comprehend the situation, she found herself pinned down by him. "What are you doing? Have you taken the wrong medicine?" Lonjon did not allow Su Qing a chance to respond, swiftly pushing the small creature aside as he advanced. Su Qing, feeling helpless, had no choice but to follow his lead. Initially, Lonjon wore a fierce expression, but gradually his demeanor softened, and his gaze towards Su Qing was filled with a sense of grievance. You cannot accept those masculine things, nor can you engage with them intimately. Chapter 15. Are you putting on a fade of profundity tonight? Su Qing felt somewhat bewildered as it dawned on her that the unusual behavior of the males in the tribe over the past few days was motivated by a desire to conceive a child with her. Perhaps the excitement stemmed from the males yearning to leave a legacy after she bore the child of Lonjon. Su Qing was rendered speechless. "No, you needn't worry," he reassured her. With this promise, Lonjon's spirits lifted, and his movements became gentler. It had been several days since he had the chance to be close to Su Qing. She had either been occupied by the baby or by Lonji. Today, he had blocked the entrance, preventing Lonji from intruding, granting him ample time to savor each moment. As they indulged until the late hours of the night, Lonjon suddenly let out a low growl, leaving Su Qing bewildered. The system emitted a sharp, resonant sound. Lonjon had ascended to the spirit beast realm. Now standing at the initial stage of this realm, Su Qing gazed at Lonjon with excitement. contemplating the possibility of bearing even more exceptional offspring and accumulating greater points. However, the system doused her enthusiasm with a cold reality. Her current level was too low to conceive a child of the spirit beast realm's third tier. The thought of having a second child with Lonjon left Su Qing feeling as wilted as a frostbitten cucumber. Lonjon, regaining his composure, was overwhelmed with joy. He realized that Su Qing had played a crucial role in his previous frenzy, and her influence had also facilitated his entry into the spirit beast realm. Thus, he resolved to engage with Su Qing more frequently. Such unions would allow him to ascend further. His eyes sparkled as he gazed at her, sending a shiver down her spine. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she was enveloped in a wave of intense sensations. Su Qing sighed deeply, lamenting that the night seemed intent on her demise. When dawn broke, Su Qing awoke to find herself staring into Lonjon's eyes. "You're awake?" He spoke softly. In response, Su Qing raised her hand and slapped him. "Get away from me," she exclaimed, feeling utterly exhausted. Undeterred by her rejection, Lonjon remained unfazed. "Are you hungry? Let me prepare something for you," he offered. Su Qing glared at him, expressing her disdain. "I do not wish to see you." Lonjon, with a smile, assisted Su Qing in donning her garments. Suddenly, a series of muffled thuds resonated from the doorway, accompanied by anguished cries. Su Qing and Lonjon exchanged a glance. And Lonjon, feeling a twinge of guilt, averted his gaze. He had inadvertently blocked the entrance the previous night. Su Qing shot him an incredulous glance, clearly skeptical of his claim of unintentionality. Did he truly expect him to believe such words? Lonjon tidied himself up and opened the cave, only to be met with a white figure darting towards him. With remarkable agility, Lonjon sidestepped just in time to evade the impending attack. "Lan Ji, cease at once," Su Qing shouted, while Lan Ji glared at Lonjon and let out an angry roar. He quickly approached Su Qing, nuzzling his wolfish head into her embrace, his eyes brimming with a sense of grievance. Lonjon received yet another exasperated glance, hastily uttering a remark before departing the cave. After a prolonged bout of clinginess, Lonji finally settled down. Su Qing turned her head to see the baby suddenly open his eyes, his azure gaze stirring excitement within her heart. She embraced him warmly, cherishing the moment. As the baby grew day by day, the once cozy cave could no longer contain him. He yearned to venture outside and explore the world. Su Qing regularly takes her offspring out for walks, and the males of the tribe become increasingly eager. From the moment she steps outside, she is invariably surrounded by these males. Despite several subtle hints directed towards her, Su Qing graciously declines their advances. The males, undeterred, gaze at the young one in her arms, unwilling to give up. "Su Qing, I am enamored with you and wish to mate. Should you consent, I am willing to join your family." The system responds. The male's rank is too low to qualify for siring offspring with the host. Su Qing firmly declined, and several male suitors candidly expressed their desire to bear offspring with her, only to be systematically rejected one by one. In truth, Su Qing held no affection for them, and thus found solace in the ease of the situation. As Xiao Lanes matured, his appetite began to surge dramatically, prompting Lonjon to frequently venture into the wild in pursuit of sustenance for the family. One night, as they settled down to sleep, footsteps echoed within the cave. Su Qing initially assumed it was Lonjon returning, contemplating that even with her low fertility status, she surely must have some chance. She pulled Lonjon onto the bed, only to encounter a chilling sensation beneath her hand. Unperturbed, she attributed it to the cold air he must have encountered outside. Climbing onto the bed, she nestled against him. But the figure beneath her suddenly tensed, his muscles rigid as stone. Su Qing felt increasingly perplexed. "Are you tired?" Usually, whenever Su Qing took the initiative, Lonjon would eagerly respond, but tonight was indeed peculiar. Lonjon remained silent, merely wrapping his arms tightly around Su Qing. Su Qing felt the rapid breaths beside him. He was stirred with emotion, yet why did he hesitate to act? Was he merely putting on a facade of profundity this evening? Su Qing chuckled teasingly, her hands restlessly moving, the firm muscles beneath her fingers captivating her. A suppressed sound emerged from above, eliciting a playful smile at the corners of Su Qing's lips. No matter how weary she felt, she could not resist the allure. However, she soon found herself momentarily stunned by Lonjon's actions. He enveloped her in his embrace, rolling them both in a gentle motion. Though Lonjon overshadowed Su Qing, he remained still, their breaths quickening in the charged atmosphere. "Sleep," Lonjon murmured in a husky tone, prompting a laugh from Su Qing. "Very well," I shall let you off this time. Su Qing turned to her side. While Lonjon lay beside her, his muscles taut. Typically, he would embrace her waist as they drifted into slumber, but tonight he lay still as a stone, not moving an inch. Su Qing did not dwell on it, assuming he was merely fatigued. After a night of restful slumber, the individual beside him, awakened by the rhythmic cadence of Su Qing's breathing, suddenly opened his eyes. The moonlight streamed through the cave, illuminating those amber-hued orbs. This was Qing Ming, the male he had rescued in the verdant forest. As he gazed upon the delicate profile of the female, his previously tense muscles began to relax. His fingertips grazed softly against her, and his breath grew anxious once more. The boldness of her actions left him unable to suppress a swallow. Ultimately, he closed his eyes deeply and slipped out of the cave. In the ensuing days, Qing Ming continued to visit by night and depart by day, maintaining his habitual restraint, lying quietly beside Su Qing. Yet, from a state of initial awkwardness, he gradually became more at ease, at times even daring to embrace Su Qing with a measured gentleness. Su Qing allowed him to behave this way, believing it was merely a manifestation of his compassion for her, given that she had recently given birth and he felt guilty for his previous indulgence. As dawn broke, Su Qing gazed at the empty bed beside her, perplexed by his unexpected diligence. In the afternoon, Lonjon arrived. This was the first time in 5 days that Su Qing had seen him during daylight. Upon their meeting, Lonjon tossed the food he had brought into the courtyard, his eyes sparkling with mischief as he leaned in closer. Su Qing, have you missed me? Su Qing intended to say that they had met only last night, so why was he speaking nonsense? Before she could respond, Lonjon, filled with excitement, bent down to lift her up, closed the wolf den, and carried Su Qing to the stone bed. Su Qing gazed at the undulating figure of Lonjon, her hand resting on his waist. Encouraged, Lonjon's movements grew more fervent. The commotion within the cavern was considerable, the stone bed crashing against the walls. Even the mice, who had been dozing with half-closed eyes, were startled into a frenzied escape. Next door, Lonji opened his eyes, baring his teeth in a low growl, his claws relentlessly scratching at the wall. Lonze, wide-eyed, wandered near Lonji, ears perked as he listened, and soon joined in the clawing at the stone. In the depths of the cave, a pair of amber eyes flickered, tightening with each breath at the sound of a female voice. Indeed, in the presence of her mate, she was fervent, alluring, and utterly irresistible. Chapter 16. A ceasefire for her. As winter descended, the tribe's orcs began to stockpile resources. Lonjon took the males of the tribe out on a hunting expedition, which lasted several days. This night, he returned. Upon his arrival, he seized Su Qing and pulled her onto the stone bed. With a sigh, Su Qing realized that this wolf was indeed ravenous. However, once on the bed, Lonjon fell silent, lying still as he had in the preceding days. System, what do you think he desires? Su Qing inquired, but the system offered no response, merely acknowledging her with a sound. Host, please become pregnant and give birth as soon as possible. Su Qing gritted her teeth. Does she not wish to conceive? Yet, that requires the other party to take the initiative. Su Qing turned over and climbed up. Lonjon's muscles tensed as he raised his hand to firmly grasp Su Qing's slender waist, preventing him from coming any closer. Su Qing, filled with indignation, found her hands beginning to flail, only to have them seized by Lonjon, who restrained her wrists behind her back. Su Qing, filled with irritation, turned over. Noticing that Lonjon had fallen silent, she suddenly launched an assault. Her lips drew near, causing Lonjon to shudder momentarily before he forcefully pushed her away. Su Qing furrowed her brows even tighter. Where had she just kissed that felt so cold? After several attempts that ended in failure, Su Qing grew disheartened. Given that conception was not guaranteed, perhaps it was best not to exhaust her energy further. Su Qing closed her eyes and chose to succumb to slumber. Beside her, the male opened his eyes once more, his amber pupils gazing deeply at Su Qing, a hint of amusement flickering at the corners of his eyes. Such eagerness. Should I not indulge you? Within the cave, the only sound was Su Qing's soothing breaths. The absence of Lonjon had grown concerning, and the night was eerily silent. Today, while accompanying little Lonze outside, she dared not venture far into the periphery, opting instead to linger nearby. Suddenly, a wolf's howl pierced the air, startling Su Qing. An enemy attack, the males defending the tribe rallied for battle. The male, Lans, shouted. He stood at the pinnacle of the earth tier, the highest rank within the tribe. All the males transformed into their beast forms and rushed out in a frenzy. The females of the tribe, pale with fear, desperately sought refuge, while Su Qing clutched little Lan Ji, who was attempting to flee, and hurried back toward the cave. Yet, the chaos of battle swiftly spread, and Su Qing could hear the cries of combat echoing around her. In terror, she turned back, only to meet the gaze of those amber eyes, the owner of which was also watching her intently. Su Qing hesitated for a moment, sidestepping the rushing male as she hurried towards the cave. Although she had only encountered him once, she recognized him well. He was the male she had rescued in the verdant forest. How could he have come to assault the wolf clan tribe? As Su Qing was running, a female suddenly grabbed her, urging her to take refuge here with her baby. Su Qing raised her head to gaze at the aged female before her, offering a grateful nod. Which tribe do these orcs belong to? The females hiding here were not solely Su Qing. At that moment, everyone anxiously watched the battle, curious to speak. The Python tribe, led by their chieftain. Their chieftain has also arrived. What shall we do? Our tribe has harbored deep-seated grievances against theirs for ages, and now they seem to have targeted us with the chieftain absent from the tribe, launching an attack. It is uncertain, but our tribe faces dire straits. The chieftain of the Python tribe, Qing Ming, has reached the pinnacle of the heavenly stage, and all the capable males from our tribe have been led away by him. Are we to face annihilation? As the conversation progressed, some females had already begun to weep softly. Males are typically the first to be exterminated, while we females are destined to be treated as mere playthings for their desires, faring worse than the females in the breeding pits. The tremors in the voices of the females only amplified the fear. As they witnessed all the males led by Lans being captured, the injuries sustained by everyone were grievous. The males of the Python tribe were scouring their vicinity, and it was evident that the hiding places of the females were on the verge of being discovered. The strength of the females paled in comparison to that of the males. The fate awaiting them would undoubtedly be tragic. Su Qing furrowed her brow. Although she harbored a disdain for the wolf clan, her gaze fell upon the infant before her, accompanied by Lonjon and Lan Ji. She gritted her teeth and cradled the baby as she stepped forward. She was willing to take a gamble, to see if Qing Ming would remember the life-saving grace she had once bestowed upon him. Moreover, she genuinely needed to explore other tribes in search of a suitable mate, as the system had been pressing her increasingly urgently of late. Even if things did not go as planned, she had her own means of extricating herself. Come back. Su Qing, what are you doing? Don't create trouble, a female called out softly, reaching out to pull her back. Yet, Su Qing moved swiftly, evading the throng of beastmen and advancing to the forefront. What madness has overtaken her? Does she believe herself to be a male? Sang Yu frowned, as several older females shared her bewilderment. However, a flicker of amusement crossed Shui Yang's face. Since Su Qing had overstepped her bounds, she could not blame others for the consequences. Go on, let Su Qing perish, only then will the chief belong to me. Su Qing cradled the wolf cub in her arms, seized a rough weapon from the ground, and advanced towards Qing Ming. Whenever she encountered a male from the Python tribe blocking her path, she raised her weapon and retaliated. Qing Ming attentively observed Su Qing's actions. Now, witnessing her armed assault against his faction, a smirk of intrigue played upon his lips. Noticing her decisive and fierce strikes, his interest deepened, and he felt a sense of pride in not having misjudged her. This young female was indeed extraordinary. Before Su Qing could reach him, Qing Ming leapt to her side, wrapping his arms around her waist and drawing her into his embrace. Su Qing raised her gaze to meet his amber eyes, clearly perceiving the intense possessiveness reflected within them. Are you willing to come with me? A glimmer of dark light flickered in Su Qing's eyes. She had made the right wager. If I agree, can you make them cease their fighting? The reflection of her image filled Qing Ming's gaze. If you are willing, I shall halt. I am willing to accompany you. She discerned from Qing Ming's eyes that he would not harm her. A smile played upon Qing Ming's lips, a fleeting warmth breaking through his icy demeanor. Cease, he called out, and the males halted their skirmish, gazing up at their leader with confusion, their eyes betraying a sense of reluctance. Leader, victory is within our grasp. Our two tribes have battled for years, and today we could finally see the outcome. With Lonjon absent, this is an unparalleled opportunity. Qing Ming's eyes turned frigid. My words no longer hold weight, do they? The males ceased their actions, yet resentment lingered in their gazes. All for a mere female. Just for one female. We squander this precious opportunity. As the fighting subsided, the high priest emerged with the beast men, his eyes flickering upon the entwined hands around Su Qing's waist. Su Qing beheld her, struggling to free herself from Qing Ming's embrace. Allow me a few words, she implored. Qing Ming narrowed his amber eyes. You wouldn't have a change of heart, would you? Su Qing provocatively spoke, Are you afraid you can't win? Upon hearing this, Qing Ming threw his head back and laughed heartily. What do you think? After speaking, Qing Ming released his hold on Su Qing's waist. Yet his amber eyes remained fixed upon her intently. Should she attempt to flee, he would immediately resume the battle. The high priest, observing Su Qing, furrowed his brow, his gaze laden with complexity. What do you intend to do? Su Qing was straightforward. He promised that as long as I accompanied him, the fighting would cease. In this way, males would not be slaughtered, and females would not be reduced to sexual slaves, representing the least detrimental outcome. The high priestess wore a complex expression. The former Su Qing had been timid and cowardly, while the latter had been audacious and flamboyant, yet fundamentally, both were self-serving. She never anticipated that there would come a day when Su Qing would stand up for the tribe. Have you truly considered this? Once you depart, it is possible that the infamous cold-bloodedness of the Python tribe, particularly the renowned ruthlessness of Qing Ming, will prevail. If Su Qing departs, the prospects are dire. Chapter 17. The cub belongs to Lonjon. Su Qing, safeguarded by the protective system, was assured of her safety. She entrusted the precious infant in her arms to the high priest. Please take good care of the baby. When Lonjon returns, he will help me return the child to him. The high priest gazed at the delicate bundle before him, his fingertips trembling. Su Qing harbored no fear of the high priest harboring malicious intentions towards her child. She exchanged for a talisman of peace from the system marketplace. As long as her child faced the peril of death, the talisman would intercept any lethal blow, and the child would be instantaneously transported to her system space, where the specialized birthing system would ensure its safety. Su Qing gently kissed the infant, her first child, feeling an inevitable pang of reluctance in her heart. She cast one last glance at the baby before placing the child into the high priest's embrace and swiftly turning away. The high priest, witnessing Su Qing's actions, felt as though the weight of the world rested upon his arms. The other females were moved by her selfless act, despite the tribe's treatment of her. She chose to sacrifice herself for their sake. The gazes of the females towards her shifted, while the males gritted their teeth in frustration. They would rather perish on the battlefield than trade a female for their own safety. However, the die had been cast. The ruthless ferocity of the Python tribe left them no choice but to face annihilation. The males exhibited no fear, yet the females and their young were gripped by terror. Their once stalwart resolve began to waver, yielding to despair as tears welled in their eyes. Fixating intently on Su Qing, Qing Ming observed Su Qing fulfilling her promise, a chilling smile gracing his lips as he wrapped his arm around her waist. You belong to me now. Su Qing refrained from comment, fully aware that she belonged to no one but herself. As for the males, they were mere tools. If they wished to speak thus, let them. With the lofty status of Qing Ming, she found far greater joy in the tools presented to her than he could ever know. Unaware of Su Qing's true thoughts, Qing Ming fulfilled his wishes by leading away the small female, ensuring his subordinates departed from the wolf tribe. The high priestess stood at the entrance of the wolf tribe, cradling the infant and gazing intently ahead. It was only after 5 days that Lonjon returned. Upon entering the tribe, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. The orcs within the tribe rejoiced at their leader's return, relieved to be free from fear after days of anxiety over the potential return of the Python tribe. The high priestess was elated by the news, yet her expression grew complex as she looked at the infant in her arms. With a deep sigh, she welcomed Lonjon. Leader, welcome back safely. Lonjon waved his hand, instructing the orcs to distribute the spoils of their hunt. His eyes darted around, searching for that familiar figure, but eventually, he turned away in disappointment, realizing she must be resting in the den. He missed her, uncertain if she felt the same about him. Has everything been well lately? Lonjon inquired, intent on visiting the small female, but the high priestess remained silent, handing the baby to him. This is entrusted to you by Su Qing. Lonjon's expression darkened as he beheld the small wolf cub. Has she run away? The high priestess, puzzled by his question, recounted the events of the past few days. With each word, Lonjon's frown deepened, his gaze fixed on the cub, his heart aching at Su Qing's sacrifice for the tribe, especially when the tribe had not treated her kindly. He remained lost in thought for a long moment. Leader, please calm yourself. We can discuss matters later. The high priestess, noticing his distress, urged him to consider not only Su Qing's safety, but also the well-being of the orc tribe. Clutching the baby, Lonjon trudged into the den. Inhaling the familiar scent that filled the air, his steps heavy. The cub suddenly cried out, stirring noises within the den. He stepped forward with excitement, convinced the high priestess was jesting. Su Qing had promised to wait for his return. Upon entering the den, his gaze collided with that of the irritable Lan Ji. Scanning the cave, he confirmed that Su Qing was indeed absent. He sank down, holding the cub close, a tear slowly trailing down his cheek. He cared not for whose child Su Qing bore. All he desired was for her to remain by his side. Was this simple wish too much to ask? His heart ached with a dull pain. Just as he was about to move, the wolf cub in his arms opened its mouth, unleashing a tiny whirlwind. He paused, momentarily believing he had imagined it. Exiting the den with the cub, he approached the High Priestess's door. "What orders do you have, leader?" Lonjon remained silent, allowing the High Priest to escort him to the divine talent stone platform. The orcs observed their leader's actions intently. Upon noticing him bringing the wolf cub to the platform, murmurs erupted among the onlookers. What could the leader be up to? Was he testing the cub's innate abilities? It seemed so. Perhaps the leader had grown weary of Su Qing and sought to ascertain the child's parentage. How ridiculous it was to think such a tiny creature could be tested. Had the leader lost his wits? The whispers grew louder. Lonjon's hands trembled as he cradled the little wolf cub. The High Priest noticed this clearly. Why must it come to this? The truth was not so paramount. The High Priest tacitly accepted that the child belonged to Lan Ji. She was aware that Lonjon shared this belief. Yet now, with this sudden test, what on earth was he contemplating? Lonjon did not respond to the chatter around him, his gaze soft as he held the wolf cub, placing its tiny paw upon the stone. Suddenly, the divine talent stone erupted with a radiant white light, leaving the orcs in stunned silence. The brilliance stung Lonjon's eyes, a single tear cascading down, splattering heavily onto the ground. The white light signified wind-based abilities, confirming the child was indeed the leader's. Goodness, it truly was the leader's child. Had it not been claimed to belong to Lan Ji? For such a small infant to exhibit wind-based skills, the intensity of the light indicated a heavenly rank ability. Astonishing. Su Qing was remarkable, not only bearing the leader's child, but also giving birth to one of such caliber. Public opinion regarding Su Qing began to shift. The High Priest was more exhilarated than anyone. She had believed the leader would remain without heirs. Who would have thought Su Qing possessed such prowess? Not only conceiving but also delivering such a formidable wolf cub? Hope blossomed for their tribe. The High Priest's eyes glistened with tears. As Lonjon held the cub, his body gradually hunched, and he sank to the ground, weeping openly. He had spoken of this. He had voiced his belief. How could he have doubted? Why was he so reluctant to accept? The child was theirs. At the moment the light burst forth, a familiar figure flashed through his mind. The one who had rushed in during his frenzy, disregarding their own safety to bring him back to calmness. He had once envied Lan Ji, but had forgotten how fortunate he truly was. He was unworthy. The image of Su Qing earnestly declaring the child was his replayed endlessly in his thoughts. His heart ached, the towering figure of a man now weeping with choked sobs. Lonjon's voice was hoarse. "The child is mine, it is mine. I may doubt myself, but how could I ever doubt Su Qing?" Chapter 18. I have been enchanted with love flowers. Can you assist in breaking the spell? The High Priest felt a tightness in her chest as she gazed at the imposing leader, reflecting on her earlier discontent with Su Qing's treatment. At this moment, she was filled with guilt and compassion. She raised her hand, intending to comfort Lonjon, yet her fingers hesitated, lingering in the air. She was at a loss for words, aware that any utterance at this moment would be futile. The murmurs of the orcs gradually subsided alongside the cries of Lonjon. Memories flooded her mind of when Su Qing had defiantly stood upon the stone platform, contesting the High Priest's claim about her fertility, only to be met with mockery and scorn. When she became pregnant, they doubted and ridiculed her, twice intending to send her to the breeding cave. Yet, she had never harmed any orc. When the wolf tribe faced peril, she had resolutely chosen to protect them. These scenes flickered through the hearts of the orcs, as they condemned themselves for failing to extend even a modicum of kindness or trust towards Su Qing. They were not worthy. The atmosphere in the wolf tribe grew increasingly somber. Lonjon's mind was flooded with vivid recollections. His initial recklessness, Su Qing's sharp intake of breath and pain, the crimson blood staining the stone bed's fur. That had been Su Qing's first time. He was not merely the father of her child, he was her first man. He raised a hand to wipe away the tears at the corners of his eyes. "Will you join me in rescuing Su Qing? The Python tribe has gone too far. We cannot allow them to grow so arrogant." The orcs were stirred, their guilt for Su Qing reaching a crescendo. At the call of their leader, waves of fervor swept through the tribe. "Save Su Qing, strike the Python tribe. Save Su Qing, strike the Python tribe." The High Priest looked at Lonjon with concern. attempting to dissuade him. Leader, the Python tribe employs treacherous tactics. You have just returned and must first cultivate your strength. We should deliberate carefully and must not fall into their schemes. Moreover, Qing, who appears to cherish Su Qing, would never harm her. Lonjon understood this rationale. Gazing at the infant in his arms, contemplating his previous misunderstandings of Su Qing, his heart entwined with love and regret. He shook his head. We must commence preparations immediately. The Python tribe is elusive, and we currently lack knowledge of their whereabouts. We must plan ahead. The high priest could only nod in agreement. Qing had taken Su Qing back, treating her with utmost care, providing her with the finest garments and the best food, even employing the seasonings that Su Qing had shared with him in the green marsh forest. Su Qing finally beheld the true visage of Qing. That very night, Qing led Su Qing to his cavern. Gazing at her, he smiled with a hint of mischief, and in an instant, his form transformed, revealing a tall and handsome man before her. The man possessed lips as red as coral and teeth as white as pearls, his complexion fairer than hers, radiating an ethereal glow. His long, silvery hair captivated Su Qing's attention, rendering her unable to look away. Clad in garments of purest white, she felt that merely gazing upon him was an act of sacrilege. Su Qing swallowed hard, being an ardent admirer of beauty. She was utterly captivated and oblivious to everything else. Upon witnessing Su Qing's expression, Qing's lips curled into a subtle smile as he softly spoke. Are you satisfied with what you see? Such domineering remarks. Yet, in the presence of this visage, it seemed that all could be forgiven. Su Qing nodded vigorously, and Qing's smile broadened as he lifted her chin with a gentle hand. I am quite pleased with what I see as well, he remarked, his amber vertical pupils glimmering momentarily, causing Su Qing to swallow nervously. Take your time to acclimate to your surroundings. If you desire anything, feel free to express it. There's no need for formality. As Qing departed, Su Qing snapped back to reality, her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. She had been utterly transfixed by the handsome figure, a truly mortifying moment. When Qing returned, the sky had darkened, and he brought her some food. Gazing at her with a tender expression in his eyes, Su Qing felt uneasy under the gaze and hurriedly took a few bites before freshening up and retiring to bed. Qing shed his white garments and stepped onto the bed. Su Qing closed her eyes, anticipating what would follow, yet Qing's actions led her to overthink. The male figure raised his arm, his expression tranquil, and leaned closer to Su Qing, whispering softly, "Sleep well." As Su Qing opened her eyes, she was momentarily bewildered by the rhythmic sound of breathing beside her. Is this truly all there is? She thought, feeling as though her pants were nearly slipping off. With a firm resolve, she closed her eyes once more and surrendered to sleep. For several consecutive days, Qing exhibited similar behavior. Su Qing could distinctly sense that when he made contact with her, his breath quickened, yet it remained merely a fleeting rush before he swiftly regained his composure. This serpent seems rather ineffectual. Su Qing gazed at the pristine fingertips resting on her waist, perhaps a reflection of a serpent's instinct, cold-blooded. Gradually, she too acclimated to this mode of coexistence. Su Qing is permitted to move freely within the tribe, as Qing has not imposed any restrictions on her liberty. However, the orcs of the Python tribe harbor considerable dissatisfaction towards her. The opportunity to assault the White Wolf tribe was indeed exceptional, yet the chieftain, for the sake of a mere female, chose to forego the attack. Such delays render the prospect of seizing a similar opportunity uncertain. Furthermore, as Su Qing hails from the White Wolf tribe and spends her days in the company of the chieftain, one cannot help but wonder if she poses a threat to him. The orc's discontent towards Su Qing grows increasingly palpable, with some openly challenging her. Su Qing merely cast a fleeting glance and refrained from responding. She could distinctly sense the disdain of the beastmen within the Python tribe towards her, yet she dismissed it with indifference. To her, high-ranking males were merely instruments for procreation, and as for these lower-ranking males, they held even less significance. Presently, there were matters that weighed more heavily on her mind. Each night, Qing would embrace her as they slumbered, yet it was solely in the realm of innocent repose. The system had urged her repeatedly to hasten the process of conception. However, such endeavors require mutual willingness. She yearned to engage, yet the other party remained uncooperative. Just last night, she had taken the initiative, but with a smile gracing his lips, Qing gently pressed her back down, insisting she return to her slumber. Su Qing felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. She considered herself both beautiful and adept in the art of seduction. So how could her charms fail to resonate with Qing? Could it be that serpents are inherently frigid in matters of passion? Just as she contemplated how to pursue her next target, she heard a muffled call, Su Qing. Su Qing turned to look back. Her porcelain-white skin adorned with a faint blush, reminiscent of a fever. The collar of her garment was slightly unfastened, revealing the smoothness of her skin beneath, along with her toned muscles. Su Qing, feeling uneasy, averted her gaze and discreetly swallowed. Are you unwell? Qing Ming observed the slight tremor in Su Qing's vertical pupils. I have been afflicted by a love spell. Could you assist me in breaking it? Su Qing was perplexed, pondering the nature of this peculiar thing. While Qing Ming hesitated before speaking, the love flower can only be used for reproduction. You possess knowledge of herbs. Could you assist me? He realized he had been careless, having been targeted by a female who sought to claim him with the love flower. Reflecting on Su Qing's swift and adept bandaging of wounds, he considered that perhaps she could indeed provide a solution. Su Qing's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she hurriedly approached. Though I am unfamiliar with medicinal herbs, I am willing to assist you in a different manner. Is it permissible to use my body? Qing Ming's gaze flickered momentarily, still processing the situation. When Su Qing stood on her toes and leaned closer, the delicate fragrance emanating from her feminine form further clouded his mind. With his slit pupils fixated on Su Qing, he took a deep breath and ultimately surrendered to his desires, enveloping her in his arms and leading her to the bed. Even under the influence of the passion flower, Qing Ming exhibited a restrained gentleness, his hand caressing Su Qing's cheek. If it becomes unbearable, do let me know, and I shall cease. Su Qing found herself ensnared in the gentle depths of his gaze, filled with uncertainty yet nodding in acquiescence. She had endured the roughness of Lonjon, so what harm could come from the tender nature of Qing Ming? However, her initial acceptance swiftly morphed into regret as she pondered why no one had informed her that Qing Ming possessed too. Chapter 19. Qing Ming protects Su Qing. Observing her expression, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Qing Ming's eyes. Have I startled you? I can employ alternative methods. Su Qing embraced him tightly. No need. You come. Qing Ming's eyes flickered slightly as he lowered his head deeply. Su Qing discreetly consumed a few restorative pills, merely 2, which she effortlessly managed. Qing Ming's astonishment grew increasingly profound. He had been exercising restraint over the past few days, fearful of inadvertently harming the delicate female. To his surprise, she brought him such immense delight. Gradually, he began to relinquish his inhibitions, and this tumultuous upheaval resembled a flood unleashed from a breached dam, no longer containable. In the depths of the serpent's cave, Su Qing and Qing Ming endured several days, transitioning from day to night and back again, sustained by the restorative elixir. Su Qing felt her limbs gradually weaken. Qing Ming, intoxicated by the pleasures of the moment, found himself unable to restrain his desires. Fortunately, the outcome proved fortuitous. The system announced, "Congratulations, host, you are pregnant." This proclamation resonated like a celestial melody, signifying that Su Qing had not only aided Qing Ming, but had also benefited herself. After the culmination of their encounter, Qing Ming's face was etched with remorse. He pondered how he had been unable to exercise restraint. What if he had inadvertently harmed Su Qing? The delicate female was already so frail. Su Qing discerned the guilt reflected in his eyes and gently brushed her hand across the azure porcelain-like skin where her marks lingered. Do not overthink it. Qing Ming gazed steadily at Su Qing, and her words of reassurance alleviated some of his remorse. I shall be there for you. Su Qing nodded, her exhaustion overwhelming her as she fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, she was met with an abundance of food, crystalline coins, and garments brought by Qing Ming, leaving her astonished. Yet, she graciously accepted the offerings, for her previous experience had imparted the necessity of such provisions during her pregnancy. Qing Ming, I am with child. You must prepare ample sustenance, she declared. The words of Su Qing cast an overwhelming shock upon Qing Ming, leaving him momentarily stunned. A flicker of something passing through his eyes before he nodded and smiled faintly. Very well, I shall heed your wishes. Yet, deep within, he harbored no belief in her claims. As a pinnacle of the heavenly tier, he was certain that no female could bear his offspring. His fate was sealed in a lineage that would never come to be. Moreover, how could Su Qing ascertain her pregnancy after just one night? He had inquired, and it was evident that despite her enduring relationship with Lonjon, she had not conceived his child. The offspring belonged to Lonjon's brother. This only served to reinforce Qing Ming's suspicions that it was impossible for her to carry his progeny. Yet, he was reluctant to let the young female down. If she believed herself to be with child, it was all the more reason to solidify their connection. With a sudden shift from his previous tenderness, Qingming eagerly embraced Su Qing and led her to the bed. Su Qing was slightly taken aback, but soon accepted the reality. Who wouldn't be enamored by such a captivating male presence? Su Qing found herself pregnant, and the familiar sensation of hunger surged within her, causing her appetite to swell dramatically. Qingming, having never experienced such a phenomenon, was taken aback. Su Qing waved her hand dismissively. I am indeed pregnant. I simply require more nourishment. Please procure some exquisite delicacies for me. Su Qing articulated her needs. Qingming, however, was skeptical of Su Qing's pregnancy, believing instead that the young female was merely being gluttonous. Despite his doubts, he did not refuse her. Nonetheless, when he departed, he took Su Qing along with him. It was unsafe for her to remain in the tribe, and as for the reasons behind this peril, Qingming was acutely aware. Su Qing was well aware that she had not declined the invitation and followed Qingming as they set off towards the Greenzay forest. The treasures of heaven and earth lay deep within its embrace, and Qingming took great care to protect Su Qing along the way, fearing any harm might befall her. His tender gestures stirred a fleeting emotion within Su Qing. As they ventured deeper, the abundance of valuable resources increased. Su Qing had consumed 2 ginseng roots, alleviating her hunger somewhat and easing her initial urgency. Suddenly, a series of urgent wolf howls echoed through the air. Qingming swiftly enveloped Su Qing in his arms, his amber vertical pupils vigilantly scanning their surroundings. The thorns of the forest rustled ominously, prompting Su Qing to turn cautiously, locking eyes with a pair of pale blue orbs. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback upon seeing that familiar shade of white, astonished. It was Lan Ji. He had now completely succumbed to madness, transforming into a true beast of malevolence. A sense of guilt enveloped Su Qing as Lan Ji recognized her and dashed towards her with fervor. Qingming's expression shifted, and he positioned himself in front of Su Qing, poised to intervene. However, Su Qing swiftly pressed her hand against him, asserting that he was Lan Ji and would not harm her. Qingming, his gaze profound, discerned that Lan Ji was a frenzied beast, and despite Su Qing's assurances, he remained skeptical. The white wolf charged forward, prompting Su Qing to struggle free from Qingming's embrace. Unfazed, Qingming held his ground, while Su Qing gently patted his shoulder, urging him to relax. He truly will not harm me, she insisted. Observing her unwavering conviction, Qingming ultimately relented. Lan Ji raced towards her, leaping into her arms, its large head nuzzling against her persistently. Su Qing raised her hand to tousle his hair, and Lan Ji let out a soft, contented sound. The familiar scent calmed his restless heart. Qingming observed Su Qing and Lan Ji's interaction before him, filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated that the fierce beast would be so gentle with her. The delightful surprises emanating from the small female were indeed becoming increasingly abundant. Su Qing wandered through the verdant forest, accompanied closely by Lan Ji. She looked up at Qingming and cautiously inquired, "Can he accompany me?" She was well aware of the apprehension that all tribes held towards malevolent beasts. Observing Lan Ji's obedient demeanor, akin to that of a large dog, Qingming nodded without hesitation. "As long as you are happy." Su Qing's face radiated joy, momentarily distracting Qingming, who offered a faint smile in return. Yet, he firmly grasped Su Qing's wrist, an unmistakable declaration of intent. His gaze briefly swept over Lan Ji, the meaning abundantly clear. As the sky gradually darkened, the dangers lurking within the verdant forest compelled Qingming to lead Su Qing away, with Lan Ji closely trailing behind. Upon their entrance into the Python clan, Lan Ji's presence elicited wary glances from the clan's beast men, their discontent towards Su Qing reaching a boiling point. "Chief, how could you bring a white wolf into our tribe? They are our sworn enemies. You are inviting the wolf into our midst." Some elders of the Python clan voiced their concerns to the chief. The previous attack on the white wolf tribe had faltered due to a missed opportunity caused by the presence of a female by his side. And now he was leading a white wolf into the Python clan. What exactly was he trying to achieve? Su Qing glanced at Lan Ji, feeling somewhat troubled. She tugged at Qingming, who disregarded her and instead focused on several elders. "Everyone has misunderstood. He will not harm any beastmen. I can assure you of that." However, Qingming's words did little to appease the beastmen and instead fueled their discontent. "Chief, you must not act impulsively. Behind you are the thousands of souls from the Python tribe, not merely an ordinary female. Chief, you have always acted with prudence. Yet now you are behaving recklessly for the sake of a female. This is profoundly disappointing to us." Several tribal elders shook their heads in disappointment. While the discontent among the other beast men reached a boiling point, they began to raise their voices in protest. Chief, expel them. Do not forget they are from the White Wolf tribe. Our enmity towards them runs deep. Does the chief not realize this? If the chief still wishes for our service, we implore you to remove them. As Su Qing listened to the incessant inquiries, she tightened her grip on Qing Ming's arm. Qing Ming, please let me go. His gentleness and kindness towards her made it unbearable for her to allow him to be forsaken by his kin. Moreover, she was now with child. Achieving her objective would ensure her safety through the system's protection. Su Qing had meticulously planned everything. Yet she did not anticipate that Qing Ming would react so strongly upon hearing her intention to leave. He enveloped her in his embrace, firmly confining her within his arms. Chapter 20. Anyone who dares to harm Qing Ming shall not live. Su Qing was momentarily stunned, and the surrounding orcs were equally taken aback. What was the chief implying? Was he about to contradict everyone else's opinions? The chief's cold gaze swept disdainfully over the orcs below. You are all so anxious over a mere female and a monstrous beast. If we truly found ourselves on the battlefield, how far do you think I could lead you? Moreover, do you not recall how we infiltrated the White Wolf tribe last time? If they were to retaliate, are you confident in your ability to prevail? With these two incisive questions, the orcs of the Python tribe fell silent. They exchanged glances, lowering their heads in shame. Several elders opened their mouths several times to speak, yet found themselves at a loss for words. They were acutely aware that it was their surprise attack that had allowed them to breach the White Wolf tribe. The thought of slaughtering the old and weak females and males was something they found disgraceful. Previously, they had vented their frustrations on the small female brought back by the chief, but now, faced with both the chief and her, they felt a twinge of guilt. Furthermore, the chief was correct. Why should they fear a mere beast? Fear was simply a denial of their own strength. If they failed to acknowledge reality, they would only find themselves on the receiving end of blows in battle. Thus, did anyone still have objections? With just a few words, Qing Ming had instantly deflected the ire directed at Su Qing and Lan Ji. Su Qing's perception of Qing Ming shifted slightly. This male not only possessed a captivatingly beautiful exterior, but also an astute mind that was hard to resist. Alas, he regarded them merely as tools. Noticing a change in Su Qing's demeanor, Qing Ming assumed it was due to the orc's intimidation of her. His gaze turned colder as he surveyed the assembly of orcs before he embraced Su Qing and departed. Lan Ji closely followed behind. This time, the orcs had no objections. The monstrous beast's obedience to Su Qing was truly astonishing. Qing Ming gently laid Su Qing down on the bedding and lifted her delicate chin with his hand. Were you frightened? Do not fear. I will protect you for a lifetime now that you are my female. Su Qing's eyes sparkled. Her throat felt as if it were choked with cotton. And despite several attempts to speak, she remained voiceless, unable to respond. Qing Ming assumed she was merely frightened. Thus he tenderly embraced the small female, offering gentle comfort. After ensuring that Lan Ji was settled, he cast a glance at the small female on the bed, and recalling the tribe's attitude towards her earlier that day, a surge of anger ignited within him, his eyes glinting with a crimson light. Suddenly, he widened his gaze, his body beginning to tremble. He was about to transform into a dragon. Why must it occur at this very moment? His flesh was being torn apart, and with great effort, he turned to move toward the entrance of the cave. Thud. After merely 2 steps, his legs weakened, and he fell heavily to his knees on the ground. A suppressed sound escaped from between his clenched teeth. Su Qing, momentarily disoriented by the sound, was swiftly roused by years of ingrained vigilance. Her instincts sharpened as she surveyed her surroundings, until her gaze fell upon a quivering white figure on the ground. Su Qing inhaled sharply. Qing Ming, what has happened to you? Su Qing anxiously got out of bed and assisted Qing Ming, who was striving to endure the discomfort. A faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. It's nothing, perhaps just a slight chill. Su Qing gazed upon his serene visage. Had it not been for the tremor of his fingertips betraying him, she might have truly believed him. The system indicated that the beastman was entering the transformation stage from python to flood dragon. The timely voice of the system echoed in her mind, and with concern. Su Qing looked at Qing Ming. From the original host's memories, the likelihood of a python transforming into a flood dragon was nearly non-existent. Then allow me to assist you to your bed. Su Qing was aware that Qing Ming preferred not to speak, wishing to spare her any worry. So she acquiesced to his silence. Qing Ming, in a state of distress, lay on the bed and soon succumbed to unconsciousness, the duration of which was unknown to him. In a haze, he heard the voices of several uncles from the Python tribe, seemingly reprimanding Su Qing. He jolted awake and, upon seeing the orc standing in the cave, furrowed his brow. "Uncles, do you require something?" Noticing Qing Ming's feeble condition, the elder orcs exchanged glances, a flicker of concern passing between them. "Qing Ming, has she poisoned you? If we had not discovered it in time, your life would have been in grave peril." The uncles' faces contorted with anger as they cast hostile glares at Su Qing. With great effort, Qing Ming propped himself up, striving to maintain his composure. "No, she is well. I have already stated this. There is no need for you to make things difficult for her." One elder clad in red stepped forward, tentatively advancing a pace. "Qing Ming, she has already threatened the harmony of the tribe. If you remain obstinate, the position of chief will be awarded to another orc." A glint of defiance flashed in Qing Ming's eyes. "Why use Su Qing as an excuse? I see you have long coveted my position." Qing Ming boldly pierced through the veiled intentions, causing the red-clad elder to emit a cold laugh, evidently exposed. "And what of it? You have occupied this position for too long. It is indeed time for another orc to take your place. Furthermore, your strength is not significantly superior to ours." As the elder finished his words, a sharp sword materialized in his hand, lunging toward Qing Ming. A flicker of realization crossed Qing Ming's gaze. He understood that these elders were taking advantage of his vulnerability, and gritting his teeth, he lunged forward to confront them. The other orcs joined in, engaging in combat with Qing Ming. Su Qing gazed at Qing Ming with concern, yearning to assist him, yet acutely aware of her own limitations. Her involvement would only hinder him further. She dashed outside, her eyes fixed upon the flames at the entrance, a thought flickering through her mind. At this moment of vulnerability, Qing Ming had exerted all his strength to counter the first strike, yet now faced an overwhelming number of beast men, soon destined to succumb. His pristine silver hair and garments were stained crimson with blood. Su Qing burst in, her gaze landing upon Qing Ming lying in a pool of blood. A fleeting pang of sorrow washing over her as her eyes fixed upon the culprits. Those who dared to harm Qing Ming would not escape unscathed. With a swift motion, she hurled a bucket of tung oil and cast aside a spark. In an instant, flames erupted, consuming the surroundings. Qing Ming, witnessing Su Qing's reckless act, was filled with concern. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his last ounce of strength to break free from the inferno and tightly embrace Su Qing. "Are you a fool? You should run. Why do you concern yourself with me?" Tears glistened in Qing Ming's eyes as he could hardly fathom the lengths to which Su Qing had gone for him. Disregarding her own safety, she had saved him for the second time. Su Qing, however, spoke little, supporting Qing Ming as he gazed upon his mangled wounds. His anger intensified. "You shameless old fools." Su Qing fixed her gaze upon the elder clad in red, who was thrashing about amidst the inferno. She summoned Lan Ji, who swiftly bore Qing Ming away from the tribe. As they traversed the path, Qing Ming continued to bleed. If this persisted, he would surely perish from blood loss. "System, locate a safe haven. I shall redeem points for you." The system prioritizes the host's safety. Points are unnecessary. The scanning commenced. To the northeast, a hollow in the mountains beckoned, and Su Qing urged Lan Ji to hasten towards it. Within the hollow flowed a gentle stream, where Su Qing instructed Lan Ji to carefully lower Qing Ming. Under the faint glow of the moonlight, she began to stitch his wounds. "If it hurts, please let me know, and I shall be gentler." Qing Ming gazed deeply into Su Qing's eyes, yet remained silent. Su Qing felt a sense of discomfort under the gaze. The needle tip trembled slightly, and Qing Ming furrowed his brows, yet remained silent. Su Qing took a deep breath, fully immersing herself in the act of suturing. Qing Ming gazed at Su Qing, his eyes filled with reluctance. He understood that he could not endure much longer. The transformation from python to dragon had never succeeded in thousands of years, and only death awaited him. Yet, he could not bear to part with the little female, the one who had selflessly shown him kindness upon their very first encounter. He raised his hand to caress Su Qing's brow and eyes, wishing to etch this moment into his heart forever. Chapter 21. I will not leave. Su Qing was somewhat taken aback by Qing Ming's actions. Observing the gradual pallor of his cheeks, her heart raced, prompting her to hurriedly administer a medicinal pill to him. "Su Qing, there's no need for concern. You should leave now. Go seek out Lonjon. He will ensure your safety." Su Qing's lips were slightly pursed. "Are you unable to protect me? Do you admit that you are inferior to Lonjon?" She sought to awaken the primal survival instinct within the beast. Upon gazing into Qing Ming's eyes, she understood his meaning, yet she did not wish for his demise. "Yes, I concede that I am not as capable as he is. I cannot safeguard you." His candid admission momentarily stunned Su Qing. She looked at Qing Ming's gentle demeanor, a familiar warmth in his gaze, and clenched her teeth in frustration. "Do not even think about it. I shall not leave." A flicker of astonishment crossed Qing Ming's eyes. "Why must you insist on this?" He knew all too well that having failed to transform into a dragon, several elder beastmen would undoubtedly outlive him. They would never acknowledge their betrayal. Instead, they would concoct excuses, one of which would surely implicate Su Qing. If she did not return to the White Wolf tribe, she could only imagine the fate that awaited her. "Be silent." Su Qing, now infuriated, fixed her gaze upon Qing Ming. "If you dare to die before me, I shall flay your skin, strip your tendons, and extract your snake gall for wine." Her fierce words elicited a chuckle from Qing Ming. Making full use of resources has its merits. Su Qing was left speechless, her hands moving with remarkable speed as she stitched up the wound. Upon noticing that his complexion had improved from its earlier pallor, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. However, she chose not to utter another word. Anger simmered within her, fueled by Qing Ming's apparent disregard for his own well-being. Aware of the reason for her silence, Qing Ming, weary from the day's trials, grasped her hand firmly and closed his eyes. Su Qing let out a sigh of relief, her vigilance fixed on the surroundings as she guarded Qing Ming. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap echoed, causing Su Qing to look up. A purplish-red lightning bolt cleaved through the sky, as if to rend heaven and earth asunder. With a resounding roar, the lightning abruptly changed course, hurtling towards Su Qing. Before she could react, she found herself enveloped in a cool embrace as the lightning struck, crashing down upon Qing Ming. He stifled a muffled groan, the blinding light of the lightning causing Su Qing's heart to constrict. She instinctively wrapped her arms around Qing Ming, her grip tightening as her fingertips trembled. "Are you a fool? You are already injured. Why do you still shield me?" Qing Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slightly shifted his body, his eyes brimming with tender affection. "It is I who have brought you trouble. Whatever I do is but my duty." Su Qing felt at a loss for words. The acrid scent of burnt flesh lingered in the air, and she understood that Qing Ming was gravely injured. The vitality he had just regained from the restoration elixir had dissipated completely. In her anxiety, she urged Qing Ming to lie down. "Let me examine your wounds." Qing Ming declined. "There is no need to look. I am aware that I am on the brink of death. Do not waste your energy." Su Qing ignored him, forcefully feeding him one healing pill after another. Initially, Qing Ming resisted, but under Su Qing's unwavering gaze, a silent standoff ensued. Ultimately, Qing Ming succumbed to Su Qing's persistent stare. He opened his mouth and swallowed 7 or 8 pills in succession, which improved his complexion significantly. However, having sustained grave injuries, Qing Ming could not endure any longer and wearily closed his eyes. Su Qing was startled. His trembling hand brushed against his nose, breath faint. He was unharmed. Su Qing exhaled a sigh of relief, her emotions oscillating between elation and despair. As she relaxed, a sudden surge of restlessness coursed through her body, an inexhaustible energy colliding within her, as if searching for an escape. "System, what is this phenomenon within me?" she inquired. The system responded, "It is the host's mental level, capable of stabilizing the emotions of orcs teetering on the brink of frenzy." Upon hearing this, Su Qing reached out and placed her hand upon Qing Ming's. Her mental energy found its outlet and began to penetrate into Qing Ming's being. Su Qing closed her eyes, feeling her mental energy surge like a marathon champion racing through the azure veins, cleansing the blood tainted with dark impurities. Gradually, she arrived at a bifurcation in the meridians. One path was glaringly crimson, while the other was a blend of red and black. Su Qing endeavored to propel her mental force forward, yet the dark impurities continually obstructed her. Her mental strength, already feeble, was depleted after several attempts, leaving her exhausted as she finally opened her eyes and consumed a recovery pill. "What troubles you?" Though Qing Ming's eyes were firmly shut, he sensed the changes within Su Qing as she made contact with him. The flow within his meridians alleviated his bodily pain. "I attempted to untangle your meridians, but I was hindered. Now that you are awake, let us try once more." Qing Ming's eyes flickered. The previous sensation had been quite soothing. Yet upon observing Su Qing's pale countenance, he shook his head. "No need. You should rest more and not overexert yourself." Su Qing understood that he was acting in her best interest, yet saving him remained her foremost priority. Ignoring Qing Ming's reactions, she extended her hand to touch his pulse. Qing Ming shook his head helplessly, then closed his eyes. Together, they worked in unison, attempting to clear the blocked meridians, but they were unable to penetrate even a fraction. That particular meridian displayed a strong resistance. Su Qing, drenched in sweat, suddenly saw Qingming open his eyes and retract his hand. Su Qing, cease your efforts. You are exhausting yourself. Su Qing opened her eyes, her brow furrowed in deep concern. She did not wish for Qingming to perish. The thought of a failed transformation into a serpent was too dreadful to contemplate. Suddenly, she recalled the yellow-grade technique manual rewarded by the system, which served as the foundation of the beastman's cultivation system. Turning her body aside, she began to rummage through her belongings and retrieved a notebook. If one path proved unfeasible, then let us forge a new one. You shall cultivate a fresh meridian. This book contains a thorough guide. Follow its instructions diligently. As Qingming beheld the book in Su Qing's hands, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. How could Su Qing possess such an item? Su Qing observed him silently for a long while, her expression darkening completely. Do you truly wish to watch me perish? If you were to die, how could I possibly survive? Su Qing spoke sharply, while Qingming gritted his teeth, gazing at the book before him. With only death awaiting him, he was nonetheless willing to take a chance for Su Qing's sake. He swiftly perused the contents of the tome, and with each glance, his eyes sparkled brighter. This was indeed a remarkable find. He looked at Su Qing in delight. Thank you. It was premature to express gratitude. First, he would practice. Qingming recognized his own excitement and obediently nodded, closing his eyes to begin opening his meridians. Su Qing stood guard, observing him while discreetly consuming a restorative elixir. For the first time, Qingming faced failure, his eyes beginning to redden. Su Qing placed his hand upon his pulse, channeling his spiritual energy to cleanse him. Gradually, Qingming found tranquility, opening his eyes to gaze at Su Qing, contemplating surrender. Yet, the unwavering determination reflected in Su Qing's eyes profoundly moved him. Gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes once more, resolutely striving to forge ahead. Su Qing continuously consumed the elixirs, and with each cycle of exhaustion and replenishment, her mental fortitude grew significantly stronger than before. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance as she had undergone the frenzy of Qingming 5 times, depleting her mental energy on each occasion. As the intensity of her spirit increased, it became ever more profound. In the final instance, Qingming closed her eyes, and this time, they remained shut, never to open again. Su Qing, filled with concern, reached out to probe once more, but her spiritual energy could no longer penetrate his meridians. Su Qing was acutely aware that Qingming was on the verge of success. At that moment, her excitement surpassed even his. Chapter 22. Transformation into a dragon. However, she dared not relax her vigilance and continued to consume the medicinal pills, fearing a sudden attack from wild beasts. As the day passed into night, Su Qing's stomach grumbled with hunger, prompting her to forage for sustenance from the system. Meanwhile, Qingming remained steadfast in his posture. After swallowing the last bite of ginseng, she suddenly noticed Qingming opening his eyes, the amber depths flickering with a golden sheen. With a swift rip of his white garments, Qingming let out a long, resounding roar and soared into the air, vanishing into the depths of the forest. All Su Qing caught was a fleeting glimpse of a silvery aura. The brilliance was blinding, causing her eyes to ache, and then all was still. She gazed at the spot where Qingming had disappeared, and joy replaced her initial shock. He had transformed. He had succeeded, and he would not perish. Unbeknownst to her, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Her tool, her companion, was safe, and elation overwhelmed her. She looked up to behold Qingming soaring through the sky, his elongated tail trailing behind, his silvery body shimmering in the sunlight, the scales reflecting a prismatic glow that was utterly mesmerizing. Sensing Su Qing's gaze, Qingming let out another mighty cry and dove towards the ground. The gusts of wind intensified, causing Su Qing's hair and clothing to dance wildly, yet she remained rooted in place, fixated on Qingming. As he approached within 2 meters, he swiftly transformed into human form, his hair a cascade of silvery brilliance, and his pure white garments morphing into silver attire. His eyes, brimming with a gentle light, were locked onto Su Qing's. Su Qing thought to herself, I shall not perish. I have become the sole successful transformation into a dragon within our tribe, a magnificent white python. A golden glimmer flickered in Qingming's amber eyes, his eyelids reddening as a solitary tear fell from his porcelain-like cheek. The smile at the corners of Su Qing's mouth was as gentle as to melt water. Congratulations. A rebirth. Qingming rushed over in swift strides, enveloping Su Qing in a tight embrace, at a loss for words to convey the tumult of emotions within him. That little female, who had captured his heart and eyes from their very first encounter. He had believed that as long as he treated her well, providing her with the finest food and drink, he would fulfill his duty, much like any male beast would towards a female. Yet in this moment, he realized the enormity of his error. His little female had become intertwined with his very essence, binding him to her for a lifetime, through life and death. The support she offered him transcended mere companionship. Had it not been for her, he would never have succeeded in transforming into a dragon. She was his benefactor. I will take you home. Qing Ming released Su Qing, gazing intently at her. He was determined to return and reclaim what he had lost. No one would dare to harm him or his beloved little female. Su Qing naturally supported his return. But you must be cautious. Their numbers are formidable. Qing Ming smiled, his cool demeanor reminiscent of a blooming white lotus in the snow, dazzling Su Qing's eyes. I am strong now. I fear nothing. With a swift motion, Qing Ming embraced Su Qing and navigated through the verdant forest, with Lan Ji closely trailing behind. 2 streaks of white dashed through the sea of green, causing the beasts within the forest to scatter in terror. The Python tribe had already fallen under the control of the red-haired elder, Lan Ji, who proclaimed upon ascending the platform. It was Su Qing who murdered Qing Ming. The tribe's orcs, already discontent with Su Qing, were now incensed by the death of their leader. The fury among them reached a boiling point. Kill Su Qing, avenge our leader, they lamented. We should have dissuaded the leader from being seduced by that little female. Lan Ji reveled in the orc's roars of anger, satisfied that his plan was unfolding as intended, allowing him to extricate himself unscathed. The immediate priority was to nominate a new leader, preventing other tribes from seizing the opportunity. As Lan Ji finished speaking, several elders exchanged glances and stepped forward to endorse him as the new leader. Lan Ji did not respond immediately. He merely gazed at the orcs before him. I cannot take the leader's position. I failed to protect Qing Ming. I am guilty. It was clear that Lan Ji intended to feign humility, and the orcs fell for the ruse. Elder Lan Ji, you are the longest-serving member of our tribe. If you lack the face to lead, who possesses the right? One orc declared, I support Lan Ji as our leader. I concur, but he must lead us in avenging our leader, Qing Ming. A sly smile crept across Lan Ji's lips. Though he had anticipated their support, standing in this position filled him with indescribable excitement. I shall not betray your expectations. I will lead the Python tribe towards a new future. Ambition glinted in Lan Ji's eyes, his brow trembling with exhilaration, when suddenly a familiar voice rang out. Oh, I see you no longer have that opportunity. The once tumultuous crowd of orcs fell silent in disbelief, turning to behold Qing Ming descending from above. His commanding presence was so overwhelming that the orcs dared not meet his gaze, lowering their heads in submission. Lan Ji and the other elders also gazed at Qing Ming, their expressions filled with incredulity. You're not dead? Lan Ji's fists clenched tightly, his expression twisted with rage. Qing Ming, with a gentle smile, set Su Qing down and raised his gaze, icy and piercing, directly confronting Lan Ji. Is my survival a disappointment to you? By the way, your little coalition of orcs failed to eliminate me. I can only say you are woefully inadequate. As Qing Ming's words settled, the orcs below gasped in shock. Leader Qing Ming, what is happening? A bold orc inquired. Observing the panic in Lan Ji's eyes, Qing Ming let out a cold laugh. He attempted to kill me while I transformed, intending to frame Su Qing for it. As Qing Ming's words fell, his gaze settled gently upon Su Qing. Had it not been for Su Qing's timely intervention, I would have long since been reduced to a mere pile of bones. The beastmen, caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events, lowered their heads in shame, especially those who had previously hurled harsh words at Su Qing. Lian fixed his eyes on Qing Ming, a tremor in his voice as he asked, have you succeeded in transforming into a jiao? Though the answer lay before him, Qing Ming's silence only fueled his desperation. With a cold laugh, Qing Ming's eyes glimmered with frost. Why not verify it for yourself? With that, he pivoted, and a magnificent white jiao soared into the sky, letting out a resounding roar that echoed through the air. The sound was grand and awe-inspiring, leaving the beastmen below utterly astonished. This was a jiao, a creature that had not graced the land for centuries. They began to doubt their own path of cultivation, their resolve shaken. Yet, the emergence of their leader ignited a steadfast belief within them. In that moment, they felt more exhilarated than Qing Ming himself. Their leader had become a jiao, solidifying the future position of their Python clan. Impossible, impossible. Lian's eyes bulged with disbelief, his voice a frantic cry directed at Qing Ming. The other elders, realizing that resistance would only lead to death, hastily fled. Qing Ming dove downward, the force of his descent transforming into a lethal blade, aiming directly at the fleeing elders. One by one, they fell to the ground, while Li Yan's heart felt pierced by a sort of despair. He could not accept it. He could not fathom why he had failed to transform into a Jiao while Qing Ming had succeeded. Had he not transformed, he would surely be dead. The silver-white Jiao whipped its tail, and in an instant, Li Yan was reduced to a mist of blood, dissipating into the air. The beastmen below witnessed Qing Ming's formidable power, their hearts swelling with allegiance. Qing Ming, purposefully demonstrating his might, was quite pleased with the scene unfolding before him. He hoped that this moment would be etched deeply in their memories. Chapter 23. The Pretense of Death to Escape. Qing Ming uttered a final remark and departed with Su Qing. Their cave, engulfed by flames, had long since lost its form, prompting Qing Ming to command the construction of a new one, this time more spacious and illuminated. Su Qing felt an immense satisfaction. The battle for the leadership seemed like a fleeting dream. Their lives returned to tranquility, yet Qing Ming became even more clingy than before. Every night, he would incessantly seek her attention, and despite Su Qing's repeated refusals, she ultimately succumbed to the allure of his handsome visage. As the days passed, Su Qing's belly grew increasingly prominent. Qing Ming transitioned from initial shock and guilt to a current state of excitement. He gently placed his hand upon Su Qing's abdomen, attuning himself to the presence of the new life within, repeatedly whispering to himself that this was his child, the offspring of both him and Su Qing. It was all true. Su Qing had not lied. She was indeed pregnant. Was he truly at a loss for words? Su Qing gazed at Qing Ming, her eyes brimming with warmth. Qing Ming's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she held Su Qing tightly, carefully avoiding her belly. I was wrong. I should not have doubted you. I offer you my sincerest apologies. Su Qing shook her head, deeming these matters inconsequential. Her pregnancy did not require the acknowledgement of any beast man. All she sought were points. Qing Ming became increasingly cautious around Su Qing, contemplating ways to treat her with utmost care, as if the rare treasures of heaven and earth were mere sustenance. Su Qing now lives a life of ease, with food brought to her mouth and clothes presented for her to wear, while Qing Ming gazes at her with profound affection. Today, however, Qing Ming seems somewhat peculiar, fixated on Su Qing since returning. If you have something to say, express it directly. This hesitance is uncharacteristic of you. After a moment of hesitation, Qing Ming tentatively speaks. The Blue War faction has brought the White Wolf tribe to the doorstep of the Python tribe. Would you care to meet them? Su Qing's fingertips trembled slightly. She thought she would never see Lonjon again. As Su Qing departed, she remained oblivious to the dimming light in Qing Ming's eyes. In her heart, he paled in comparison to Lonjon. Yet, he followed closely behind her, regardless of his standing. He would not allow Su Qing to slip away from him. Lonjon's gaze fixated on the familiar figure emerging from the tribe, his eyes gradually reddening. As his focus fell upon Su Qing's abdomen, his fists clenched tightly. It was all for the sake of the White Wolf tribe that Su Qing had to submit to Qing Ming. He forcefully shut his eyes, and upon reopening them, they were filled with tenderness. Su Qing, are you well? Lonjon's voice trembled as he reached out to touch the tips of Su Qing's fingers, fearing that this might all be but a dream. After longing for her for so long, he had finally caught a glimpse of the one who had haunted his dreams. Su Qing discerned Lonjon's excitement and gently patted him in reassurance. I am well. How is Shaolan's? Lonjon nodded emphatically. The baby is thriving. He misses you. And I miss you too. May I take you away? Su Qing did not respond to Lonjon, instead turning to gaze at Qing Ming. I have something to say to him. Could you please step back a bit? A flicker of pain crossed Qing Ming's eyes, yet he maintained his composure. All right. His voice was hoarse and difficult to articulate as he stiffly retreated, granting Su Qing the necessary space. Lonjon's eyes sparkled with intensity as Su Qing led him aside. I cannot leave with you just yet. Wait until I give birth to the child, and then you may come for me. Lonjon's eyes shone brightly, his excitement rendering him speechless. I will. I promise to come for you. Su Qing nodded and turned to leave, while Lonjon felt a sense of relief as he observed Lan Ji beside her. The orcs of the White Wolf tribe were filled with mixed emotions upon seeing Su Qing's pregnancy. They felt a deep shame for their own impotence as Su Qing had borne such humiliation for the sake of the tribe. However, the chief commanded them to depart, which was also Su Qing's wish, and they had no choice but to comply. Qing Ming could hardly suppress the smile that tugged at the corners of his mouth. He had feared that Su Qing would abandon him. Fortunately, she had chosen him. Qing Ming cherished Su Qing even more, ensuring that whatever she desired, he would procure for her. Su Qing's appetite flourished, indulging in only the finest delicacies. In the blink of an eye, the time for her delivery arrived. and Su Qing insisted on sending Qing Ming out. Reluctant to leave, Qing Ming was told by Su Qing that she did not want him to witness her in the throes of childbirth. With no other option, he remained at the cave's entrance, too anxious to stray even a step away. Su Qing swallowed a life-giving pill, and this time, with prior experience. It did not take long for her to produce an egg. The system announced, "Congratulations, host, on the birth of a young white flood dragon. The young one is of pinnacle heavenly grade, possessing innate abilities in the water element. You are rewarded with an enhancement of your innate talents, an accumulation of 500,000 points, a volume of profound-level martial arts, a volume of profound-level mental cultivation, a life-giving gift package, and one opportunity for a lottery draw." Su Qing was engulfed by the sounds of the system, exhilarated beyond measure, yet she was soon to enter a state of feigned death. She retrieved items suitable for an infant and meticulously inscribed the necessary incantations. Then, she summoned Lan Ji, instructing him to carry her away at the critical moment. Lonji comprehended her request and obediently positioned himself by her bedside. Now that Qing Ming had successfully transformed into a dragon, reaching the realm of spiritual beasts, her reproductive capacity was inadequate, rendering her presence beside Qing Ming futile. Moreover, she could no longer indulge in her feelings for him. Otherwise, she would find it impossible to undertake her missions devoid of emotion. Upon hearing Su Qing's voice, Qing Ming felt a surge of excitement, his steps light with anticipation. He beheld the small egg, his eyes brimming with tears. However, his gaze quickly shifted back to Su Qing, whose face had turned pale, her breath seemingly extinguished, resembling the very essence of death. Trembling, Qing Ming placed a hand near her nostrils, confirming her lifeless state. She was truly gone. He staggered back, disbelief clouding his eyes. Su Qing was dead. She had perished. In a frantic rush, Qing Ming dashed out, determined to find the most skilled shaman to save her. He could not allow Su Qing to die. In his frantic haste, Lan Ji seized the opportunity to carry Su Qing, deftly evading the beastmen as they fled towards the verdant forest. Lonjon had been counting the days until Su Qing's delivery. Having positioned himself at the entrance of the Python tribe, and upon seeing Lonji emerge with Su Qing, he rushed forward, cradling her in his arms and swiftly departing from the Python tribe. Upon returning, Qing Ming was met with the desolate sight of an empty bed, save for a solitary egg tainted with traces of blood, shattering his heart into fragments. The one he cherished most had not only perished but had been consumed by beasts. Tears streamed down his cheeks, the pain so profound that he wished to follow her into oblivion. Suddenly, with a crack, the eggshell shattered, and a dragon emerged. Tears of joy cascaded down Qing Ming's cheeks. Su Qing had given birth to a little dragon. From the moment of its birth, it was already the pinnacle of their tribe's power. This was their sole offspring. He vowed to cherish the child and nurture it to maturity. Yet, despite his resolve to care for the child, his spirit began to wane. The beastmen within the tribe sensed their leader's melancholic demeanor, their emotions a tumultuous mix of complexity. Especially upon learning that Su Qing had birthed a dragon, their feelings intertwined with sorrow and regret. They lamented her untimely death, wishing she could have brought forth more dragons for the tribe, and regretted initially deeming her a source of misfortune, believing she had swayed their leader from attacking the White Wolf tribe. Now, with the dragon's arrival, they finally grasped Su Qing's true worth, which surpassed any ambitions to assault the White Wolf tribe. For this was a dragon, born a dragon, with further growth. It could evolve into a true dragon after becoming a Qi and a Xiao. Just being a dragon was an unattainable height for these beastmen throughout their lives. Yet, the die had been cast. All they could do was express their regret and treat the dragonborn of Su Qing with utmost care. Chapter 24. A mere mediocre talent. When Su awakened, she found herself back in the White Wolf tribe. As she opened her eyes, she beheld Lonjon vigilantly standing by her side. He appeared considerably thinner than before, and his once bright azure eyes now bore a dimness. However, upon meeting Su's gaze, his eyes gradually rekindled their brightness, even more radiant than when she had departed. Su Qing, I am profoundly sorry for failing to protect you. I should never have doubted you. I was utterly mistaken, grievously so. Lonjon embraced Su tightly, yet mindful of not causing her harm, he quickly eased his grip. His words tumbled out in a disordered rush. Su Qing gently patted his back. It's all right. It's all right. Everything is fine. I'm back. Am I not? A warm tear fell down Su Qing's neck as she lifted the head of Lonjon, a man as sturdy as an iron tower, who wept like a child. His face flushed crimson as he wiped away the tears from his visage. Did he bully you? Upon recalling Qing Ming, Lonjon's anger made him gnash his teeth, while Su Qing stretched her limbs and shook her head. He treats me very well. Upon hearing this, Lonjon's jealousy was ignited. And what about me? Su Qing raised an eyebrow and smiled at him, while Lonjon's ears and neck flushed a deep crimson. You are all quite wonderful, she remarked. Lonjon felt a surge of jealousy, yet knowing Su Qing had just awoken, he refrained from burdening her further. Where is the baby? I wish to see him, she inquired. Lonjon asked Su Qing to wait a moment as he went to fetch the child. Upon hearing footsteps, Su Qing turned her head and beheld a small white bundle nestled in Lonjon's embrace, her heart melting at the sight. She reached out to take the little one in her arms, perhaps due to their blood connection. The child showed no signs of shyness, even extending his tiny tongue to lick Su Qing's hand. The more she looked, the more her affection grew, and she leaned into play with the fluffy little creature. Observing this tender scene, Lonjon's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, though he wished not to dampen the moment, so he quietly stepped out of the cave. Upon Su Qing's return, news spread throughout the White Wolf tribe. The following day, as she ventured outside, both the male and female members of the tribe cast benevolent glances in her direction. A smile begets a smile. Thus, Su Qing reciprocated with warmth. The females expressed their heartfelt gratitude, for had it not been for her courageous intervention, they might have fallen victim to the clutches of the Python tribe. Su Qing had become nothing less than their savior. Before long, the females had formed a close bond with Su Qing. Upon perceiving their goodwill, Su Qing occasionally received small gifts, adhering steadfastly to her principle of never being indebted to others. Su Qing also instructed the females in the tribe on the identification of mushrooms and the gathering of herbs. This initiative further elevated Su Qing's standing within the community. Even Sang Yu, who typically accompanied Zhu Yang, brought food to Su Qing and offered an apology, admitting that her previous disparaging remarks against Su Qing were utterly unfounded. Su Qing graciously forgave her, and Sang Yu departed with joy. Zhu Yang stood in the corner, observing the admiration bestowed upon Su Qing by the orcs. His fists clenched tightly, harboring a sense of unwillingness within. She had once been the most cherished female of the orc tribe, and now she had been overshadowed by Su Qing. Lan Ji watched as Su Qing was encircled by the orcs, unable to approach, his emotions gradually becoming uncontrollable. His eyes reddening, exuding a primal ferocity. Chaos erupted within the tribe, and Su Qing furrowed her brows upon witnessing the dark aura emanating from Lonji's frenzied transformation. Ignoring the objections from the females, she rushed forward, embracing Lan Ji and placing her hand upon his head, channeling her mental energy to soothe his restless spirit. Gradually, the crimson in his eyes subsided, his tumultuous emotions calmed, and he nuzzled against Su Qing, a stark contrast to his earlier frenzy. The assembly of orcs was left astonished by Su Qing's actions, with the High Priestess particularly taken aback, her gaze fixated on Su Qing. Su Qing, would you care to test your talents? The High Priestess had completely forgotten her previous disdainful remarks regarding Su Qing's lack of aptitude for such assessments. Su Qing raised her hand and lightly tapped Lan Ji, assuring herself that his departure would not disturb her emotions, before accepting the High Priest's invitation. When Lonjon hurried over upon hearing the news, Su Qing had already ascended the stage. Reflecting on the misconceptions others had about her during the previous assessments, he felt a sense of unease within. Upon witnessing Lonjon, Su Qing's lips curled into a subtle smile, exuding an air of tranquility. She raised her hand to touch the blue innate stone, and in an instant, a brilliant white halo erupted forth, dazzling and blinding, akin to the sun in the sky. The orcs were rendered unable to open their eyes, and it was only when Su Qing withdrew her hand that the radiant glow began to dissipate. Everyone stood in astonishment. And once they regained their composure, the orcs erupted into a cacophony of excitement. My goodness, Su Qing truly possesses an innate talent. She is the first female to exhibit such a gift. What could the manifestation of white light signify? The orcs clamored in a frenzy, while Lonjon gazed at Su Qing with exhilaration, pride swelling in his chest. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride for his little female. She was unparalleled, surpassing all other females in the tribe. At first, Su Qing believed that her talent was solely recognized by the system, unaware that the talent gem also acknowledged her. This realization further solidified her conviction that she had awakened her mental prowess. Reflecting on the talent enhancement she received during childbirth, she became increasingly certain that her mental strength had grown significantly since its inception. Yet, she pondered why her aura radiated a white light, while the talents of other male beasts emitted different hues. The High Priestess was rendered utterly astonished. Su Qing was the first female in the entire tribe to possess a gift. Recalling the moment she had previously declared Su Qing to be talentless, a wave of shame washed over her. With a penetrating gaze fixed on Su Qing, she was engulfed not only by astonishment but also by confusion, unable to discern the nature of Su Qing's talent. However, she was convinced it must be a gift capable of soothing the frenzied emotions of the berserk beasts, rather than one suited for combat. The High Priestess recalled Lan Ji's earlier reaction, which only reinforced her hypothesis, filling her with a sense of exhilaration. As all male beasts ultimately succumbed to madness, the thought that Su Qing might indeed possess such an ability left her in awe. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she regarded Su Qing, acknowledging her as the inaugural female endowed with a talent. On the surface, Su Qing exhibited no discernible emotions, merely nodding in acknowledgement before descending from the testing platform with a calm demeanor, unlike the high priest who was visibly agitated. The orcs within the tribe were taken aback, clamoring to inquire about Su Qing's talent, expressing their bewilderment at having never encountered it before. The high priest, without reservation, shared his conjectures regarding Su Qing's abilities. Upon hearing this, the orcs' astonishment diminished significantly, as they deemed her talent rather inconsequential. After all, it was merely a means to soothe the orcs' tempers, failing to fundamentally alter the inevitable fate of their berserk transformation. The earlier calming of Lan Ji was merely a fortunate coincidence. It was well known among the tribe that Lan Ji harbored deep affections for Su Qing. With her latent abilities, a slight manifestation could restore his tranquility. Yet, this merely reinstated his composure, leaving him unchanged, a beast, not a transformed orc. As for the other orcs succumbing to madness, they could hardly believe that Su Qing could exert control over them. They were acutely aware of the ferocity exhibited by orcs in a frenzied state. How could such a delicate female possibly manage to rein them in? Consequently, the tribe placed little significance on Su Qing's abilities. Nevertheless, Lonjon remained unfazed by their skepticism. He grasped Su Qing's hand and led her toward the White Wolf Cave. "You are remarkable, the first female to possess such a talent." Su Qing harbored no fondness for comparisons, nor did she take pleasure in belittling her female counterparts. Thus she paid little heed to such matters. "Well, then, this evening, reward me with a sumptuous meal." Lonjon gently tapped Su Qing's forehead with his hand, his eyes brimming with affection. "Very well. Whatever you desire to eat is entirely up to you. I shall prepare it for you." Su Qing gathered mushrooms during the day, perfectly timing her endeavor with the preparation of chicken soup. Lonjon gazed at Su Qing's joyful countenance, feeling an unprecedented sense of delight. He wished that the days ahead would continue in such a manner. Zhuiyang observed Su Qing and Lonjon once more clasping hands tightly, an even deeper jealousy flickering in his eyes. Su Qing's ability to bear Lonjon's child, in her perspective, is merely a stroke of luck. However, she never anticipated that Su Qing could manifest such talent, a feat beyond her reach. At this moment, Su Qing must be reveling in her triumph. But she shall not allow her to bask in this pride for too long. It is but a trivial talent. Chapter 25, Talent Conquering the Tribe's Males. Su Qing's talents went unnoticed within the tribe, yet she remained unfazed by this oversight. Lonjon clung to her incessantly, refusing to let her out of his sight even for a moment. At night, he held her tightly as they slept, leaving Su Qing feeling utterly exhausted. Before long, the cheetah tribe announced a duel to elect their next leader, and due to the amicable relations between the White Wolf tribe and the cheetah tribe, Lonjon received an invitation. Concerned about leaving Su Qing alone in the tribe, he decided to take her along, for the two tribes were in close proximity. The White Wolf tribe seized this opportunity to foster connections between the two tribes, subtly facilitating a form of courtship. Su Qing initially had no desire to attend, yet, due to Lonjon's concerns for her well-being, she ultimately acquiesced. Departing the tribe early, they arrived at the cheetah tribe, where Lonjon was graciously invited to sit at the head of the table, and Su Qing also received special treatment. The table was laden with fresh fruits and raw meat, and Su Qing nibbled on her preferred delicacies while occasionally listening to Lonjon's conversation with the elder chief of the cheetah tribe. The resounding beats of the skin drum echoed throughout, signaling the commencement of the competition, and the orcs below erupted into fervent cheers. However, Su Qing was not fond of raucous celebrations nor the sight of blood, so she averted her gaze after a brief glance. The cheers from the crowd grew increasingly intense, indicating a fierce contest. Suddenly, a piercing scream pierced the air, prompting the audience to join in a collective outcry. Curiosity piqued, Su Qing lifted her gaze to witness a tall man with raven hair and dark eyes, his irises glowing crimson, enveloped in a dark aura. With a ferocious roar, he transformed into a monstrous beast, charging towards the orcs below. Panic ensued as the orcs scattered in all directions. "He has gone berserk. We must subdue him," someone shouted. "But how can we control him?" A berserk orc becomes a formidable beast, possessing heightened strength. Our priority is to ensure our survival. Su Qing gazed at the dark aura enveloping Lan Ji, her brow furrowed in concentration as she moved against the tide towards him. The orcs began to retreat. Yet Su Qing pressed forward, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. The orcs of the leopard tribe exchanged glances of confusion and shock. Was this small female unwell? What did she intend to do? Lan Ji was a celestial tier warrior, now in a frenzied state. He could easily tear her apart. The members of the White Wolf tribe spoke anxiously among themselves. Had Su Qing lost her senses? Did she believe that her talent could control Lonji and, by extension, dominate Lan Ji? She was utterly overestimating her capabilities. Upon returning from an outing, Lonjon was met with the alarming sight of Su Qing charging toward the orcs. His face paling in horror, he pushed through the orcs, desperate to reach her, for he could not bear the thought of her being harmed. At that moment, Lan Ji was gradually transforming into a monstrous beast, his agile form darting across the arena, and upon spotting Su Qing before him, he let out a thunderous roar. Lowering his head in vigilance, he scrutinized her, realizing she posed no threat. Yet, the muscles of the leopard tensed, like a sharp sword aimed at Su Qing. Lonjon inhaled sharply. "No, Su Qing, run, flee." His complexion turned ghostly pale, his eyes wide with fear as his pupils constricted rapidly. Was he about to lose her? The leader of the leopard tribe also felt a surge of panic. Lan Ji rushed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Su Qing. "Control him. Pierce him with the feathered arrows." The orcs of the leopard tribe snapped back to reality, their arrows at the ready, with a single command from the elder leader. Lan Ji would be riddled with arrows. Su Qing remained motionless, her gaze fixed intently on the approaching Lan Ji. Suddenly, she raised her hand. The hastily charging Lan Ji, its limbs scraping against the ground, came to an abrupt halt, lifting its pair of obsidian eyes to stare intently at Su Qing. Su Qing raised her hand, gently resting it upon his head. "Fear not, I shall not cause you harm." Lonjon's heart raced as he implored, "Su Qing, come back." The members of the White Wolf tribe could hardly bear to watch, fearing that Su Qing might meet a tragic end. The gazes of the cheetah tribe members towards Su Qing were filled with disbelief, perceiving her actions as recklessly audacious. As the cheetah stirred, his eyes narrowed slightly, feeling a warm current surging within him, gradually calming his tumultuous emotions. After a considerable time, he relaxed, obediently lying at Su Qing's feet. The orcs of the tribe stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how a fragile female could pacify a frenzied beast. Were their eyes deceiving them? The orcs of the cheetah tribe, besides their astonishment, were also filled with curiosity. Meanwhile, the orcs of the White Wolf tribe experienced a stinging sensation of embarrassment, having previously dismissed Su Qing's soothing talent as insignificant. Yet, witnessing the event unfold before their eyes, they came to realize the narrowness of their own perceptions. Su Qing possesses the remarkable ability to halt the orc frenzy, surpassing even their chieftain in prowess. The elder chief of the leopard tribe was taken aback. His gaze fixed intently on Su Qing's actions, his eyes gradually illuminating with realization. Lonjon let out a sigh of relief, yet refrained from making any sudden movements, instead stepping quietly from the orc horde to stand silently behind Su Qing. Su Qing quietly comforted Lan Ji, gradually allowing him to regain his human form. He opened his eyes and looked up at Su Qing, his gaze brimming with excitement. The orcs of the White Wolf tribe and the cheetah tribe were utterly astounded. Su Qing had managed to restore the frenzied beast to its horse's shape. This was something they had never dared to imagine before. Yet here was a young female accomplishing it. This ability surpassed mere emotional pacification of the ferocious beasts. After all, previously, once transformed into a beast, one could only wander the verdant forest until death. This was the fate of every male, a day that instilled fear in all. However, with Su Qing's arrival, a glimmer of hope had emerged for them. Su Qing was unaware of the astonishment that gripped the hearts of the orcs. She merely felt as though her very essence had been drained, rendering her unstable and causing her to collapse backward. Lan Ji, observing Su Qing's imminent fall, swiftly darted forward, allowing her to land upon his back as he hastened away. Lonjon glanced at the awakened Lan Ji, offering a nod to the elder chief of the leopard tribe before turning to follow suit. Several times, Lonjon attempted to intercept Lan Ji, urging her to entrust Su Qing to him. Yet, Lan Ji refused to permit anyone to approach Su Qing the moment someone drew near. He bared his teeth in a menacing display, his emotions beginning to erupt. Lonjon's repeated attempts proved futile, forcing him to trail at a distance. The orcs within the White Wolf tribe also came to their senses, their eyes ablaze with astonishment. Su Qing, she is our deity. She possesses the ability to pacify the frenzied beast and restore them. Such marvel was beyond belief. The orcs of the White Wolf tribe swiftly departed, for she was a treasure to their tribe that must be protected at all costs. The orcs of the Leopard tribe gazed at Lai Yong with profound envy. He gleaned the situation from their words. Grateful to Su Qing, he yearned to express his thanks, for she had granted him a second chance at life. Simultaneously, guilt weighed heavily upon him due to her injuries. Additionally, he was deeply affected by the frenzy, and he believed that if he remained close to this female, he would no longer suffer its torment. His feelings were genuine. He truly wished for Su Qing's healing. Though he longed to pursue her, the elder chief restrained him, fearing a recurrence of his frenzy. Stay in the tribe for now and observe. If you no longer succumb to the frenzy, we shall grant you your freedom, the elder chief declared. Lai Yong revealed his hand, which had once been shrouded in leopard fur, now completely vanished. This revelation only intensified his determination to claim Su Qing. Very well, I shall seek her out. I want her to be my mate. Chapter 26. The beloved Su Qing returned to the wolf den. And after a slumber that lasted a full day and night, he was roused by hunger. Lonjon had been waiting at the entrance, and upon hearing movement, hurried inside. Su Qing, are you all right? He inquired, attempting to approach. However, Lan Ji growled at him, prompting Su Qing to raise his hand and gently pat Lan Ji before responding to Lonjon. I am fine. Really, I just feel a bit hungry. Upon hearing Su Qing express her hunger, Lonjon's anxieties dissipated entirely, prompting him to hurriedly step out to prepare a meal. Su Qing lay down for an entire day, her bones stiffening, and as she walked, she began to stretch her limbs. Just as she stepped outside, she was met with the gaze of numerous eager eyes, causing her to startle. This sensation left her feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. Do you require something? Su Qing tentatively spoke, uncertain of what had transpired during her period of unconsciousness. Why had so many males gathered at her doorstep? Su Qing, I have brought you something to eat. Do take a bite. Su Qing, what do you require of me? Just let me know. The incessant expressions of goodwill bewildered Su Qing, while Lonjon turned to glance at the males, a fleeting glimmer of unease flashing in his eyes. She had just awakened and needed rest. It would be best for all of you to take your leave for now. Su Qing nodded busily, uncertain of what had transpired with the males, yet firmly convinced that their demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. Their gazes towards her were imbued with a fervor surpassing that which they directed at their leader, Lonjon. The males appeared somewhat dejected, but Su Qing truly required rest. Reluctantly, they left behind the items they had brought and departed with a sense of wistfulness. Su Qing wished for them to carry the items away. Yet no male heeded her request. Su Qing gazed at Lonjon, her eyes filled with curiosity. It pertains to your innate talent, Lonjon replied. Su Qing instantly comprehended the significance of her mental prowess in relation to the males. They need not resort to such extremes if they were to succumb to madness. I would be willing to assist them. Lonjon felt a twinge of jealousy. As a male, he was entirely reluctant to allow his female to associate with other males. However, as the leader of the White Wolf tribe, he understood just how crucial it was for Su Qing to soothe the rampaging beast men for the benefit of their tribe. His gaze was filled with inner conflict, yet his voice remained gentle. Do not overexert yourself. I shall be concerned. Our little one needs you. Su Qing agreed to him, attributing his concern to her recent fainting spell. However, she had not anticipated that the treatment for her mania would lead to such a collapse. Su Qing believed that this matter had come to an end, yet it was merely the beginning. In the days that followed, she received delightful gifts each day: fresh herbs, meats, and fungi. Su Qing stepped out of the wolf den, surrounded by an array of males, each offering their warm inquiries and attentions. She had undoubtedly become the cherished darling of the tribe's men. Every day, Su Qing received gifts from the males, feeling a sense of indebtedness in her heart. Longing to reciprocate, yet they steadfastly refused her offerings. Observing the coarse salt they consumed, she resolved to express her gratitude. Coarse salt not only lacked palatability, but also posed health risks when consumed in excess. She shared her intention to provide them with refined salt as a gesture of appreciation with Lonjon, who voiced no objections and promptly summoned the males to gather. As Su Qing made her appearance, The male gaze brightened, as if beholding the most precious treasure in the world. During this period, Su Qing had been compelled to adapt. She commenced instructing others on how to process coarse salt into fine salt through boiling. The moment she began her task, the males grew flustered. Su Qing, please refrain from moving. The stones are too rough and may harm your delicate skin. Allow us to handle it. Su Qing intended to light a fire. When a male approached, Su Qing, if you attempt to ignite it, you might scorch your face. Simply instruct us, and we shall handle it. Whenever Su Qing engaged in any activity, the males eagerly rushed to assist, fearing that she might stumble or get hurt. After several attempts, Su Qing could only shake her head in resignation. Su Qing, you need not do anything at all. Simply stand by and direct us. A precious female should command the males. Su Qing's lips quivered slightly. She did not perceive herself as particularly precious. However, witnessing the males nearly coming to blows to prevent her from working left her feeling quite helpless. Reluctant to impose upon the males, she ultimately acquiesced to their wishes. She was provided with a comfortable seat beneath the lush canopy of a grand tree, holding delectable wild fruits in her hands. While she leisurely enjoyed the sight of the males laboring, Su Qing observed the cooking process, occasionally stepping in to direct the stirring. Gradually, the salt transformed into crystalline formations, and the males extracted the salt, marveling at its pristine whiteness. This exquisite salt surpassed even the fine salt traded during the tribal market days, a sight they had never encountered before. Su Qing's prowess astounded them. The admiration in the males' gazes towards her deepened. However, Su Qing remained unfazed. She instructed them to prepare meat and taught everyone how to use salt to make soup and roast the meat. The enticing aroma wafted through the air. Yet it was not the males who first tasted it. They respectfully offered the dish to Su Qing instead. Please, do sample the flavor, they implored. Their use of honorifics making Su Qing feel quite uncomfortable. Despite her reluctance, she acquiesced to their wishes. Upon tasting the dish, she remarked, "Your culinary skills are exceptional. It is truly delightful." The young male, praised by Su Qing, blushed deeply, his grin nearly reaching his ears. The other males regarded him with envy, yearning for Su Qing's commendation. This gentle, kind, and capable little female was beyond their wildest dreams. The food was quickly devoured by the males, each one savoring the flavors with delight, happily circling around Su Qing. Even without words, the sound of her gentle voice brought them immense joy. In a corner, Zhuiyang watched the unwed males gathered around Su Qing, his expression contorted with envy. Su Qing is inferior in every way to her. Why? Why must she be subjected to a test of her talents? Why do all the males favor her? She refuses to accept this. She is the most fertile orc among females, the most esteemed of her kind. What right does Su Qing have? Zhuiyang burst forth. Su Qing, you shameless wretch. The harmonious atmosphere was shattered by Zhuiyang's piercing voice, and the males turned to glare at her in discontent. When had Zhuiyang ever been treated in such a manner? Jealousy twisted her features, rendering her exceedingly grotesque. Su Qing furrowed her brows, while the males cast complex gazes upon Zhuiyang. Their petite female was so gentle and kind. What if Zhuiyang's loud voice frightened her? How could I have lost all sense of shame? Pray tell, I am all ears. Su Qing's demeanor was cold and aloof, standing in stark contrast to Zhuiyang's anxious and flustered appearance. The other males were equally unwilling to witness Su Qing being bullied. In a tribe where harmony is essential, how could one recklessly slander another orc? The little female always acts in the best interest of everyone. How can she be so shameless? If you cannot present a reason today, do not blame us for turning against you. Seeing Su Qing so composed, with other males speaking on her behalf, only intensified Zhuiyang's frustration. Do not think for a moment that your actions go unnoticed by the other orcs. Do you still have any shame left? Then why don't you speak up? Su Qing appeared visibly impatient, while Zhuiyang opened his mouth in disbelief. How shameless you are. You propose that the leader shares a wife with Lan Ji, and that brothers share a wife as well. Such a precedent has never existed in our tribe. You are utterly devoid of shame. Su Qing had expected something of significance, yet this was all there was? She did not even raise an eyebrow, only regarding Zhuiyang with the contempt one might reserve for a jester. Zhuiyang, unwilling to relent, contemplated rallying the males against her. Zhuiyang, suppress your vile thoughts. Su Qing has allowed Lonji to stay with them solely to protect him. Do not speak recklessly. The males were incensed. How could Zhuiyang so casually malign such a fine female? Chapter 27, Soothing the Hunter. The High Priest, who had come to inspect the fine salt, happened to overhear Zhuiyang's words. His brow furrowed in discontent. Zhuiyang, Su Qing has brought Lan Ji closer to her in order to comfort him. Cast off your impure notions at once. After reprimanding Zhuiyang, the high priest's gaze flicked towards Su Qing, fearful that her displeasure might hinder her ability to soothe the other male's emotions. Fortunately, Su Qing remained gracious, and it did not affect her demeanor in the slightest. Zhuiyang seethed with anger. So many beastmen stood in support of Su Qing, with not a single ally by her side. In the past, her mere words would elicit adoration from the males. Why had everything changed with Su Qing's arrival? Even the high priest had shifted his allegiance, leaving her with eyes reddened by fury. You all shield her. She is utterly shameless, allowing Lan Ji and Lonjon to share a wife. Su Qing lazily lifted her eyelids and gazed at Zhuiyang. What difference does it make if it's true? What business is it of yours? Are you envious of me? Is that why you are so determined to provoke me? Zhuiyang found herself at a loss for words in the face of Su Qing's candid remarks. The other males quickly grasped the reason behind Zhuiyang's outburst. Their gazes toward her laced with disdain and surprise. They had initially thought Zhuiyang was merely a bit spoiled, but were taken aback by the malevolence of her thoughts. Let us leave. Don't embarrass yourself here. The males began to urge Zhuiyang to depart, but she was not accustomed to such indignities. With resentment in her eyes, she shot a glare at Su Qing and, covering her face, vanished from her side amidst the disapproving looks of the crowd. This incident had no impact on Su Qing. She continued with her affairs as usual, yet an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Lai Yang approached her. Su Qing, I am willing to become part of your family. I hope you will accept me. He met her gaze with sincerity. Su Qing remained silent, merely inquiring of the system, which declined to respond. Currently, Lai Yang was merely at the pinnacle of the earth level, unable to conceive superior offspring. Upon hearing Lai Yang's words, Lonjon's azure eyes darkened slightly, fixing an unwavering gaze upon him. Su Qing required no male to be integrated into her lineage. Lonji also rose from the ground, casting a fierce glare at Lai Yang, his disapproval unmistakable. Lai Yang, however, remained unfazed by the attitudes of Lonjon and Lan Ji, his eyes gleaming as he focused intently on Su Qing. Su Qing shook her head. I am truly not in need of a marriage proposal. Lai Yang's dark eyes gradually dulled. He was now at the terminal stage of his frenzy. Without Su Qing's calming spirit, he was uncertain whether he would be so fortunate during his next bout of madness, yet she had declined him. With a heavy heart, Lai Yang trudged away, though he did not stray far, lingering around the White Wolf tribe. Initially, Lonji kept a wary eye on him, preventing his approach to Su Qing. But seeing that he did not enter the tribe, he grew indifferent and lazily settled nearby Su Qing. Every day, Lai Yang observed from a distance as Su Qing was surrounded by males. His gaze fixated on the petite female. Her posture was upright, her complexion porcelain-like and gentle as she spoke softly about the creation of exquisite salt. She educated everyone on how to locate the earth suitable for building houses. Each word resonated with an extraordinary power that captivated him. He felt an immense admiration for this young female, who possessed knowledge surpassing even that of the high priest of the cheetah tribe. Though she appeared fragile, her intellect was formidable, gradually enchanting him. Lai Yang understood that he could not remain passive. He began to take action, inquiring within the White Wolf tribe about Su Qing's preferences. Learning of her fondness for rare treasures, he ventured deep into the verdant forest to seek out items that she desired. Initially, Su Qing refused his offerings, but he insisted it was a means to repay her for saving his life. Su Qing gazed at the exquisite treasures before her, accepting them without hesitation. However, as the offerings from Lai Yang multiplied, she discerned that his intentions were not entirely pure. If you wish for my assistance in providing emotional solace, these items may serve as your currency, she stated. Lai Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although he harbored such thoughts, his desire to see Su Qing was even stronger. Upon hearing her words, he lifted his gaze to meet hers, his eyes alight with hope. Is it truly possible? Su Qing nodded, and without waiting for Lai Yang to act, she gently placed her hand upon his wrist. The warmth of her touch enveloped him, and as Lai Yang gazed upon the delicate profile of the young female, his heart gradually found solace. Day by day, Lai Yang grew stronger, while Su Qing, in contrast, appeared increasingly fatigued. The males, witnessing her weary state, felt a pang of compassion, reluctant to allow her to continue offering them comfort. Yet, driven by her desire to swiftly enhance her mental fortitude, Su Qing would soothe the unruly males as long as she had even a modicum of strength left. However, each time she concluded her efforts, she would succumb to a faint slumber. Whenever Lonji observed Su Qing collapse, his eyes mirrored a blend of concern and dissatisfaction. Yet more prominently, a tinge of jealousy, jealous of the tenderness Su Qing bestowed upon those males. Nevertheless, Lan Ji consistently devised ways to discreetly usher Lonji away, allowing Su Qing to provide him with the mental solace he sought. Su Qing's soothing presence proved effective, as the symptoms of frenzy within Lan Ji completely vanished. Lan Ji felt an inexhaustible surge of power coursing through his body, signaling that he was on the brink of ascension. Yet, he found himself reluctant to part with Su Qing. As he departed, he gazed at her with deep affection in his eyes. Su Qing, if I achieve my advancement, I shall undoubtedly return to seek you out. Su Qing was also delighted for him, nodding as she watched him depart. The physical condition of Lan Ji could not be delayed. He returned to the tribe, where the elder chief of the cheetah tribe awaited his arrival. The elder, aware of Lan Ji's impending advancement, felt a surge of excitement. On the day of the competition, he had feared losing this son, but unexpectedly, fortune had favored him. Now, he was poised for further progress. The elder was thrilled to safeguard Lan Ji, hopeful for his successful ascension. With closed eyes, Lan Ji allowed the vigorous currents of energy to flow through his body. Suddenly, the smooth passage of energy was obstructed, catching him off guard. The energy surged uncontrollably, flooding into his limbs and bones. Lan Ji opened his eyes, a crimson glow flashing as his form transformed into that of a cheetah. With a fierce roar, he dashed about wildly. The elder chief was taken aback. Observing Lan Ji's state, he realized that he had succumbed to madness. Get the beastmen in here, quickly. The elder chief attempted to restrain Lan Ji, but he was no match for the frenzy of the wild beast. The beastmen stationed nearby, alerted by the commotion, rushed in only to be startled by the sight of Lan Ji transforming into a feral creature. Hurry, go to the White Wolf tribe and summon Su Qing. Quickly. As the elder chief fought to fend off Lan Ji's attacks, he instructed the beastmen to seek out Su Qing. The beastmen, frightened by Lan Ji's erratic behavior, dared not linger and hurried towards the White Wolf tribe. Lonjon and Ji were absent from the White Wolf tribe, so the beastmen of the cheetah tribe directly sought out Su Qing. Upon hearing that it was the feral hunt of the sun, Su Qing did not hesitate and promptly followed along. The members of the White Wolf tribe expressed some discontent regarding the actions of the cheetah tribe. Su Qing is indeed the treasure of their tribe. However, regardless of how they plead, if Su Qing consents, they are powerless to obstruct her departure. Upon Su Qing's arrival at the cheetah tribe, the orcs had long awaited her presence, each one gazing at her with palpable excitement. Su Qing, my unworthy son, I must trouble you, the elder chief thought anxiously, yet he restrained his emotions and greeted her with courtesy. Where is Lan Ji? Su Qing inquired. The elder chief, noticing Su Qing's forthrightness, had intended to engage in small talk, but he quickly dismissed that notion and led her into the cave. Upon hearing the sound of the cheetah's claws scraping against the ground, Su Qing furrowed her brows slightly and stepped cautiously inside. The old leader followed closely behind, anxious that the frenzied Hunter Yang might harm Su Qing, for she was the sole hope of Hunter Yang, and it was imperative that nothing went amiss. Su Qing walked steadily forward, noticing Lan Ji watching her with a vigilant gaze, his eyes tinged with red, clearly indicating a more severe state than before. Lan Ji, come here. Chapter 28, Assisting Lan Ji's Upgrade. Su Qing softly commanded, yet Lan Ji remained unmoved. Instead, he leaned forward, assuming an aggressive stance as he fixed his gaze upon Su Qing. Should she approach even a single step closer, he would be ready to attack. Su Qing took a deep breath. Old leader, the situation with Lan Ji appears rather grim. The old leader's heart sank, and he cast a complex gaze at Lan Ji. Su Qing had previously offered him a glimmer of hope, leading him to believe that this time he could also rescue Lan Ji. He had no desire to lose this son. Su Qing observed the elder leader's eyes glisten with unshed tears, and, gritting his teeth, spoke resolutely, rest assured. I shall do my utmost. As Su Qing finished speaking, without waiting for the elder leader's response, she swiftly stepped forward. Just as Lan Ji was about to react, she gently covered his eyes with her hand. The warm touch and the familiar fragrance surged into Lan Ji's senses, causing his restless breaths to gradually calm and his taut muscles to slowly relax. Su Qing exhaled deeply, and the old leader also breathed a sigh of relief. He gazed at Su Qing with gratitude, fearing that Lan Ji might suddenly lash out and harm her. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly as Su Qing directed her mental energy into Lan Ji's meridians. However, as soon as her mental energy entered, it encountered an obstruction, preventing her from advancing further. Su Qing opened her eyes, gazing at Lan Ji with a complex expression. The old chief spoke nervously, inquiring if something was amiss. It might take some time. This time, Lai Yang's frenzy was more intricate than before. The old chief sighed in relief, knowing that as long as he could be calmed. Time was not an issue. Su Qing, what do I need to prepare on my end? Just give the orders. The old chief was exceedingly cooperative, not questioning Su Qing's ability to soothe him, but rather directly stating what preparations were necessary, implying that regardless of how long it took, it was imperative for Su Qing to pacify Lai Yang. Su Qing cast a deep glance at the old leader, understanding the sentiments of a father. He prepared an abundance of exquisite treasures from heaven and earth. Upon concluding her words, Su Qing closed her eyes, while the old chieftain stepped outside, instructing the orcs to bring forth the finest treasures of the tribe. With her eyes closed for an extended period, Su Qing felt the old leader's breathing soften slightly, his body becoming increasingly tense. Finally, Lai Yang opened his eyes, locking his gaze onto Su Qing. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes as he attempted to revert to his human form, only to realize the futility of his effort. A flash of anxiety crossing his features. Su Qing sensed his anxiety and opened her eyes. I have worked hard to calm you down. Your emotions must not become agitated again, or I will be unable to assist you next time. Su Qing's words fell like a bucket of ice water, chilling Lai Yang to the core. He took several deep breaths and obediently lay down on Su Qing's lap. Su Qing raised his hand to stroke his fur, and Lai Yang comfortably closed his eyes. If you wish to advance, follow my mental energy, Su Qing instructed. Lai Yang looked up at Su Qing in confusion, yet he desired to progress. I will heed your guidance. Su Qing closed her eyes, closely followed by Lai Yang. Su Qing's mental energy meandered through the meridians of Lai Yang, guiding him deeper into exploration. This time, the flow of the meridians was significantly smoother, and Lai Yang kept his eyes closed, not reopening them. However, Lai Yang's condition was dire. Energy surged chaotically within him, compelling Su Qing to expend several times her usual mental strength to soothe it. The rapid depletion of her mental energy left her feeling dizzy and disoriented. She grasped a nearby precious herb and began to chew, allowing energy to once again surge through her meridians, replenishing her mental strength. As she chewed the precious herb, she simultaneously worked to expand Lai Yang's meridians. Su Qing withdrew her mental energy, confident that Lai Yang would undoubtedly succeed this time. Su Qing cautiously shifted her body and, having just risen to her feet and taken 2 steps, felt her legs weaken, causing her to tumble towards the ground. The elder chief was startled and hurriedly rushed over to support Su Qing, instructing the orcs to prepare a resting place. I am hungry. Please have the chief arrange some food, she said. The elder chief glanced at his son, nodded in agreement, and told Su Qing to wait a moment, assuring her that the food would arrive shortly. Su Qing, having satisfied her hunger and thirst, sank into a deep slumber. As she drifted off, she entrusted the old chief to keep watch and informed him that Jian Yang would surely succeed in his advancement this time. The old chief, overcome with excitement, felt his palms tremble. Observing Su Qing as she closed her eyes, he dared not disturb her, standing at the cave entrance like a statue, vigilant and steadfast. After Su Qing fell into a deep slumber, Lai Yang opened his eyes, surrounded by a swirling aura of energy, his body brimming with strength. He realized he had successfully advanced in his cultivation, and his heart swelled with gratitude towards Su Qing. He yearned to share this joy with her. Have you succeeded? The old chief's voice was low as he regarded his son intently. Lai Yang's gaze fell upon Su Qing's serene sleeping face, stirring a sense of concern within him. What is the matter with her? He approached the bedside, grasping Su Qing's hand tightly. The familiar warmth enveloped him, bringing a sense of tranquility to his heart. She is weary. She told me you would succeed in your advancement, and it has indeed come to pass. She is remarkable. Your success this time is largely due to Su Qing, the old chief remarked with a sigh. Lai Yang understood all too well that, without Su Qing, he would have succumbed to madness, transforming into a ferocious beast, and would never have achieved this advancement. Listening to his father's account of the perilous journey of his advancement and how Su Qing had aided him, Lai Yang felt a swell of emotion. With Su Qing's assistance, his cultivation progressed at a pace far surpassing his own efforts. He gazed at her tranquil visage, a resolute determination shining in his eyes. Father, Su Qing is no ordinary female. Her support has enabled my advancement. With her by my side, I shall undoubtedly become the strongest male in the tribe. The old chief wholeheartedly endorsed his son's sentiments, and as their eyes met, they both turned their attention to Su Qing's face. After all, she is a female of the White Wolf tribe. We cannot retain her indefinitely. The chief's words weighed heavily on Lai Yang's heart, tightening his grip on Su Qing's hand. She is exceptionally kind. We might as well leverage her benevolence to keep her in the cheetah tribe. The old chief's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Indeed, we shall provide her with the finest care, and you can feign madness occasionally, ensuring she cannot leave the cheetah tribe. This way, we can retain her. Lai Yang found this plan most agreeable, his excitement mounting. As he held her hand, he felt a slight movement. He looked up in surprise, meeting Su Qing's clear yet aloof gaze. So, is my kindness truly so valueless? Su Qing's tone was laced with sarcasm, causing a sudden jolt in Lai Yang's heart. He averted his gaze, saying, Su Qing, allow me to explain. Su Qing denied him this opportunity, struggling to rise to her feet. When Lai Yang reached out to assist her, she forcefully brushed him aside. You possess exceptional talent. There is no need for me to further refine your meridians. From this moment on, you need not seek me out again. A flicker of dark astonishment crossed Lai Yang's eyes as he fixed his gaze intently upon Su Qing. I merely desire to possess you. If other males can receive your solace, why am I unable to? Su Qing remained silent, her gaze fixed upon him. Eventually, she shook her head and turned away. Though kind-hearted, she was no saint. Being schemed against by the beast men, how could she bear no resentment? Lai Yang watched her retreating figure, his fists clenched tightly in frustration. He could not accept that Su Qing was meant to belong to him alone. Those males had no right to seek her comfort. He could never relinquish his claim on Su Qing. Su Qing returned to the White Wolf tribe, where she encountered Lonjon, who had come out in search of her. Su Qing, are you all right? Lonjon asked, noticing the pallor on her face. His heart filled with discontent. Su Qing shook her head, languidly reclining in Lonjon's embrace. Exhausted, she murmured, please carry me back to rest. Lonjon, filled with frustration, gritted his teeth. He had grasped the circumstances and understood that Su Qing was merely offering comfort to Lai Yang. Gazing down at her, his eyes brimmed with compassion. He carefully bent down to lift Su Qing, his steps steady as he made his way towards the White Wolf's den. Chapter 29. Trust in Su Qing. The following day, Lai Yang sought her out, bringing an abundance of provisions and crystals. Lonjon stood at the entrance of the tribe, coldly regarding him. Su Qing has expressed her desire not to see you. Leave at once. Lai Yang's eyes flickered with a shadowy light. Su Qing saved my life. I merely wish to express my gratitude in person. I bear her no harm. Allow me to meet her. Lonjon's gaze fell upon the items in Lai Yang's possession. The White Wolf tribe lacks for nothing. You should return. With that, Lonjon turned on his heel, leaving the beast men to politely escort Lai Yang away. Clenching his fists, Lai Yang cast a lingering glance at the cave where Su Qing resided, resolutely determined not to yield easily. Days later, Lai Yang returned once more, and this time, he spotted Su Qing from a distance, raising his hand in greeting. Su Qing cast a fleeting glance and offered no response, while the ever-vigilant Lan Ji growled a warning at him. A pang of jealousy stirred within Lai Yang as he fixed his gaze on Lan Ji. He would not admit to feeling envious, for his desire was solely to win Su Qing's admiration, which he deeply valued. In the ensuing encounters, Lai Yang faced repeated failures, culminating in a confrontation with Lan Ji. It was only after sustaining injuries that he settled into a period of silence. Su Qing, having nurtured her health, found it quite uncomfortable to dwell in a cave. She crafted her own charcoal pencils and exchanged some white paper from the system, embarking on a journey of artistry. The clay bricks she had previously fashioned proved to be quite useful. Lonjon quietly observed from the side, his curiosity piqued by the items Su Qing had brought forth. As he beheld the drawings emerging from the charcoal pencil, his curiosity transformed into astonishment. They were still communicating with cowhide paper and had never encountered such pristine sheets. He refrained from inquiring, fearing he might disrupt Su Qing's concentration. She depicted the simplest of rustic courtyards, meticulously detailing every aspect. Once completed, she gazed at Lonjon with unwavering confidence. He felt his cheeks warm under her scrutiny. I require your assistance with the task, she stated. Lonjon swallowed hard. You may choose any time, day or night. Su Qing rolled her eyes. I intend to build a house. Rid your mind of those sordid thoughts. Lonjon felt a tinge of disappointment, having not spent time with the little female in quite a while. He complied with Su Qing's instructions and summoned the males, presenting them with the plans and designs for the construction. The males were eager to indulge Su Qing. Whatever she stated was to be taken as law. Su Qing instructed the excavation of the foundation. With a multitude of orcs present, their male counterparts demonstrated remarkable strength, accomplishing significant progress in less than an hour. The tree felling was executed with even greater swiftness, requiring no concern from Su Qing. The entrance of the White Wolf tribe was adorned with numerous grand trees, and soon several were brought back with ease. Su Qing instructed everyone to strip the bark from the trees and allow it to dry for a few days. Now they are commencing the construction of the walls. As Su Qing endeavored to take charge, the males, unwilling to comply, relegated her to the sidelines, permitting her only to direct while they made adjustments as they saw fit. Su Qing, feeling helpless, could only acquiesce to their demands. With the abundance of robust males, great strength was exerted, and by the end of the day, 3 walls of the house had risen. Su Qing was filled with excitement and exhilaration. She once again sketched a blueprint, prompting the idle males of the tribe to commence the construction of a formidable wall. Previously, their fortifications were merely constructed from timber, lacking in durability. Should any rival tribe launch an attack, a single flame could easily reduce it to ashes. Su Qing's proposal garnered the approval of the leader, Lonjon, and they commenced their endeavors. Within a fortnight, the White Wolf tribe underwent a remarkable transformation. Su Qing fashioned numerous catapults from the remaining timber. While she did not anticipate needing them, it was imperative to possess means of self-defense. As soon as the city walls were erected, Zhuoyang furrowed her brow and made disparaging remarks. With this soil, a mere rain will turn it into a puddle of muck, wasting everyone's time. Su Qing's intentions are truly malevolent. Though others remained silent, they were all too familiar with the soil's inadequacy. It was hardly capable of providing stability. Nonetheless, with the chief's orders given, many were left to seethe in silence. As expected, rain began to fall the following day. Zhuoyang, her belly round with expectation, eagerly gathered the orcs to inspect the walls. Hours passed, yet the walls remained steadfast. When she reached out to touch them, she expected to feel the soft mud but was astonished to encounter a surface as hard as stone. A twinge of pain flickered across her face, and she snorted in disbelief. This must be Su Qing's trickery. I refuse to believe the defenses are that formidable. And that so-called catapult? Merely a decorative pillow. Just a few days after her words, the Black Bear tribe launched an assault. Lonjon instructed Su Qing to remain at home, entrusting Lan Ji to guard her while he led the males into battle. Su Qing, concerned that they were yet unfamiliar with the use of catapults, discreetly followed. Lonjon was engaged in fierce combat with the male orcs of the Black Bear tribe. Meanwhile, another small contingent planned to encircle the White Wolf tribe while they were unprepared, but upon noticing the towering walls surrounding the tribe, their eyes widened in astonishment. What was this? When had the White Wolf tribe erected such formidable fortifications? They attempted to launch an assault, yet found themselves unable to scale the walls. Fire attacks proved futile, and their stones could not breach the defenses. The males stationed within the White Wolf tribe, observing the Black Bear tribe's helplessness, could not contain their laughter, further solidifying their faith in Su Qing. Zhuoyang felt a burning sensation on her cheeks, still reluctant to accept that Su Qing had indeed constructed walls capable of withstanding external threats. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Su Qing found the males in a state of panic, all urging her to retreat, proclaiming the dangers that lay ahead. However, she graciously declined their well-intentioned advice and commanded the orcs to activate the catapults, instructing the external forces led by Lonjon to fall back. Although Lonjon was uncertain of Su Qing's intentions, he executed her orders without hesitation. Observing Lonjon's withdrawal, the Black Bear tribe mistakenly assumed they were unable to withstand the confrontation, and their spirits soared as they raised their weapons in fervent cheers. The chieftain of the Black Bear, emboldened by this false confidence, rallied his brethren to charge forth and eliminate the males, claiming their females as spoils. The Black Bear orcs, invigorated, surged forward with fervor. Suddenly, a commotion erupted as something fell from the sky. What is that? Quick, it's stones. Run, run. Those who reacted swiftly escaped, while the slower ones were struck and injured. The once boisterous Black Bear tribe was soon reduced to chaos, fleeing in disarray after being pelted by stones. The White Wolf tribe, witnessing the disgraceful retreat of the Black Bear tribe, erupted in jubilant cheers. All of this was attributable to Su Qing. Without her, their casualties would have surely been severe. Now, they had defended their tribe with 0 losses. Su Qing is our hero, cried one of the orc males, and soon a chorus of praises for Su Qing resounded throughout the ranks. Su Qing's skin had never been so delicate, flushed a deep crimson. Yet, there was a sense of joy. War may be brutal, but the orc who treated her kindly would be safe. She could hardly contain her happiness. Lonjon's eyes were red-rimmed as he gazed at Su Qing with excitement, approaching her and enveloping her in a tight embrace. Su Qing, thank you. Su Qing allowed the White Wolf tribe to emerge unscathed, a feat that even he, as their leader, could not accomplish. It was evident that Su Qing was a precious gift bestowed upon them by the beast god. Su Qing found herself somewhat overwhelmed by Lonjon's fervor, struggling slightly. "Allow me a moment to catch my breath. You gather everyone to tidy the battlefield," she requested. Reluctantly, Lonjon released her. The males watched as Su Qing departed, already perceiving her as a hero. In the hearts of the White Wolf tribe's orcs, she stood on par with the High Priestess, deserving of their utmost respect. Chapter 30. Provocation. Once Su Qing had left, the orcs cast disdainful glances at Zhuiyang, who had spoken ill of Su Qing's fortifications, claiming they were mere illusions. Yet the Black Bear tribe's orcs could not breach them. He had belittled the catapults, calling them decorative cushions. But they had successfully repelled the orcs of the Black Bear tribe. "Zhuiyang, you ought to refrain from maliciously scheming against Su Qing in the future." Listening to the tribe's praises for Su Qing and their disparagement of her, Zhuiyang felt a tumult of shame and jealousy, nearly driven to madness. She could not counter a single word, left to endure the orc scorn, and she directed all her grievances towards Su Qing. "That brazen wretch, how dare she? She deserves to wallow in the mud, never to rise again." With a venomous glare at Su Qing's departing figure, she stormed away. Zhuiyang sought out the High Priestess. Concealing her fury beneath a facade of admiration, she extolled Su Qing's virtues, her eyes betraying a semblance of respect. Su Qing was indeed formidable. She had aided them in vanquishing the Black Bear tribe, earning the gratitude and reverence of her kin. The High Priestess nodded, fully aware of Su Qing's deeds. Though uncertain of Zhuiyang's intent, the High Priestess scrutinized Zhuiyang, who felt her heart skip a beat. Anxiety itched across her face. "Su Qing's standing in the tribe has now eclipsed even yours. I fear she may have ulterior motives, perhaps seeking to usurp your position." Zhuiyang's words furrowed the High Priestess's brow. She understood better than anyone the admiration the males held for Su Qing, yet Zhuiyang's insinuations plunged her into contemplation. "Please summon Su Qing," she commanded. Zhuiyang suppressed her excitement, eager to comply as she departed. This time, she would ensure that Su Qing would not rise again. "What brings you here?" Su Qing furrowed her brows, her tone laced with displeasure. Zhuiyang gazed at Su Qing's exquisite visage, her eyes filled with envy. Yet, for the sake of the forthcoming plan, she took a deep breath and forced a smile. "The High Priest seeks you. On what grounds should I place my trust in you?" Su Qing's skepticism incited Zhuiyang's ire. "Huh. Now, the tribe is filled with orcs who hold you in high esteem. How dare I bring you harm?" Su Qing smiled, a rare moment of self-awareness from you. Zhuiyang rolled her eyes in exasperation, deciding to allow the little imp to revel in her audacity for the time being. After all, what would happen when she encountered the High Priest? Su Qing tidied herself up and arrived at the High Priest's cave. Upon seeing Su Qing, the High Priest regarded her with an examining gaze. Su Qing, puzzled by this scrutiny, met the High Priest's eyes with unwavering resolve. There was an unusual aura surrounding the High Priest, though the High Priest noted the clarity in Su Qing's eyes, free from ulterior motives. He could not shake off the influence of Zhuiyang's words. "You shall remain by my side for the time being." Su Qing was perplexed by the meaning of the High Priest's words and inquired for clarification. However, the High Priest merely gazed at her with that same scrutinizing look, remaining silent. Upon observing Zhuiyang at the door, her face adorned with joy, Su Qing's gaze deepened, suggesting a connection between them. Thus, she decided to stay, intrigued to discover what stratagem Zhuiyang might be plotting. That afternoon, the High Priest issued an edict to Su Qing, instructing her to gather herbs and concoct medicinal brews. The assigned tasks were far beyond her solitary capabilities. Su Qing sneered, "Is this all? To attempt to make things difficult for her is to underestimate her gravely." With the assistance of the system, Su Qing was able to refine elixirs without any cost. And she could also utilize the time spent gathering herbs to enrich her personal collection. Having completed her tasks, she found herself yearning for more. The High Priest gazed at the potions concocted by Su Qing for an extended period, opening his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Su Qing's initiative in the medicinal herbs she concocts surpassed those of her juniors. However, she finds it impossible to concede that she is inferior to them. Bored and restless, Su Qing perused the medicinal texts recorded by the High Priestess. The more she read, the tighter her brows furrowed. The High Priestess had been observing Su Qing closely, and her own heart involuntarily skipped a beat at the sight of Su Qing's distressed expression. What could be amiss? "The remedies you documented contain flaws," Su Qing asserted. "While they indeed expedite healing from injuries, the after effects are quite severe." The High Priestess's countenance darkened. These were the fruits of her own extensive experience, accumulated over generations of High Priestesses. How could a mere female dare to question her? She felt her authority was being challenged. Just as she was about to reprimand Su Qing, she met her steadfast gaze. Considering Su Qing's innate talent and her recent contributions to the tribe, the High Priestess forced herself to restrain her ire. Should there be an error, you must rectify it, but I expect to see results. If any mistakes arise, you will bear the consequences for offending both me and the esteemed lineage of priestesses. Su Qing's gaze was resolute. I shall not take any injuries lightly. The High Priestess watched Su Qing's departing figure, her mind echoing Su Qing's emphatic words. Intrigued, she found herself pondering whether Su Qing was merely boasting or possessed genuine talent. Su Qing diligently revised the medicinal entries in the medical tome, shutting out all external distractions. Even when the apothecary, Lan Ling, attempted to engage her in conversation, Su Qing remained utterly oblivious. Once the formulation was complete, she presented it to the high priest. The high priest scrutinized the seemingly ordinary herbs, his brow furrowing in contemplation. How can you substantiate that the efficacy you have penned is indeed accurate? Su Qing raised an eyebrow, and before she could utter a word, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Great priest, please help. Lonji has been grievously wounded by a beast. Despite the orc's formidable regenerative abilities, the severity of the injury was truly alarming. Su Qing remarked, the opportunity to prove the efficacy of the medicine has arrived. She retrieved the herbal mixtures she had modified and began applying them to the man's wounds. He was taken aback. How could this medicine be so gentle? I recall that each time I used this remedy, it caused considerable pain and left my skin inflamed for several days, tormenting my flesh. The high priest inquired once more about Lonji's sensations, to which Lonji replied that it felt pleasantly cool, and the pain had noticeably diminished. The previously difficult-to-heal wound on Lonji was visibly recovering at this moment, and a hint of color began to return to his face. The other males exchanged delighted glances. This medicine far surpassed any they had used before. The high priest cast a profound glance at Su Qing, yet said nothing. Su Qing inquired of Lan Ling, who replied that she was unable to assist, as she too was perplexed by the high priest's intentions. Based on Su Qing's observations of the high priest over the past few days, it seemed that her lack of response was perhaps the most favorable outcome. Just as Lonji departed, anxious cries from Sangyu echoed at the doorway. High priest, my mother. I implore you to save her. The high priest gestured for Su Qing and Lan Ling to follow. Come with me. Sangyu's mother is in labor. You must accompany me. Given the inadequate medical conditions, childbirth could indeed be life-threatening, let alone a difficult labor. Su Qing hastened to keep up. Upon arriving at Sangyu's home, she could faintly hear the weak cries of her mother. Su Qing exchanged a glance with the high priest, an ominous intuition stirring within her. As Sangyu led them inside, the overwhelming scent of blood hit Su Qing, causing her discomfort. Yet, upon seeing the pale-faced woman drenched in cold sweat upon the bed, she resolutely stepped forward. The high priest reached out, placing his hand on Sangyu's mother's abdomen, beginning to explore cautiously, while Sangyu held her breath. Too afraid to make a sound, Su Qing fixed her gaze upon Sangyu's mother. As the high priest made contact with her abdomen, an unbearable sound escaped her lips. Su Qing felt fortunate for possessing the childbirth system. Otherwise, she might have faced a fate akin to that of Sangyu's mother. The cold voice of the high priestess pronounced the dire fate of Sangyu's mother. Sangji, you have undergone too many deliveries, and your strength is already waning. Coupled with the improper position of the fetus, we can only save the child. Chapter 31. A life-saving delivery. Sangyu could no longer suppress her sobs, while Sangji's face was etched with sorrow. High priestess, I beseech you, save the child. Sangyu's mother made her decision, and as the high priestess grasped the knife to make an incision in Sangyu's mother's abdomen, Su Qing was taken aback. She rushed forward and tightly gripped the high priestess's wrist. The high priestess glared at Su Qing with displeasure. Step aside. This is a matter of life and death. Every moment is precious. This is not the time for foolishness. Su Qing firmly grasped the high priest. He turned once more to gaze at the Tai Chi pool, where the dual energies of yin and yang swirled, gradually forming the visage of an eye. The central pupil resembled a black hole woven into the celestial tapestry. He had never named any of the monsters. The only reason he named Wang Kai was that it already bore a name. He merely found the name Sai Xiaotian too convoluted and arrogant, lacking the warmth and simplicity of Wang Kai. Later, upon meeting Song Xiaowei, who was not only beautiful but also gentle and kind-hearted, He felt a pang of admiration for her pure spirit, especially as she defended those who had wronged her. This virtuous girl softened Yin Shengli's heart, enhancing his impression of her further. The fact that their opponents were significantly weaker proved to be the most pivotal factor in their victory. Yu Man ruthlessly trampled upon the self-esteem of the team members once more. Seeing her genuine blessings for them stirred a tumult of emotions within, akin to the undulating highs and lows of a roller coaster. It is often said that a loving couple finds joy in the husband helping his wife with her makeup. Such a sight evoked a longing in him. He glanced at the intricately drawn eyebrows of Shang Xian, shaking his head in disbelief. The elder Gu was momentarily taken aback, and the surrounding individuals ceased their conversations, turning their attention to Cui Ziyuan. When the second elder made this decision with the Rin family yesterday, he had deemed them mad. Now it was becoming evident. Indeed, since her return to the capital, she had felt a palpable instability in the atmosphere. Bei Gongxia lifted her head, puzzled. As she looked at Yang Wang, did she just hear that Yang Wang intended to oppose the palace master? Surely, she must have misheard. She was unaware of Yang Wang's intentions, but seeing him embrace Xuanning filled her heart with discomfort, prompting her to ignore them and return to sleep. After detailing the origins and mysteries of the water spirit to Bei Gongxia, Yang Wang departed from Yunshao Palace and returned to Qingwan Palace. Su Yuanqing was likely to regret his choices soon. In an instant, the young warriors looked at Su Yuanqing with a mix of astonishment and lamentation. What difference would it make if she chose not to leave? Xian Qianyou's request she would never acquiesce to, and unable to endure any further nonsense from him. She chose to depart, seeking the tranquility of solitude and avoiding further embarrassment before the onlookers. Before her, a massive spider bore 2 rows of eyes, from which Chen Huden had cleaved a gash over 10 centimeters long. A viscous yellow-green substance oozed out from the wound, the nature of which remained a mystery. The once arrogant elf now appeared as if grasped by the throat, rendered speechless, unable to utter a single word. At this moment, I comprehended the implication of Dagon's intentions. He wanted us to follow those strangers up the mountain. Realizing this, Chen Hao had no time to ponder further. Sensing the flow of inner energy, he seized the opportunity to gradually close his eyes, guiding the tumultuous energy as it began to traverse his meridians. Upon closer inspection, I noticed Ai Shuang's gaze upon me resembled the singular eye atop that dreadful head, her face adorned with a sinister and uncanny expression mirroring that of the accursed visage. She cast a glance towards Brother Su, who now appeared utterly disheveled, his complexion pale, with shock and terror replacing the previous arrogance in his eyes as he regarded Mu Kuei. From his demeanor, it was clear that he could not be the one to act. Given his character, he would never intervene on behalf of those unrelated to him. Chapter 32. The substitute for hunting the sun. Sang Yu took a few deep breaths to adjust her mindset, expressing gratitude towards Su Qing. Trusting in the female Su Qing, she obediently gathered the herbs and diligently prepared them for consumption. As time passed, joyful news of pregnancies began to circulate. The ability of Su Qing to enhance fertility has been confirmed, causing a stir within the tribe once again. The females who had previously doubted Su Qing were filled with regret, pondering that had they not questioned her capabilities, they might have already conceived. Yet, in their yearning for pregnancy, they planned to wait for their younger brother's marriage, intending to present him with gifts to spare him any embarrassment. Little did they anticipate that today, everything would be sent to the Shea Garden. The enchanting beauty, having just awakened, uttered these words before wearily closing her eyes, seemingly drained of energy and unwilling to speak any further. Unbeknownst to her, upon hearing that name, the expressions of Yu Tao, Xiao Fei, and Xiao Yi in attendance shifted dramatically. I concede, Han Dong shouted, burying his head and pressing himself firmly against the ground, too afraid to move. Dragon King, Chancellor. Take care. Mu Zhe departs. Without further ado, Mu Zhe cast a meaningful glance at Long Xiao before departing with a smile. Su Fingwan fell silent once more, pondering that the emperor must have discerned her close relationship with Yi Chong, now shamelessly mocking her. She could only endure the ridicule without retort. It seemed they had neglected to inform Ye Yong amidst their discussions about relocation, and it appeared they had not yet taken the opportunity to commend him. How many survivors remain in Zishuang Bana? One might inquire for information. Mo Xianhan, how could the Demon King's curse reside within you? Did you employ Junya to resurrect you? Long Xiao inquired coldly, narrowing his eyes. Mo Yang knew upon awakening the next morning to the blood-red stains on the sheets that he had ventured too far and must now face the consequences. Chang Bo scoffed discontentedly, fearing that with the elder's strike, the entire Li Wang Hall would be reduced to ruins. On the morning of their arrival, the assistant director approached. instructing Cheng Bo to commence action rehearsals. Wu Xiao instinctively shielded her computer screen from her boyfriend, recognizing that this was Su Ying's prized possession. Many soldiers immediately launched assaults on the surrounding trees, unable to distinguish the tree demons from ordinary foliage. Under his command, only a handful of tree-man puppets were positioned on the first line of the earthen defense, while the remainder were strategically placed throughout Yilabai. In the face of death, even a noble scion like Huang Mingxian, not to mention seasoned soldiers, would find it difficult to claim composure. Hearing this, it seemed as though Father and Mother Fong were on the verge of passing, yet in reality, their health was comparable to that of a robust 40-year-old. Furthermore, only those within the elite talent program would benefit from the exemption policy. Thus, selecting a non-elite talent major during application would forfeit this advantage. Chen Qingmei offered half-truths in her responses, and Suizhu, observing her youth, was inclined to believe her sincerity. Vied investigated the circumstances surrounding the mysterious death, and thus Chen Shouting had no reason to instigate trouble. His focus remained solely on Chen Bensen. Wang Xinran's face flushed crimson as she shielded her countenance with her right hand. Zhang Xuwu's hands roamed across Wang Xinran's chest, savoring the softness beneath his touch. Song Air, come here and assist your mother with the task, will you? Su Ruoyo called to Jiahua while clad in slippers and pajamas. In the front court, after receiving the ball, Tim Mello advanced, with Zhang Yunze mirroring his movements, applying pressure to impede Tim's progress across the half-court line. Chapter 33, discovered by Lonjon upon finishing his words. Lonjon lunged forward with excitement, and Su Qing could sense his restraint. Yet, as he claimed, he was indeed gentle. This commotion left Lonjon unable to halt his fervor. Su Qing consumed 2 elixirs in quick succession to withstand Lonjon's fervor. As daylight broke, the male finally paused, tightly embracing the petite female in his arms. She was truly his at last. Although these moments were snatched, he felt no remorse. Lonjon's gaze confirmed the truth of Fu's words. Lu Feng could not establish roots in Beatty County through force. The lifeblood of Beatty County lay firmly in the hands of the Fu, Li, and Ma families. Should Lu Feng resort to coercive measures, he would likely inflict 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while suffering 8,000 himself, leaving him with nothing but a hollow victory once he gained Beatty County. Yang Cece had made her intentions unmistakably clear. She wished to take her own life, and she would not perish at Tang Ning's hands. If Yuan Bao's flattery had pleased the Emperor of Beiki, Feng Zhao's words elicited a genuine smile from him. After hearing this, a flicker of doubt stirred within me. Pondering how he could ascertain that the commotion arose from issues within the school upon being jolted awake by the sound of explosions. However, I had no time to dwell on this thought and hastily retrieved a candle for testing. It would have been one thing if there were others in the room. But Gui Jia was Lu Feng's adoptive father, their bond surpassing that of mere acquaintances, rendering the situation more intimate and thus more embarrassing. Surveying the surroundings and recalling the appearance of the fields upon arrival, this particular plot seemed unremarkable, save for its isolation, which distinguished it from the adjacent flower fields. The Philosopher's Stone had been sealed. Yufei raised an eyebrow. It was evident that the sealing of the Philosopher's Stone was linked to his recent endeavor. Perhaps this was a decision made by the game company, indicating their involvement. Yet, Yufei and his companions were not present for amusement. Aside from Chen Hao's initial jest, the atmosphere was somber throughout. Chen Hao charged forward while Yufei summoned Kunlai. Kuali had prepared a selection of pastries, a platter of candied fruits, along with a dish of large dates and another of peanuts. Under Lu Feng's insistence, Han Wei could only lead the way toward Ma Si's direction, with Tian Zheng personally assigning 10 Tiger Bin soldiers to accompany them to ensure Lu Feng's safety in case of unforeseen events. Thus, the guard scrutinized Xiao Mingxiu for a considerable time, then glanced at Xie Wanning and Xiao Jiarue, noting the presence of several servants behind them. They indeed did not resemble a group of con artists. Madame Ji's voice was rich and melodious, intentionally elongated in her threefold blessing, imparting a sense of solemn reverence. The previously busy individuals ceased their tasks, gathering around Long Yujun, smiling as they gazed upon her. "Do not congregate here. Return to your own courtyards," Ji Xinke remarked, cradling Ji Yuzhen as he made his way back. As Gu Jianli passed by, she kept her gaze fixed ahead, not once glancing at Gu Jianli. Bai Mo nearly succumbed to despair, as if he could sense the malice of the entire world directed at him, as though unseen hands were manipulating the very fabric of fate. Wei Hong, upon envisioning the sight of Yao Yuqing standing alongside Wei Qi, felt a nausea akin to swallowing a fly, though the constant back-and-forth evasion proved to be a significant waste of time. making him appear foolish in the eyes of the players behind him. It was only through a furtive advance that Chu Bai could ensure he did not miss any opportunities along the way. Without waiting for Ji Wujing's response, Gu Jianli hurriedly turned to leave. Her head felt heavy, and her steps were unsteady, as if she were treading on cotton. She could scarcely recall the appearance of the Empress Dowager upon her entry to the palace, but over the years, as her relationship with His Majesty grew increasingly strained, she found herself filled with confusion and resentment towards her. With both sons conspiring against him, his face oscillated between shades of green and white, and the veins on his forehead threatened to burst forth. Chapter 34. Disgust. Lonjon's gaze swept over Su Qing's pale shoulder, his fury incinerating all reason. "Who are you? And why are you impersonating me?" Upon finishing his words, Lonjon swiftly launched an attack towards Lai Yang, who, after sustaining injuries, could no longer maintain his transformed visage. Upon seeing Lai Yang's face, Su Qing was filled with a tumult of anger and astonishment. "You deceived me. Why would you deceive me?" A flicker of shadow passed through Lai Yang's eyes as he charged towards Su Qing. "Su Qing, come with me. I shall provide you with an explanation." Xiang Yu and Xiang Zhe were taken aback when their mother noticed their thoughts, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Reflecting on their father, they could not suppress their melancholy. Burying their heads in their mother's embrace, silent and sullen. Today, she had planned to have a heart-to-heart conversation with Han Jie, and she had already informed him not to intervene. As Yu Jinglong spoke, his eyes sparkled not only with a hint of pride, but also with a desire to witness my humiliation. During his time at the Gu family, Gu Songzi relished a life of luxury, indulging in exquisite food and drink, and his attire was equally refined. Yining placed a foot upon the wooden steps, turning back to gaze downwards at the stone staircase that stretched endlessly, ultimately vanishing into the sea of clouds. Perhaps the corpse lying within the ancient residence awaited the person who would adorn her with shoes, yet what she received instead was her executioner. These wild vegetables held little value. Villagers would only forage for them when life became unbearable. Su Qing retrieved the ancient tome of the dragon and tiger star magic fist. As the one Yu Tun Xingju once again emanated waves of energy, signifying the extraordinary nature of the manuscript. It was not until the child wept to exhaustion that a temporary silence fell, yet upon awakening, the cries resumed, hoarse and relentless. He regarded himself as forthright, having never engaged in deceitful acts, and thus remained perplexed about the nature of his current sentiments. The first city served as the stronghold of the heavenly Tao, while the 18th city belonged to the Shumi Mountains Thunder Sound Temple, and the 27th city was home to the ancient aristocracy of the Age of Time. Should history repeat itself, the substantial southwestern base would become China's final resource in future resistance efforts, avoiding the hasty measures of the past. Indeed, we are partners. Henry Kaiser exhaled, fearing that Tom might venture out on his own. Despite the disarmament of the soldiers below, senior officers from Sun's faction retained their firearms. And Sun Dianying still kept his own guard. South Sea pearls are renowned globally, primarily sourced from Nanhua, British Malaya, Australia, the Philippines, and Guangxi and Hainan in China. With one swift strike, the blade cleaved deeply into the shoulder of the infernal blood dragon, eliciting a piercing roar of fury. The pair of bronze corpses were undeterred, bellowing in response, "Come forth. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess, the misty wave/technique." The long blade met my thunderous twin knives head-on. As it opened wide to unleash a plume of black smoke, which transformed into a longsword, striking at my nine heavens' profound fire. For 3 days, under Han Ji's intense insistence, Yu Qing remained confined to the hotel, unable to venture outside. Indeed, we Chinese have suffered enough indignities. With our motherland in ruin and overseas compatriots enduring relentless oppression, it is time to rise in defiance. We Cheshire nodded in agreement. Outside stood a middle-aged man in his 30s, clad in a blue silk long robe, exuding competence. He approached with a bow and led them along the field ridge. Li Qing was skeptical that the foreigner possessed only a single vial of hormones. If he were to acquire such a substance, his subordinates would gain several flying corpses. Impervious to sorcery, you cannot disguise the fact that you are invaders, Yuan Kuer declared with righteous indignation, prompted by Mengxi's reminder. Long Yang scrutinized closely and noticed the peculiarities of the Earth Rift beast's tail, which was remarkably smooth with 2 spherical protrusions at the base. The dock was devoid of any soldiers, save for a 3-headed hound, Cerberus. Chapter 35. Refusal to assist in childbirth. He was even more exhilarated than Su Qing. For it was something novel. If successful, the elder orcs and their young in the tribe would no longer fear the cold and could safely endure the winter. After an initial misstep, with no smoke produced, Lonjon continued his research, finally achieving success by the afternoon. Su Qing wished to lie down and try it out, but was halted by Lonjon, who feared it might collapse. As he rolled around a few times, his eyes sparkled brighter with each turn. The warmth was indeed genuine, and it remained steady. He could share the night with Su Qing. At that moment, daring to threaten him, Qin Tian would not let him off easily. A crimson sword light descended from above, its terrifying momentum seemingly capable of cleaving the very fabric of space, with a fierce sword aura that threatened to tear everything apart. Before Li Liang could rise from the grass, his teammate, the tall Struobo, had already scooped up the ball and placed it directly on the penalty spot, firmly pushing aside another teammate who attempted to take the kick, stating resolutely, "This opportunity was created by Li himself. He shall decide." Wesley and Mu Yuan's forces consolidated, traversing through the thicket towards the clearing, while Colin and Lena's vessels also arrived. Observing this, Master Zuanxing unleashed A, which floated before everyone, emitting myriad rays of Buddhist light to shield them from the demon court's forces, a treasure that Master Zuanxing had never before revealed. De Xiong promptly called his former agent, Lao Su, detailing the entire affair. In her university days, Gu Manyan seldom indulged in such barbecue stalls to save money, but the sight of so many delicacies stirred her appetite. Ultimately, more than half the people purchased the protective talismans from Hao Bai, while the others either exuded confidence or possessed other means to withstand the intense heat. Chen Gang, observing Tang Yuan's expression, realized that Brother Yuan was thoroughly provoked by Qin Tian's actions. He understood that now would be the perfect moment to step in, potentially winning Brother Yuan's favor. Yet, he seemed exceedingly cautious, inching closer only to retreat, as if testing for danger. Moreover, he was reluctant to acknowledge that the black bodysuit suited her remarkably well. However, upon catching a glimpse of the torn area exposing a patch of pure white skin, his gaze darkened slightly. Colonel Rod's frequent visits to Tony were motivated by two reasons. He genuinely cared for his friend. Gazing at the lush forest before him, Liu lowered her eyes slightly. In the past, during the 21st century, I often trained in a forest fraught with peril, becoming intimately familiar with its every facet. I meticulously washed the potatoes brought by Martinez and arranged them neatly on Mark's bunk. There were dozens of them, not for immediate consumption, but intended as seed for future growth. The crowd around me grew increasingly larger, with Shizi drawn in as well. All eyes fixated on the swordsman practicing in the courtyard, either awestruck by the prowess of his technique or captivated by his elegance. The primary reason for this fascination was that major film studios had become reluctant to produce original science fiction films, while my own company, Europa, lacked the financial resources to undertake such projects independently. It was precisely due to Jiangqing's sudden shift into this state that I was able to unleash my full potential, exerting control over the early tempo and keeping the opposing jungler firmly within my grasp. In the contest between junglers, victory often hinges on the smallest of margins. Many junglers, when faced with a stronger opponent, feel ensnared, only to find their camps raided when attempting to farm or discover that their own ambush has been countered. The subsequent question arises, how did they acquire the footage necessary for filming, which ultimately culminated in the production of a movie? Shen Qingning and Shen Guan were tasked with clearing the snow from the courtyard, and the siblings piled the snow together to create a snowman. They even sneaked into Qingxiu's room to pilfer a piece of fabric to adorn the snowman with a scarf, much to Qingxiu's chagrin. Chapter 36. The Difficulties of Zhuiyang. Upon concluding her words, Su Qing pulled over a stool and seated herself, an action that left the females in the room bewildered. However, Su Qing's calm demeanor provided them with a sense of reassurance. The females began their preparations, allowing Zhuiyang to commence the birthing process. The High Priestess took a deep breath, steadied her emotions, and, after a moment of contemplation, confirmed that Su Qing was indeed speaking the truth. With a sigh of relief, she permitted Zhuiyang to proceed independently. Zhuiyang, determined, held her breath, convinced that without Su Qing's presence, she would still prevail. She grasped the jade heart vine, attempting to absorb its life energy, but ultimately faced failure. While the life energy within the jade heart vine could be stirred, once it reached the surface it halted, as if isolated and inaccessible. As dusk approached, upon Yunli's return, Mu Ming and Wang Shi inquired about the jade heart vine. Unfortunately, Yunli had no insights to offer. Chu Qiao jested, "I shall not keep everyone in suspense." With that, she swiftly untied the cord, and a plethora of fabric tumbled forth. "My dear sister, I can assist you with the operation. No need for excessive words." Our stock trading is a substantial transaction, and it requires personal presence to complete, Zhu Yuding explained patiently. Thus, she wiped her tears, stifled her sobs, and began to gather her belongings. Where would she venture tomorrow? As she organized her possessions, the name Dongwen suddenly flashed in her mind. Successfully navigating towards the 7th row's large cubicle, Mu Ming, at the moment of landing, forcefully pressed his hands against the ground, leveraging this momentum to lean back, firmly planting his feet and stabilizing himself. Come, all guests are welcome. Especially since I am here to escort you to school, Yao Zhenhai grinned broadly. Ling Long, feeling downcast, lamented, after all the effort to share a meal together. Yet we hardly see each other throughout the day. With that, she declared, I have had my fill, I shall return to my room. On another occasion, a safety incident occurred at Chao Buotao's mine, leading to a fierce reprimand from He Biao, who ordered him to conduct matters with utmost professionalism, resulting in a loss exceeding 10 million. Why do I feel so dizzy? Tao Shua, one hand pressed against his forehead and the other resting on the table, inquired. Due to Jiang Shan's indifference, Meng Qian felt a profound sense of discontent, her spirits plummeting to an all-time low. In frustration, she forcefully pushed aside the boy before her and stormed away. The money I spent was painstakingly saved from my own pocket. If it were any more expensive, I would be too distressed to eat, Chen Erger remarked with a chuckle. What is this? You can't do this, you can't do that. What exactly can you do? A certain fox, growing impatient, queried. After all these questions, have you said anything of substance? Is there any point in continuing? Although Huang Yuan was uncertain of Zhao Chunliang's intentions, based on her understanding of him, she believed that his remarks were utterly nonsensical, with but one purpose for his ramblings. High-level enhancers are exceedingly formidable beings, beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals like Mu Xiangling to withstand. Why then? Did Tao Zai remain in a position of advantage yet still propose negotiations? Mr. Guotu could hardly believe it. Brother Qingxia, what should we do? Can this matter truly be dismissed so easily? My heart is filled with resentment. A one-armed thug approached Qingxia, his face twisted with bitterness as he loudly lamented. Although Chen Yao felt profound disappointment towards the higher-ups of the Longhai city base, he harbored immense sympathy for the ordinary survivors. After the city fell, amidst the encirclement of 100,000 zombies, countless lives among the survivors were surely at stake. The sunlight bathed his robust physique, leaving one puzzled as to how this slothful individual possessed a figure that would evoke envy even among male models. It almost slipped my mind. I had spent nearly all my cash on cigarettes and alcohol earlier, and now I genuinely feared the prospect of dining and dashing. Chen Ergu admitted sheepishly, having indeed emptied his pockets on 4 bottles of liquor and a premium Nanjing cigarette. Chapter 37. The hunt for the Sun Yang was brought back. The high priest applied medicine to the female simply, her expression remaining cold, while the female beast remained silent, the atmosphere thick with tension that made it difficult to breathe. Su Qing, filled with compassion, dedicated herself to healing the females, dissolving the restoration elixir in water for them to consume. She even sought permission from Lonjon to provide bedding within the female den, ensuring they could endure the winter. Aware of Su Qing's kind-heartedness and wishing to alleviate her burdens, Lonjon took the males to assist in constructing the female den, though the males faced some challenges. Fortune also favored them as they caught the adversary off guard with unexpected tactics, leading to a momentary disruption in their formation, as Ligier remarked with a smile. Although Mexico was indeed a special J-Nin, he faced 2 opponents of equal rank and 3 Ch-Nin as well. The imposing figure of the king roared, striking his sturdy chest with fervor, his eyes ablaze with determination as he gazed upon Latius, the formidable foe awakening his primal instincts. It is worth noting that at that time, Sun Dian's strength was far inferior to what it had become, and Li Xuanba's reckless exposure of his presence, while seemingly a display of bravado, ultimately served only to heighten Sun Dian's vigilance without any tangible benefit. Ligier effortlessly caught Kira's fist, twisting it with force, resulting in a sharp crack as he dislocated Kira's arm, shattering the bones within. When a chilling object was suddenly thrust into his hand, Xingqian recoiled in fear, only to find Feng Yu advancing relentlessly. The thought of waiting an entire year before commencing the same training as Ligier filled Carls with a sense of urgency. He was deeply anxious about being surpassed by Ligier. Amidst the evasive and self-deceptive words of Kusanagi, Erika pivoted to confront him directly, her gaze serious as their eyes met. Hataki Sakumo sheathed his blade, curious about the surprises his cousin, whom he had not seen in 3 years, might still have in store for him. As Suyu stepped forward, Layers of majestic peaks unfolded before his eyes, revealing a scene reminiscent of a celestial realm, shrouded in mist. With ethereal cranes soaring gracefully and vibrant clouds drifting leisurely, Zhang Qi chuckled softly and elucidated that the family of Governor Zhang was currently within his tribe. Thus, this endeavor was not merely to enlist the Han army's assistance in escorting captives, but primarily to facilitate the return of Governor Zhang's family to Liaodong. Although it had sustained some injuries, with several gashes inflicted by the claws of the silver moonwolf, the wounds were not unbearable for it. Su Yuding and her companions entered, yet Wei Qingwan did not even glance up, leisurely sipping her tea as though they were merely air. Gao Kai, a servant who had never ventured beyond a 100-mile radius in his lifetime, could only hear tales of the flourishing Tang dynasty from travelers, dreaming of experiencing it himself. Yet it seemed he would never have that opportunity. They were acutely aware of one truth: Chen Feng treated them well, but fundamentally, their relationship remained that of master and servant. Upon entering the palace with Lu Pingzu, the guards of the royal city dared not obstruct them, allowing this 100-strong entourage, armed with horses and weapons, to proceed into the Zhaowang Palace. Chen Feng was taken aback by how precisely the system grasped human emotions, and a flicker of admiration arose within him. Although Chen Feng appeared somewhat carefree, Zhao Binglan's heart was filled with envy and astonishment. As he settled cross-legged, closed his eyes in concentration, and rested his hands on his knees, the ethereal light of the 9-rank immortal soul behind him finally began to emanate. Despite her concerns for Yi Xiaoyan, Wei Qingwan's heart hardened at the thought of his words, and a bitter smile crept onto her lips. Ever since reclaiming the diamond ring, her tranquil days had been shattered. Following He Ji's departure, the seasoned old wolves lurking in the shadows began to emerge. One after another, extraordinary bandits and desperate rogues appeared in succession. Lin Feng gestured for her to leave, then began drinking with Zhao Liang. Little did they know, their conversation would reveal startling surprises. Zhao Liang was not only adept at accounting, but also remarkably knowledgeable about local specialties across the nation, particularly in trade. Chapter 38. Beast Attack. Lottery. Yet he was unwilling to relent, forcefully presenting something to Su Qing. Su Qing, even if it's not for any other reason, accept it as a gift from a father to his child. The mention of this made the expressions of the three beasts present shift dramatically. Lonjon, usually composed, threw a punch at Lai Yang. Lai Yang was knocked back but refused to yield, rising from the ground with a fierce glare directed at Lonjon. Why? Su Linma was neither a sage nor a cruel individual. He knew that the ancient demon lay beneath in the cavern, wishing to rescue others but lacking the courage to act. Was it not merely 60 million? Even if she lost, she could simply pout a little. Moreover, was Jin Chen not present? She could hardly believe that Jin Chen would remain indifferent. Unbeknownst to her, the one she cherished, Jin Chen, truly intended to remain an observer. The alliance, though ostensibly united, harbored no deep-seated enmity. Their encounters merely consisted of exchanging a few barbed remarks. After all, unity was paramount. Yet the ultimate prize remained the foremost objective. Through the exploration of spiritual power and aura, Li Bai was utterly unable to discern any distinction within that mist. Not even a hint of spiritual energy fluctuation. It was decidedly peculiar. Jian Nen recalled that the nightmare system had previously indicated the retrieval of rewards from the realm of nightmares. Consort Li sacrificed her life to protect Jing Huan, who at that time was merely 2 years old and cast aside to a remote palace. Apart from ensuring his survival, the emperor turned a blind eye to all else. The memory of 2 roosters descending upon him, intent on pecking at his eyes and ears, still haunted Chang Ping. Faced with an opponent of overwhelming strength and with Ji's corpse nearby, in a fit of desperation, Lumumu extracted the Dola Box's magic crystal from his chest. The 12th level cold wind is one of the most fearsome storms on Mount Everest, a hurricane accompanied by frigid temperatures and ice particles, creating torrents of ice that even the bravest of icebreakers cannot traverse for long. Naturally, Tang Fei noticed Yifeng approaching, guided by the old servant. Ever since he employed the folk remedies suggested by Yifeng, his health had gradually improved, which explained why the old servant consented to bring Yifeng to the council chamber to meet him. One advantage of bronze artifacts is that, if properly maintained and displayed in acceptable conditions, they can be showcased as genuine pieces. Or had the flaw been revealed? Had their whereabouts been exposed during the day? Or had they triggered the spider's web upon their arrival in Luhua village? If the adversary was indeed so formidable, should they continue their pursuit? Meanwhile, Lei Jun was engaged in light-hearted conversation with Deng Chuan when he suddenly felt a tremor among his comrades. The dense smoke, supported by powerful lung capacity, filled his lungs, circulating before escaping through his nostrils, bringing a sharp and dizzying sensation. Now, within Yihao's faction, there emerged a first-tier spiritual entity, the Golden Tiger, signifying an additional formidable presence. How could one not be astounded and intrigued by a teacher like Zhou Yu, backed by a peak team representing the three great domains of anime and gaming? No. President Qin misunderstood our intentions. We merely hope your side can offer favorable policies regarding future royalties and the initial research funding invested by Huawei, the marketing director hastily clarified. Qin Yu was correct in his assumptions, the prime suspect, capable of meticulously addressing every detail of computer operating systems and seamlessly integrating Trojan programs into the code to patch vulnerabilities, was undoubtedly Microsoft, the leading company in the realm of computer operating systems. Zhu Meifeng appeared unwilling to believe this, once more brandishing her silver blade. Jiang Chang'an then drew his frostlight sword to confront the situation. As one of Ji Meina's few close friends, Yu Linglong frequently visited. Thus Ji Ruxue held some recollection of her. Chapter 39. Only those from the imperial city can read. The fierce tiger gradually calmed down, even lying on the ground, allowing Su Qing to sit upon it, behaving as docile as a large cat. Time passed unmeasured, and as Su Qing withdrew her hand, she gazed down at the tiger. You no longer wish to harm me, do you? The tiger's massive head nodded up and down, clearly comprehending Su Qing's words. Su Qing's lips curled into a subtle smile, a sound of laughter escaping her. The radiance of her smile outshone the vast expanse of white snow. While Leon gazed at her with eyes filled with the tumult of emotions, Helian Ku was bound by ropes, two soldiers firmly grasping his arms to prevent any escape. At this juncture, Kelefu held no further value for him. The moment he knelt before the Yin Huang people, his fate was sealed. One must admit, wealth brings its advantages, such as having a dedicated chef preparing breakfast, and quite splendidly at that. Witnessing this, the flicker of hope in Wang Su's eyes gradually dimmed, and the joy he once felt began to wane. Xingyi, with a grave expression, nodded in acknowledgement, casting a glance at Mr. Chen, uncertain of the arrangements that the ancestors would devise. After all, in the current light, Bo Lycan was infinitely superior to that scoundrel. Should Yao Jia find a true love like this, she would undoubtedly rejoice for her. Li Zhu, observing Wu Xie, seemed poised to speak, yet ultimately remained silent, merely uttering a desire to use the restroom before hastily departing. Zhang Rui intended to refuse, but Luo Yun presented a multitude of reasons, insisting that a prior promise made in Lonjon must be honored today, or else he would resort to drastic measures. Han Tiansheng coldly remarked, and in the next moment, a dagger had materialized in his hand, poised against Kelefu's brow. A group of Grand Lamas ushered forth the candidates for the reincarnation of the living Buddha, as Baha bellowed to the crowd, announcing the commencement of the selection process. Following this, the Lamas whispered to the candidates, among whom was Lu Yin, with the number exceeding several dozen. Zhao Pu perused the letter while rubbing his temples, pondering that Zhao Zhen must be quite idle in Kaifeng, seizing the opportunity to stir things up, certainly unwilling to let it slip away. Within the vast emptiness of the hall, an elderly man bowed before the devouring emperor seated within, conveying the latest news. Reflecting on this, Chu Hin felt a twinge of doubt. Could this mysterious stone truly be a fragment of the so-called divine stone of the Great Path? Suddenly, it dawned upon me that the darkness I had encountered was merely a manifestation of my subconscious. That entity was not my maternal spirit, but rather the essence within me, lamenting its unrecognized talents. Although I acknowledged its presence deep within my subconscious, I still resisted it. And Yushi struck a chord with Ningjing Yue's vulnerabilities. She feared nothing in the world except for losing her bonus and facing criticism. As his gaze traversed her hand, he caught sight of her scars. The burn from their last encounter had yet to fully heal. He gently touched her wound, wary of causing her pain. Sun Ke gazed upon the fortified ice palace with a sense of quiet anticipation in his eyes. As for future matters, they could wait. For now. Hunger nodded him fiercely. Zhang Hao gazed at us, and I promptly approached the driver's seat of the bus, retrieving a bag left there. From within, I extracted a box of chips, which caught the attention of Bai Jing and Zhang Hao, their eyes gleaming with the eagerness of ravenous wolves. Feng Xianyu embraced her, his gaze fixed ahead, where the intersection of their sights ignited a fervent heat, his eyes ablaze, yet the flame did not cradle the figure of Imo Xian, but rather a pure and innocent smile. After approximately 8 trips, I beheld a large pile of stones and gravel, prompting me to cease further transportation. You must be cautious. It is advisable to keep moving recently. Do take care not to burst those blisters, as it can easily lead to infection, especially on your face. You know what I mean? I cautioned. Chapter 40. Refusal of the high priest position in the ensuing days. Heavy snow blanketed the mountains. The orcs of the White Wolf tribe did not hibernate as usual but gathered in groups to convene in the meeting room, seeking solace from Su Qing while also eager to acquire knowledge. The orcs responded well, and the tasks assigned by Su Qing were executed commendably. They often brought her food or precious resources, ensuring that even in her pregnancy, she did not have to endure hunger. However, the continual gaze of the high priest upon her weighed heavily on her heart. In his presence, he could concentrate all his kindness and indulgence solely on her. The tumor warrior squatted downstairs, taking a deep breath before leaping into action, directing his blade towards Lin Tao's waist. A moment after Xiaoling departed, a flash of azure light shot forth like an arrow, aiming straight for Sun Yi. Zhou Quan remained unfazed by Yang Guang's teasing, and Yang Guang himself was not particularly concerned about Zhou Quan's banter. Both understood that it was merely jest. If they took such matters seriously, they would not have sustained their friendship over the years. The unintentional mage leisurely produced a round bowl-shaped artifact, systematically dispatching all mid-foundation stage beasts, then unleashed a powerful strike that severely injured a peak foundation stage beast. Finally acknowledging the threat, the beast roared and began its assault against the unintentional mage. After all, in addition to facing numerous adversaries of the same nascent soul realm, they also contended with several experts of the harmonization stage, not to mention Zhou Laosan, a formidable figure of the tribulation stage. Please, there are plenty of good men around. You know I do not solely judge by appearance or strength, Shui Tianlan retorted defiantly. Spare me the sweet talk. I've had a tiring journey, and you must take care of me from now on, she added, playfully pinching his prominent nose. Chen Xin teased Zhou Quan, insinuating her skepticism towards him. Despite Zhou Quan's capabilities, he shared a character akin to Poseidon, one that reveled in idleness. In this era of diligent labor, such dedication is indeed rare. Upon hearing that, apart from Hian and 4 others, the disciples of the demon sect had not captured any additional righteous path disciples. Lu Fei could not help but exhale in relief, quickly inquiring further. After receiving orders, Lonju briefly saluted the Holy Emperor and several Holy Kings before leading the personnel from the City Lord's mansion into the Holy City. Yun Dao, with disdain, summoned his formidable spiritual weapon, the giant blade, ready to retaliate. However, he was taken aback as Yi Wushuang's sword did not target him. A thunderous swarm of demonic armored insects surged towards Wu Tian, who could even feel the tremors of the ground beneath him. He Hanlu, feeling helpless, had no choice but to vacate the position. After this incident, she was determined to prevent similar occurrences. Thus she readily consented to Wu Tian's complete deletion of the photographs. The few individuals, all celestial-level cultivators, made their decision without hesitation, transforming into streaks of light as they soared away. The Mist Ninja in question was Zhang Yi, who had slain a straggling Mist Ninja, employing a transformation technique to assume his appearance and infiltrate the Mist Ninja army. Brother Nanshan, I realize my mistakes. Save me. Save me. Nan Rong, filled with dread, pleaded for help, utterly astonished by Yi Wushuang's terrifying prowess. A cry of pain erupted as the naval vice-admiral collapsed, clutching his abdomen, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Zhang Ye's finger. Lin Tian and his companions showed no courtesy, charging forward, and soon became entangled in combat. Lin Chuan displayed little reaction, simply responding calmly that as long as the king was in good health, he could rest assured. King Qin Zhao's earnest demeanor was entirely within Lin Chuan's expectations. Should Lin Chuan succeed in breaking the encirclement of the Heavenly Court's Grand Formation, the 160,000 strong black armored legion could emerge en masse, led by the 8 fallen angel cavalry. Under Lin Chuan's command, his forces might even leave behind the 120,000 troops of the Heavenly Court. Chapter 41. She is about to depart. Su Qing was quite lucid. She had a mission to fulfill and could neither accept the role of High Priestess nor remain indefinitely in the White Wolf tribe. Su Qing's refusal was so resolute that it left the High Priest utterly astonished. The skills she had previously imparted to the orcs, along with her current knowledge, were all intended to win over the orcs who followed the White Wolf, fostering their admiration and respect for her. Just as Zhu Yang had surmised, she suspected that Su Qing coveted her position as High Priestess. Throughout this period, she had been keenly observing Su Qing, whose expression grew increasingly grim. With a wave of his hand, he signaled to his subordinates, intending to eliminate Fong he directly, convinced that no matter how formidable Fong he was, he could not withstand such overwhelming numbers. Mu Xueqing refrained from intervening, as she too felt a profound sense of panic, a wave of shyness compelling her to wish she could bury herself beneath her blankets. The mere thought of the bed filled everyone with a sense of nausea. Wondering if that fellow had shared intimate moments with Chang Shui. What would happen if they had? How could she possibly marry Chang Shui after that? Moreover, if the Heat performed exceptionally well, it could very well lead to a 3-2 victory over the Spurs, paving the way for a championship win in the 6th game on their home turf. However, Qiu Shoujing, being of the same generation as Wu Daibin, would not hold back if he decided to confront him. Yang Tian was taken aback to learn of Wu Fatty's lofty ambitions, and he couldn't help but chuckle, waving his hand as he walked away. Prince's defense was something both McGrady and Ginobili had experienced firsthand, particularly McGrady, who surely harbored a lasting impression of Prince's formidable defense. Their glaring differences in perception transformed them from close friends with Wang Yu into near strangers. In contrast, Morong Qingqing's exceptional insight forged an almost inseparable bond with Wang Yu, even prompting him to make a promise that would stir considerable excitement within certain circles. Anyone of sound intellect, upon grasping the circumstances, would come to recognize this as a beautiful misunderstanding. Yet, the blade aura, capable of shattering countless realms of chaos, dissipated into nothingness upon entering the area surrounding the Rainbow Bridge. The master and servant exchanged casual banter, and when Yanji entered, she paused momentarily at the sight of Lunyua. Jean Lin was taken aback, sensing something that indeed felt like purity. Upon closer inspection, he found no signs of artificial restoration whatsoever. Yin Han returned to his home only to discover it was now occupied by several families he did not recognize. Unwilling to intrude, he quietly departed. The white object approached the starry ocean, not by the most direct path, but rather tracing a grand arc as it meandered closer. Ha Zhong's face flushed crimson, his lips tightly sealed, emitting muffled sounds as he stifled the pain of his injuries, refusing to utter a cry. As a father, how could he not feel anguish for his own son? Yang Mo sighed deeply, casting a glance at ZMO with a wry smile, saying, "My apologies, ZMO. I wasn't paying attention just now. Are you all right?" He pointed at Zimo's arm. For now, Kong Qiner and Kong Qianer were solely focused on enhancing their martial arts prowess. Only when their cultivation grew stronger and they acquired more training resources could they gradually rejuvenate their family. However, it seemed that Lingsha had been provoked, unleashing a tremendous force that successfully countered Mu Fan's relentless assaults. One thing was clear. There was undoubtedly a scheme devised by Chu Shanchang lurking behind the entire affair. Yi Qingmei had initially been curious about Lin Haoran's late-night escapades, only to discover that he had sought vengeance on her behalf, stirring a ripple of emotions within her heart. The willow leaf blade transformed into countless slashing rays, enveloping her body while exuding an icy demeanor that seemed to seek out prey. Currently, nations were abuzz with discussions about a martial artist from Huaxia who had ventured into the island nation. A military officer spoke calmly. While everyone marveled at Yang Xiaolong's formidable capabilities, they couldn't help but begin to question what extraordinary feats he had accomplished in Jiacheng over the years that could command such a multitude of formidable figures to visit the Yang family. Chapter 42. I shall marry you. Lai Yang gazed at Lonjon, proudly extending the item in his hand. Here, for the mother of the child. Lonjon gritted his teeth in anger, realizing that Lai Yang had taken advantage of his absence these past few days. Now that I have returned, your services are no longer required. You may leave. The relentless pursuit of the son by Lai Yang did not waver as he entered the house with his belongings. Lonjon clenched his fists, following him in a fit of anger. Upon seeing Su, however, the pragmatic considerations of reality gradually dulled the smile on her face and dimmed the sparkle in her eyes. Who among the family understands that the stage of the past 2 years has been devoid of vitality, with not even a hint of physical contact? Leaving no semblance of sexual tension? Keeping a distance from Carl. Hope raised her hand to demonstrate her combat skills using the arm armor that Carl had just crafted for her. In stark contrast, unscrupulous merchants thrive on the naivety of the young and inexperienced, particularly those who appear financially secure yet are utterly unfamiliar with the ways of the world. In these times, merely avoiding hunger qualifies one as a respectable family, yet it is rare to encounter anyone capable of purchasing such a substantial load of goods. Most individuals awakened with dragon patterns hail from dragon-patterned families, though occasional inheritors from distant generations do surface. It has now become evident that they never regarded themselves as a family. It was merely a one-sided sentiment on one's part. The 100 golden phoenixes seemed to transform into 100 soldiers, once again coalescing into formation through the phoenix dance of 9 heavens. The difference lies in the fact that this individual appeared remarkably astute and capable, unlike Hong Fei, who was easily identified as a debauched character. Quan Xuanhe no longer maintained the serious demeanor he had during negotiations, instead opting to joke and laugh heartily. Among the various positions overlapping with NPCs, the cost in merit points is highest, such as the central position in the banquet hall's melee, requiring at least 18 merit points as the price for an assassin's sudden intrusion. When positioned too closely, there is no need to run. Both sides unleash their most proficient skills upon one another, while Luoying, recalling her bloodthirst, charged straight into the enemy formation. Indeed, Rinsuo acted convincingly, with no issues in his movements, speech, or even his gaze. If there were any discrepancies, Teacher Dong and Sister Qiao would have noticed long ago. Wei Lan Haifeng had acquired a dark golden one-handed sword, inciting such frustration that he considered discarding it. Lamenting the incompetence of the duty system for failing to recognize his plight as a tank being mercilessly pummeled, he did not falter against other demon kings but was swiftly defeated in mere 2 or 3 rounds before the Dragon Emperor. This also marked the first scene between Zhang Yi and Nan Minglang, with the latter being urged to leap from a building to prove his heroism. Even if Zhao Xianliang spoke from the heart, and even if that 20 billion truly fell short, Li Mu had no intention of taking money from him. Naturally, this all hinges upon the final quality of the production, the suitability of the actors selected, and their overall compatibility. Although King Lane had recently achieved a breakthrough, his solid foundation of strength surpassed even the likes of Ming Xiao from the lower realms, placing him among the elite on present-day Earth. As long as he refrains from foolishly venturing into territories inhabited by malevolent extraterrestrial deities, he can assuredly guarantee a life free of worry. Gu Yong sensed a hint of unease arising from the changing expressions of the two, realizing that the benefits conferred by the illustrious title of 4 generations. 3 dukes extend far beyond what is immediately visible. The unassuming yet radiant banner is, in fact, a consideration of great importance. Both individuals are clad in verdant green, and if they were to lie upon the ground, one might easily mistake them for mere boulders. Their camouflage amidst the foliage is remarkably effective. Pandada reclines against the sofa, glancing sideways at Dayu, a rebellious member who has been part of his faction for 6 months. Under his guidance, she has become considerably more docile. They exude an air of spirited enthusiasm. Hua Xinyu, akin to Lu Laolao in the Grandview Garden, finds her eyes unable to absorb the splendor before her. Lian Tong's gaze settles upon a scarred-faced man seated beside Lian Qingqing. A long, gnarled scar stretches from the corner of his mouth to his chin, resembling a great earthworm, rendering his countenance quite fearsome. Chapter 43. The missing child Lai Yang wiped away his tears and rushed inside, finding Su Qing lying on the bed, accompanied by a small, fluffy, dark creature that made his tears flow freely. He grasped Su Qing's hand tightly, his voice trembling with emotion. Su Qing, I wish to marry you. I will return to speak with my father. I do not wish to lead the leper tribe. I want to follow you, to be with you for all my days. Su Qing, weary and drained, cast him a sharp glance. I harbor no affection for you. Be silent. Yet, Ihan perceived an unexpected authority in her gentle tone, compelling him to halt abruptly. He had just felt a sense of triumph in having conquered her, only for that sensation to vanish into thin air. With a thunderous roar, Iron Dragon materialized before Zhang Fan, wielding a long blade that resembled a ferocious serpent, striking fiercely towards Zhang Fan's heart from a most treacherous angle. As time progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. A multitude of gatherings convened, yet the absolute life forms of the cosmos had vanished years prior, and most super life forms had retreated into the ancient battlegrounds. Yang Lin understood that he was merely a novice merchant. His connections paled in comparison to those of seasoned interstellar traders. Thus, he recognized the necessity of establishing a reputable name for himself, which would undoubtedly yield benefits in the future. Ignoring Zhang Fan's inquiries, Mei Qin impulsively shouted, leaping from her bed to grasp Zhang Fan's arm. Just as Ihan was about to respond, Ning Shuang covered his mouth, insisting, I know you have much to express, but refrain from speaking now. Save it for our return. Though the moment seemed ripe for expression, Ning Shuang insisted that Ihan bottle up his heartfelt words for later. Qian Yan's expression shifted from surprise to a softened demeanor, feeling reassured that her elder brother dared to voice such sentiments in their mother's presence. At that moment, the envoy would require at least 10 days to reach Miyun. Zhou Yanru resolved to instruct the Jin kingdom to convey to Huang Taiji that only 50 attendants were permitted to accompany him to Miyun for negotiations, or else an offensive would ensue. As long as the gatekeeper at the school remained vigilant, even if parents desperately sought to connect with Zhang Fan for their children, they would be forced to wait patiently outside, too intimidated to breach the gates of the campus. So you pondered for a moment, realizing that his current abilities were still insufficient to uncover any useful clues in this place. At this juncture, he found it impossible to skim the far reaches of space with his consciousness. Attempting to explore through flight would prove even more challenging. Stephen had absorbed the divine essence of Quetzalcoatl, who, like him, belonged to the realm of nature deities. It was unexpected that Princess Betty possessed such acute perception. Meanwhile, Xie Yiyu, multitasking with fervor, directed a fragment of his consciousness to the mutated skeleton, deftly wielding the bone axe to slay a beastman warrior in a matter of moments. Before swiftly advancing towards a second beastman. Before long, Fong Peinan found himself unshackled, his robust arms, sun-kissed skin, and enchanting voice intertwining like a potent elixir, leaving Shui Yao feeling intoxicated. As Shui spoke, he lifted his chin slightly, as if the multitude of words he had just uttered had transformed into reality, making him feel like a prominent figure within the production team. Observing the desolate surroundings, he surmised that encountering any guards was improbable. However, Shui vaguely remembered that the police station was located near the cinema, a place he had passed during his initial visit to the county. Amidst a flash of white light, Xie Yayu and Lu Ruyan materialized together within the luminous radiance. Upon reaching this point, the absence of others became evident. This was the closest safe distance the Gene Guild could explore, and venturing further could present unknown risks. Chapter 44. The Bridal Chamber for the Child. Yu Qing chuckled, exclaiming, "Look! Everything is under my control. I want you to vow to marry me before the tribal orcs." "You must be dreaming," Hunter Yang retorted loudly, convinced that Yu Qing had lost her mind. Yu Qing's smile turned sinister, a glint of madness in her eyes. "If you refuse, the child has no reason to live. Tell me, would it be better to drown, freeze, or burn them alive?" Hunter Yang's blood surged with anger, his fists clenched tightly. Traveling nearly 100 miles eastward, he gradually approached the central region of Lonju Mountain. Along the way, he discovered a plethora of medicinal herbs, which Mo Li promptly gathered. Determined to avoid the embarrassment of lacking materials when it came time for alchemy. "Quickly tidy up and come to the living room," Lu Su said with a stern expression, tossing this remark over her shoulder as she departed. After years of market research, all survey responses indicated that players were eagerly anticipating this genre of game. Truly, the Princess Tsunade is remarkable. The Rock Ninja's defense was commendable. Despite being struck head-on, he surprisingly remained alive, still drawing breath. With this thought in mind, Gu Tianla entered the realm of Honor of Kings, immediately investing his 2-month salary into the game. These once-renowned strategies have either faded into the annals of history or become exceedingly rare to encounter now. "Very well, you may reside with your family. I shall arrange for their protection, and as long as you assist me diligently, perhaps I could even absolve you of your status as a slave," Doflamingo remarked nonchalantly. At this moment, all the soldiers had finally regained their composure, collapsing onto the cold, snowy ground, appearing as if they had narrowly escaped death. In the distance, Lin Feng observed a group of demons hastily racing towards Man Sandow, realizing that Man Sandow was in peril. The once pristine, silvery snow had transformed into a hellscape. Vibrant splashes of crimson erupting upon the snow, adding a touch of the grotesque, while the once ferocious ravens now lay scattered as lifeless bodies upon the ground. However, Yi's body had begun to plummet downwards, and altering his descent was no longer an option. Just as he was about to fall, several dark figures surged forth from the underbrush below, lunging directly at him. Beneath this chaos lay the true armor. The surface of the war chariot gleamed as smoothly as polished marble, envisioning such a vehicle crushing through the battlefield without a trace of bloodshed. P.S. A gathering with comrades led to a late return home at 10 o'clock after a few drinks, hence Chapter 5 is slightly delayed. But I shall endeavor to write more. This month's voting rankings have been unexpectedly brutal, yet your support has been remarkable. After 20 years of service, this Armed Forces Day has been particularly joyful. If these words had come from a venerable elder, they would be understandable, but spoken by Li Mai, who appears only slightly older than Lu Xiaofan, they lack the solemnity and gravitas, instead carrying an air of condescension. This is fatal for a warrior, no matter how powerful. is rendered helpless if they cannot even control their own body. Lin Chen had no objections, gesturing politely to Semenovich. Meanwhile, Krishagina was quite generous. Not only did she acquiesce to Semenovich's request, but she also handed over her phone for a photograph to commemorate the moment. Confused, Nijia reached out once more towards Li Junyan, yet Li Junyan remained immobile. In the blink of an eye, the world seemed to morph into a realm of torment. The sky turned a bloody red, the earth mirrored this hue, and all those around him transformed into ghastly specters. Had they truly been killed, yet not consumed, merely for the sake of slaughter? Witnessing such a terrifying sight, Alan felt a surge of anxiety. Zhang Tongshuan's feeble voice gradually faded, as a beam of red light shot forth from the towering peak, heading straight for the battlefield of Zhigo. Chapter 45. Reclaiming the child. A vine as thick as an arm emerged silently from the earth behind Yu Qing, inching towards her. Her eyes were filled with both triumph and resentment. She was determined to make Su Qing experience the anguish she once felt. Just as the bone knife was about to make contact with the small black mass, an immense force surged from behind, snatching the small black mass away. Su Qing skillfully manipulated the vines to deliver the child into her hands, promptly administering a restorative pill. As Yu Qing regained her senses and attempted to snatch it away, a soldier, dragging his broken leg and enduring excruciating pain, crawled towards the entrance of the watchtower, believing he had narrowly escaped. Suddenly, the rumbling sound of an approaching vehicle reached his ears. However, Lin Chun merely sighed. What had occurred was already in the past, and dwelling on it would be futile. With a swift motion, Lin Tao struck down both Hodu and Dalba, the former managing to leap away just in time, yet Dalba was not so fortunate. His corpulent frame and lack of agility led to him being unceremoniously knocked to the ground. Observing the king's bitter smile, Merlin understood that the royal decisions were not solely his to make and chose not to press the elderly man further. Of course, the role of the Red Queen extended beyond this. Wei Qian's residence and communication devices were under surveillance, rendering any of his movements transparent to Lin Tao. At the conference table, another elder with fiery red hair, resembling Phil, first erupted in anger before breaking into a cold smirk. Regrettably, the number of disciplinary committee members at the entrance was insufficient. While they managed to block the front, 2 male reporters managed to scale the iron gate and slip into the school, seizing students at the entrance to conduct interviews. In a valley to the east of Shinquan village, 32 militia members spread out in scattered formation under the afternoon sun. As the old soldier, on the brink of suffocation, felt his vision blurring, he suddenly released his grip on the opponent's neck and extracted a 6.5 bullet from the adversary's ammunition belt. With 2 men wielding bulletproof shields leading the way, a group traversed the maze-like modified corridor, blasting their way through with explosives. You are not mistaken. Zhang Lu and I moved the body to the adjacent room and then transferred it to the restroom. That is how it unfolded, Wang Du affirmed with a nod. Li San looked at Tang Long in astonishment. Having discerned the identity of the murderer, it was indeed the mother of Xiao Lian, who was under suspicion. However, such precise judgment could only be made by someone of Tang Long's exceptional caliber. Yun Yin lay beside him on the grass, hands interlaced beneath his head, gazing wide-eyed at the azure sky. The room was engulfed in darkness, devoid of any light. All that met the eye was an expanse of black. The claims of 300 million and threats were merely pretexts. After today's events, Lin Xiaohuan had gained some understanding of the intricacies involved. She was merely a pawn in Wei Yefeng's strategy against Murong Tianzi, while for her father, she represented the decisive factor in the dynamics between Wei Yefeng and Murong Tianzi. Although she had repelled Luo Caiyu, the ancient vine's assault dissipated in an instant, forcing her to retreat 6 steps before finally regaining her composure. Hesitating briefly, she gently placed her hand on his shoulder, offering a warm smile. One day, I shall reveal all my secrets to you. Until then, could you be a bit more patient? The tone was almost solemn, reminiscent of a promise. Closest to the elder brother was the third brother, Gongsun Tuo, who presented himself as a refined gentleman. At first glance, Zhang Liang mistook him for a disciple of Zhou Tao from the Panyun Peak. It was always like this. In his presence, she never had to exert the slightest effort. He would anticipate her needs, eliminating all potential obstacles in her path. He was the elder brother of Qian Chi Yao and Qian Chi Yu. She was Qian Chi Yu, the younger sister of Qian Chi Yao. Chapter 46. A Proposal Upon Awakening. Yu Qing found the orc tribe of the cheetah to be exceedingly hostile towards her. The cruelty she displayed towards the cubs was already detestable. And now they had lost a dual-talented orc with immense potential. It seemed that the green marsh forest possessed only this one dual-talented cub. The cheetah tribe began to isolate and ostracize her, even withholding food that had been hunted. Surviving an entire winter without sustenance proved extremely challenging for Su Qing. She felt resentful. Why should Su Qing be so insufferable? The elderly figure nodded approvingly. If Ling Yun and the others truly were friends with AIC, then at the very least, they would not become adversaries while rescuing him. Do not fret. The Luai's training program begins next year. Hence, upon your return, I shall grant you merely 3 months. Should you fail to return by then, you shall witness the consequences. Gong Shueshuan spoke with a benevolent expression, akin to an elder admonishing his descendants. Zhan Bubi. While supporting the gravely injured Zhan Bumei, roared at Zhuo Wuji and the others, his eyes blazing with fury. Just moments ago, Zhan Bumei had been struck by a fire-type restriction in the corridor, compounded by the hidden fire poison within him. At this moment, Zhan Bumei was severely injured, and his condition was dire. Meanwhile, Wanwan had quietly perked up her ears. Given the influence of the Yinghua Pai, they had naturally gleaned insights into Yi Feng's identity. Yet, despite the vast power of the Yinghua Pai and its numerous hidden pawns, even Kong Lu, a formidable traverser, found himself bewildered by the barrage of information, only to suddenly remember to inquire just as Lan Ran was on the verge of vanishing completely. However, as Yifeng honed himself under the oppressive force of Pangu over the past 3,000 years, tempering his body and refining his magic, his vitality reached its peak. This allowed him to achieve a balance, thereby beginning to nurture the 3 flowers. In the entirety of the Navy, only the 3 admirals possessed designated seats. When you all arrived and immediately sat down to spectate, did that not imply that you held the Navy in utter disdain? Witnessing this scene, Jiuexin could no longer doubt that the man before him was an imposter. Without hesitation, he unleashed both hands, activating the left sky net and right earth web simultaneously, ensnaring the false deity entirely. Why seal the seas? Han was taken aback. Yuan Chongwan was his disciple, and the emperor spoke of him so openly, which made him increasingly restless. It is essential to understand that any man, upon hearing the term flight attendant, would undoubtedly have his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Since you dare to confide in me, it is evident that you are well prepared. I fear I might fail to eliminate you and end up being the one vanquished. I value my life greatly, so rest assured, I am cautious, Lu Luo remarked. Huan Shou approached, supporting the diligent consort who was performing a deep bow. Guiding her to sit beside the bed, she gestured to the nearby attendants, who then withdrew. The individual lowered his head and said, I am naturally swift. Seeing you are not ill-intentioned, I am unafraid. After a few exchanges, he gradually became more articulate. Yuan Xiner smiled innocently, and then remarked, Ling Yuan's thoughts diverge from theirs. Bai Yi may not discern it at present, but when she finds the leisure, she will gladly analyze each character thoroughly. Do not play tricks. Refrain from meddling with my team. Ling Wanga expressed her distrust, tugging at me with considerable force, catching me off guard and causing me to tumble, my head striking the corner of the earthen wall before rolling into the lower space. Zhang Banzian placed his hand back over the white porcelain bowl and said, Senior brother, this is the last time. It appeared that Zhang Banzian intended to face death heroically. Everyone found this notion quite alarming. Yet it seemed to elucidate why so many martial artists were summoned. Chapter 47. Encountering danger, Lai Yang surveyed the room, filled with formidable beasts. He found no place to set foot. Su Qing did not cast a single glance in his direction. In fact, she was entirely unaware of Lai Yang's entrance. As he surveyed the formidable beasts around him, a sense of urgency gripped him. He was determined to present himself favorably and capture Su Qing's attention. He hurriedly approached, striving to inch closer. Su Qing, I have come to see you. How have you been? Lai Yang exclaimed with enthusiasm, but Su Qing's expression remained indifferent. It was reminiscent of Shimin Piaoxue, who, despite knowing she would gain nothing, still called out to her beloved, clinging to a lifetime of hope. The recent death of a companion cast a shadow of sorrow over the remaining members, resulting in a rather oppressive atmosphere, and thus, the spirits of those from Dragon Island were notably low. The first week passed in this manner, and on the evening of the second Monday, as she wearily pushed open the door to her dormitory's living room, she discovered an apple at her doorstep. Upon hearing Nadier's words, Huangfu Xianqing could no longer contain herself. She collapsed into Nadier's embrace, weeping openly, her apologies mingling with her sobs. How did he manage to kiss her? The youth seated, then lowered his head, one arm encircling her back, while the other grasped her nape, securing her in place as he pressed his lips to hers. Huh, My name is Nadia. And you? Why do you fear the radiance of this demon-slaying sword? Nadia replied with a smile. Lan Xin bitter-lipped fiercely. Unable to fathom that Tang Tang had succumbed to the lethal poison of red dust sorrow, the aggressor's actions were indeed ruthless. Although Pan Yuhong consoled King Qingguang, he could discern that the king's mood remained rather somber, as if he were contemplating something, his countenance bearing the weight of a resolute farewell. A sergeant forcefully struck Li Qindian into the doorframe, commanding his men to herd all the dazed soldiers of the review bureau into the room. This young master never jokes. Mei Xiang, escort your sister home. Long Linfei declared in one breath before striding away, as if remaining there for even a second was a torment for him. Qiningzi, the president of the Qi group, knew that had it not been for his own circumstances, the traffic police would not have dared to act against him. She provided herself with an exceptional husband, while she also repaid her tumultuous past. They owed each other nothing. Had it not been for Mian instinctively stepping back, she would have been crushed beneath the wheels of a passing vehicle. In the absence of knowledge about these events, he could pretend as if nothing had transpired. Indeed, a young man's eyes sparkled brilliantly, surpassing even the twinkling stars in the sky. His straight nose and thin lips, akin to the delicate touch of rouge, exuded an alluring charm. Perhaps, despite the domineering nature of Empress Lu and the scheming disposition of Consort Yu, both were unyielding in their pursuits. Yet they had never inflicted harm upon her. The young man, uncertain whether he had startled her with his recent basketball antics, opened his mouth, yearning to utter something profound, yet found himself at a loss for words, merely gaping as Su Yu gradually distanced herself from him. Shangwan Qinyu whimsically concocted a tale, merely to engage Lonjon in conversation and pass the time. The expression on Tsang Jinyan's face revealed a hint of bitterness. Even if Tsang Shi was potentially not his son, he remained uncertain about the events of that fateful night with Lin Xinrong. He could not firmly assert that he had never betrayed Mu Susu, a promise he found impossible to uphold. Mu Jingxiu's apartment had once been occupied by Song Chui for a single night, and the next morning he encountered Mu Jingxiu's mother. Amidst the cacophony of revelry, the weary and despondent Fong Yu was drenched in perspiration from the pain. Once I freshen up and change, we shall go downstairs for breakfast. As for last night's events, you ought to know how to address them. Tang Ming nudged his silver-rimmed glasses. Chapter 48. The poison of the hunter's son. It's nothing. I'm perfectly fine. Let us devise a plan to escape. Su Qing looked up. The hole that had just fallen was too high to reach, and the walls were too smooth for her vines to grip. Let us proceed along the path on the ground and see where it leads us. Su Qing made a decision, with Lan Ji leading the way. Determined to ensure Su Qing's safety, the duo, one person and one beast, cautiously advanced, illuminated by the light from the reward lamp provided by the system, which clearly revealed the path ahead. The attendants behind them retrieved some daily necessities from the carriage, items that were rare treasures in the countryside. Wang Dalai, observing this, decided to purchase a pound of pork, as it had been quite some time since his family had enjoyed a meal featuring this delicacy. The War King's pupils constricted. Was beauty truly a sign of innocence? Was this young master of the valley merely a superficial fool? Her needlework skills had significantly improved, a testament to her diligent practice. Sun Yiqing took a moment to roughly tally the number of individuals present. The count was not large, as there were only a limited number of officers eligible to accompany the troops, and several officers were either unmarried or did not bring their families along. The robust man's heart softened at the thought that Wang Xian might be in trouble, prompting him to offer assistance. He stepped behind the screen and found Wang Xian sitting on the ground, her hair disheveled and her breath uneven. Tears brimmed in her eyes, her pallor evoking deep sympathy. Shi Xiqing smiled and nodded, expressing her contentment with her interactions among colleagues. She was quite adept at fostering connections. Although this formation was somewhat cumbersome, its efficacy was undeniable, ensuring that the precious leaves of the starry yang tree were not wasted. A surge of profound energy stirred a tempest that nearly scattered his already precarious form into oblivion. Huijin directly approached a nearby sofa and took a seat, while a male servant promptly presented an exquisite cup of red tea. Upon disembarking, Su Dabiao immediately spotted Xia Shiyan. His eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing Chun Xian's vehicle, his heart roaring with joy at the long-awaited reunion. When the light gate vanished from Yun Shi's grasp, the astral array of laws dissipated alongside the ethereal melody, prompting those seated at various array nodes to open their eyes. The world of laws swiftly blurred before them, and in an instant, they found themselves above an endless sea of clouds. Before completely departing, Ji Ronyu witnessed this scene, leaving her mood rather bleak, even as she returned to the chaos of consciousness. Chairman Suka sent us to fetch you. Please follow us. The war saint indicated to Colonel who could now return home after all his efforts. So, that wooden ghost mask belongs to you? Su Qing inquired, glancing at Lung Yuqin, recalling the wooden phoenix. My benefactor, let us do this once more. I must carry you out, Moronkur exclaimed, wiping the sweat from her forehead and speaking softly, breathlessly. Old commoner, do you not hear my queries? How dare you roar in the court? The magistrate felt his authority had been affronted, his dissatisfaction palpable. Mrs. Gu was seated in her usual position, cradled by Gu Jun. The table was laden with an abundance of food, including all her favorites. After speaking, Wang Xian slipped a silver note into Xiang Zhuang's pocket, who hesitated to withdraw his hand filled with coins. The night had fallen, yet the puppy showed no signs of stopping, sniffing the scents along the roadside as it continued its journey. All right. The wind and cloud knight quickly waved his hands in agreement, fully aware that if he did not acquiesce to Mu Xing's demands, this persistent and troublesome individual would follow him relentlessly, even during meals or while attending to nature's call. With a loud bang, just before the explosion, Yu leaped from the tank and seized a soldier to shield himself from the fierce winds generated by the blast. In Chapter 49, The Death of Lai Yang, his words displeased Lonjon and Lan Ji, who turned to Su Qing, eager to hear her response. Su Qing gazed deeply at Lai Yang, whose complexion was pale and body weak. The wound on his neck was particularly striking. She closed her eyes tightly before reopening them with clarity. I promise you. Lai Yang smiled faintly, his eyes filled with relief. Although Lonjon felt some dissatisfaction, he refrained from contradicting Su Qing, recognizing Lai Yang's critical state. Lonji grimaced, noting that Principal Yang was not one to prioritize formality or ostentation, but rather a person who valued substance and practicality. As the saying goes, to accompany a ruler is akin to accompanying a tiger. To endure in such company, one must master the art of gauging words and discerning intentions, while also knowing when to feign ignorance. Sometimes, one must speak only half a truth, and at other times, remain entirely silent. Never mind, let's not rush home after school, my friends. Let's prepare for action. I glanced at Lin Weiwei, set down my stool, and took a deep breath. The term international star is a multifaceted indicator, lacking a definitive standard thus far. Yet people inherently possess a mental scale to discern who qualifies as an international star and who does not, sharing a generally similar understanding. Lin Rui's expression was as cold as ice, gritting his teeth in restraint, knowing that some matters depended on Zheng Wanqiu's own attitude. Unfortunately, fate had dealt a cruel hand. The enmity between myself and Lao Zhan was irreconcilable, destined to prevent any friendship. Otherwise, I would have relished sharing a few drinks with him. As I spoke, I embraced Wu Painting and carried her into the bedroom, removing her garments and kissing her tenderly. Once our bodies warmed, I nervously entered Wu Painting's sanctuary, and the passion ignited. Let it not be said that in later years, a moment of weakness leads to mistakes. Though the flames may burn bright, the will remains steadfast. Ling teased. Upon hearing this, I was taken aback. Initially, I understood the conversation, but at this juncture, clarity dawned upon me, and a profound unrest settled in my heart. Yet, I sensed that Zhang Feng had not finished speaking, so I refrained from interrupting him. Unexpectedly, the attacking Song army fell victim to the onslaught of cavalry. There was no need for blade to strike, for merely galloping forth trampled countless foes. Since his arrival, Zhang Zhuzheng had remained inconspicuous, not revealing himself due to the brevity of time and his unfamiliarity with the current circumstances. Moreover, there had been little opportunity for him to showcase his abilities. I had never stated that he was indeed His Highness Elma, whose weight exceeded 400 pounds, when Mita interjected. The eagle eye was promptly deactivated, and Lancey's complexion turned slightly pale. It was not that he could not bear it, but rather the scene was overwhelmingly abrupt and gruesome. A mere instinctive reaction of the body. The two then shifted their conversation to Wu Tian's grand vision, to ensure that the villagers had shelter before the flood arrived. Wu Tian, exasperated, wished he could deliver a sharp retort to this foolish fellow, questioning whether he truly believed himself to be superior. At this moment, the Three-Realm Sword Sect could be deemed the most formidable force under Chao Zeno, not merely for the power it could demonstrate, but for its latent potential. Why have you not answered my calls or replied to my messages for so many days? Cheng Mingyun's voice floated down like a whisper from the heavens. imbued with a sense of desolation, loneliness, and an overwhelming sadness. It would not take long. What I need is merely a period of stability. The figure clad in gray calmly asserted. Both shoulders were simultaneously pierced by ethereal lightsabers. Fabian felt his arms grow weak, hanging limply by his sides. After all, this was a world she had experienced herself. Her feelings towards its inhabitants transcended mere affection or aversion. A warm, soothing voice dispersed much of the oppressive heat in the sultry night sky. Upon hearing her response, his eyes sparkled anew, the dilating pupils returning to normal, shining brightly like the stars in the firmament, radiating brilliance. With a loud crash, Yin fell flat on his back, nearly dislocating his entire skeletal structure. Chapter 50. The Auction of the Little Dragon. Su Qing compiled a list of herbal remedies and conducted a thorough search among the natural treasures collected in Lonjon. Yet she found nothing of value. Undeterred, she sought out the elder chief. Chief, it turns out that Lonjon is not dead. I administered a medicinal pill, and he still clings to life. I intend to take him in search of rare herbs. You must take care of yourself. Otherwise, should he survive yet not see you, it would surely grieve his heart. It was also time for her to depart. I have always been uncertain about the existence of Su Qing's soul and its dual aspects. Now that the chubby fellow has brought it up, I am curious about Shu Yin's response. I glanced at Zhuang Junfan earlier. I had temporarily suppressed the aura of that toxic orb, and he now appeared considerably more alert. Although I doubted that Li Zhishua's stoic demeanor would offer any comfort. Considering his esteemed university reputation and Kai Yuqing's infatuation with his appearance, it might prove more effective than my own words. Watching Miss Yu's retreating figure filled me with concern, yet since Longjing had his own plans, I pondered whether my inquiries would be disregarded. It seemed prudent to wait until tomorrow. Shaoqi, the true strength of the Yuan family village does not lie with Yuan Yinshi, but rather with the serpent man, Guohu declared. However, this assessment pales in comparison when juxtaposed with the thousands of individuals within the Lan family who have cultivated 6 soul rings. Hu Liang seemed to have vanished from existence, while Kuyu diligently investigated and employed every method available. Initially, she felt immense gratitude towards Wang Juanhe and longed to repay him for guiding her towards the pinnacle of success. Yet, the meddling of Su Yuan and Shao Qingyan transformed the atmosphere entirely. Yi Chuanjin had struck with considerable force. Half of her face was already swollen and red, and her sobbing demeanor appeared particularly pitiful. Her hands were smeared with blood, and to her astonishment, she noticed blood seeping from the hem of her dress. Faced with a comrade from the same faction, the avatar of compassion, unprepared to confront Wu Tian, chose to withdraw proactively, recognizing the need to know when to retreat. After all, the avatar of compassion was not as unhinged as Wu Tian's alter ego. The quality of a human puppet is contingent upon the strength of the individual from whom it is made. The Dark Morning engages in the assassination trade, and they possess numerous corpses of high-level puppeteers, including several renowned figures. Thus, the quality of their puppets transcends mere high standards. Master, the lady has informed me that she is currently observing a vegetarian diet and will not join us for dinner. Before the meal commenced, Hu Guoping had instructed a servant to invite upstairs the delicate Fu Shaoyi to dine with everyone. Moreover, the main wrap was transferred from Zhou Yanhua to Zhang Qiao. Not due to Zhang being significantly superior, but rather because Zhou's appearance and demeanor were ill-suited for the role. As always, she donned an ensemble of black attire. Lin Hao recalled that she seemed to wear black every time he encountered her. She seems to possess a particular fondness for the color black. The housekeeper, unaware of the concerns on Mu Huanzhang's side, continued to playfully tease Qin Fan, as if the most harmonious mode of interaction between the two was precisely this manner of engagement, allowing both Qin Fan and Mu Huanzhang to feel at ease. Tang Ping, are you feeling particularly mischievous? Hurry and take your textbook to class. Zhou Qing was extraordinarily frustrated, yet found it unwise to express her anger. Young master, trouble approaches. A golden core cultivator is in pursuit of us, Mu Yuan conveyed telepathically at that moment. Within the city of El Shangku, aside from 1,000 Tatars, Mongolians, and Koreans, there were also 1,000 treacherous soldiers under Geng Zhangming's command, all led by 3 Han generals. I am merely curious, if you, dear mother, wish not to share. I would never compel you. He Jingxian chuckled awkwardly. Just as Lu Xinhong was about to speak, the 2 ability users beside her exchanged low coughs, one even tugging at her sleeve to signal her to refrain from continuing. Chapter 51. Dark Against Dark, Saving the Little Dragon. Su Qing softly reminded. After the incident with Lai Yang, she hoped that the fierce beasts around her would encounter no issues. Lonjon noticed her concern and nodded resolutely before departing. In the corner, Su Qing and others observed as Lonjon lured away the orc guarding the small dragon. Lan Ji swiftly entered the arena, stirring chaos in no time. Where did this ferocious beast come from? Why is it red? It is exceedingly fierce. My goodness, a monstrous creature. Run, run. The atmosphere was rife with impending turmoil. Indeed. The former city guard of Lin Shui City had met his demise at the behest of Sima Yu, yet other knowledgeable individuals remained. Such as the scout Sima Yu had casually mentioned, who was an invaluable source of information. Li Yang, unfazed by being labeled a good-natured individual, wore a smile and nodded in agreement from time to time, attentively gathering intelligence from Tian Miao's discourse. With a sudden force, Zhang Chenglong broke free from Chen Zi's grasp. Before he could finish his sentence, he struck down with a palm, landing squarely on Chen Zi's forehead. A resounding thud echoed as Chen Zi's cries abruptly ceased. His eyes bulged wide like a cow's as he slowly toppled, blood and matter oozing from the gash on his forehead. He was already lifeless. The black-clad individuals, overly focused and surrounded by their own, were caught off guard, unaware that Qiu Muzi had already procured the antidote to save Elwenchi. When Sima Yi ordered the ambush, Qiu Muzi had already set his plan into motion. This visit to the League of Heroes was merely a casual exploration. The title of Chief Technology Consultant was but a fade. Should anyone wish for Li Yang's assistance, whether an individual or a faction, they must be prepared to offer something of value. He would not engage in a losing endeavor. Meanwhile, Long Hanchuan's bodily functions gradually returned to normalcy. Her heartbeat, temperature, and complexion regained their vitality. Despite the numerous conflicts among the forces of the Equatorial Province, Eastern Province, and Kivu Province, they displayed an unusual unity in confronting the Grog government military. Before him, a token swayed back and forth, leaving the elder of the Yu family in a quandary. His fist poised in indecision, unsure whether to strike or retract. Mei Luo felt as if ensnared in a dream, utterly powerless to alter the course of events. For him, who possesses exceptional qualities for warfare, despite the urgent circumstances, a thought still flickered in his mind. After all, belonging to the same organization, regardless of differing nationalities and internal affairs, there exists the potential for mutual coordination, all aimed at uniting efforts to combat the monstrous invasion. Since your departure that day, I have pondered extensively. Why is remarriage so arduous? Can we continue our journey together? I have contemplated separation and also yearned for meaningful communication, with both parties adhering to their respective boundaries. In the capital, the children predominantly hail from noble families. If discovered, the traffickers would inevitably face imprisonment. However, children from the capital can fetch a handsome price, enticing many traffickers to take the risk. In truth, if one were to assert that Xin Lu held any leverage over Sun Jiyun, it would be unfounded. Yet, her constant vigilance towards her was indeed surprising to Xin Lu. Jiang Yanyun's body was uncontrollably hurled backward, his form beginning to fracture inch by inch, disintegrating into ashes in an instant. Suddenly, the crimson-haired youth pivoted, a bright red light erupting from his hand, instantly enveloping the dozen or so individuals behind him. As the scene zoomed in, he fixated on the tear-streaked, pallid face of Su and I reflected in the mirror, and Lu Jin and found himself somewhat detached from the unfolding drama. Su Qing, wishing to conceal her identity, cast a lingering gaze at Xiao Jiao before dashing towards the direction of Qing Ming. With a deliberate finesse, she retracted the vine in her hand, creating an illusion of a misstep. In truth, she was intentionally propelling Xiao Jiao towards Qing Ming. Qing Ming observed her for several moments, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, yet unable to pinpoint its source. While in contemplative wonder, a white object suddenly soared towards him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than his beloved companion. Raising a toast to their reunion, Meng Zhu likewise lifted her glass, the crimson liquid reflecting upon her face like a resplendent bloom. Several guards hastily dismounted and surrounded them. Yet Xin remained unfazed, trailing behind her with a smile. The delicate yellow pollen of the cauliflower clung to the hem of her attire and her hair, as a solitary bee buzzed around the flowers in a lively dance. You're still alive? Upon uttering these words, Zhu Shiji felt a surge of fear. Realizing he had misspoken, their relationship had always been fraught with tension, and should conflict arise here, he would find no refuge for his grievances. Xie Jun drew his long spear and addressed Chu Tao. I shall avenge you. With a swift step back, he hurled the spear with great force, its silver tip slicing through the air in a graceful arc, narrowly grazing Shen Yinfei's foot before embedding itself deeply in the earth. A hint of elusive sorrow flickered in Yinfei's expression. Is that true? Upon hearing of an opportunity for an outing, Shui Hai was instantly elated. Scarcely contemplating why her brother was so generous today, the sounds of laughter and joy from Zhu Yuan echoed in her ears. Chu Tao bent down to pick up a stone, feigning an intention to throw it, prompting Shui Hai to swiftly evade to a safe distance. Just then, Wang Hong appeared, and Shui Hai quickly concealed herself behind him, revealing only her large, twinkling eyes that blinked with a hint of mischievous pride. Fully aware that accompanying the sovereign was akin to walking with a tiger, he feigned an inability to manage finances as an excuse to resign and return to Suzhou, which had already displeased Emperor Ming Taizu. During the great battle at Yongyaowang City, Guolin discovered that the number of magical beasts within the demon sealing ring had diminished. This time in the magical forest, Guolin intended to summon 100,000 mid-tier bronze beasts. In truth, when Song Duanwu's gaze shifted from reproach to confusion, Yuan Shuyun dared not divulge his true intentions, attributing it instead to a slip of the tongue. At this moment, Ouyang felt a pressing urgency, with little time to attend to the reporters. Neither the firefighters nor the helicopter could arrive in a timely manner, and under the current temperature, the individuals in the river could not endure much longer. Xie Zizhou entrusted Jin Ru to Jing Shu and returned to the kitchen, while Jin Ru turned to watch his retreating figure, shaking her head. Ji Ying suddenly slapped her forehead, recalling that before her departure, the siblings Sun Degugu and Sun Chanqian had brought an entire cart of precious resources as a gift for her. In these days, treasures of heaven and earth are invaluable commodities, and the Shadowless Palace can effortlessly produce them, a testament to its immense wealth. The middle-aged man's complexion changed drastically. Had it not been for Chu Yulian's timely intervention, he would have collapsed to the ground, lying in bed. The memory of her clawed hands and fierce demeanor caused a smirk to play upon Ziqian's lips. The private academy granted its students a 3-day holiday at the end of June, prompting exuberant cheers upon the announcement. All she desired was entry into the imperial palace. Regarding the prince as merely a step to be crossed when the time came, which she believed would not prove to be a formidable challenge, Jing, entwining her delicate waist with Long Yueying's, sat gracefully atop a white fox, urging it onward towards the direction of the soul-snatching temple, hastening their journey. Dear lady, I must apologize for deceiving you. My true name is Mou Jingyuan, he declared, gazing at them. If what Helan Xianlang spoke was indeed true, he dared not fathom the tumultuous storms that would besiege Xiansong's heart. Gu Lixiang executed a rhythmic run akin to theirs, leaping gracefully on one foot, soaring into the air, and flipping over the bar, landing safely upon the foam mat, the entire sequence appearing remarkably effortless. Chapter 53, The Nine-Tailed Fox. Among the medicinal herbs, one particular ingredient was located in the Fox Clan tribe on the western edge of the Green Marsh Forest. Su Qing contemplated venturing there to seek the herbs while also scouting for a suitable breeding beast. As she walked westward, she gathered herbs along the way. Upon nearing the Fox Clan tribe, Su Qing was about to concoct an excuse to enter when suddenly, a wounded white figure charged out, directly assaulting her face. Su Qing swiftly evaded, and Lan Ji leapt forward, anxiously positioning himself protectively in front of her. As Su Qing glanced back, she found it peculiar that the Fox Demon clan would appear here at such a moment and in such a manner. After all, the inhabitants of Lingtong Island were notoriously difficult to engage with. It was far better to maintain a distance from them. Nonetheless, their presence in Daong at this time unsettled many. Capture this one too. Conspiracy concealed by state officials is a grave offense. Life imprisonment, the commanding officer declared loudly, casting a stern gaze at Li Gang. A playful smile flickered in the depths of the demon scale sovereign's eyes. He was well aware of the numerous collaborations between the golden armored star bandits and the demon tooth sect, and had heard whispers of the golden thorn sword. Junior brother Zhou, let us refrain from such discussions for now, Xuanning replied, unsure of how to respond to Shou Qin's inquiry. We should leave this place first. With that, she decisively shifted the topic, her urgency palpable. Thus, even without engaging in cultivation, Zhao Shuangguang could continuously draw upon the principles of the gold element from the world around him, thereby enhancing his strength. She turned to glance at Yi Qing, who regarded her with a faint, enigmatic smile. I did not intend to disrupt your relationship, nor to assert my dominance. I merely wished to clarify these matters to prevent further misunderstandings between us. When did I ever claim she was indifferent towards me? Subu rolled his eyes in exasperation. This person certainly had a talent for over-imagining. Even if Yi Qing did not devote her entire heart to him, it certainly could not be deemed indifference. Having known each other for so many years, if I cannot even decipher your temperament, how can I dare to call you a friend? Li Zi stated. If you wish for my brother's happiness and wish me to cease worrying about you, then you must resolve your own issues. Some knots must be untied by yourself. Upon hearing someone call for help in the Golden Tongue, Shi Mugu realized the individual was from the Golden Kingdom. She refrained from inquiring further about his identity. Under the current circumstances, he was mattered little. The elites of the demon encounter feigned an assault, allowing the cannon fodder to engage first and deplete the enemy's resources. This tactic was one they executed with great proficiency. Typically, ordinary players facing a horde of cannon fodder would find themselves in dire straits, struggling merely to survive, let alone eliminate them. Wu Enki and Zhuo Ligay engaged in hushed discussions for an extended period until the first light of dawn broke. Only then did Wu Enki emerge from Lianjin Palace, burdened by 2 heavy sacks. How fortuitous it is that the elder has inadvertently fallen into my grasp. A spark of inspiration ignited within Xiao Yiming as he pondered the words of Ji Su. Each player who charged forward was met with a barrage of writhing tentacles, suffering a flurry of damage, and in the next instant, they erupted into a cascade of starlight, reflecting the bewildered expression of the great cat. Upon learning of Yu Xian's proficiency with fire, Nan Wuxiang could not help but sneer. Anyone adept with fire would surely pale in comparison to Lan Ye. So he dispatched Lan Ye to assist in the battle. He reminded him to heed Yun Ye's words. Illa stole a glance at the nearby sleeping Shiryu of Xia Shiqiu. He had often been misled by her ambiguous notion of friendship, never pondering it deeply. However, upon reflection, it became evident that Shiryu's affection towards him was indeed excessive. Illa responded, scanning the surroundings before pointing to a spot not far from the 10-person seating that Tong Nai had just mentioned. At that moment, Bahu returned to the defensive line. Panting heavily, he had nearly convinced himself that he might not return, yet fortune favored him this time, sparing him from any misfortune. Chapter 54, The Touching Nine-Tailed Fox. Su Qing raised her hand and caressed the nine-tailed fox, its fur softer than that of Lan Ji, yielding a delightful tactile sensation. Su Qing longed to stroke it again, but Bai Heng leaped aside, watching her with wary eyes. Su Qing felt a twinge of embarrassment as she momentarily forgot that he was an orc. Ahem. Well, I saved you. She swiftly changed the subject, to which Bai Heng nodded in acknowledgement. They call you Bai Heng. Is that your name? I am Su Qing. Su Qing, with his familiar demeanor, greeted Bai Heng, who retorted, You rascal, always finding ways to vex me, but I won't truly be angry with you. You have mastered the art of feigning calm before unleashing your vexation. Xiaohan's lethargy left the leader exasperated, yet speechless. At that moment, I sensed a resonance with the magical black hole within me. Sweat beaded on my brow. Could this strange phenomenon be at play? Upon using my supernatural abilities for a glimpse, it was indeed being drawn into the magical black hole. No wonder I had mistakenly believed this black hole was a relative of Principal Avens. Cats, while not as ferocious as dogs, possess a cruelty far surpassing them. When a cat captures a mouse, even in the grip of hunger, it will never devour the creature in one swift bite. Xia had never encountered such a dualistic sword technique, nor the instantaneous momentum that reorganized lethal strikes. Before he could react, his mind was bombarded with a resonant wave, and he saw the cold blade piercing towards his heart. Instinct propelled him forward in a life-or-death moment, and as he stumbled, he thrust his sword. At times, one finds themselves constrained by circumstances, as is the case now. Zhuang Wangu's magical prowess had reached a level comparable to that of the Jade Cauldron's true man. Yet for the greater cause of humanity, he could not engage with the Jade Cauldron's true man just yet. Perhaps this is what it means to be a person in the world, subject to the whims of fate. Some prefer to wander aimlessly, observing others as they traverse the streets or watching stray dogs brawl in the corners, rather than confining themselves indoors. However, I have already conceived every possible strategy for the day. The demise of the spirit of the world is inevitable. Now, I must inquire if the spirit has any lingering wishes unfulfilled. Zhao Zhengsa abruptly tossed his cigarette box onto the coffee table, the sound startling Zhou Tianming, who felt a jolt of anxiety yet remained respectfully seated, afraid to utter a word. Zhou Tianming had always perceived Zhao, the deputy county chief, as perpetually smiling. But when he adopted a serious expression, he became quite intimidating. Xian Yuan Wuda and Xian Yuan Feng hurriedly fell silent. They were now at a disadvantage. If Li Luo, the martial saint, were to depart, they would find themselves in a perilous situation. Indeed, it was a neurotoxin that sought to incapacitate upon encountering formidable intent. Fortunately, Yue Tian's mental waves were unparalleled, rendering him impervious to the frantic assaults of those neurotoxins. Of course, for a short duration, he remained unscathed. However, prolonged exposure would certainly inflict harm upon his mental waves. Undoubtedly, at this moment, Thomas's mindset resembled that of a gambler. To return after abandoning his weapons would be a tragedy. Yet if, after enduring significant losses, he could finally achieve his goal, it might still be worth the effort to recoup his losses. Ron lit the oil lamp, preparing to continue his studies, but his stomach protested loudly, prompting him to recall that in his fervor to learn magical incantations, he had neglected to eat dinner. Jing Jian offered a faint smile, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. In previous years, his scattered endeavors had met with continual success, igniting within him a burgeoning ambition to orchestrate a comprehensive strategy for his enterprises. I, along with Panda, hurried to her side, crouching down to examine her closely for quite some time, yet we could not uncover her fatal wound. I found myself at a loss, uncertain of my course of action at this juncture, as I incessantly perused the last message left for me by Yuhan on my phone. What could His Majesty imply? Zhang Tianyang could hardly miss the underlying implications of Emperor Abyss's words. Indeed, he harbored no intention of releasing her. Even after she fervently reiterated her unwavering love for Fu Tianze, he remained obstinately determined to confine her. Chapter 55, with Lan Ji. By Heng's refusal was curt, prompting Su Qing to let out a soft snort. As the 3-month period drew to a close, her lack of pregnancy left her with nothing but despair. What good was pride in such a situation? She reached out, resting her hand on Bai Heng's shoulder, softly coaxing him, "Your calculations may not be entirely accurate. Let us give it a try just once." Bai Heng felt the warmth of her hand enveloping him, a sensation that captivated him. Yet he remained resolute in his stance against fatherhood. He shook off Su Qing's hand and turned to exit the cave, with Su Qing hastily trailing behind. As for the notion of reshaping his bones, it was indeed a jest. Beneath the realm of eternity, even the power of a spirit king could scarcely penetrate his being, let alone reconstruct his very bones. Sensing this situation, Li Jun could not help but mutter a curse under his breath before leaping away to evade the impending danger. In the deep of night, at the capital of Vanti, the imperial guards surrounded the palace, ensuring not a single drop could pass. This was understandable, as the vicinity of the capital had devolved into a military vacuum. Now, a mere 10,000 guards remained to oversee the entire city. It was imperative that these guards vigilantly protect the emperor. Should anything go awry, the consequences would be dire. There's no need for that. Send them to the battlefield to collect the corpses of the Xiongnu, lest they be left to rot in the wild, Li Ong commanded, deeming the Turkic and Tiela people, who had become his slaves, unworthy of his deeper concern. Perhaps, during that brutal battle years ago, he had been overwhelmed, his heart hollowed out, consumed by another entity in that very moment. Particularly unsettling was the sight of Chu Yang raising a finger, a glimmer of starlight emanating from it. The eyes of the candle dragon widened in alarm, and without a second thought, he retreated swiftly. Lei could no longer endure such treatment. After he had smashed the noses of 17 attendants with his fists and sent flying 7 who had bobbed and weaved. Attempting to boast about the location of the lowest-tier brothels, several officials from Smart made their appearance. The bald man observed the increasing flow of blood from Zhang Shirquan's hand, hastily approaching to tear a piece of cloth from his shirt to apply a rudimentary bandage. You speak truthfully. The teachings of etiquette and music are sufficient. However, why is it that the murderer can contemplate such teachings, yet they remain absent in the presence of Moshi? Sol Luo softly spoke. At that moment everyone let out a sigh. He vigorously hurled 6 spheres of sacred essence towards Lin Xian and his companions, employing the technique of celestial movement to obstruct the advance of the Grim Reaper. Carl, if you truly possess the ability to prevent their escape, I can easily render them unconscious, Lin Xian declared, producing a crimson stone resembling a brick. Lu Ran cast a lingering glance at the warden, torn between ignoring him and continuing her own discourse, but as soon as she opened her mouth, the warden's voice rose, leaving Lu Ran in an awkward position. What the hell? Yu Chifeng exclaimed upon witnessing the situation, not wishing to be scorched by flames. He flailed and kicked, even resorting to biting. Yet he could not break free from Vishnu's grasp. Meanwhile, Blum was retreating while firing wildly in the direction behind him, attempting to fend off some unknown monsters. Lu Shang was already quite vexed, The chaos could not afford any further escalation. Rantong was also worried about how to navigate this predicament, as everything hinged on the handling of the mirror of retrospection within the bell tower. The key figure was currently in an uncertain state of life and death, which was truly distressing. At his level of status, he was somewhat aware that operatives sent on missions or retired soldiers often had their information classified. Upon hearing Chen Meixia continue her discourse, Chu Qingya's delicate face flushed like a peach blossom as she subtly cast a glance at Xiao Lu. The 49-day deadline had long passed, and Yuan Feng was still trudging along the path to Dunhuang. The western regions were desolate, recently plagued by frequent wars, with even the footprints of merchants vanished. Surviving on cacti and roots, Yuan Feng finally arrived at the banks of the Shu River. Chapter 56. By Heng's Abduction. Lan Ji's excitement eased Su Qing's anxiety. She feared Lan Ji would disagree. He embraced Su Qing and turned to exit. There were many caves here, and he found one to slip into, gently placing Su Qing on a pile of grass, his gaze deeply fixed on her. I thought you might be repulsed by me. Lan Ji spoke with a tremor in his voice. Su Qing's eyes flickered. How was she to respond? Should she say she was not repulsed, but wished to honor his feelings for the original owner? Lan Ji inquired. Very well. Tell me, where is my senior sister? Chang Yin was currently lacking patience, his eyes glimmering with a yellow light, his pupils somewhat distorted, emanating an eerie terror, as if he were a ferocious beast from hell. All right, let us prepare individually. With that, Zhang Feng departed with Wei Hu and Jie Hua through the passage they had come. In truth, this place had become a chaotic graveyard, far removed from a standard cemetery. Facing a distant, grand chemical plant, the scene was rather comical. Wei Yinshan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing gravely at Jin Shun, who merely shook his head slightly before candidly stating that he had prepared a vegetable porridge and sought Ed 2 light dishes, still steaming. Jun Liao looked on eagerly, convinced that the flavors must be exquisite. Long Hua, gritting his teeth, suddenly waved his hand, summoning a gleaming sword that appeared in his grasp, the blade radiating a myriad of golden rays. Mother, I have only managed to take a morning off from the Imperial Medical Institute today, so I cannot accompany you for pastries, Knight Shinga remarked, noting Han Bing's keen interest, though she truly had to head to the medical institution. All right, let us cease our mutual flattery. It would be dire if our master's sister overheard, Shuang said, casting a wary glance over her shoulder. Princess consort, have you been residing in the Poison Physician Valley these days? I heard that after your marriage with His Highness, you left the capital, and I am quite curious about where you ventured. Morong Qian asked innocently, her large eyes blinking with curiosity. With a high lift of the leg, Xianzhan gracefully ascended to the second floor. Maintaining a heightened state of alertness was crucial. One must not falter in the depths of despair. For should the old trickster discover that one of the 3 perverts had met their demise, it would surely lead to dire consequences. Bao scanned her surroundings, noting the shaking heads of her attendants. Among them were 2 legendary figures, yet none noticed the peculiar sensation. A deeper sense of confusion settled within her. Suddenly, the space shimmered, and Lu Tianxiong's figure materialized, startling Lin Yu, who was astonished that even Lu Tianxiong had appeared. Not bad, but we ought to eat something, he remarked as the 2 proceeded to the inner chamber, setting up a folding table and chairs, each retrieving bread and water from their bags. Within the blue water sphere, purple lightning flickered and burst, then dissolved, the purple hue spreading from within, enveloping the sphere in a soft bluish-purple glow after a few seconds. Though it was a deep, cool color, it stirred the tumultuous emotions within. What is this? Is this the state of affairs? Jianya curiously stepped inside, only to elicit a low exclamation from the room. Halting their charge, the 3,000 mounted mercenaries confronted the band of handsome young mercenaries numbering over 6,000. Selena and Luca were poised for a charge, while Patrick was summoned by Fade. Recognizing his companion, Daniels, from the attire and bandages on his arm, Henderson immediately followed O'Connor to open fire on Amorton, who had cornered Evelyn. Clad in a black silk robe, Amorton's bald head regained its color, though a significant portion of his face remained withered and terrifying. Perhaps the young Duke Anise was acutely aware of this reality. He understood that the outcome of this situation would determine his future. Thus, the day before the army's arrival, he personally penned a letter to Fade, urging the cavalry to expedite their arrival. Chapter 57. Bai Yan's discontent Bai Heng was quite pleased with Su Qing's reaction. Bending to embrace her as they ascended onto the stone bed, Su Qing gradually regained consciousness. Initially filled with irritation, she softened at the sight of Bai Heng's enchanting profile. Alas, she found herself irresistibly captivated. Despite his injuries, Bai Heng's inherent prowess remained formidable, and Su Qing, lacking the requisite rank, faced challenges in conception. She pondered ways to facilitate her own pregnancy. Meanwhile, Bai Heng gazed intently at Su Qing, his fox-like eyes slightly reddened, stirred by a tumult of emotions. Realizing how utterly delectable the little female appeared days prior, and had confirmed her ability to pinpoint his location, which meant she was aware of his presence in the divine realm and could ascertain his coordinates. She had likely seen him approaching this very place. The greatest anguish for the border soldiers lay in the unfounded charge of treason they faced posthumously. The people of Huaxia had fallen victim to this conspiracy. The border military had caused a schism in Huaxia that lasted nearly 2 decades, making a subsequent rebellion hardly surprising. Logically, given the passage of so many days, one would expect those foreign players to abandon their vigil over that location. Remaining stationed there daily must consume vast amounts of time and resources unless that fire phoenix held immense significance for them. Yet, a divine steed or pet should not warrant such relentless pursuit. However, ever since Yin Hong exhibited peculiar behavior, Yin Ning felt an unsettling presence monitoring them from the shadows. The stubborn soldiers, well prepared, swiftly approached the blockade with ladders in tow, lowering them into the trench and scaling back up, finally overcoming the obstacle to face the deer fort. The pressure exerted by the celestial tier cultivators left them gasping for breath. One by one, sects withdrew, and within the Tianshui Palace, thousands of cultivators seemed to acquiesce to this silent surrender. No more derisive shouts echoed through the air, determined to escort him back to the base. Lin Xiao contemplated that Giuliano was a legendary NPC, possessing remarkable thieving skills, perhaps even a concealed vocation. Continuing in solitude, he recounted, the origin of Jinwu Mountain traces back to the ancestral hall of the Li clan, the birthplace of the Tang dynasty. Since the founding of the nation by Emperor Tang over a millennium ago, every successive Jinwu sect master has borne the heavy responsibility for the rise and fall of the Tang's fortunes. The moment I grasped the Xianyuan sword before the statue of the great Jinwu emperor, my foremost duty in this life became the safeguarding of the Tang's realm. The 13 guardians, gripped by Yin Ning's hold on his neck, turned pale, their pupils betraying a profound dread. Having lived long enough to survive even the cataclysmic upheaval of heaven and earth, death held no terror for him. Please, don't tell the teacher. Ellie rushed forward, seizing Bone Ao Tian's arm, prompting him to notice that her entire right arm was wrapped in bandages, from which a repulsive black-green fluid was seeping. In that instant, all the supreme beings of the Tianshin continent became acutely aware that they were on the brink of an unavoidable catastrophe. Yet they also sensed a glimmer of hope amidst the impending disaster, a faint possibility of transcending to immortality. The existence at the pinnacle of the soul-breaking realm validated the opportunity for ascendance. Fury ignited in his eyes, radiating 2 beams of piercing light. As a defiant battle spirit surged forth, the unleashed demonic energy flowed like scalding magma, inflicting a sharp pain upon the giant and drawing forth several drops of blood. Once Hao Xion's baby is born and reaches a full moon, that would mean waiting another 4 or 5 months. Xia Yinua immediately regretted broaching this topic. What? Xia Yinua found it hard to believe, yet Hao Ming's earnest expression left him no choice but to accept the truth. His fists clenched tightly, the bulging veins betraying his agitation. How could he not have realized that she was the one causing harm to Hao Xian? She was his mother. Yet how could she act in such a manner? The bedroom was similarly divided into an inner and outer chamber, furnished simply yet elegantly. The warm air from the underfloor heating and the wafting scent of sandalwood created a particularly comforting atmosphere. Chapter 58. Unspoken Affections in the Subsequent Encounters. Su Qing observed that whenever she was present, Bai Yin was reluctant to speak, and he was equally unwilling to divulge any information regarding their circumstances. Su Qing harbored no fondness for him, and moreover, the spiritual realm was devoid of the capacity for procreation, leading her to perceive Bai Yin as nothing more than a mere tool. Initially, Su Qing tended to Bai Yan's wounds with care, but upon realizing his true disposition towards her, she grew disinterested and left it to Bai Heng to manage his own affairs. Bai Heng, wishing to spare Su Qing from unnecessary toil, naturally took over the task. He gestured towards a direction opposite to where the swan intended to flee. Then, with unexpected vigor, he sat upright. Upon hearing Rong Rong's words, Lucifer gently nodded and responded affirmatively. Following this, under Rong Rong's astonished gaze, Lucifer gradually faded from her view. Yet the radiant energy emanating from him remained palpable, assuring Rong Rong of his unchanged presence in the same location. Despite having subdued 2 bandits, It was evident that this third one was the most formidable and cunning, brandishing a firearm, leaving one to wonder where the next bullet might land. Navigating through artificial hills and clusters of ornamental flowers, Yin Weiyang suddenly found herself momentarily stunned as the scenery brightened with the appearance of willows. Wukong exhaled a heavy sigh, glancing at Qi Hao in his grasp, contemplating the urge to toss him into the sea. I have not deceived you. My feelings have already been more than sufficient for that wretched woman. To accuse me of tricking you over a mere dish is utterly tedious. Here, take it back. Sun Shui said, passing the dish to Li Xian. A thunderous clap resonated from the heavens, followed by a golden divine lightning striking the black mist. Yet it bore no effect, as the darkness remained unresponsive. If you continue feigning ignorance, I shall leave you without attire. Conducting business in such a manner is utterly disgraceful for us. Before you become a professional manager, you must first acknowledge that you are a mercenary, a warrior. Lei reprimanded Li Jiahao with a raised middle finger. Yun Weiyang remained unconvinced, although her sight was obscured. Her hearing was acute enough to detect the tremor of hidden emotions in Jadeheng's voice. They traveled in silence, and after some time, numerous vessels began to descend. Noticing individuals in the courtyard below, Yixin hurriedly entered the cockpit to lower the ship. Sister, it seems you have misconstrued the situation. The prison houses a motley crew of individuals, all guilty of various crimes, prone to violence. It is only natural. As an ordinary person, how could I interfere with the will of those criminals? Jialua fell silent, choosing not to speak further, for he understood well why Axel, despite being a demon god, often sought his company. The Elder Hall aimed to ascertain the extent of her powers, and Nilo found herself with little choice, thrust into a confrontational position against Agus. Overwhelmed and pinned to the bed, every inch of her skin felt the unbearable intimacy of the situation. Silence, your words hold no weight here. Meng glared at Meng Runlong with piercing eyes, rendering him speechless. Upon noticing that Zhen Ro appeared to be in good spirits, Chao Jin abandoned her intention to escort her back to her chamber for rest, encouraging the sisters-in-law to spend more time together. She found it perplexing that the fire fairy chose to reach out to her indirectly through Jin Yang rather than contacting her directly. When she awoke last night, it was but a fleeting moment, and she had barely exchanged a couple of words with Su Qing, let alone gleaned any news from him. In the midst of the fray, the Fuso Taibao wielded the seized red electric long knife and lunged fiercely at Ding Chuan, his form flickering like a specter, appearing and vanishing in a series of illusions. After several flashes, he stood before Ding Chuan, the sharp blade carving a devious trajectory towards Ding Chuan's neck, the long knife slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. Just as they hesitated, a sudden exclamation arose from among the patrons. Look, the glass cover of the relic tower has changed color. Soon, a multitude gathered around. Chapter 59, The Birth of Twins this time. She had preemptively instructed the system to find the safest location, driving away the other beast men as she prepared to give birth. Bai Yin and Lan Ji were unsuitable to remain, yet Bai Heng insisted on staying, prompting Su Qing to darkly command Lan Ji to take Bai Heng away. The beautiful fox's eyes glimmered with tears, but Su Qing averted her gaze, no longer swayed by his charms. Bai Heng was escorted out, and as Bai Yin departed, he cast a steady look at Su Qing, warning, if you cannot bear it, call for me. The surroundings were tranquil, save for the ethereal melody flowing from the fingertips of the man in white on the pleasure boat. The crowd held their breath, fearing to disturb this celestial being under the moonlight. Chen Fanjin parted his lips, his clear and melodious voice cascading like a spring. While Tan Luo and Su Ran harmonized seamlessly with the rhythm, dancing with swords as gracefully as butterflies. Since the demise of Qin Baiyuan, Feng's star power had dwindled, and everyone was aware that it was merely a facade. With no resources to offer, there was no reason to remain and waste time. Eventually, those who could leave did so, and those who were released from contracts departed, leaving not a single soul behind. Although the cultivation method available was only of the first realm and could not shatter the heavens, with mastery, one could still pierce an enemy's body with a mere finger. Feng Jiu soared above Li Yi and the others, unleashing azure wind blades from his mouth. Li Yi and the others dodged repeatedly, yet could not mount a counterattack. No need for excessive formalities. It had been several minutes since Su entered, and now only Wang Shui remained to enter. Hua Xuechuan began equipping her with the gear brought from school, whispering a few instructions. Once Wang Shui completed her preparations, she double-checked everything and then leaped from the vehicle. Who resembles you? A mere stallion. Observing Xing Yu's expression, Zhuo Luan cast a sidelong glance at him, then coldly responded. Upon hearing this, Rong Shirue felt as if he had swallowed a bomb. The previous incident was not enough, and now this insatiable individual was at it again, truly despicable. Nevertheless, his demeanor was relatively composed. Had it been an ordinary practitioner, it would likely have been crushed by the oppressive aura of the skeleton, reduced to prostration and trembling in fear. Chen Feng remained silent, knowing that any words would be utterly inadequate. He quietly retrieved a recording device from his pocket. Placing it before Shi Xiling and pressing the play button, Xian Yin heard the sound of sirens. His heart raced, contracting sharply, as if he had heard the gavel of judgment, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Du Chang's would release was akin to the bloodline limit of Senju Hashirama, yet it lacked the refinement he had developed and the extraordinary chakra potency, indicating that Du Chang still had much to accomplish. In the midst of this, a sharp voice suddenly pierced the air. Turning back, he was met with the sight of a child, none other than Princess Yin who had fallen, covered in mud from head to toe. As he walked further away, the sense of oppression grew stronger, yet Ming Yitian did not succumb to despair. Yuxia had intended to press for answers but reconsidered, realizing this was likely the distinction between the privileged elite and the common folk. Countless towering trees obscured the sky, and remarkably, beneath their canopy, there was no sense of darkness. Instead, it felt exceptionally clear. The ground was a labyrinth of dense vines, surrounded by numerous exotic flowers and plants. Most astonishingly, natural energy intertwined with cellular energy, while dark energy fused with spiritual energy, resulting in a transformation and decomposition of 4 types of energy, manifesting 4 heroes before Du Chang. Yixian gazed in confusion at the marks left by the vehicle, increasingly anxious and lost. Today's chill was peculiarly unsettling. Should Du Chang reveal his bloodline limits beyond wind, fire, earth, in the unique blaze and melt release, how would Konoha respond? Chapter 60. She will destroy what she cannot have. Bai Yao's eyes brimmed with deep emotion as she gazed at Bai Yan's eyes, which were reddening due to the effects of the drug. Bai Yan, if you plead with me, I shall grant your wish. Bai Yao laughed maliciously, her slender nails grazing Bai Yan's face. Bai Yan gritted his teeth, enduring the heat coursing through his body. He would rather die than suffer indignity, especially at the hands of Bai Yao. Observing Bai Yan biting his tongue, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, Bai Yao's irritation only intensified. Leave the 5 energy gatherers to me. Wang Yifan coolly uttered a few words before falling silent. However, amidst this ghastly weather, a seemingly inconspicuous cardboard box nestled in the alley corner emitted faint, intermittent cries of a baby. Yet, regarding his potential enlistment in the mercenary group, Han Feng held little inclination and thus continually sought those who trafficked in information, searching for leads on Wu Kuei. Having narrowly evaded 2 waves of attacks, Han Feng found himself in a corner, gasping as he attempted to regain his strength. However, in such a brief span, how much could one truly recover? Especially in light of prolonged blood loss? His complexion had long since turned pale and ashen. The townsfolk were adept at commerce, as those with connections had converted an underground parking lot into partition rooms, renting them out as single accommodations, thereby earning substantial profits annually. In any case, this exhibition was an internal affair, not open to the public. Those present were all familiar faces from within the circle. Ling Yun casually cast him aside, and with a resounding thud, Gu Changming spat out a mouthful of blood, wailing alongside the bodyguard on the ground. Meanwhile, the second-in-command, accompanied by several guards, had just emerged from the building when he spotted Jiang Tsang stepping out, dual blades in hand. Please, the soldiers returned the salute, descending the steps to take the scrolls. Upon weighing them, they felt light, devoid of concealed items, and they nodded slightly to Jiang Tsang, uttering a word of apology before turning back towards the city hall. Sha Xiai was currently on the phone with Louise. At this moment, the television in the living room was filled with news reports regarding terrorist activities. After all, those invited by Norman Osborn were not merely local bigwigs. At the very least, they were not fools. The business world was merciless, and if one were to act foolishly, they would not merely find themselves unseated at the table but perhaps already submerged beneath the depths. Yet, it seemed he was more concerned about the potential loss of life. Should that occur, the estate would be utterly ruined. Dong Mingzi scoffed at the notion. With 200 cavalry, how could that be possible? Does he not understand the current state of Yangzhou? To dare march in with 200 cavalry, so brazenly? Is he courting death, Li Hong? Utter nonsense. Wu Qichen had already grasped the language of the medieval world, and conversing posed no significant barrier. However, it was not a loss of 20 million, but 30 million. The extra 10 million was to vent frustrations on Sun Zimo. all due to Shui Yian's excessive force during the exchange competition. There was still no chaos among the troops despite the numerous siege ladders atop the city walls. They methodically raised their shields on the battlements to prevent the powerful crossbows from easily penetrating once more. As the words fell, two fiery giant hands appeared on either side of the sky, swiftly approaching the sword's radiance before crashing down with great force. Nevertheless, Wuxi did not dwell on it. He trusted that old Wang would not be foolish enough to trouble him over this matter. She further solidified her resolve, believing that only through such measures could she assist the Khan in rescuing the Mongolian tribes. What happened? Wan Yu gazed intently at Li Zicheng. Her eyes shrouded in a mist of ambiguity, as if veiled by an ethereal curtain. Guangsu was momentarily taken aback. And it was not only he who was rendered speechless. Those around him were equally at a loss as to how to respond. The Northeast? I recall the spring and autumn period, the warring states, and the Western Jin, all of which once boasted a glorious history in the Northeast. Naturally, there must be a plethora of grand tombs in that region, many of which have been discovered to this day. Chapter 61. The only way to save him is to conclude. Su Qing, accompanied by Bai Heng and Bai Yin, continued to teleport without pause, not daring to linger for even a moment, until they had distanced themselves from the White Fox tribe. Only when Su Qing was utterly exhausted did she release her grip. Lan Ji swiftly emerged with the child, having waited for a considerable time. Were it not for the need to care for the child, he would not have allowed Su Qing to take such risks. He glared discontentedly at Bai Heng, the ineffectual male beast, who consistently placed Su Qing in perilous situations. Su Qing took the child and gently patted Lan Ji's head as a reward. Bai Heng watched Su with a tense expression as the horse gradually came to a halt. The usually decisive Chinen, a seasoned soldier, inexplicably became sluggish, dismounting and standing still for a long while, unable to retrieve the packet of medicinal grains from his sleeve, which became soaked with sweat instead. Originally, the Nameless One had suffered an injustice, but the benevolent emperor was compelled to protect the lives of over 10,000 individuals, including He Quan, safeguarding the stability of Taoyuan country from turmoil. With no other choice, he confined the Nameless One within the alchemical furnace, hoping to extinguish his existence to ensure peace for Taoyuan country. Indeed, now that you have me, you must learn to delegate matters to me. Do you understand? Zhao Chong said, holding her shoulders and gazing earnestly into her large eyes. Observing my demeanor, Hie's eyes flickered with a mischievous glint. She then looked at me and spoke gently. A hero is indeed a hero. Not only can they make swift and discerning choices, but they also immerse themselves wholeheartedly in their performances. At this moment, Han Wei trembled, tears streaming down his face. His expression filled with grievance and sorrow as he choked on his words. Li Man reveled in her scheming success, joyfully stifling laughter as she relentlessly struck at her father. The marriage of the top scholar's sister had been momentarily averted, but when the time for the scholar's own wedding arrived, it seemed inevitable that she would attend. She sat without decorum, stood without grace, and lay without restraint, utterly unbothered by the judgment of others. The night was far more tranquil than the day. With scarcely a sound to be heard, occasionally, a few birds would flit past the treetops, producing faint rustling noises. Yi Shui's dark eyes were like a murky swamp. Her face calm, yet no one knew the turbulent waves surging within her heart. Lin Qixin chose to ignore the monk and return to the county office, quietly slipping into the death row area. Oh, isn't this the famous star Yi Wushuang? Have you come back home for a visit? Yu Xiaoyan spoke with a flippant tone. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Jingo gleefully approached Hong Ji, having long been exasperated by her presence and now relishing the opportunity for revenge. To Di Chongxiao's astonishment, Yuxing Yumei neither intervened nor inquired further. Her eyes grew vacant and unfocused as she muttered to herself. The vendor, having traded soul artifacts for many years, possessed an exceptionally discerning eye. Upon observing the radiant aura emanating from the soul artifact, he recognized it as a top-tier item among its kind, filling him with delight as he hastily placed it at Di Chongxiao's feet. Beneath the heap of rubble in the corner, an object wrapped in layers of indiscernible material suddenly quivered. Lin Majin, invoking his ghostly energy once more, took to the skies. Knowing that upon locating a place imbued with the yin-yang communication array, he could directly transport himself to the underworld. Thus, Xiao Ling moved steadily toward the center of the river, and within moments, the water lapped at her waist. This caused the snow boy to panic, hurriedly rubbing his hands and covering his face, striving to provide warmth to Li Shiyan. Tang Yun, exercising patience, turned back and earnestly declared, Acknowledge me as your elder brother, and heed my commands." Indeed, all fell silent. "Old woman, drink the blood water first. It cannot be left for too long. Save the clear water for last." Noticing that her partner only presented the clear water after receiving her approval, Dichio quickly called out to him. I apologize for the inconvenience. My department has just recruited, and all the new members are quite inexperienced," Lin Ran said with a smile. Chapter 62. The Tale of the White Flame. The white flame swiftly transformed into human form, gazing at Su Qing with eyes full of gratitude. "Thank you for saving me. Had it not been for you, I might have perished at the hands of Bai Yao." Reflecting on Bai Yao's actions, a glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes, for he vowed that one day he would reclaim the honor he had lost. Su Qing shook her head, for there was an even more pressing matter at hand. Bai Yan's eyelashes trembled. Though he was a fearsome beast, he had been calmed by Su Qing's soothing presence. Everyone was gathered in the classroom, as Teacher Lu had instructed, stating that after the examination, there were words she wished to share with us. I was overwhelmed with joy, momentarily forgetting everything else. I gazed at the photographs. They felt like a journey through time. From recent days to several years past, Lin Chao's transformation was vividly captured in each image. She had grown more grounded, especially her eyes, which had shed much of their complexity. "Master Gui, I believe you have misinterpreted a question," came Patchy's earnest reply upon hearing Gu Yi's inquiry. Chen Tianyi maintained a composed demeanor and strode forward with resolute steps. His commanding presence exuded an aura of intimidation, and at that moment, his proud and carefree gait showcased his formidable background, leaving no one daring to impede his path, only gazing at him with curious furrowed brows. Then, with a thunderous roar, Manta let out a bellow, causing the black dog to tremble, its bravado faltering as fear overtook it. Much like Qiao Ming facing the ancestral shaman, he was surely no match, yet one could always flee if defeat seemed inevitable, unless circumstances bound the golden crow from escape. It was peculiar. Despite Zhao Hua being merely another embroiderer like the rest, others appeared to harbor a palpable fear of her, shying away from her presence. On the fourth day, after a prolonged seclusion, Duan Yu finally opened the door, still clutching a stack of talismans. The melody of the guqin gradually rose, flowing like a river of clouds. As layers of silk curtains seemed to sway as if stirred by a breeze, scattering countless peach blossom petals that danced through the air, resembling a gentle rain of blossoms. Suddenly, the mouth at the center of her brow opened wide, unleashing a bloody tongue that shot forth like an arrow towards Mantu's face. Such words dispelled any fear of the adversary. After all, Lin Hao had already dismantled their aerial fleet. Yet, this was merely one facet of his conjecture. Additionally, this realm concealed a significant enigma, the identity of the players. If that were the case, why should one worry about her? If she refused to comply, she could be driven away. What could she do then? Li scoffed dismissively. It is essential to recognize that the essence of the fallen species was merely that of an ordinary insect, yet it now posed a challenge to cultivators, capable even of threatening the life of an immortal through ambush. What, then, was the basis for judging this layer of guardians? Lin Ziyun posed a more direct inquiry. The movements of the Beast Camp's members instantly caught the attention of the vigilant Black Guards. Upon turning, the Black Guard beheld the Beast Camp members hurling 2 silver darts, which glimmered under the moonlight, captivating the full attention of the alert guards. Concealed within the void, Li Yi observed the unfolding scene with a subtle smile gracing his lips. In but a single maneuver, the unprepared soldiers of the Golden Martial Kingdom suffered grievous losses. Moreover, even the sturdy walls of the fortress were battered and torn apart, revealing several large breaches. He understood that if he did not take such measures, the death of Lin Hao would render his efforts utterly futile. Instinctively, he turned his gaze toward the source of the sound, and was taken aback to find that the drawer of the vanity had suddenly opened by itself. Following this, a mass of long, black hair, resembling seaweed, surged forth from the drawer, and a pair of pitch-black eyes snapped open amidst the tresses, staring directly at him. His vision was first met by a delicate, pale leg, followed by the lower body, then the upper body, and finally the face. Chapter 63. The truth behind the extinction of the nine-tailed fox. Bai Yan's expression was complex as he fixed his gaze on Su Qing, remaining silent. "What, are you afraid?" Su Qing brushed the red marks off Bai Yan's body and teasingly remarked. Upon being gazed at by Su Qing's water-like eyes, Bai Yan felt a shiver at his lower back, swallowed hard, and suppressed the turmoil within his heart. "No, I am merely concerned for you." Su Qing raised an eyebrow. "I delight in embracing challenges. This statement sounded somewhat peculiar. After she spoke, Su Qing cleared her throat. She was indeed one to face difficulties head-on. Tuanzou had always been a pivotal figure within the Konoha Elder Council, and by all logical reasoning, he should align with the two prominent advisors of the Hokage to counter Tsunade's fury. The cautionary tale of Dongfang Shinchi loomed large, once a sensation throughout Asia. What had become of them now? On another note, upon his return to the heavenly realm, Lin Chuan seamlessly returned to the Doshui Palace, having grown accustomed to residing with the old lord. Unlike Sun Wukong, Lin Chuan was not so temperamental as to demand the construction of a new palace. A low, almost agonized growl emanated from the blood mist before him. Gazing at the figure, Jiang Jianxiu felt a heaviness in his heart. Abruptly reminded of the moment in the ancient tomb of Huangquan when Mo Danfeng was controlled by the demonic sword, Xueli. Unbeknownst to him, Zhuchuan now understood that to enlist the help of Emperor Zhou, one must offer a delightful surprise. This notion, previously unclear to Zhuchuan, crystallized following his successful repulsion of Emperor Yu's fragmentary consciousness. He realized that any commendable achievement against Emperor Yu could elicit a pleasing surprise from Emperor Zhou. This even led Tion's mother to suspect that Lin Qingzai might be a boyfriend feigned from within the entertainment circle for with such looks. Even if Lin Qingzai were not an artist, Tion's mother would harbor doubts. The Golden Light Immortal was rather insufferable, establishing such a formation at this critical juncture, causing untold inconvenience to others. Jiang Jianxiu's dissatisfaction was palpable as he gazed at the deserted intersection. After Hani departed, Lin Qingzai intended to continue. Yet Chiling bashfully declined him outright. Before the Yi Mei Xian sisters could speak, Sun Feng was the first to launch a rocket, obliterating the hundreds of densely clustered monstrous insects within a radius of several dozen meters into charred remains, following which he casually tossed a few grenades into the fray. He awaited the words of the elder sister Zhao before him, for he found himself at a loss for words, lacking both funds and confidence. Initially arriving with a heart full of resentment and fury, upon seeing Lin Xiang's handsome and upright figure, he could scarcely contain his excitement and admiration. Surviving and procuring resources. The group refrained from further discussion. This defensive battle was fundamentally a struggle for their own sake. Of course, this randomness was not three-dimensional. It resembled a situation in a plate, where the teleportation occurred primarily in the air, avoiding the madness of appearing underground. Nevertheless, even so, this formation was still recommended for practitioners of the Yuan realm and above, lest one fall from the sky and meet an unfortunate demise. As for this, it is hard to say. However, her medical skills should be commendable now, being the wife of a renowned healer. The guard chuckled softly. Sharp steel spikes, propelled by telekinetic force, struck relentlessly against the azure shield, creating ripples that merely danced across its surface, failing to inflict any harm upon Lin Miao within. Although the purpose of this luminous orb remained a mystery, he was resolute in thwarting its intentions, should the adversary accomplish their goal. It would undoubtedly be they who would find themselves in flight. Upon opening the bedroom door, he was startled to see two figures, one gray and one yellow, lunging toward him, prompting Jingqi to instinctively deliver a swift kick. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and her face burned with a feverish heat, making her wish to bury herself in a snowdrift for a moment of respite. Ling Xian recognized her erratic behavior was unwarranted, yet she found herself unable to rein it in. Instead, she opened the window, allowing the frigid wind and swirling snow to rush into the room. Chapter 64, Tail Compensation, by Yin. Su Qing raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether to assert that her achievements were solely a result of her own capabilities. Yet she lacked the audacity to do so. Very well, upon our return, we shall engage in further practice. I shall undoubtedly assist you in enhancing your tail cultivation. Bai Yan's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, his previous complexities dissipating entirely. Hearing the exchange between Su Qing and Bai Yan, Lan Ji and Bai Heng were consumed with envy, their teeth gritting in frustration. On their way back, Lan Ji would often, whether intentionally or not, jostle Bai Yan aside. Bai Yan noticed, but chose not to take offense. After all, it was his rightful place. This final remark deeply pierced their hearts, for they were indeed born of thievery, not of any so-called merchant lineage. Whether upstairs or down, every patron within the bar was captivated by the scene unfolding, their voices rising in a cacophony that seemed capable of shattering the very ceiling. Although Hardin had not mastered the ability to manipulate hair through the restoration of life, he was sufficiently adept at suppressing life signs for a brief duration. Du Feng looked quizzically at old Zhong, who had previously stated that Su had been abducted. Yet, judging by her demeanor now, she did not appear to have been taken against her will. She was unrestrained and seemed to revel in her carriage ride. Claiming she would accompany some young Master Jia on an outing. Had they perhaps known each other prior? Brother, what shall we do now? Lying inquired as he approached Yangting. The 6 territory, though perilous and populated with numerous foundational entities, was also a veritable treasure trove. If they could eliminate or capture these foundational specters and armored corpses, it would signify a vast reservoir of cultivation resources. Not to mention that the convergence point of the 6 would surely yield a considerable quantity of rare materials. A newcomer remarked, "Indeed. The young master has been unreachable for quite some time." Later, the master consulted an oracle and discovered that the young master had perished. The master is now inquiring about our circumstances. Xingling, why did you not inform me beforehand and made a unilateral decision? Xingling could not restrain her reprimand as she observed the white gauze binding Xingling's wound. Lin Xiaofeng sank heavily onto the sofa, rubbing his temples, gazing at the ceiling, burdened with a weighty heart. Subsequently, Ming Fan spent 2 consecutive days in the errand office. Perhaps the incident involving Zhang Xiao had frightened the other disciples, as very few came forth to conduct business. Those who did were primarily acquaintances of his among the errand disciples. Looking at the numerous names on the blacklist, Meng Fan's brow furrowed in dismay. Yunqi stared in astonishment, brushing her fingers against the withered twigs and fallen leaves. The profound aura of wood spirit that had just enveloped her was undeniably real. Far from mere illusion. Such talent, she mused, even the remarkably gifted Mu Yuzhen could not compare. Ji Xinliang pondered whether sharing the recent events with Mu Yang would provoke laughter from him. Xiaoju, startled, cast a furtive glance only to realize that Xue Mingrue was not referring to her. Xiaoyan slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "What I just said was merely an expression of my feelings at that moment, nothing more." Xiaoyan chuckled repeatedly. Shinemo Chen gazed at her with a hint of frustration, opened his mouth but could not find the words to express himself, and merely uttered a casual promise to wait for her after school before turning to ascend to the 2nd floor for class. The night here is equally enchanting. Through the window, one can behold the deep azure sky adorned with countless twinkling stars. Lu Tang, filled with fierce determination, stormed towards Class 105 of the management department. The students within were abuzz with excitement over having such a distinguished classmate. Suddenly, the classroom door was kicked open, and Lu Tang charged in with fervor. For the sake of beauty, let us seize this opportunity while the boss is still new here. Why not dispatch him a few times? At that moment, she vividly recalled the figure who had shadowed her that day, quietly assisting her in loading all her belongings onto the vehicle. Jun Wuji spoke tenderly as he took Chu Xiangxi's hand and brushed his lips against it, his profound and expansive gaze reflecting an unwavering love that spanned a lifetime. Chapter 65, It's You by Hang, brimming with excitement, tugged at Bai Yin, whispering fervently. Bai Yin stared intently at Su Qing, fully aware of the implications of the situation. He possessed a high rank and was no ordinary beast man. His lineage boasted the blood of an ancient divine beast, making him the last of the 9-tailed red foxes. The 9-tailed red fox is rarer and more challenging to bear than its white-tailed counterpart, and his eyes glimmered with fervor as he suppressed his excitement. Bai Yin began to seek out abundant natural treasures, eager to provide Su Qing with nourishment. They discerned that he was Wang Xiaolin's brother and that he disapproved of her relationship with Li Ji. Xian Yuan Yuqing seated herself obediently beside Yuxian, attentively listening to their conversation. The old man swiftly approached Wang De, employing a dragon-grasping technique to seize Wang De by the throat. Wabu Fan was perplexed by Bei Er's unusual behavior, finding himself unable to resist glancing at her, sensing something was amiss. In the grand hall, the recently healed Fuxi sat in the foremost position, flanked by Bai Xian and others. Bai Xian waved his hand, and 3 yellow Zhongli appeared before Fuxi. A chilling wind swept in, and 2 pallid men burst in, carrying a flower palanquin. Gao Li Shi promptly understood the situation, extending his hands to respectfully present these items to Tang Xianzong. Realization dawned upon Man Song as he extended his hand, gripping the wound on the thug leader's palm and hoisting him from the ground. While bullets might be evaded, the instantaneous barrage of dozens of needles left no room for escape. A spittoon was hurled onto the table, nearly suffocating those present with its stench, inciting their wrath. The audacious man arrogantly beckoned at Qiu Kai with a finger, then raised his thumb, forcefully pointing downward. "This is grave. Dean Mike's appendix has ruptured and requires immediate suturing. The anesthetist let out a loud shout, and even though he was a seasoned veteran, his expression turned grim. Upon hearing the commotion, Yoon closed her eyes and lay down to rest, harboring no fondness for the mother and child. Every time he went out to play, Zhou Yunming would call for her to lay down a towel, and the child, having relished the pleasure of it, was all too willing to comply. It was Fu Luang's visage that momentarily softened, but in the next instant, his gaze transformed, his typically emotionless eyes curving into a gentle warmth. Suddenly, Yu Ruo's words rekindled a glimmer of hope in Chun Yuan's previously despondent eyes. Yifan not only granted him shares in his grandmother's herbal tea business but also opened his networks to allow Lu Fugue to pursue his own ventures. Half a year ago, Xiao Yang had inexplicably grown thin and had visited the hospital multiple times. She, however, had harbored no suspicion. Easily deceived by his claim of a stomach ailment, if anyone were to be held accountable for this situation, it should rightfully be her. The Li family had previously established connections with the Jin family, managing to procure the Fertrucci realm martial artists, yet they could not acquire this, which stands as a clear testament to the matter. At that moment, old Xiao was grappling with an internal struggle, unwilling to relinquish his resistance. Yet he recognized the futility of his efforts against a foe capable of perceiving every inch of his territory. Before him knelt the docile Miao chieftain, while fervent followers, previously poised for confrontation, now expressed unwavering allegiance, chanting praises for their moon worship leader. As they ventured deeper into the estate, Su Qing observed the stringent security measures in place, making it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to come and go freely. Witnessing this, Yen Sen shouted at him, "Clan leader, let me go. I can protect myself using the..." The boss remarked, "What you say is quite plausible. No one would suddenly purchase such a large quantity of milk tea without reason. There must be a film crew nearby." The employee nodded in agreement. Chapter 66, Departure. However, at this moment, the system was fully committed to safeguarding the pregnant Su Qing. Bai Yao's long restrained, full-force strike felt as if it had collided with an impenetrable shield. It had successfully defended the host from a fatal blow. Well done. Since Bai Yao intended to kill her, she could not be faulted for responding with equal ruthlessness. Seizing upon Bai Yao's moment of weakness, she delivered lethal blows with every strike. As Su Qing journeyed, she incessantly sought to derive benefits from her situation, acquiring much that the ghostly realm must control. Remaining here for a while, she practiced her cultivation while contemplating how to reinstate these specters back into their sealed confinement. The method was rather straightforward. Lure the pursuers elsewhere, and then quietly return within a short span of time. She felt the gentle breeze coalesce into a delicate green blade at her fingertips, her left hand striking towards Yuer's neck, while her right hand simultaneously slashed at her shoulder. Yuer managed to block the left-hand strike from Bing Lan. Yet her shoulder was still grazed by the right, blood dripping steadily. Recently, she had been plagued by recurring dreams, though each time she failed to remember them in their entirety, only retaining fleeting images or fragments, which, upon further reflection, slipped away from her grasp. The earth trembled, and the air was filled with roars. The burly man riding at the forefront on a spirited steed suddenly brightened, noticing that the seemingly formidable youth had become momentarily dazed. At that moment, Shanchani found himself at a disadvantage. Despite unleashing 9 swords in rapid succession, he could not land a single strike on Wu Tian. In a fit of anger, he let out a furious roar, determined to contend with Wu Tian to the bitter end. Xian Yuan then stepped forward, clasping his hands respectfully. "Masters, I am a practitioner from the Yushu Cave in Kunlun Mountain, and I extend my greetings." He bowed deeply upon finishing his words. After tending to their wounds, Bing Lan lay on the table, gazing listlessly out the window. "What is the matter? You seem profoundly affected," Su Mu inquired with concern. Yun Jia abruptly turned around, taken aback, as Fei Lida unexpectedly appeared at the staircase. No wonder the guards were showering him with flattery. They must have spotted him. The Lu family and Lin Shao boarded the central vessel, which, compared to the other two, had evidently fewer personnel. Judging by their attire, each was a wealthy merchant, with only a few disciples of sects mingling among them, seemingly acting as protectors, likely having accepted a guarding task. "Li Xiaofan, do not think that our Chuanjiao fears your Zhu Tian alliance," Guang Qingzi remarked with a stern countenance. The term minerals likely refers to those substances buried beneath the planetary surface, akin to the gold, silver, copper, and iron ores found on Earth today. If they were crystalline, they would not require refining like metallic minerals. According to his explanation, these should exist in granular form. Little did he anticipate that future successors would far exceed his expectations and imagination. Yet at this moment, Chen Bao could not fathom the future landscape. Now, having fallen into the hands of this cold, ruthless, and ambitious empressine, he could finally discern her true intentions towards him. Li Xiaofan inwardly scorned the thunder beast, pondering how such a formidable creature could be daunted by such a trivial scent. In truth, Wang Bei had long grown weary of these matters. However, the profound gratitude Wang Li felt towards his family left him at a loss on how to navigate the situation. The nine was now beyond the reach of any sage, and they were destined to suffer a significant loss this time. His gaze, at that moment, was entirely fixated on the two enchanting figures standing before the kitchen door. Upon entering the back courtyard of Dai Shuelu through the rear entrance, Fang Chen's sudden appearance startled Qing Xia, who had been idly relaxing in the courtyard. The ensuing scene was the aftermath of the bombardment, with 3 colossal mushroom clouds rising from the ground. Given the distance, it was evident that the impact reached at least several hundred meters around, showcasing an impressive display of power. Chapter 67. Assault on the White Fox Tribe by Heng's beautiful fox-like eyes glistened with urgency, as she anxiously tugged at Su Qing, fearful that he might abandon her. She was the one he had chosen as his mate and the mother of his children. Su Qing felt a sense of satisfaction as she silently gathered her belongings. Under the cover of night, they departed, while Bai Yin stood resolutely at the cave's entrance, watching Su Qing and Bai Heng leave. His crimson eyes, already tinted with red, now glowed a deeper shade. He gazed at the retreating silhouette of the female figure, offering a bitter smile. If only he had been more stable in his foundations upon their first encounter, with a higher potential, he might have reached the pinnacle of the Dan realm, beyond which he could not ascend. Fujing Chuqing immediately turned her gaze toward the source of the sound, her senses heightened. Emerging from the debris, a figure clad entirely in black stepped forth, standing a short distance away, observing the two with a round weapon emanating a blue-black glow in his hand. Youthful and radiant, with luscious red lips and bright eyes, she donned a flowing purple dress that accentuated her enchanting allure. Qin Tian stepped forward, composed and unperturbed. Might I inquire what brings the 3 of you here? Despite her allure, she possessed no shortage of admirers, yet she had staked all her hopes on Ling Xiao. Master. Shishamu is Japanese, hailing from Konoha village, not one of your Han Chinese, Shishamu explained nervously. A thunderous roar echoed, akin to a raging beast unleashed from its confines. An unstoppable force. With a swift motion, he pressed the eki, brandishing his harpoon. He leaped into the air, sending forth a fiery mark that soared ahead. A chilling wind swept through, causing Wang Jushi to shiver involuntarily. Turning around, he discovered that someone had opened the window in the hospital room. Yet it had not been securely closed. These beetles seemed intent on annihilating everything in their path, turning lush grasslands into desolate wastelands, and reducing mountains to mere rubble. What should we do now? If this assault continues, we might soon exhaust our spirit stones, Axie remarked, sensing that a singular attack was evidently unwise. Lin Yang set aside his lunchbox, retrieving a meticulously cleaned handkerchief from his pocket, skillfully wiping the sweat from her brow. Shulabi observed the 2 children and then glanced at Nana, whose pale complexion left her at a loss for words. Ling Shuqing hesitated briefly. Feeling that beginning with "haven't you rested?" seemed overly intimate. After some contemplation, he opted for a more straightforward approach. Liu found himself momentarily speechless, his chest heaving violently. Sparks igniting in his eyes, clearly incensed. It was hardly convenient to exert oneself in the water, especially considering she was not exactly a paragon of strength and heroism. Yuan Sui could distinctly feel her temples throbbing, a clear reminder that her oxygen was dwindling. The legendary vessel of human intellect, the Zhuangxiu, which had been struggling to survive amidst such tumult and chaos, suddenly shattered beneath her feet. He knew that regardless of the magnitude of the situation, this individual would always maintain an air of calm composure. Moreover, with the illustrious title of a renowned healer resting upon his shoulders, the Luo family would go to great lengths to safeguard their reputation, enlisting the aid of online influencers, newspapers, and media outlets to ensure extensive coverage. As for the other figure, he was a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, slender in build, with a sallow complexion, yet the aura emanating from him unmistakably reached the 5th level of qi refinement. This middle-aged man, named Mo Hong, served as the personal bodyguard of Lin Shurin's father and also fulfilled the role of steward for the Lin family. Chu Junting's figure flickered, and he directly ascended above the demon-slaying sword, hovering gracefully in midair. Su Ting watched the two reprimanding her son, feeling a sense of displeasure. In her heart, she mused, "My son is only deserving of my scolding. He has never faced physical punishment from me. and yet today he is being bullied. Her expression immediately darkened. Emocia, who had always harbored disdain for ostentatious individuals, felt further irked upon witnessing him offering a cigarette to Tang Lingwei. Chapter 68. Su Qing's departure. The three quickly reached an understanding. After nightfall, they stormed into the White Fox tribe, whose leader had been appointed by Bai Yao. Previously, when Bai Yao was injured by Su Qing, the leader had refrained from punishing her and instead defended her, claiming her actions were for the enhancement of the tribe, urging the beastmen to be grateful. The beastmen, unable to discern the nuances of his words, were swayed by Bai Yao, who seized the opportunity to present valuable items as compensation for previous pursuits. As it was at Mu's residence, they were reluctant to create a scene. The police apprehended Mu Xinlian and awkwardly placed handcuffs on her. Initially, they had hoped to avoid such measures, but the situation necessitated it. Boss, I have a personal matter for which I seek your assistance. Qian Chui scratched his head sheepishly as he spoke. Bai Yi's expression darkened. Though he found some merit in Fang Yun's response, he was left speechless. He glanced at the three groups standing nearby, noting their commendable performance. Had it not been for Qiu Li's timely intervention, Fang Yun would undoubtedly have faced misfortune. Thus, it seemed the sovereign had imposed a deadline upon himself, 3 months. A seemingly generous span of time. However, he pondered how to articulate his departure from the demon realm and how to escort the young master to Qingwan Kingdom. Tinger pays her respects to your majesty. Just then, she heard the voice of Princess Ping, feeble yet unremarkable. Before Yin Yinshu could examine the situation further, Li Mingyang had kicked open the bathroom door, swept Yin Yinshu into his arms, and placed her into a vast bathtub. Instinctively, she grasped the edge of the tub. But Li Mingyang had already unceremoniously pulled down the hidden zipper of her ceremonial gown. Uncle, are you suggesting that you have identified the culprit behind the scenes? Gu Yao, somewhat taken aback, posed a question. She approached and squatted before the man, whose figure was discernible despite being almost entirely buried in snow. Yuan Ba raised his eyebrows in astonishment. Xian Yuan Beidu wielded an array of formidable abilities, adept in both blood manipulation and blood weaponry. The two skills complemented each other seamlessly, forming an extraordinarily harmonious strategic combination. Even the battle-hardened Yuan Ba felt a twinge of headache, silently cursing Yu Qiu for stirring up such trouble by aligning with such a formidable adversary. However, Gu Yuan Miao was different. She had awakened far too late, nearly a day behind the others. Had he not discovered the vial of medicine in her possession and witnessed her distributed among them, they might still be ensnared in their hallucinations, unable to extricate themselves. Meanwhile, at the village entrance, Li had long been waiting with Zhao Yun and Su Shu. Upon seeing Tong Yuan escorting the yellow turban rebels, he turned to the villagers gathered behind him to announce his decision to execute the insurgents. Lu Mei raised an eyebrow, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as she shrugged and tossed him a card from her cigarette pack before retrieving a cigarette for herself, igniting it with a lighter and taking a drag. Her expression indicated a desire for him not to follow. Intrigued about her identity, he quickened his pace, preparing to sprint forward. Suddenly, Bai Kai's voice resonated from ahead. Are you out of your mind? Do you even know what's chasing the vehicle? It dawned on him that she was communicating with him, though the others could not hear. It seemed that tonight he would have to venture out discreetly. With no ropes and smooth walls, descending slowly would have been impossible without the aid of his lightness skill, which was akin to a half bucket of water. Fortunately, each floor had glass windows, providing leverage. Otherwise, no matter how adept he was, he could not escape the tragic fate of plummeting to his demise. The flavor of the fishball soup was unparalleled, yet Tao Xian's mind wandered, as he couldn't help but glance at Su Ruodong seated at the opposite end of the dining table. Chapter 69. In Search of the Mermaid. Su Qing manipulated the vines to appear behind Qing Ming, who gazed at them with a smile in his eyes. Would you truly harm me? Qing Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, a golden glimmer flashing within them, causing Su Qing to hurriedly avert his gaze. I must go check on the little dragon. The little creature had been left outside by Qing Ming for a day and a night, and she could only wonder how it was faring. Qing Ming understood the need for restraint, fearing that Su Qing might ignore him altogether, and thus he relented. Yang Xuyan glanced at him. He Junin, whom she hadn't seen for 3 days, appeared drastically altered, as though he had aged several years. Weariness and hardship were etched upon his face, and it was evident he had made an effort to change his attire, yet it was clear he had not attended to his appearance. The hem of his shirt protruding from his trousers. She believed she was prepared, yet upon turning to see Wenjian, she could not deny that the fortress she had painstakingly constructed in her heart crumbled once more into ruins. The matter of requesting living expenses had yet to arise, leaving me, as a father, feeling utterly invisible. Even though the man before her seemed rather ordinary, he was, in fact, quite formidable and would not easily concede. However, most were aware that this was merely a facade. The true motives remained shrouded in mystery. Lian Yao smiled and obediently seated herself beside the empress. Yet she intentionally maintained a certain distance. Yan Yan, on the other hand, was there to witness the long queue. Should she wish to see the skating rink, opportunities abounded. Once the chicken blood was procured, the senior first dripped 3 drops into the coffin, then proceeded to walk around the hall, scattering the blood into each corner, and ultimately poured some on the steps outside the hall. A sudden jolt of apprehension surged within her. Was Pow Pow in danger? Without uttering a word, she turned her steed and, with a flick of the reins, galloped towards the distant barking, wishing for wings to carry her swiftly. Ali looked up to see Lu Yi rushing towards her, panic etched across his features. It was precisely Lu Yi's appearance that had spared Jiang Duli's life on that fateful day, and knowing that Lu Yi would not let her off easily, she resolved to eliminate this potential threat first, plunging her sword down decisively. The few individuals engrossed in their experiments finally lifted their heads, standing to greet Su Jiangluan with respectful demeanors, though their expressions faltered slightly upon seeing me. This expression signifies that apart from Su Jiangluan, who has visited this place for an extended period, there has been no one else. Of course, Xia Rui is also permitted to come and go. She spoke lightly. Yet her body was in considerable discomfort, already gravely injured. The exertion of using her magical abilities was exceedingly taxing. She strained to remain upright, while discreetly gathering her soul power, awaiting the final strike. I was well aware that Su Yui's words were merely a jest, otherwise she would not have waited for me all these years. Chen Lu and I were momentarily taken aback by his remarks, squinting our eyes to survey the terrain and the surrounding trees, which appeared chaotic and unremarkable, resembling an ordinary mountain, devoid of any notable features. Li Chong, having acclimated to the rhythm and intensity of NBA games, found the training sessions of the Chinese national team to be lacking in challenge. He led 5 starting players in a scrimmage against another 5 substitutes. Mere 3 minutes into the match, Yaming called for a timeout due to the overwhelming disparity in scores. Just as he finished speaking, he was taken aback. The zombie, inexplicably agile, leaped effortlessly from the 2-meter pit, lunging directly at Ding Ding. What? Not you? Then who altered the land of sand? Yarrow exclaimed, gazing at Xiang Long with a perplexed expression. The captain sidestepped the second punch, shaking his head with a sigh. Alas, I had thought you would comprehend and support me. I find myself quite disappointed and saddened. Despite his words, a hint of a smile lingered at the corners of his eyes, which only intensified the doctor's ire. Chapter 70. Winning the favor of the mermaid. She remained vigilant, yet the mermaid seemed to sense Su Qing's intentions and swiftly vanished upon spotting her. Su Qing, feeling exasperated, could only negotiate with the system, requesting that the next time the mermaid appeared, she be teleported there. The system acquiesced. Su Qing expressed his thoughts to Qing Ming, who initially hesitated, fearing that Su Qing might be hurt. With a raised eyebrow and a smile, Su Qing challenged, "Do you look down upon me?" Considering Su Qing's prowess, Qing Ming ultimately chose silence. As the gathering concluded, Shenqi Luo presented gifts to her friends and bid farewell to Gu Xiaoyang at the entrance. Shen Ming displayed an air of reluctance as she watched their vehicles depart, and Shenqi Luo felt a tinge of sadness as well. "Humph, you old men. If you dare to come, do you think I, Xing Rian, would fear you?" Xing Rian prepared herself for confrontation, her mixed heaven silk billowing with the wind. Although her demeanor lacked ferocity, it instilled a sense of trepidation in the hearts of others. Amidst the shouts of her brothers, her resolve to advance remained unshaken. Avoidance might spare her comrades from peril, yet the raging spirit would not relent. It would continue its assault upon them. They had already suffered considerable losses at its hands, and she would not permit it to harm her brothers any further. While the oppressive heat dissipated, the hearts of many within the Zhou family grew increasingly fervent. For the most significant family selection test was on the horizon. "Oh dear, Shadow, I am profoundly moved. Come here, and let me embrace you." Just as I engaged in a dispute with the blood-sucking steward, Ouyangju suddenly reappeared atop the city wall, extending his arms with an expression of exhilaration as he called out to me. "Behold, I alone possess the power to dictate the life and death of all, and the fates of everyone rest solely in my hands," Xiaoyan declared, his eyes turning crimson. When Yulon suddenly felt ensnared in a conspiracy, Every word seemed fraught with implications. With her mother absent, lacking even a capable maid to assist her during this trivial tea gathering, she found herself without support. Was she truly to confess to her deceit? Such a revelation would render her previous efforts futile. The other vendors offered similar wares, predominantly consisting of crystal cores and rare herbs. Some sold martial arts techniques, yet most were of the lower tier, with few intermediate skills available. Upon receiving Shinji's command, the grounded Venusaur erupted into a vibrant green whirlwind, launching an assault on the water spirit and sending it tumbling outside the arena. This maneuver had originally been Lu Su's trump card, reserved for the upcoming Academy competition months later, but in light of Mu Yi's astonishing mental assault, he dared not hold back. It seemed that upon returning home, she would miss dinner entirely. Xiao Qiqi furrowed her brow slightly, then, as if recalling something, she lifted the lid from a wooden tub, retrieving a tofu ice cream cake along with a smiling pastry. As a modern individual, it was her first experience washing clothes in such a manner. Previously, she could rub her garments by hand, but this time, with such a large sheet, it proved impossible to scrub. She resorted to beating it with a wooden mallet. The following morning, Mu Xinwan and the others naturally arose early, donned their garments, and prepared to listen to the master recite Buddhist scriptures. I had merely waited for a considerable time at the old lady's place. Yet Mu Xinyao had not made an appearance. As I finished speaking, it dawned on me that Diane and my sister seemed utterly unfazed by the situation. Had they not even taken a sip of water? Observing the somewhat grave expression on Yi Qingma's face, the previously joyful demeanor of Dongfang Fenfei and the others gradually subsided. Now that the emperor was aware that the poison had been administered at her behest, it was inevitable that he would harbor doubts about everything concerning her. Yuner was now with Dolans, adorned in a flowing blue gown, exuding gentleness, grace, and beauty. However, upon encountering Chen Yang, she appeared rather uncomfortable and promptly rose to leave the parlor. Chapter 71, A Disturbance at Sea. Su Qing did not succumb to discouragement. Upon returning, she resumed her quest for exquisite treasures. Qing Ming observed Su Qing's endeavors with a pang of jealousy. That night, he held her tightly in his embrace, exerting a firm grip. "Do you not hold affection for me? Are you planning to cast me aside?" Su Qing's eyes were misty as she raised her hand to caress Qing Ming's brows and eyes. "How delightful! I find myself enamored with all handsome males." Su Qing's words thoroughly assuaged Qing Ming. As long as there was affection, it sufficed, even if she was currently scorned by this fellow. She felt an exhilarating liberation, allowing him to comprehend the absurdity of his misconceptions. Soon after, Lu Xia appeared notably flustered. Upon seeing these individuals, a smile finally graced his face. Bavaria, located in the southern part of Germany, has thus earned the affectionate title of the Southern Star among its fans. Griezmann made his debut as a starter for ATL Tico Madrid, naturally partnering with Li Qingshan. This seemed to signify that in Simeone's mind, this was his ideal starting attacking duo. The ferocity he exhibited was significantly intensified, drawing from the dragons that swirled within him. Even those who had persevered for months surpassed him. It was rumored that even the least capable had managed to achieve the rank of sergeant, while he was merely a private first class. Once unleashed, this would escalate into the most fervent battle in the entire 100 Academy contest, and it would be a melee. Lu Xia, confident in his ability to perform convincingly, recognized the wisdom in exercising caution, for words could easily lead to missteps. Kai Hui was not the initiator of the red team's offensive. Rather, he served more as a defensive bulwark. In recent years, under Lu Nianxin's influence, such scenes, scrutinized by all, had become quite ordinary for Wentang. That evening, a user named Pudding Moon posted a Weibo that shattered the tranquility of Tang once trending topic. Lying on her bicycle, Wentang found herself surrounded by fewer faces and suddenly felt a sense of tranquility enveloping her. The urge to retch grew ever more pronounced, and she struggled to return to the Pei family, dashing into the restroom to vomit. She dreaded the moment when Ji Huainan might inquire, even if he refrained from asking. He would undoubtedly wonder and speculate. Their objective was simply to prevent the Xia family from acquiring the soul-cleansing and spirit-gathering flower. So they continued to raise the price. This was a situation that felt entirely routine. When one befriends a significant figure like Chen Yao, how could one not expect sycophancy? Such occurrences were wholly predictable. Qin Sheng felt no surprise at the current phenomenon. He had long understood what manner of man Chen Tianxiong truly was. She was acutely aware of her own body, knowing better than anyone else, yet had simply lacked the time to undergo a comprehensive medical examination. Shen Ming reclined in a nearby rocking chair, drowsily fighting off sleep, genuinely fatigued. Yet the boisterous laughter of the three little darlings was utterly overwhelming. Shenming found herself teetering between slumber and wakefulness. She cradled the flamboyantly dressed yet somewhat vacant-eyed young Ming and brought her into her room. A sanctuary of cleanliness and warmth, with a spacious and plush bed. A distant sound of hoofbeats echoed, causing both factions engaged in combat to momentarily cease their actions and create distance between themselves, with a resolve stealing his heart. Qingjin seized the binoculars from Li Kuan's grasp and raised them to his eyes, peering towards the location of the Cloud Immortal water platform. Upon noticing new developments surrounding the flagship, Zhuge Geng promptly abandoned the rescue of the sinking vessel, dispatching Liege and Wei Sailing to hunt the monstrous fish encircling it. As he regarded Dong Yulu with intent, Zhou Qian pinched his immobile thigh with fervor. Gritting his teeth, he took 2 tentative steps forward, donned his protective gear, then, eyes closed, followed Dong Yulu's slow saunter ahead. As the opening notes of the theme song played, the television flickered with images of 8 mural-like figures, representing the characters from the 8 great dragons. Subsequently, the screen revealed the 3 principal protagonists of the tale. Chapter 72, Undersea Rescue of the Fish. Qing Ming also beheld the corpses, casting a glance at Qing Yun beside him, urging caution while he accelerated with Su Qing. As they ventured deeper, the waters ahead became stained crimson. The pungent scent of blood permeated the air, yet Su Qing was oblivious, her attention caught by a breathtaking scene. Amidst the combatants, a blue mermaid, with azure hair and icy gaze, wielded a weapon, relentlessly engaging in battle. However, as the encroaching beasts multiplied, her fury escalated. Esteemed journalists, it is nearly time. Today's press conference concludes here. The host interjected, cutting off the reporter's inquiries. You say if I acted this way during the day, that girl would surely be distressed. Why stir her emotions on such a joyous occasion? Chief Yu shook his head in resignation. However, as Zhang Tian contemplated delivering a severe blow to the fallen foe, an ominous shadow emerged, revealing several orbs of golden light that simultaneously expelled streams of golden energy outward. Yu Qing had initially intended to toss flowers to Meng Yufeng, yet unexpectedly, they landed directly in Yu Yu's embrace. Zhang Tian spoke, realizing that his injuries were rapidly deteriorating. The continuous activation of the primordial essence cauldron was having a profoundly adverse effect on him. His face flushed crimson, with traces of blood at the corners of his mouth. This realm was a sea of blood, and he was its sovereign. To be obstructed was akin to a severe affront to his dignity. Xiaojing could not articulate what felt amiss. It simply felt wrong. The more she observed, the more disconcerting it became. The captain's gaze, once imbued with sanctity and an inviolable leadership presence, now appeared tainted with ulterior motives, hinting at a lewd desire to possess her. Do Sanlang stepped forth, claiming he wished to purchase a parcel of barren land in the village to construct a home, selecting a plot not far from the creek. When he Xiao brought the painting, upon unfolding it, Su Qing's expression dramatically shifted. The face of the man in the painting is left blank, remarkably identical to what was seen previously. His thumb gently grazes the canvas, leaving no trace of color, indicating that it was not a mere temporary imitation. The extent to which Morita Yoshimitsu has captured the essence of film is beyond Takeda's imagination. If I were to suspend my studies and the live streaming industry suddenly faltered for some reason, would you support me? Zhao Qicheng inquired, turning her head. Lian Qin's gaze slowly descended, and she stepped onto the rippling surface, drawing me to the center of the lake. Compared to before, the water level here approached 3 meters, suggesting that sinking would render one utterly lost. The elderly steward, Gu, allowed Dong Lua's hand to rest on his shoulder, having already endured countless covert touches during their previous revelries. The fisherman cast one last glance at the 2 youths lingering by the riverbank before departing without a backward glance. Over a dozen police officers, along with Zhang Hua, huddled in a corner of the rooftop, scarcely daring to breathe. Noticing that Kalanick ignored him, Carl refrained from inquiring about Colin's predicament and instead picked up his knife and fork to begin feasting on the roasted meat at the table. After the middle-aged monk uttered these words, he clasped his hands together, and his already indistinct figure suddenly shattered, with countless golden specks swirling and merging into a singular hand of Buddha. Upon hearing Karen's words, everyone halted, gazing ahead with expressions filled with confusion. For before them lay an empty void, devoid of any objects. In the next instant, a thunderball in the void astonishingly came to a standstill, then flashed, revealing a series of purple-gold thunder dragons materializing in the emptiness, enveloped in arcs of thunderous power. When Mushiner encountered Yixingchen, Her anger stemmed from his previous refusal of all her commands at Sword Array Mountain, leaving her behind while he departed alone. Ultimately, these individuals sought the methods for crafting spiritual energy guns and cannons. The king of the giant Hu kingdom was deliberately provoking Wu Tian, who, for the moment, chose to remain silent. Chapter 73. The cause of displeasure. Jiang, who believed he was on the brink of death, plagued by unbearable pain. Unexpectedly, his tongue was enveloped in softness, accompanied by the murmurs of a female, which filled him with revulsion. He soon succumbed to slumber once more. As dawn broke and the first rays of light refracted from the sea, Jiang Hu opened his eyes to find a figure seated beside him beneath the azure surface of the water. Hands were busily tending to him. His expression shifted as he swiftly struck out with a claw. Due to the extensive lineage, the number of descendants was vast. The imperial name elicited little more than a fleeting sense of alertness, failing to inspire genuine awe. His cultivation had nearly reached the realm of the god, and he sought to test the laws of this realm, aiming to glimpse its mysteries and validate his recent endeavors. They had been relentlessly attacked by venomous creatures within the Spirit Court S5 Poison's absolute divine formation, suffering grievous injuries that left them bleeding from their 7 orifices. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Mei Xiner's face. Chen Zhong, with a cold reprimand, dared not be reckless. He swiftly drew the blood-weeping blade. His body suddenly darted, unleashing a chilling and formidable surge of energy that sliced through the air towards his opponent's hand like a bolt of blood-red lightning. The last rays of the setting sun faded into the horizon. 20 miles along the official road, a serpentine line of shadows approached. At the forefront, a burly officer rode forth, with 2 finely crafted short daggers hanging from either side of his saddle, vigilant and alert to all directions. Meanwhile, another character had finally mastered a skill, one that Andy was familiar with, the defensive art, a formidable Tier 1 skill that augmented physical and magical defense by 50 points each. Perfected Brawler's Fist. At this moment, Yang Kongming and others, who were observing the scene, could not suppress their exclamations. These individuals undoubtedly possessed multiple perfected battle techniques. Yet this only underscored the arduous nature of mastering such skills. To hell with it. The rotund figure stealthily maneuvered behind Ren Chongyun, raising a hammer to strike at his lower back without warning. This was the sole battle continent, where most individuals wielded mental skills, and Li Yu, feeling the tension, urged, "Let us not be reckless, keep an eye on our surroundings." It was crucial to note that the Wuji Palace had already ascended to the rank of a 5th-tier sect. Yet the strength of its disciples was evidently lacking compared to the typical 5th-tier sect, a point that posed significant challenges for Bailey Dengfeng. Currently, Qin Feng's prowess had nearly reached the heavenly soul stage, and with the aid of the Xiantian mirror, his power was undeniably formidable. At the very least, if the ancient ancestor Kuo were to face the current attack of Xiantian light, he would surely sustain severe injuries, if not perish. It was uncertain, but it seemed that Nie Tianqing had not been harmed, as his aura showed no signs of diminishment. Kuangmi remarked, his gaze filled with concern as he turned towards Nie Tianqing. When Wang Yun and the others disembarked at Paris airport, Aisha and the butler were there to greet them. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was diligently gathering 8 blood orbs. Just moments earlier, when Yuki had threatened to kill Luo Hong, he merely glanced back, feeling no worry. He discerned the understanding in his master's eyes, realizing that his master had broken the soul power seal. Thus, for the time being, he need not concern himself further. Fang Qi lay quietly on the bed, gazing at the knife hanging on the wall. The pitch-black scabbard resembled a coffin. The blade remained sheathed. But what of the soul within? What she truly desired was undoubtedly Wang Yun's affection. Having openly declared her love, she did not mind expressing it more candidly in this moment. Those who were weak fell to the ground, and immediately, Qing soldiers rushed to their side, relentlessly whipping them. The captives could only seethe with unspoken rage, their eyes ablaze with hatred. Earlier, Dorgan had received word that his subordinates were on their way. Sure enough, amidst swirling dust, a contingent arrived just in time, all loyal followers of Dorgan. One must never let their guard down. Otherwise, with a pincer attack from both sides, the risk of total annihilation loomed large. Chapter 74. Searching for the Night Pearl. Su Qing observed as Jiang Hu's injuries healed, feeling a sense of relief. Rather than departing, she stayed by his side each day, occasionally taking advantage of his inattention to administer a pill with her lips. Initially, Jiang Hu was furious, then he grew resentful, followed by agitation, and ultimately he chose to ignore her completely. Yet, whenever she approached, the disdain and animosity in his eyes remained unmistakable. Nevertheless, she harbored no ill intentions. so she continued her actions unperturbed. In recent days, Su Qing has been wandering about the Mermaid Palace, pondering whether such a disreputable faction leader, along with the Council of Elders, can truly guide the Bosi clan to greater heights. While she feels indifferent towards Tang Ruoshue's ire, her heart aches for Yi Fan, who has been emotionally affected. The emergence of a peak third-tier beast raises questions. Is this an oversight of the Night Watch, or has this beast concealed itself too well? Occasionally, she glances at her attire and footwear, her fingers nervously fidgeting with the hem of her floral shirt, lost in thought. He calls out for Yi Fan to remove the tablet, yet his head swivels about, seemingly in search of something. The military wise listen intently, jotting down notes, contemplating trying this method themselves when they purchase fish or pork belly, curious if it truly works wonders. Subsequently, he recalls the Nangong clan, notorious for their coercive tactics against Lu Fugue, in the incident where Nangong Lei was incapacitated by the fourth princess at Bayan Mountain. While it may not concern us directly, it is indeed pitiful for a sect that lacks even its own martial arts. The young man wears a countenance of profound sympathy. Several types of spirit cores still remain to be integrated. She must obtain the spirit cores from those two special evolved beings at the raiders' base. Song Qing scrutinizes Li Yongyan, uncertain whether he is being foolish or merely teasing her with his words. I am truly grateful to you all. My appreciation is beyond expression, and I shall repay your kindness in the future, he declares, bowing to the assembly. Elderly points toward the entrance of the spirit beast mountain, and upon their gaze, they notice something unusual. The two disciples guarding the entrance appear somewhat ethereal, remaining motionless, with no one entering or exiting the mountain. Someone is waiting in your quarters to speak with you. Perhaps you should attend to that before discussing anything else, Yongjin interjects, disregarding the inquiry and shifting the conversation. Brother Yin, may I sing for you? She asks, taking Yun Shen's hand as they stroll down the familiar pedestrian street. Shin Siyu suddenly tilts her head upward, gazing intently at Yun Shen, her voice laced with anticipation. Liu hands her son over to her mother-in-law, silently picking at her meal, her lips glistening with grease. He has interacted with Chu Hong, Qin Yu, Yin Huan, and Yin Bai. They all share the same basic human features, indistinguishable from ordinary people. However, there is no time to ponder further. If Alona can save Zeet, then action must be taken without delay. Red attire surges forward with excessive force, propelled by inertia. As her fist disintegrates, her arm continues to break apart, the fragmented particles weaving through the gaps in the chaotic disassembly of her body. After more than 10 minutes, Shimin has yet to devise a suitable plan, while at the entrance, Yu Ping'er appears increasingly impatient. Of course, while she expresses such sentiments, Yu Fei'er equally longs for joyful moments with Su Wei. Upon hearing this, Guan Xintong feels an overwhelming urge to confront a wall. This fool can't distinguish between fever and shyness? President, you have finally arrived. Qin Lang cast a glance at Ren Yuanjin's back, feeling somewhat perplexed. You may say whatever you wish. My concern is solely for your lives. Lu Haoyu exclaimed, his voice laced with frustration. This individual named Shimin was far from ordinary. This was the only realization Hua Bo could grasp at that moment. He had not anticipated that Shimin would so incisively illuminate his own thoughts. Hua Bo hesitated, caught in a dilemma. On one hand, he had already ventured so far in conversation, yet on the other, revealing the ancestral teachings of the Hua family was not something to be taken lightly. Chapter 75. I am Jiang Hu. Su Qing spoke with conviction, and Qing Ming was reminded of it. The two exchanged a glance, and without hesitation, they swiftly approached the luminous pearl, cradling it in their arms. The pearl, roughly the size of an infant's head, radiated a brilliant white glow, illuminating everything around it that was shrouded in darkness, while simultaneously repelling the encroaching magical beasts. Su Qing and Qing Ming exchanged a glance. Without a moment's hesitation, the latter transformed into a dragon and swiftly carried Su Qing towards the portal. The demon Yifeng didn't need to think. Even by merely using his toes, he could surmise the reaction of the colossal deity, who had been sealed in the divine ranking for countless years, upon suddenly catching a glimmer of hope. No sooner had he spoken than another bolt of lightning struck down, directly hitting the commander. This lightning was not particularly fierce, yet it was far from something an ordinary person could withstand. The unfortunate soul was instantly turned to charcoal, smoke billowing from his charred body as he collapsed to the ground. Faintly, Jiang Dongyu heard someone calling his name, but he was too exhausted to discern who it was. His eyelids felt as heavy as lead and would not open. He glanced around the classroom, noting that a significant portion of the seats remained empty, offering ample opportunity to sit wherever he pleased. Just as he prepared to claim a vacant spot, someone suddenly grasped his hand and yanked him down, causing him to fall into a seat. Mu Yichen took the array plate and examined it closely, finding nothing unusual. He then attempted to channel spiritual energy into it. And to his surprise, the plate emitted a radiant glow, transforming the jade into the shape of a key. Observing others at 23 years of age and contrasting it with Xia Yuan's own life at that age, he felt a sense of pride despite the hardships. Though weary, he felt a deep happiness at the prospect of joining the Qianlong. Haha, I knew it. A spirit beast born of the will of heaven and earth is not something a mere Fuyao can possess. Today, whether you are extinguished or not, you shall be destroyed. A laughing cultivator from the enemy camp advanced to besiege Fuyao. He furrowed his brow as he approached Yun Zijing, unsealing her acupoints with care, and tenderly lifted her into his arms. Upon entering the garden, he flicked a few fallen leaves onto the two guards, freeing their blocked energies. Could it be that this is truly as I imagined? Jade increasingly harbored doubts about He Hua, having once suspected her, and now she discovered that He Hua was not even at home. Consequently, her suspicions only deepened. There was no need for gratitude. However, the inscription on my plaque was derived from the hints of another plate. Su Wei slightly parted her lips, and upon hearing a few words from the other plaque, Yang Hao and Lai Yuan exchanged astonished glances, their eyes filled with meaning. Su Wei immediately clarified the situation. At last, the moment Xiao Yunfei defeated the third elder, the hidden war god seized the opportunity and struck with lightning speed. I cannot afford to take such risks lightly. If your father does not arrive in Blood Dragon City within a day, I shall personally escort you to Blood Dragon Island to exchange your life for those 1,000 children. As for other matters, they are beyond my concern and decision, Li Jiang stated as he rose and exited the pavilion. As they continued on their way, they arrived at the Baolai Inn, where the manager Lu hurriedly approached them. Have you two esteemed guests made any discoveries in Baoxing City today? Long Luo Dao, there is nothing to gain, but tomorrow we shall attend the auction and see if we can discover any rare treasures. Indeed, in Su Fei's heart, the resentment towards Xiao Yunfei and the Lu family runs deeply. El Xian feigned understanding, nodding and shaking his head, leaving Ren Zhonglong utterly perplexed. Peace let out a cold snort, well aware of Carlo's true intentions, yet fully cognizant that they had already secured a significant advantage. If they continued to press Carlo, it might lead to a direct confrontation, a consequence that the Borag family could scarcely endure. Chapter 76. Attempting to step forward, the momentary hesitation in wielding the trident resulted in a stab to his back. He swiftly rolled over, thrusting forward to slay the beast. Dragging his weary body back into the fray, Su Qing, upon witnessing Jiang Hu's dire condition, summoned vines to carve a path and hurried towards him. Are you all right? As Su Qing fended off the onslaught of the magical beasts, her mind was consumed with concern, yet she diligently pressed medicine into Jiang Hu's hands. Aware of the efficacy of Su Qing's remedies, Jiang Hu remained silent, while Mo Shaoxing meticulously affixed the scope onto his Type 97 sniper rifle, calculating the distance to the target through the lens. Yifeng chose not to intervene with Qin Wu, understanding the depths of his anguish. The death of Zhou Yunluo had plunged Yifeng into sorrowful tears. Through a comprehensive analysis of these 2 points, I surmised that you may be suffering from a gastrointestinal ailment, accompanied by tinnitus. I longed to stop him, just as I had wished to halt the prophesy. Yet I found myself immobilized and voiceless. The twin nunchaku, propelled by a chilling wind, swung wildly towards Chai Hua, who desperately evaded, caught in a perilous predicament. Xiao Long ordered his troops to rest adequately, utilizing his knowledge of formations to commence repairs on the teleportation array. He trailed behind the vehicle, sprinting in hopes of seizing an opportunity along the way, yet regrettably, he could not outpace the car and was left far behind. After Mo Shaoxing was thrust into the cell, he finally gasped for breath outside the prison. Although Qianchen ultimately faced defeat in that encounter, Jiang University had inadvertently revealed the opposing side's tanks, which exhibited rather mediocre amphibious combat capabilities. Qi Miao stifled her laughter. Recognizing the vast amount she had to learn from her master, even the art of conversation required study. Initially, he intended to confess his feelings to Zhang Minghan after the Spring Festival, but unexpectedly, her parents insisted he come on the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year to compel him to make a choice. The following day, the radiant and well-nurtured Zhou Qianxi, under the auspices of the Magic Disc Film Company, dispatched invitations to a reputable film and television entertainment company in Victoria Harbor. 2 formidable blows collided, creating a thunderous uproar that left over 600 spectators at the wooing dojo dizzy and alarmed. When the three-tailed fox was in a foul mood, it often uprooted the medicinal herbs cultivated by Lu Rume and flung them about recklessly. Yet Lu Rume never uttered a word of reproach. Zhang Yin immediately complied with Song's request without reservation, even employing the essence he had just grasped. After all, it seemed futile to seek answers now. Perhaps it would be best to wait until after the college entrance examination to inquire, Su mused. Chen Bing, in a fit of rage, unleashed a torrent of potent ice attribute true energy, yet it appeared to dissipate into the void, vanishing into the pink-hued expanse. The bear spirits swiftly retreated, forming a defensive formation back-to-back. Thus, a comprehensive defense is established, and during an offensive, a mere step forward from the bear warriors on either side can leave adversaries utterly defenseless. I have never felt so invigorated, akin to having indulged in a refreshing slumber. My spirits soaring, eyes gleaming with vitality. My level has not only stabilized but also slightly surged forward. Lu Feng made his way to the city gate, traversing through the darkness. The entire city's arrangements were such that none dared to obstruct him, nor could they. Surrounding them was an abyss of darkness that seemed endless. Within this shadowy expanse, countless stars twinkled like glistening gems adorning a vast tapestry, radiating brilliance and tranquility. Humph, your words are more melodious than a song. Heaven knows how you disparage us behind our backs, said Jiangtu. Where's Lu Jin? Bring him forth. Today's matter demands an explanation. Otherwise, I shall withdraw my services. The lean boatman began to stir once more. Chapter 77. I am not so fragile, she smiled softly, returning the grip of Qing Ming's hand. Do not worry. I am unscathed. She had just communicated with the system, and this time, her life was genuinely at stake. The system could not save her. She had not anticipated the toxicity of the demon clan to be so overpowering. Su Qing could sense the gnawing pain within her body, yet she suppressed it resolutely. Qing Ming was at a loss for words on how to address Su Qing's condition. Su Qing weakly closed her eyes. Qing Ming toiled day and night, not out of concern for appearances, nor believing that Wang Yin and his companions could contend with the intruders, but rather because these individuals, adept in the art of the seven spirits refinement, awaited a moment of vulnerability from Zhou Ran while he dealt with Wang Yin and his companions. Lin Feng observed for a while before exiting the forum. Breaking through the Golden Bell Shield was nothing to be astonished about. The Golden Bell Shield was indeed a superior martial skill, yet without mastery, there were numerous methods to dismantle it, such as the heart-crushing palm or his former weapon, the tungsten steel sword. He drank it down with gratitude, feeling too exhausted to complain, only wishing to quickly regain his strength and return to the Daosan sect to find Lung Ruobing and Qin Chun. Zhang Yang hastily grasped the rope and, leaning upon it, finally managed to ascend half a meter with trepidation. Xing Ziyuan had yet to recover from his daze when teacher Ashley had already departed, leaving him with a sense of discomfort. It was unclear whether his unease stemmed from his aimlessness or from Ashley's words. Regardless, he resolutely resolved to become an individual of significance. The reason it appeared thus was that he wore a bronze mask, obscuring much of his visage. By the time she came to her senses, she was already kneeling before the safe, yet deep within, she was still mindful that Ming Piyuan might glimpse her entering the code. Thus, she shielded the keypad with her back and began to tap in the sequence, only to discover that the lock indicated the input was correct, but it still required a key to unlock the safe. You've recovered? Upon seeing Duan Yingjun arrive, Huang Yikuan unusually took the initiative to greet him. However, they were acutely aware that unless they resolved the looming sea serpent, they could not pass this point. After parting ways with Zhou Ran, Nanzangjin realized that he had been somewhat out of sorts that day, not only speaking more than usual but also sharing matters that should have remained unspoken. Suddenly, Long Qingyan felt a sword chi ahead, forming an impenetrable barrier. No matter how he exerted himself, the Zhanlu sword in his hand could not advance even a fraction. It was noteworthy that Gong Sunhua had employed True Qi combined with spiritual fire, achieving a stalemate with Liang Song's True Qi, showcasing the terrifying potency of Liang Song's energy. Meanwhile, Su Qianxuan opened her eyes, a smile of irony blossoming within her heart. She looked up at the sky and waved her hand at the tail of the heavenly thunder. She had once thought that Gu Junyan was the true pitiable one. Yet she did not expect that this caged bird was, in fact, a reflection of her own life, ultimately a misplaced affection. The former A-sun, though somewhat estranged from them, looked at them differently today. Lu Ran, seemingly surprised that her words were so direct, paused for a moment, offering a slight smile. Hearing the cloaked swordsman murmuring to himself, it felt as though his words were directed at him, yet also at the celestial will resting upon his shoulder. Xiao Sun remained silent for a moment, ultimately withholding the truth that he was not well acquainted with Luo Chenin. Gongsun Mao accompanied Xiong Kuahai in inspecting the military camp, and from a distance, they spotted the robust Ouyang Fei and several soldiers on patrol, exchanging a glance. The chess skills of Su Xiong may not be exceptionally refined, yet they possess a certain elegance that is truly delightful to behold. Especially when Su Xiong engages in a game, her expression, calm and serene, evokes a refreshing sense of spring, making one irresistibly drawn to her presence. Indeed, there is a fierceness about her, yet it is all in service of humanity. Shinji, as if accustomed to grand spectacles, spoke up. Dagong is the son of the grandmother, yet not her father. Huazhua was taken in by her, but the grandmother's son rejected her, leaving for work and never returning even for marriage. Throughout these 3 years, Huazhua consistently received letters urging the grandmother to move to the city, but she neither shunned her nor agreed to go. Chapter 78. Pregnant with a mermaid's offspring. Su Qing did not pursue further. Instead, she returned to the previous location, awaiting the emergence of Jiang Hu and the others. Jiang Hu eventually appeared, but the situation was dire. His azure eyes emanated a fierce crimson glow, and the sorrowful aura that enveloped him was supplanted by an irritable energy. Su Qing's expression shifted dramatically. He had entered a state of frenzy. She swiftly swam over, embracing Jiang Hu in an attempt to soothe him, but his agitation only intensified, rendering her efforts futile. Gritting her teeth, she fixed her gaze upon Jiang Hu. To be precise, the Xin family was not the one on that stage, yet their connection spanned across the Jing province, meaning that the Lin family once stood prominently, bolstered by the support of the Xin family. Now, with this great tree felled by Gu Shi and Qin Fu, even maintaining neutrality amidst the turmoil had proven fatal for the Lin family. Dead girl, what are you howling about? Not buried yet. Are you planning to keep her alive? Mark my words. Ensure this matter is handled promptly, or I shall not spare you, the aunt warned, covering the maid's mouth with a hushed tone. This was the initial residence of the Feng family. Feng Ruobai mentioned that his father held a special attachment to this place, rarely visiting, and certainly not daring to disturb its contents. Living here, I felt safer. Du Ruan nodded obediently, lying on the bed as she watched him enter the adjoining room, soon hearing the sound of running water. Such an extraordinary fruit. Ever since being with Ling Yifeng, the entire world had transformed into something fantastical. Xiaochen silently scoffed, unfazed, and calmly followed them. One of Xiao Huang's attendants continued to trail behind, while the other retreated into the central doorway. Nodding in agreement, since I was here, there was no reason not to venture further. I was curious to see just how remarkable this Megu was. So, has her destiny arrived now? She cast a sardonic glance at her reflection in the mirror, wiped her hands with a tissue, and departed from the hospital. If it weren't for Yaya's escapades at Shuiyunsong, perhaps I wouldn't have even made this call today. With a stamp of her foot, she turned and headed home, while Zhou Jin's father remained, panting heavily as he scrutinized us, as if assessing criminals. Zhou Ailing had never encountered such an imposing office building. No wonder it was the first choice for graduates of the business school to join Zhongtian Group. No, senior brother, where am I? I just woke up, and I feel utterly bewildered. She pocketed her phone, turning to sit on the sofa opposite the floor-to-ceiling window, staring blankly at the man's desk. Imagining how he must appear here daily, sometimes serious, sometimes elegantly poised, I felt a wave of fatigue wash over me. Every limb ached, and I could scarcely muster the energy to move a single step. Fortunately, the journey was not particularly long. Ahead, Xian had already opened the gate, awaiting my arrival. I had never witnessed my senior brother exhibit fear, yet now I discerned a hint of unease upon his countenance. Yang Huan was boasting with great pride, only to observe Li Qiying continuously pressing the hidden clasps on her attire, shedding her exquisite leather accessories to reveal a form-fitting ensemble in a mesmerizing lake green, accentuating her slender waist and athletic physique in an alluring manner. The Red Maiden spoke while the elderly coachman outside coughed, prompting her to lower her voice for the latter part of her statement. Qin descended swiftly, aware of the multitude of cultivators present. He dared not soar above their heads, for even those of the nascent soul stage would think twice before brazenly flying overhead in such a place. An umbrella? Suddenly, clarity dawned upon me, and I quickly bent down to retrieve the red umbrella, gently unfurling it. The horse, robust in stature, stood out remarkably amidst the forest, yet Brother Lin was injured. Even after I had administered the antidote, It would take time for him to regain his strength, rendering him unable to move far from it. Li Feng tidied up the dishes and returned to the living room, where he found Zhao Yakin and Zhou Mei seated, one on each side of his mother. This person nearly fell to the ground in fright, but fortunately, neither spoke, and their laughter suggested a harmonious atmosphere. Li Feng pulled Wang Huiling closer. Having heard that Zhao Yakin was working today. Chapter 79, a fierce offspring Jiang who joyfully embraced Su Qing, hiding within the palace. Their days were mostly spent indulging in food and drink, nearly always languishing upon the bed. Su Qing found the restoration pill as essential as a meal, ultimately. Unable to withstand it any longer, she gently pushed Jiang Hu away. At that moment, Jiang Hu's tail had transformed into a beautiful shade of red, his voice hoarse. Under the gaze of those sea-blue eyes, Su Qing found herself unable to refuse, surrendering to him. In the dead of night, Su Qing's stomach began to ache. "I am Rakshana Minwei. You may call me Lox," she stated with a gracious demeanor, expressing her preference for that name. Following their introductions, a dense mist imbued with sinister power surged from the center of Black River Valley. The horrifying stench of blood immediately permeated the air, intensifying the valley's malevolent atmosphere. Indeed, Qin Fen offered a respectful smile to Nye Sisi, escorting her out before closing the door and slowly returning to the side of Hua Lingming's bed. Thus, with the exchange of shares, the Space Capsule Company and Stark Group became allies, allowing Stark Group to shield the Space Capsule Company from the military, congressional members, and various other factions vying for control. This projection room was originally designed by Su Lily's grandfather, boasting facilities that were once cutting edge, though they had long fallen behind due to years without updates. In an instant, a dazzling purple light burst forth from the crimson sphere, pulsating rhythmically and emitting a series of booming sounds. Remarkably, Lily's spontaneous data revealed that they needed a division of labor for calculations, yet they were still lagging behind. The following day, the sun rose as usual, birds sang joyfully, and the various flowers in the northern courtyard were gently caressed by a refreshing breeze, releasing delightful fragrances. He gazed at Feng Hao for a moment before turning to the side, eyeing the magic spirit fungus and swallowing hard. He continued to stare at Feng Hao, lost in thought, the process repeating several times. As for the matter of usurping our printing techniques, the term Great Korea refers specifically to the metal movable type printing. Internationally, only Germany's Gutenberg is recognized as the earliest inventor of this method. Unable to resist Lu Yuan's soft pleas, the doctor ultimately consented to keep the old man Lu here, effectively doing him a favor. On the first and second days, the system reported a total of 360,000 attendees with this data. By the fifth day of the Academy Festival, there would certainly be a gap from the target of 1 million. However, this time, the elder brother coming down from the mountain specifically requested to enjoy the hot springs, and the two old gentlemen surely wouldn't accompany him. It was uncommon for a grandfather to accompany a grandson, thus this task inevitably fell upon Wen Su. "You certainly know how to find role models." Master Shangzhen chuckled upon hearing Wen Su's remark. As Nake Auto pierced through the body of the beast Saris, he landed steadily behind it, causing the beast to explode into a vast cloud of violet mist mixed with flames. "Fourth Master, if you're willing, you are welcome to stay here longer and enjoy some tea. However, I must attend to the other guests in my establishment," said Zhang Hong, needing to step outside to serve. After speaking, Zhang Hong led Zhuang Qin back to entertain the guests, boldly leaving Ying Hao and his attendants seated at the back of the establishment. At this moment, Feng Ling could discern the presence of a teleportation array, and naturally, Feng Tianjue also recognized it. The reason he did not immediately destroy it to prevent Lang Ning and the others from escaping was that he found himself engulfed in uncertainty. De Fu and Lu Sa-Ka exhibited fluctuating emotions as they gazed into the dark abyss below, as if witnessing a colossal beast poised to devour flesh and blood. She had created a ruckus, feigning madness, which may have deceived many at the time, but the very next day, she reverted to her normal self. Dr. Zhang provided an explanation, yet no one voiced any objections. However, everyone was acutely aware that she was merely pretending due to some circumstance, only to suddenly change her mind and cease the charade. Chapter 80. Soothing the aquatic beast Jiang, who concluded his remarks and produced an item to hand to Su Qing. Su Qing beheld a delicate pearl necklace, intricately strung together with petite pearls, at the center of which lay a lustrous purple pearl, currently resting in her hand, gleaming with a radiant brilliance. Su Qing cherished the necklace, delighting in its delicate beauty as she held it in her hands. "May I adorn you with it?" Jiang Hu inquired, perceiving Su Qing's fondness. She nodded, and with great care, Jiang Hu fastened the necklace around her neck, the lustrous white pearls gracing her skin. Thus began my school life. After a period of acquaintance, I developed a general understanding of Kira and his companions. Very well. I assure you that once I have finished my explanations, you shall return to attend to your family matters, I promised. Shijia's words wielded an enchanting power, igniting a spark of hope in the eyes of the four. Indeed, when Yin Wuji spoke with such confidence, the messenger stood at attention, brimming with enthusiasm as he set off to convey the orders. Su Yuanqing chuckled, stepping forward to lift the guqin, examining it closely. Indeed, there was a noticeable repaired mark on its surface. In less than 20 minutes, Yiyu had entered the CAF. By that time, Adik had already arrived and waved to Yiyu upon his entrance. After some inquiries from Professor Chen, I succinctly recounted the circumstances surrounding the deceased Jasmine. Just as a specific model of firearm may accommodate various types of ammunition, only bullets meticulously designed for that firearm can unleash its full potential. The life creation pill is akin to tuning the body, this weapon, into the most harmonious state to utilize the essence of heaven and earth as its ammunition. In a fleeting moment of distraction, the boss charged at me like a cannonball. Li Yu and Lu Feng, seasoned veterans in their own right, understood the implications of Shijia's words. Although he did not explicitly instruct them, they clearly sensed the young man's needs. Yang Dingtian exerted considerable effort to persuade the two girls to join Fat for a game of billiards, enticing him with the prospect of a turkey to ensure his willingness to accompany them to a private chamber. Speak candidly, Gao Jun's commanding voice resonated, sending a shiver through the young man's frame. As they spoke, the group had already reached the concealed door on the rooftop. Suddenly, Han Guang thrust a foot against the door, yet it remained unyielding. Throughout Bai Shui's life, he had faced countless perils and tempests. Would he simply fade away in silence this time? Li Nan slapped his forehead, striving to maintain clarity. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the zombie before him, which bore a string of jade beads around its neck. He recognized it. This zombie was none other than Old Wang, the head of the pharmacy department and Li Nan's notoriously harsh superior. Despite Zhang Menghan's usual demeanor of gentleness and kindness, this incident revealed the darker facets of her character. In the dissection of this matter, Madame Zhong articulates her thoughts quite effectively. Since the invitation is to visit someone's home, one should indeed go, despite the lack of familiarity. After all, the recent baptism of blood and fire has forged a bond akin to family ties. Within the confines of the elevator, Zhang Li and Han Guang stand at the forefront, directly facing the entrance, their notable heights ensuring that the recent harrowing scene went unnoticed by others. Li Daping resolutely nodded, extracting a Walther pistol with his right hand while firmly grasping a Wigo dagger with his left. The sounds of practice resonated as Chai Hua sat up with a start, glancing at his watch to find that it was already past 9 in the morning. Guan Heping, still groggy, stretched lazily before also sitting up. The two sat on the ground, observing the young individual who had risen early to practice, their interest piqued by his rhythmic exertions. At this very moment, the walls of Handan City were devoid of the soldiers of the Qin dynasty, now replaced by the sorcerers from Crow Mountain. They were engulfed in malevolent energy, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Chapter 81. The mermaid's relic. At this juncture, Jiang Hu and Qing Ming let out a furious roar. The 10 demon kings cackled wickedly. You wretched female have thwarted my plans. Do not expect to live unscathed. The 10 demon kings gazed at the black light striking Su Qing, laughing maniacally. Once this female is dead, the subsequent onslaught from the demon clan will face little resistance. After all, I have only encountered this singular female with the innate ability to pacify ferocious beasts. Su Qing fell continuously from the sea. After a few more casual exchanges between the grandmother and granddaughter, Wang Qifeng noticed the elderly lady's fatigue and rose to take her leave. Huzi, why are you still not up? Suddenly, the robust grandson stumbled and fell, leaving old man Zhou somewhat bewildered. It was exceedingly strange. There were hundreds of anti-tank missiles, complemented by other anti-tank artillery, which were more than sufficient. As I swam over for a closer inspection, the pebbles were smooth and polished, although submerged in the chilly stream. They exuded a hint of warmth to the touch. Most remarkably, there was a deep hole in the center of a pebble, from which protruded a shiny, spherical stone rod. When I touched it, the stone rod wobbled slightly. I attempted to pull it out, but it seemed firmly affixed to the stone. Phoenix nodded with a smile, yet soon wore a worried expression, lowering his head into deep contemplation, evidently troubled by the current state of the world. Suddenly, I was struck by a vision of skeletal pillars, swirling mists, tumor-like peaks, and strangely shaped rocks, along with protruding tubular forms flashing through my mind. This was the remnants of its bones, ashes, flesh, and blood. My sharp, sudden cry startled Gan Ning. Geng Zhong had dealt with the leader, and the others had also acted swiftly and efficiently, leaving no one with an opportunity to draw their weapon. 2 crisp knocks were followed by the twins' pitiful whimpers, signaling that this awkward situation had been cleverly concealed by Xiao Wanxiu through a violent means. After playing with the children for a while, Mrs. Zhao, the birthday celebrant, emerged with the assistance of her attendants. After some pleasantries, Mrs. Zhao led the guests to the garden behind the flower hall, where a makeshift stage had been set up in the open space against the shadow wall, with several musicians tuning their instruments nearby. As the sacred tree was about to burn out, in order to preserve Death's last lingering attachment to the mortal realm, Death decided to unite his powers to annihilate the enemy. The 4 forces converged, and Death's ethereal figure suddenly manifested, plunging the world into darkness. In this shadowy realm, the twin lotuses stood guard, gazing warily at Death. "Hey, where are you?" Chen Erwei inquired, noting that Li Moli's last film had already wrapped, and she should theoretically have no work to occupy her time. At this thought, I felt an urge to slap myself. How could I have forgotten such an important matter? The instructor glared at me furiously, yet in my eyes, there seemed to be no possibility of concealment. Suddenly, he delivered a heavy kick to my rear and commanded me loudly. When we incorporated these techniques into our actions, although our methods of striking were no different from others, the difference in our force application was immense. We could effectively utilize the strength of our muscles and tendons, elevating our offense and defense to a terrifying level. How could others possibly stand against us? The old man in black trembled, his eyes filled with a grim expression, staring menacingly at Yi Tian. His voice as cold as a piercing gale. "Have you considered this carefully? My compensation will not be low. Generally, I save people only when I am in a good mood. Now that I am not, what do you propose?" "What? Is there such a matter?" Rong Mofeng cast a glance at Jining Hao, noticing the bruises forming around his eyes, a clear indication of a recent altercation. He couldn't help but look back at Shui Mei, recalling that she had mentioned visiting the temple fair yesterday. How, then, had this incident occurred? "I do not comprehend what you were saying. However, since you assert that we can leave, then we shall undoubtedly find a way to do so," Xiao Shenan declared resolutely. Chapter 82, The Cleansing Essence. Su Qing and Jiang Hu once again ventured into the labyrinth. This time, Su Qing was well prepared, with each segment they traversed. She marked the ground with vines. The reason she refrained from marking the stones was her apprehension that they might transform into monsters, rendering her markers futile should they move. Jiang Hu concurred with Su Qing's caution, and together they pressed onward. As they advanced, marking their path, a voice laden with urgency suddenly echoed from ahead. "They have vanished." Observing Ji Seheo's alluring peach blossom eyes, Lin Chuxiang couldn't help but reflect that he was rather admirable, feeling a tinge of self-mockery. She thought that had she foreseen the multitude of troubles that lay ahead, it might have been wiser to have acquiesced to him. Jianhong slipped into the carriage, immediately crouching down, rendering him invisible from the outside. The Fox people's offensive capabilities were not particularly formidable, as their attacks primarily relied on psychological manipulation and seduction, making their physical and magical strikes comparatively feeble. Chen Zifen nearly delivered a flying kick to his forehead. Mo Xiaoquan was undoubtedly aware of his desires, yet continued to utter irrelevant comments. Upon witnessing Shun Ruoling's frosty demeanor, Zhao Sanjin, who had previously been audacious, now dared not utter a sound, casting a lingering, sinister glance at Lin Yun before departing. The host on screen had begun to shout, yet the figures obscured in the darkness could not hear his voice. At this juncture, if she chose not to enter, it would be tantamount to ignoring a favorable opportunity. After a brief pause for contemplation, Jiangli lowered her head and smiled faintly, resolutely making her way toward the elevator. Lin Lan observed her with a smile, remaining silent as she took a spring roll wrapper, filled it with a mixture of 3 ingredients, and added a few strands of mushroom and scallion, deftly wrapping it up in just a few motions. Jiang Qingse drove his striking red 2008 Dodge Viper convertible, speeding towards a cinema with the swiftness of the wind. Qi Yinghan grasped the frightened chili pepper and coldly warned, "If you dare lay a finger on him, I will extract the yet-to-be-formed child from her womb." She understood that although she was a person of cold exterior and warm heart, speaking harshly solely to protect her, she would never commit such an act. After Pan Yirong departed, Su Yuqing fell into deep contemplation. Her mind was consumed by a singular thought: who had employed Jiang Qingse to tempt her? And what was the true reason he had refrained from fully claiming her? As Chen Rong approached, several individuals glanced up at her. The Wang family disciples. Noticing her direct path toward Wangzhou, widened their eyes in astonishment. From that point onward, she delighted in the company of Bayuan within the Changchun Palace, indulging in poetry, painting, playing the lute, and engaging in games, living a carefree existence. Do not persist any longer. Come into my embrace. Jiang Qinsa exclaimed, extending his arms. I am truly sorry, but I cannot marry you. It is not that I do not harbor feelings for you, but rather that my heart belongs to another. As the conversation in the city of Jiang concluded, the two individuals gently descended into a wild expanse. After finally reuniting with Song Qingyun, they were promptly led into a dense forest, where Sun Fengzhao, now feeling the tension, cautiously inquired, rubbing his temples. It took Jun Hui a considerable time to acclimate to the surroundings, realizing he was indeed within the very abyss where the Golden Crow resided. Remarkably, since their expedition north to confront the invaders, the brothers had not ventured beyond the capital region for the past 2 years, merely lingering around the city. This could certainly be considered a noble endeavor, contributing to societal welfare by diminishing criminal activities. Perhaps the police would even commend their efforts if they were aware. In their circle, aside from the two capable fighters, they had garnered media attention for disrupting the traditional martial arts film landscape, which had finally stirred the 4 major martial arts factions. However, while Shi and Mo Yufei were engaged in discussion, they suddenly beheld the severed remnants of a water serpent, which vanished in the blink of an eye, dissipating into nothingness as if it had never existed. Chapter 83. Qing Ming's regret. The two young ones dashed forward, swiftly entering the labyrinth. Jiang Hu and Qing Ming, witnessing Jiang Lu and Qing Yun dart into the maze, felt their hearts leap to their throats. Yet, seeing Su Qing's composed demeanor, they exchanged glances and redirected their focus towards attacking the violet mermaid. Mother, we have arrived, Qing Yun exclaimed with excitement. Upon turning back, Jiang Hu and Qing Ming's faces turned ashen. What did you provoke them for? Run. The two little ones were now pursued. How long has it been since they ventured outside? Yukinai was unsure. She seemed to hear the distant sounds of numerous robots passing by. Yet none ventured inside to investigate, leaving her uncertain if this was a stroke of fortune or misfortune. She how observed Jessica's exaggerated display of vulnerability, her posture strikingly theatrical, and could not suppress a shudder. To hell with you. Mu Ziyun cursed, I possess great abilities. If she does not heed my counsel, whose will she follow? Despite his bravado, Mu Ziyun found himself powerless to sway one men to accompany him, as her ties to the sect were far more profound than his. Ultimately, even with the secrets of hunting at their disposal, their inadequate tools and equipment severely hampered their efficiency, necessitating constant expeditions to secure the basic survival needs of their tribe. Upon witnessing these individuals return to the tribe, Zhou Wutian hesitated no longer and promptly descended the mountain back to the community. The so-called artificial lake was, in fact, a mere pond, with an average depth of only 30 centimeters, confining the activities of the demons within its waters, surrounding the invisible, multicolored spirit woe tree that grew at its center. Ling approached the two and waved her hand, causing the two bells on the ground to leap into her grasp. Merely standing aside, she began to chuckle. Many occurrences, had they not transpired here, would not have led her to await the proceedings regarding the influx of gold. Thus, she felt compelled to speak earnestly, lest any further complications arise later on. As sunlight fell upon her, it felt as though she were being pricked by countless needles, a sharp pain enveloping her. Observing Li Shuang's resolute demeanor, the remaining 3, still unscathed, exchanged glances of astonishment. At that moment, she had logged into the game and discovered a gift in her mailbox, a present from Xianzong, causing Tian's phone to nearly slip from her grasp in excitement. This year, the recruitment of pilots by Yukong International was limited, having already selected a remarkably talented cohort the previous year, leaving this year's talent pool sparse. The eager bidders, poised to engage in the auction, were abruptly doused with cold water, extinguishing their fervor. Nancy finished washing the dishes and noticed the breathtaking sunset outside, calling for Qi Jingqing to come and admire the view together. With a clear and logical mind, Ma Jin almost began to doubt himself upon hearing these words. Could it be that he truly was a fool? As the group approached Yu Village, a mile away, the sounds of firecrackers and drums echoed from within. The musicians in the procession struck up their instruments, playing a welcoming tune for the village. This commotion also attracted the attention of other fierce beasts, whose powerful auras swiftly drew near. On the basketball court, The brothers of the feast continuously fed him the ball, and the banquet was commendable, frequently sinking three-pointers, inciting wild cheers from the female spectators in the audience. After all, she had always been an amiable person, having expressed her sincerity to this extent. She had no reason to maintain a stalemate with him. At this moment, Li Shui, seated in her wheelchair, trembled more violently, her body shaking uncontrollably as beads of sweat fell to the ground. She could no longer hold on. However, Ji Xiaotian had not reserved that restaurant for their midday gathering. The top 3 entries in the search bar were all deceptive advertisements, and Ji Xiaotian dared not place his trust in them. After the meal, Duke Ding took Mu Ron Yufei and Mu Ron Fei to the maternal home of the princess, the Grand Tutor's residence. Chapter 84. The Mermaid Beast. Su Qing shook her head. She possessed a system and lacked nothing of value, thus needing not to covet what others held dear. You keep it. I cannot hold on to it. Jiang Hu understood that Su Qing spoke with intention and did not press her further. He led her inside, revealing a vast, empty space adorned with murals. Jiang Hu observed the artwork closely, holding a luminous pearl to better appreciate the details on the walls. As he discerned the imagery, his fingertips trembled, revealing his profound excitement. She remained unaware of the true nature of the family she mentioned, only knowing it to be extraordinarily wealthy. From her skills, one could surmise it was a lineage marked by formidable heritage, likely a grand family that had persisted for centuries, possessing ancestral teachings beyond the comprehension of outsiders. Those who emerged from the battlefield grasped the essence of life. How could they show mercy merely because a man bore handsome features? Ah, Auntie, you are indeed fortunate today, for you have encountered Dr. Shi Jiwiming, Luo Yuhao explained to the patient with a smile. Naturally, the Night Phoenix members would not allow her to venture alone. They rose to accompany her, leaving Yin Rong with no choice but to follow suit. Lin Zheng remained oblivious to the fact that the Imperial Order had been reassigned to Su Bangxia as the captain of the Shadow Guard. He was bound to strictly adhere to the commands of the Imperial Order, though he would cherish anything gifted by her. A deliberate offering held a different significance from a casual one. Everyone took note of the situation. The intentions of the Azure Dragon and the White Tiger were evident to all, save for Shi, who remained blissfully unaware and found their interactions amusing, intentionally ignoring them. Guan Junfeng reduced the force of his strike, even stepping back, a sense of desolation rising within him. He was not sorrowful for missing out on victory but grieved for the injury inflicted upon Tanger. When she cooked, the kitchen filled with an enticing aroma that left everyone salivating. It was simply irresistible, and when arranged on a plate, it was visually delightful as well. Oh, really? Feng Shui's tone was pale. Despite her inquiries to Feng Jing, she understood that he spoke the truth. Having allied with the Hehuan Holy Land, one could certainly procure a royal herb. With the aid of the remains of a great king, one might even achieve the path to kingship. The 8 restrictions were privileges granted to such prodigies. Those with great power could be designated as youthful sovereigns. How intriguing! Jia Chen chuckled lightly, pocketing the 10 taels of silver. After exerting himself physically, he deemed this some modest compensation from his opponent. In conjunction with the vigorous promotion from Yuan Fong, overnight, Zhang Fan reverted to being the astute and strategic Ba Guayu Zhang. However, in this match, both sides possessed equivalent armor values. Although Tang Na's realm was higher, as a mage, her cultivation primarily enhanced her magical power, yielding only modest improvements to her vitality. Upon hearing this, Wu Feng promptly responded. The individual who sold him the wild boar claimed it was a 5-star thorny wild boar. The swamp beast, a creature endowed with the effect of death knell, was evidently not an easy adversary to confront. Thus Su Yao opted to cease the challenge upon reaching 200 points. Beyond a few semi-holy overlords lurking in the depths, there were hundreds of slaying kings that could dominate the vicinity. In the interrogation room, Cui Shan confessed to all matters, merely seeking a chance for a paternity test. The grandeur of the Ronghua mansion, with its thick walls and numerous armed guards, made an assault quite challenging. Yen, the Emperor of the Celestial Realm's eyes ignited with a fierce blaze, and he abruptly reached out, seizing a 4th-tier dark cultivator of the Divine Realm. However, the call was not made. Instead, someone reached out, and the number was one that Hai Lan recognized. The only error lay in the timing. The ideologies of the two should not have collided at this moment. Much like day and night, humanity requires both, yet they can never coexist simultaneously. It must be said, Su Qing's attire was infinitely more enchanting than her appearance in the hospital the previous day. Chapter 85. The Mermaid Blessing Dance. Jiang Hu's eyes flickered, his azure gaze glistening with moisture. He intended to speak, but Su Qing advanced, extending her hand towards the ferocious mermaid beasts. The irascible creatures charged at Su Qing. Jiang Hu and Qing Ming's expressions shifted, ready to shield Su Qing, when suddenly the mermaid beasts brushed against her hand, their blood-red eyes instantly regaining clarity. They gazed at Su Qing for an extended moment as she smiled gently. She released a calming aura, soothing the ferocious beasts back to reason. Treading forward with an air of authority, he stood tall like a sword, his voice resonating powerfully, stirring the mist as if it were a dragon soaring through the clouds. Upon hearing the patriarch of the Huang family utter this phrase, Zhu Zhongba's admiration for him surged significantly. Are you implying that this Wu Bin is the lord of Night Spirit City and, like you, is a night spirit? The master inquired, still unable to believe this revelation, prompting him to seek confirmation once more. This dragon spirit appeared not to be significantly weaker than those in the clan. Should I acquire it, I would assuredly gain renown within the clan and thus enter the ancestral grounds. The middle-aged man from the Bai family, Bai Fengs, gazed at the mountain with an astonishing glint of greed. He was not alone in this sentiment. The members of the other 3 prominent families shared the same fervor. This was Chun Yi's inaugural visit to such a nightlife venue. He had been profoundly struck during his previous experience at a KTV, yet this place was incomparable. Being students, Yang Peo had initially suggested they head to a private room, but Leng Shidong countered that it would be better to fully enjoy themselves since they were already present. After some deliberation, they decided to head straight to the dance hall. Deep within the grand hall, 3 figures clad in black robes engaged in conversation. Although their features remained obscured, one striking detail was evident. Their eyes glimmered a sinister crimson hue, lending an eerie quality to their presence. In a bid to elicit a response from Su and I, Tuoba he slightly loosened his grip on Su Ni's neck, allowing him a moment to breathe. In another room, Ren Siyu was likely still occupied, and Yi Tian sought to buy him a bit more time. A quick glance revealed that El Tung Fei and his companions were glaring at him with an intensity that suggested they wished to strike him down. As soon as his words fell, the surrounding floral arrangements began to writhe, and 100 armed assassins from the Tang family surged forth, encircling Yi Ning to the point of suffocation. Upon returning, he had learned that indeed someone had been stirring trouble with this vine species, though he had not anticipated that the one involved was none other than the emperor. From the perspective of traditional Chinese medicine, cancer is not merely a specific tissue or structure, rather, it represents a particular state of the human body. Li Yuanyu and ranked among the top 10 students at the second high school, frequently vying for the first and second positions with Tianxing. Unlike Tianxing, Li Yuanyu exemplified the archetype of diligence and hard work. She was consistently the first to arrive at school and the last to leave after evening study sessions, thus earning her place among the top 2 students in her entire grade. The onset of the blazing toxin results in unbearable, searing pain throughout the body, persisting for a cycle of 7 days. Consequently, the demand for silver needles in his clinic has increased significantly, particularly for these disposable silver needles, of which dozens were required each week. She ventured out to confirm her master's whereabouts with Zhongqi, only to discover that he was absent from the celestial realm that day. This presented a prime opportunity. She needed to hasten her visit to the Demon Cave Ridge. Gao Zheng observed the tumultuous dynamic between the brother and sister, who oscillated between affection and conflict. Fortunately, his emotional control was exceptional, preventing him from breaking into laughter and further exacerbating the awkwardness of the situation. Without needing Yining's assistance, he directly applied the medicinal paste to his own wounds. Just as Guan Lele was on the verge of revealing the most enigmatic measurements of Xia Chuxua could no longer contain herself. Her cheeks flushed as she flailed her arms in protest. Reflecting on the past, he recognized that had it not been for the old steward's earlier kindness, he would not have felt compelled to offer such earnest words to the impetuous Teddy. At this moment, Qin Mohan's thoughts were tumultuous. She yearned to uncover numerous truths. Yet one matter was imperative to ascertain. Chapter 86. Su Qing receives the inheritance. As Su Qing's dance commenced, a glimmer of light began to pierce the oppressive surface of the sea, gradually dissipating the lingering resentment of the mermaid souls. Su Qing was immersed in her dance, and upon opening her eyes once more, the resentful spirits of the mermaids were pacified. They regained their once resplendent and beautiful forms. Their gazes softened as they circled around Su Qing in graceful flights. Just before they transformed into shimmering specks of light, they bestowed gentle kisses upon her face. "Congratulations, host," Li Rong remarked, glancing at Zhou Yulo with surprise, unable to suppress her admiration for his generosity. even though Zhuge Bai had clearly rejected her. As long as he had not embraced another, she still held a glimmer of hope. Unlike the overly optimistic Ma Chunyang, Lu Jiyu believed destiny should firmly rest in her own hands. Each of them carried military backpacks, and as they witnessed boxes of firearms and weapon parts being moved in, they were further puzzled to see Deputy Commander Zheng nailing thick black cloth to the windows, leaving them utterly bewildered. Lu Jiangtao was not entirely indifferent to Zhang Mang's plight. Scenarios where one was forced into a corner were indeed within his expectations. With the bidding price soaring to 400 million, to suddenly declare a lack of funds and withdraw would be foolish were he to continue bidding. The aroma was so intoxicating that it momentarily distracted Xie Sun, making him involuntarily recall the kiss that had teetered on the brink of chaos the previous day. Upon entering Villa number 10, Du Yi followed the route provided by the vulture and successfully reached the basement, where she secured 3 layers of ammunition, leaving only the empty weapon shells behind. The ensuing battle mirrored the second and third matches with unsettling precision, akin to a mechanized replica. Each squad leader departed with a cloud of frustration, unable to fathom the peculiar nature of the competition with the explosive studies. Their professional skills were commendable, and the opportunity for learning was substantial, promising bright futures and lucrative incomes. If one were to be impatient, so be it. It was a minor issue. However, due to the overwhelming force of the 6 Yang gang, its spiritual energy clashed with the 9 Yin malevolent qi, rendering their amalgamation exceedingly challenging. According to Yu Jingyi, for Lu Wu to merge with the 6 Yang gang's energy, the 9 Yin malevolent qi must surpass the 6 Yang gang by several multiples. For the elite selected from various military districts, this particular task was not deemed difficult. In the current world, no one held significant importance to another. It was not a matter of survival hinging on a single individual. If one could not thrive here, they could seek their fortunes elsewhere, where rogues were plentiful. Was it necessary for a film to unfold in such a manner? As Yili descended the stairs, a palpable anxiety gripped him. Fearing the lengthy hem of his skirt might ensnare his steps, he inclined his head slightly, fingers delicately grasping the fabric's edge. With great effort, he suppressed the surging emotions within, contemplating fiercely. You two had better brace yourselves. The man shall surely be rendered crippled. The auction was attended by seasoned connoisseurs, rendering mere monetary bids inadequate to reveal the extraordinary discernment of these antique aficionados. As the corporeal form hurtled back towards Chu Feng, a primal roar erupted, muscles contracting as an intangible force of will coalesced within. In a moment, it surged once more, yearning to burst forth, manifesting as an overwhelming pressure. Qinyu recognized the gravity of the situation. Success was the only acceptable outcome. Should that swine escape today, his aspirations of becoming a butcher would be irrevocably dashed. The swine's owner, jolted from his reverie, remained silent, yet inwardly nodded in agreement. Indeed, the pig was ensnared by 2 walls. Having never mastered the legendary art of bone contraction, the solution was evidently to address the barriers themselves. The boy tenderly cradled her final keepsake in his hands. Only after a silent urging from the man behind him did he reluctantly exit the room. Let us hope for the best, Yang Fan nodded, choosing not to elaborate, though his heart fluttered with trepidation. So, it seems I hold considerable value. The beastly floral silk, akin to a famished leopard, lunged with fervor, snapping its jaws at the cloaked figure. Chapter 87, Captured by the Crimson Mermaid. Upon hearing these words, Su Qing realized that his demise was no longer imminent. Yet, the Crimson Mermaid before him was an enigma, her disposition uncertain. Should she take offense, or should he utter a misstep? He would find himself at the receiving end of her blade. Death may have been averted, but the pain was undeniable. It was quite disconcerting. As her mind raced, she recalled the system's mention of a protective mode. Without hesitation, she activated the shield, just as Jiang Yu was about to approach. A sudden burst of blinding light surged forth, prompting him to raise his hand in defense. Once he acclimated to the heart palpitations, an ailment akin to modern-day cardiac disease, notorious for its high incidence and lack of remedy, he pondered the grim fate of those in ancient times who faced such afflictions, left to await their end. However, he had remarked that for the elderly, there might still be hope. Yet here stood a youth in his teens and another in his 40s. How fortunate you are to be unharmed. Truly, I feared you would not return, Yi Ruoxua exclaimed, embracing him, her exquisite visage radiating tenderness. What is this? She inquired, accepting the camellia, her gaze captivated by its vibrant crimson hue. Delight sparkled in her bright eyes, her heart illuminated as if bathed in sunlight. as clear and radiant as a September sky. Witnessing the intertwining of their figures left her in utter astonishment. It dawned on her why Feng Changwei had so forcefully sealed them away, rendering even her own thoughts inscrutable. "By the way, it seems you were adorned in black silk today," I remarked, observing her alabaster thighs clad in knee-high stockings. Enhanced the luster of the jade-like legs. Those who ventured to the Fengwei Mountain Villa were all meticulously gathered in a single residence. The villa was divided into several estates, each operating independently, with the Donglin courtyard designated for receiving guests, serving as a welcoming haven for visitors. At this very moment, the pure core seemed to sense something, ascending into the air, its light intertwining with that of the others in a mesmerizing display, leaving onlookers utterly entranced by the enchanting spectacle. I find myself lamentably lacking in resolve, still unable to forget him, and compelled by the words of that ghostly king to abandon a life of comfort and return to this haunted province. I must be beyond redemption. With a hint of anxiety, I gazed at Su Wei, fearing that an unexpected occurrence might arise at this juncture. Clearly, despite their direct interaction, a subtle disparity remained between them. However, the prowess exhibited by Mei Xian was undeniably on par with that of her counterpart. Xia Zimo sat in her seat, opening a box filled to the brim with freshly baked Napoleon pastries, still warm to the touch. Even more absurdly, a note was affixed, claiming that Wang Yang had once been a secretive figure, suggesting that her flourishing career in Hollywood was due to being supported by a mogul who ultimately discarded her, prompting her return to her homeland. The club president and others chuckled knowingly, while Tracy, unable to part from Guzeckin, found herself at a loss for words to retain him, her spirits plummeting as she watched his departing silhouette. Observing Zhu Dan's face turn a shade of green with anger, Wang Yang felt a surge of satisfaction. She had promised to assist Xia Ziqing in dealing with Zhu Dan, though they had once arranged for her to be beaten. Witnessing Zhu Dan in her current state felt insufficiently gratifying. Luo Qi jubilantly dashed towards the sea, yearning to plunge into its embrace after an extended stay in the city. It was her first encounter with such a pristine, untouched ocean. Chu Chan gazed at her flushed face, rosy from exertion, considering her irresistibly charming, yet lamenting the absence of a camera during their outing, for he wished to capture her endearing awkwardness at that moment. Joey, having prepared himself, arrived at the restaurant across the street, settling at a window on the second floor, observing the scene at the Rongxing Inn. In correspondence, Governor Zhang Renjun of the Jiangjiang provinces dispatched a telegram regarding the simultaneous closure of the Jinyuan, Zhaokong, and Xinyu banks in Shanghai due to debt entanglements, warning of the precarious situation in the Shanghai Bureau. He urged the careful deliberation of viable solutions and instructed the Shanghai authorities to meticulously plan the aftermath, guarding against potential pitfalls to stabilize the market and secure public confidence. Chapter 88. You Shall Not Kill Me. Su Qing pursed her lips and raised her gaze to the protective shield above her. Never mind, this path is blocked. I shall take a different route. Su Qing reclined in the cleansing pool, having discerned the disparity between the passage of time within the mermaid ruins and that of the outside world. Unbeknownst to her, she had spent an inordinate amount of time in the company of that odious mermaid. Following that encounter, she broached the subject with Jiang Yu several times. Jiang Yu's initial seething anger gradually transformed into sarcasm, then apathy, until now, she could scarcely muster the effort to lift her eyelids. Su Qing realized that he had failed. Director Mu glanced at Mu Qingyu, who had just entered, and in the midst of everything, he had forgotten that he was scheduled to discuss matters with Director Mu today. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Mu Qingyu. By the time Zesnik finally arrived at the designated location, he was already late. Indeed, Zesnik was acutely aware of his tardiness. Yet he remained indifferent. Li Shimin said nothing further, his pride and heroic demeanor shining through. The long night stretched on, the night sky dazzling and twinkling. Yet amidst the darkness, there was a symphony of sounds. The most disgraceful act in life is to tease, while the most dishonorable act in a restroom is to cut in line. Feng Lin belonged to the latter category. I embraced my youthful spirit, relishing in freedom and abandon. In an instant, the dining hall was filled only with the sound of the Jin Wang pouring wine, accompanied by the clinking of silver chopsticks and bowls in Li Qingmu's hands. The sharp tip of the blade aimed for the ghostly butterfly's main artery. Yet the ghostly butterfly effortlessly grasped the sword surrounded by ethereal energy. At that moment, Mu Qingyu seemed to awaken, swiftly undressing as he walked, changing his clothes before Yi Feiyang's eyes. The ghostly butterfly had never been in such a dire state before, blood gushing from its mouth. Yet it added a splash of color to its pallid visage. I immediately forgot the earlier slander from Lu Daosher and took the iron rod to examine it. The poisoned creature rolled on the ground several times, producing a clinking sound before lying quietly on the floor. The room contained only a single bed. Li Zixiao had not anticipated Gu Feifei's return. It wasn't that he hadn't considered it. He had always believed Gu Feifei to be dead. The weather was not clear, yet there was no hint of rain. This winter had seen no rain for quite some time. Qin Shiqian seemed to have not heard Li Zixiao's inquiry, as she focused on tidying her already well-arranged clothing. It was the first time Gu Feifei had heard Li Zixiao curse, causing her to tremble and desperately burrow into his embrace. Many cars slowed down as they passed Chu Xian, lowering their windows to gaze at her. But Chu Xian was lost in her sorrow, indifferent to the peculiar stares of the drivers. Li Zixiu mechanically waved his arm to shoo away the flies resting on the corpse of a stray dog. Suddenly, the door to the hospital room swung open, accompanied by a voice filled with concern, but it trailed off abruptly, leaving behind a profound silence. Yushin smiled gently. "Grandfather, Jiner has missed you dearly." She approached the Duke of Wei, playfully seeking his affection. Over the past 6 months, she had never felt as invigorated as she did now. The image that the common people had long presented to the world was that of relentless victims, garnering infinite sympathy while simultaneously recognizing their inability to remain unchanged. That celestial aura, akin to the ancestral might once exhibited by Tianhua, surged forth like an unstoppable tide, continually rising. With a frigid expression, she lifted the steaming bowl of beef soup from the table, the heat emanating from it potent enough to scald. At the moment 7 kills unleashed this formation. He paid no heed to Yichin, swiftly pulling along the broken army and vanishing from sight. Indeed, Chen Shi and the others had previously practiced during the day when no one was around. However, their recent increase in training had drawn the ire of the neighbors, particularly today, leading someone to call the authorities. It was profoundly absurd. The role had twisted me in such a manner, imposing upon me a series of utterly meaningless self-definitions. Yet, I clung desperately to these self-imposed identities, striving to appear as ordinary as everyone else. Chapter 89. Refusal of Convergence. Yet, it was too late. A massive shadow swiftly enveloped her, and it opened its maw to devour Su Qing. Jiangyu watched helplessly as Su Qing was consumed by the creature, her heart racing. Her gaze dangerous as she charged forward to confront the monster. Su Qing was swallowed, and due to the protective shield, she found herself lodged in the throat. Unable to ascend or descend, she struggled a few times, but the shield could only descend further. Su Qing was feeling quite dejected. Stuck at this level, he had struck the zombie spider with over 100 blows, yet he had not allowed that 8-legged creature to touch him even once. One could only imagine that the designer of this game would be driven to despair upon witnessing such a scene. Enough of your rambling, old man. Prepare some delectable meals and roast a few pieces of beef and lamb. And do not forget to get some honey, Ling Zhoutian said casually. At this moment, Hu Bin and Ling Guiyao were drawing closer to the young master, who was merely concealed in midair. He had initially intended to launch a surprise attack, but the escape of the peony fairy forced him to consider an alternative approach. True to his usual habits, he had sent his clothes to the designated laundry service. He would never leave dirty laundry lying around at home. Ling Zhoutian refrained from speaking about extraterrestrial matters, having no intention of divulging anything to Ren Tianfan. A pale blue barrier enveloped him and the barbarian's shadow, while time outside the barrier stood still. Laziness inherent in human nature? Our people take their work seriously and do not shirk their duties, Morris defended his employees. A silver beam of light descended from the celestial portal above, enveloping me, Kamiyuki. HK, Urutia, Jubia, as well as Miliana and Wally, who were in Kamiyuki's hands. As the light fell, our bodies defied gravity, beginning to float gently upwards. Innocent of good and evil, yet capable of both intent. To discern good from evil is to possess conscience. And to pursue goodness while avoiding evil is to cultivate one's essence. It was indeed the voice of Yinxing. However, the news from the Aojin Manor had already spread. Those of significant power in the Linghai realm were forbidden from participating, and anyone over the age of 50 was also disqualified. General Huang, it has only been a short while since we last met. How have you aged so? Zhao Qian approached Huang Zhong and inquired. Do you truly wish to know? Perhaps weary of my insistence, Qian Tsong halted, turning to gaze at me with a look that seemed to hint at confusion. At the same time, it enabled the time and space codex to reopen, allowing him to gain profound insights into the power of time and space once more. Lu Chaxiong hesitated. The Duan Yue blade was his lifeline, and he was reluctant to part with it easily. What if Li Jing failed to return it to him later? Absolutely. Lu Zuelong waved her hand and boarded a luxurious vehicle from the Yin family that had long been waiting by the roadside to take her home. As she got in, Lu Zuelong felt a surge of satisfaction knowing she had a good friend who had married into wealth, which had significantly improved her own circumstances. The appearance of a box of black jade fracture bomb at the exhibition signified something profound. Lin Shan knew it all too well. However, if they were to be released, what if they returned to their thieving ways? Would that not spell trouble? Mu Xi spoke with evident concern. Naturally, Xiao Fan remained oblivious to the consequences, as old Shui had not disclosed the potential ramifications of failing to attain the Tao through martial prowess. He merely informed Xiao Fan that to pursue this path, he must seek the Yi family and undergo their trials. Feng Yin let out a cold snort and charged directly at Xiao Yifeng, unleashing an overwhelming aura of invincibility that suppressed the surroundings. With a palm imbued with the might of the heavens, he struck fiercely at Xiao Yifeng. Unmoved, Xiao Yifeng gazed at the bloodstains on the ground, finding himself devoid of any justification to argue. The blood was his own. Contemplating this, a chill enveloped him, rendering him utterly cold. When Yin Lingyun extracted the final bag of remains from the refrigerator, a crisp sound echoed through the air. Chapter 90. Has he become so frantic? Jiang Yu observed the closed eyes of Su Qing, his brow slightly furrowed. This woman not only possessed a thick skin, but also an immense heart. Despite his refusal of her advances, she seemed unfazed, which irked him. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yu succumbed to the influence of Su Qing's cultivation and closed his eyes to begin his own practice. The two beasts cultivated together, and their previous discord seemed to dissipate like the wind. However, whether any traces remained in their hearts remained a mystery. What has happened to Jiang Yuqing? Where are you now? I will rush over immediately. Lin Ru abruptly leaped from her bed, forgetting to dress, and bolted outside. The world's highest peak, Mount Everest. It must be over 3,000 zhang high, Tang Zhan remarked, holding onto Su Yi's hand. Upon witnessing the flames spewing from the horned tiger, which bore her white fire, the White Demon King nearly spewed blood in frustration. As Mu Yin offered comfort, Mo Yin also scrutinized the passage, which could be described as long and spacious, capable of accommodating even large demonic beasts. It was not an exaggeration to liken it to an extended foyer. After listening to Wu Fei's words, Lu Dalong cast a significant glance, and Wu Fei understood that he was acknowledging the extensive groundwork he had laid beforehand. After Yang Zheng finished speaking, he hurled a cup from the table to the ground, shattering it into fragments. If I cannot possess it, neither shall anyone else. Liang Ping nodded in agreement, a bitter smile gracing his face. This statement effectively severed his prospects within the organization, yet he felt powerless to refute it. The remaining shards scattered on the ground, stained with the blood left by Lin Ru, presenting a rather gruesome sight. Although I had resided here for quite some time, I knew for certain that you had yet to set foot in this area. In this expansive ecological zone, the natural beauty is both breathtaking and serene. Yet, each individual is bound by their own convictions and limitations, preventing any true transgression of the threshold. A scrawny fellow, spewing words with a lewd grin, audaciously touched Sun Yali's thigh and licked his lips with a lascivious smile, leaving other bar owners nearby, who had intentionally wandered close to the late autumn tavern, utterly humiliated. Yu Yu and his companions dispersed in various directions. Upon closer inspection, they could discern nothing concrete, their spiritual awareness evidently obstructed by the blinding light, unable to penetrate its brilliance. The expressions of Xing Zhu and others shifted as they sensed the escalating demonic energy from the opposing side, which was decidedly irrational. Moments later, Wang Yi and his companions traversed the audience area, pausing beneath a colossal banyan tree, with the presence of two unruly troublemakers inciting chaos. The entire audience erupted in a cacophony of shouts. Perhaps Chu Li was unaware, yet it was evident that Shui Wei sought to bring her and Jiang Nan together. This was indeed Shui Wei's sacrifice to facilitate Jiang Nan, showcasing her genuine affection towards him. Even he, the sole summoner in the world, had never contemplated the principles behind summoner skills, while Niu Jie, having endured a single attack, could intuit the core of the matter. Should one commend his indifference or acknowledge Niu Jie as a rare genius? However, upon encountering the phrase as light as a feather, highly breathable, the words excellent tactile sensation flashed in his mind, prompting him to decisively approach the cashier and make payment. Often, one must endure destruction to pave the way for creation. Without conflict, There would be no casualties. Perhaps only those who venture into the sea would fall prey to piranhas, yet venturing out to sea is inherently perilous. Piranhas typically remain in the water, maintaining a separation from land. The youth wore a blank expression, exuding calmness, as if he had anticipated this outcome, showing no signs of fear or concern. Not only did the entire Dragon God set resonate with this overwhelming dark power, but all players within the Bilgewater Harbor felt the oppressive force. Sunlight was eclipsed, and the sky lost its hue. Chapter 91. Bound. Su Qing swiftly extended a calming touch, as Jiangyu teetered on the brink of frenzy. With Su Qing's soothing presence, Jiangyu's gaze gradually regained its clarity. The sensations he had just experienced within his body were unlike anything he had ever known, warm and comforting. He fixed his gaze upon Su Qing, his eyes sparkling with renewed brightness. "Could you offer me some more comfort?" he inquired earnestly. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, but did not dwell on it. She reached out once more to assist Jiangyu in calming herself. Jiangyu sensed the gentle energy emanating from the soft palm of the female, her once rigid posture gradually yielding. With Xiaoya's prowess, it was assured she would effortlessly pass the preliminary rounds. The reason for the recent intensified training was likely that Qin Sang anticipated Xiaoyu was preparing for the finals in 2 months. Many were eager to witness just how many devoted fans the genre of ancient-style songs could garner. The next moment, the figure of Satan appeared behind the orb, coldly gazing at the spherical eye. Indeed, it was a clever maneuver. The tides of public sentiment were shifting. Once Emperor Lan Ji emerged from seclusion, the collective force of the people would undoubtedly direct their ire towards Emperor Gu Yi. Although both Zhang Xuening and Su Ying executed the same movements, Zhang's elegance contrasted sharply with Su's somewhat affected demeanor, which bore an air of the worldly. In the past, Tong Xian relied on her formidable bodyguard, navigating the expanse of Paradise Island with ease, as no one dared to challenge her, nor could anyone inflict harm upon her. Yet now, she felt an utter lack of security. After an indeterminate passage of time, the rogue Ji Sheng unleashed a powerful strike, finally shattering the defenses of the Dark Scepter, delivering a fierce blow upon it. As Yuan Ji's vessel entered the skies above Mingwu Star, 2 ships swiftly approached. Upon recognizing Zhu Yu and Lu Jinda, another ship surged forward ahead of them. With the defensive gap now opened, Yuan Ji was overwhelmed with joy, promptly darting among the multitude of true spiritual realm cultivators. Soaring upwards, as the spring festival gala commenced, everyone congregated in the private cinema, reveling in the annual spectacle. Ji Shiyin was taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, she fell silent, as it dawned on her why he had often been irritable. Continuing forward, she scanned the plaques on either side, and before long, she spotted her intended destination. "All right," Cheng Wan said, a tinge of disappointment in her voice. She had anticipated he might engage her in conversation about his return, when, why, and whether he would depart again. Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned, while Yin Xiao, despite gasping in pain, hurriedly scrambled to her feet. Unbeknownst to her, the sorrowful years culminated at the age of 13, as she began to drift further from her master. It was during this time that her laughter increased. A mask to conceal the sadness, disappointment, and loneliness within her heart, she chose only to smile. Su Yuqing smiled gently, obediently closing her eyes as Lin Dong once again guided her into a fervent morning exercise. The 500-strong Imperial Guard, under the leadership of a middle-aged man, surged forward like a bolt of lightning towards the city's eastern gate. Lin Dong planned to establish a family office in Hong Kong and Singapore upon his return from Miami, interviewing exceptional candidates recommended by headhunters. It was perfectly fine for her to join, regardless of whether Sang Pingnin was aware. It mattered little. On the street dedicated to the sale and repair of electric vehicles, Boss Liu was tinkering with the new stock just delivered from Pingyun Electric Vehicle Factory. Suddenly, a roaring Maybach soared through the hazy air, landing heavily on the ground. The piercing sound of brakes followed as the Maybach skidded sideways for over 10 meters before coming to a stop. "Mr. Li, please take a seat," Meng Tao said with a smile, gesturing towards the adjacent meeting area upon recognizing Li Rongfei. Before Lin Yuanyuan's arrival, Li Rongfei had mentioned he wanted to speak with him, though Meng Tao was unaware of the topic. All right, uncle, didn't I tell you I have taken a master? I just returned from my apprenticeship." Yin Lukong felt it was time to discuss some matters with the temple's priest. Chapter 92. Compulsory Love. Su Qing stared wide-eyed, her face a mask of disbelief. As drowsiness enveloped her, a pillow was offered, yet she lifted her gaze towards the source of the sound. Emerging from the shadows was a mermaid, her presence both alluring and perilous. With raven black hair, a dark fish tail, and obsidian pupils, she was enveloped in an aura of malevolent energy. Her gaze, akin to a vast vortex, threatened to draw one into an endless abyss. Everywhere she looked, Ji Yushi was captivated. Reminiscent of Lu Laolao's first entrance into the Grand View Garden in Dream of the Red Chamber, where everything appeared strikingly novel. Liang Yu harbored a surge of indignation, intent on capturing this strange silver entity. After articulating numerous reasons, it was evident that jealousy lingered beneath the surface. Ji Yushi offered a soft smile, wrapping her arms around Imo Huajin's neck, her voice sweetly melodic. If one were to truly unleash their power, it might very well attract the attention of the most formidable figures in Zhangzhou, potentially inviting calamity. Over the past year, Minqing Fund had established itself as an unrivaled titan in the financial realm, yet the emergence of Stun Financial, positioned directly opposite them, was a blatant challenge. He appeared to favor the Red Party. Why then would he voluntarily provide intelligence to the Manchurian Iron? Despite the push shot not being particularly forceful, his skill surpassed that of the average person. Yet, astonishingly, the ball was restrained. The frost aura bore no effect on the Lich Lord Lawrence, who floated his skeletal throne before Lu Yu, casually inquiring. This undoubtedly dealt a painful blow to Lu Yu's heart. Her attire fell off, foul, filthy, and tattered, distinctly different from what she had donned earlier. Ji Yushi recalled that today was a gathering where Li Luoqi was the main attraction. After a few pleasantries, she deftly returned to the subject at hand. Meanwhile, Li Ziyuan released a significant portion of the five elements' spiritual spring from within, submerging it beneath the ocean. These springs, brimming with spirituality, swiftly penetrated the bodies of those practitioners who had perished at the hands of the skeletal soldiers, siphoning the lingering spiritual energy within them. Upon seeing this individual approach, Lin Shiyu was reminded of earlier events, her face unable to suppress a smile. As the audience and the true souls engaged in lively discussions about the competition, the enemy's hero was dismantling the Dream Team's crystal hub, reducing it to a mere third of its full strength. The teleportation array had been successfully established. If desired, we could invade Earth at any moment, proclaimed Shakyamuni. Yet, Ho-E always believed that Chang'e was merely concerned for his safety, until he received the message left by Chang'e. Ho-E then realized that Chang'e had another meaning, which was to avoid becoming adversaries with the Golden Crow Prince, leaving her torn between familial ties and romantic love. The players of Team A, who were hiding in the grass, felt a sense of foreboding as the hero poised to ambush the Dream Team was unexpectedly discovered by Captain Plank. In his first move, Lu Bu did not intend to exert his full strength. Rather, he sought to gauge the true extent of Nantu's capabilities. It's not that. They are simply afraid of my father, and I am the only one bold enough to tug at his beard in public, AI Tang Tang proclaimed with a proud expression. Tang Yi, upon witnessing the 12 injured koi, felt a deep sense of compassion. Additionally, he was astonished to discover that these 12 koi possessed such formidable power. Initially believing them to be mere tools for Wang Tsong as fortune observation, he was taken aback to learn that the 12 koi could withstand a strike from Xuanwu. Furthermore, the ancient beast's regenerative abilities were remarkably potent. Even if its bladder were pierced, it would swiftly mend, preventing any leakage of liquid. To further illustrate, even if some liquid were to escape, it would not significantly impede its essence. Chapter 93. Pregnancy. The spirit of the ritual flickered with a glimmer, followed by an awkward cough. Your words hold no weight. He bent down, enveloping Su Qing in his arms and tossing her onto the bed, leaning in once more. Su Qing's eyes were vacant, and words seemed to elude her. What could she possibly say? She could neither escape nor conceive, and as time slipped away, she surrendered to despair. If death was inevitable, she resolved to choose a different manner of departure. Since she could not resist, she would simply close her eyes and embrace the moment. The once vibrant chat channel fell silent, akin to a pot of boiling water doused with ice. Despite the Western alliance led by Country M reveling in chaos, Su Hang's attention remained fixated on the land of cherry blossoms. It was absurd. Within the vast Chinese market, the Porsche family held a substantial share. To offer her another car, or even 2 or 3, was a trivial matter, merely a matter of words in his eyes. Yet, this triviality had escalated into a significant affair. The outcome was predictable. I escorted her to the teleportation point and departed, advising Luo Yue to fetch her sister. I merely offered a suggestion. Should you continue to disregard it, any ensuing chaos would not bode well. I remarked calmly. How could so many perish? Did I not already slay them? Wang Xiao, bewildered by the death toll, inquired anxiously. Esteemed guests, is there anyone willing to step forward for a chance to be my concubine? Mu Jing gazed wistfully at the audience below, her shyness evident. As some began to stir with eagerness. In this matter, Tai Luyan lacked the clarity that Ming Shuzhen possessed. Yet she was open to counsel and nodded earnestly at the words spoken. Having captured Li Muyun's attention, many felt a surge of excitement, initially regarding Ying Yi with hostility, but now curious to discern what made Ying Yi so exceptional as to earn the favor of the 10 sect leaders. We reminisced about an old friend, Ying Yu, one of the exotic beasts of the mountains and seas. Regrettably, only the two of us remained alive now. Under Li Gui's command was a minister named Chao Zhan, a man of considerable talent. Observing the silence among the high-ranking officials in the Grand Hall, it was evident they were at a loss. At some point, while meditating cross-legged, Wang Ling experienced vivid images unknown to him before, dragons soaring in the heavens, accompanied by some familiar yet unfamiliar figures, and upon glancing back, it appeared as if a planet had burst into flames. Meanwhile, the second squad, led by Yamamoto Gentar and Masahiro Shirnodo, encountered a substantial ambush of ghouls. Please, wait a moment. Have any of you seen someone wielding such a blade? The robust figure deftly twirled the gleaming blade in his hand and inquired with courtesy. Almost immediately, as a floating array materialized in an instant, it positioned itself just beneath Su Liang, who, leveraging the debris of the floor beside him, gracefully landed upon the ethereal formation conjured by his true energy. The masked man was taken aback by Shen Lian's formidable prowess and drew a short dagger from his waist, aiming it at Shen Lian. Cui Bin first glanced back at Ruan Qingyu, observing her as she idly gazed about, seemingly enjoying the scenery, while at her feet lay a motionless rabbit demon, its fate uncertain. In that moment, the 7 individuals present were momentarily struck dumb, their expression shifting to one of reverence as 3 or 4 of them divided into 2 groups, gathering together to clasp their fists and salute towards Cui Bin. The space began to mend, a dull gray realm enveloping them, apart from the additional 600 avatars of the thieving heavens wielding golden staves. The vast expanse remained shrouded in an endless, murky gray. Liao Xiang, a member of Ian's faction, arrived in Qingzhou, proclaiming intentions to eliminate Shen Cui Bin, but ultimately departed without locating his target. Damn, this wall can absorb internal energy. He disregarded the pain coursing through his body, sitting cross-legged to replenish his internal force. Chapter 94. Rescued by Jiang Yu. Su Qing smiled, her radiance illuminating the surroundings, while the spirit's gaze flickered momentarily before swiftly averting its focus. You possess remarkable prowess. The spirit pressed its hand against its chest, feeling an unwelcome sensation arise once more, a realization dawning upon it that the female before it had an undeniable influence. It scrutinized the female, its eyes darkening slightly. This uncontrollable feeling heightened its alertness, an impulse whispering that she could lead it to ruin. It ought to eliminate her. A voice within cautioned against this. The sacred temple of the altar appeared deceptively close. Yet the trio rode for an extended duration before finally arriving at the palace's exterior. Upon closer inspection, the palace measured 25 zhang in both width and length, soaring to a height of approximately 20 zhang, exuding grandeur and an imposing presence. With a thunderous shout, he kicked the proprietress several meters away, sending her crashing into the glass counter, where she fell amidst a flurry of shattered glass, losing consciousness. He gently blew on the completed calligraphy he had crafted, handing it to me, and I added a branch of red plum blossom beside it, thus finalizing the artwork. Zhen Hao effortlessly unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, flowing like a gentle stream, enveloping the room in a soft azure glow. Zhuo Zhantian remarked, our faction has never had a pathway to acquire spiritual stones. Our current assets are remnants accumulated from the spiritual mines of the Cui Long mountain range. What should we do then? He inquired. We cannot simply stand by and watch Long Luo perish. Ling Tianjue interjected. Of course not. Grant me a moment. I shall concoct an antidote. Only then did they remember that Ling Tianjue was a skilled alchemist, well-versed in the art of toxins. President Ouyang has arrived. Our auction can commence, a man respectfully announced. Gong Sunju immediately adopted an authoritative demeanor, for ever since Gong Sun X and her return to the Gong Sun clan, she had been showered with affection, garnering immense respect in return. A cataclysmic force obliterated the void, a circular halo howling as it descended upon Uba. Since entering this hidden realm, 6 or 7 hours had elapsed, and when Xian had entered, dusk was approaching outside. Yet, Within this place, it remained as bright as day, luminous as freshly fallen snow. As if the night did not exist, Mount Fuji stood majestically, where the melting and freezing snow met the mountainside. A colossal spacecraft. With its frigid metallic exterior and densely packed crystal circuits beneath its belly, unmistakably belonged to a realm beyond this planet. Zhou Ruodong gritted her teeth and resolutely positioned herself in front of Zhang Yin. Upon hearing Zhou Ruodong's words, Zhang Yin was momentarily taken aback, then cast her a glance filled with genuine admiration. Meanwhile, Wei Qiye's expression was fraught with murderous intent. As his voice resonated, he moved with blinding speed, transforming into a fleeting shadow. In the next instant, an overwhelming surge of elemental energy erupted from within him, exuding a formidable pressure that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying, clearly demonstrating that he was unleashing the full extent of his peak cultivation at the 8th level of the revered realm. Naturally, with so many ultimate warriors present, the traps laid by the 7 kills sect held little significance for them. Lin Biluo, feeling both embarrassed and bashful, lowered her head, her charming face flushed, which left Tang Lin somewhat mesmerized. Buer picked up his chopsticks and took another bite, savoring the flavors as if immersing himself in the experience. Though he had not tasted the dish that Ing Yi prepared during the retake exam, he still recalled the aroma that wafted through the air when it was cooked, subtly sour yet not overwhelming, within his acceptable range. Noticing her attempt to leave, Jing Liuguang abruptly seized her arm. Luo Huishue quickly tried to break free, but was taken aback by Jing Liuguang's strength, finding herself unable to escape. At that moment, both the King of Light and other extraordinary powers were momentarily stunned. Yun Qingying, realizing her words could not sway the situation, ceased her attempts and merely hoped that Yun Qingyue's retribution would come later, allowing her time to move freely before it arrived. She imagined her rolling in the snow, stubbornly defiant, which gave her a headache. This was certainly not an overreaction. Such mischievous behavior was not unfamiliar to her. Chapter 95, The Frenzy of the Spirit Offering. Upon hearing those words, Su Qing remained silent, merely casting a glance at her own abdomen. She was hastily led away by Jiang Yu. The spirit of sacrifice glared darkly. Jiang Yu, I shall end your life. It roared, controlling the mermaid puppet to charge forward, attempting to obstruct Su Qing and Jiang Yu. However, Jiang Yu was well acquainted with this maritime expanse, guiding Su Qing into the rocky outcrops, deftly evading the mermaid puppets and hastening their escape. The spirit searched the vicinity, giving a faint nod. Zhuang Yin surveyed the room in confusion, appearing somewhat disoriented about his surroundings. Surely, you recall the events of that discussion meeting, the Hunbei daily incident, followed by Mayor Luo Qingzhong's public apology. Engaging in discussions of power dynamics with someone like Lu Jingxing, who seemed quite earnest, left Zhao Jingce feeling somewhat exasperated. Yet he had no choice but to patiently elucidate. Xiao He gazed at Hualing in surprise, then turned back to the two on stage. Was it truly as Hualing had claimed? The common folk of Tongmu Township had grown weary of poverty. Now, any opportunity to earn money was fiercely contested. People have a tendency to follow the crowd. When everyone is impoverished, it seems inconsequential. Yet, once someone rises to wealth, envy swiftly ensues, rendering them restless. This phenomenon has its roots, for Taoist Hongjun established the world through the principles of yin and yang. The demon clan, by absorbing the essence of the sun and moon and the spiritual energy of the earth, takes form. The essence of the sun and moon embodies the dual energies of yin and yang, perfectly aligning with the celestial principles of Taoist Hongjun. Xie Zhongxin, the director of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, kept his head bowed, smoking silently, engrossed in contemplation regarding the words spoken to him by County Chief Zhao Zhanse over the phone. The actions of the Princess of the Abyss were utterly contrary to reason. He could not foresee them, nor dare to presume that there was no animosity. 7 shadows from the south were ambushed, 3 destroyed by Shisa and 3 by Moj, while the remaining 1 was eliminated by others in concert. Over these past decades, while his true form remained in seclusion, the Sanyang Taoist had not been idle, delving into various texts and magical scrolls. Surely recognizing the origin of this veil of mist, no matter how cunning Robert was, he could never have anticipated that the individual he was negotiating with was himself. Although the old fox had speculated that he might have ties to the Ajin clan, his non-committal stance was sufficient to render the old fox uncertain as to whether only a portion of the clan had allied with him or if the entire clan had pledged their allegiance. The frigid bathroom gradually filled with warmth, and upon undressing and stepping inside, Shang Wanshuer could not help but exhale a sigh of relief as the steam caressed her skin. If Cao Cao were to adopt a utilitarian approach, could he not see further than anyone else? Therefore, Ong baby, your rightful wife is in the south. Make your choice. After Zhang Jiaoyang had finished his call with Bu Ruibua, he sat listening to the unfolding news. He understood well the significance of this person. If certain individuals were to learn of his capture, they would likely find no peace in sleep, and desperate actions were bound to ensue. As Jiang Tingting reflected on her situation, her mother deceased, her heart turned cold by men, and with nearly nothing left in life, how could she not feel envy? Mr. Tang, how do you find the situation? Is collaboration possible? His assistant has remained steadfastly at his side, not departing even for a moment. Please convey what you have discerned thus far. Sui has not entirely yielded. Her gaze remains fixed upon the window. In the shadows, old Tiger Yun observes her silhouette. His heart a tumult of emotions. Earlier in the living room, he had meticulously noted every movement of Xiao Qingshan. Although he refrained from voicing his thoughts, he was acutely aware that the matter concerning the treatment of the ears posed a significant challenge for the esteemed physician, Xiao. As he lifted his gaze, he noticed several bundles of sun-dried green onions hanging from the doorframe. Despite the winter chill having rendered them quite rigid, a faint aroma still lingered. However, upon closer inspection, he had previously ascertained that these luminous orbs were indeed the original orbs, unchanged in the slightest. Chapter 96. Reviving Su Qing with Forbidden Techniques. Su Qing furrowed her brow. Realizing that Jiang Yu's actions were all for her sake, she took out a restorative pill and urged Jiang Yu to consume it. Meeting his eager, crimson eyes, she understood precisely what he desired. Su Qing raised his hand to offer Jiang Yu a soothing gesture. A long-lost sensation enveloped him once more, prompting Jiang Yu to comfortably close his eyes. However, mindful of Su Qing's well-being, he refrained from overindulgence. Feeling a degree of relief, he gently withdrew from Su Qing's touch. The nature of weddings seems to have transformed, no longer merely a simple ceremony of blessings. Zhu Daqiang's gaze flickered, judging by Wu Tianhaoqing's stride. He was significantly stronger than Jin Shanzhang, thus he dared not underestimate him. Fixing his eyes upon him, he braced himself for the impending battle. This time, the old man resolved to stake half his fortune on the gentleman. Long Ao Jun stood solemnly at the dock, gazing out at the vast sea, and slowly uttered his gratitude for being saved earlier. He who, struggling with each step, weakly expressed his thanks. Before Tong Yen could finish his words, he vanished in a flash. When others next discerned him, he had already severed the spines of several disciples from the hidden hall with the Taishan blade. Regarding the three bodyguards, Xieling Feng scarcely regarded them, a mere glance sufficing to gauge their capabilities. Ho Yu paused momentarily, aware that Yingsong was not jesting, as he could feel the turbulent energy within him, compelling him to remain still. Young Master Wei, are you indeed Wei Wuji? Someone among the scholars asked candidly. It appeared that even Zhang Shujie was uncertain of the specifics, yet Yin Tao showed no inclination to inquire further. After all, his primary reason for visiting Bayern was not merely the allure of a prestigious club. Had that been his sole intention, he could have chosen another team. He had come here because of Zhang Shujie. During warm-ups, Zhang Shujie received a pass from Chen Zihua and skillfully launched the ball into the goal defended by Donnarumma. Glancing back towards the Manchester City side, just as Ma Juanxiang parried a shot from Su Zi. At this moment, the flying dragon had succumbed to the ground. Its bony shell shattered, revealing a gaping wound on its back that exposed raw flesh. The dark green blood seeped out, rendering the surrounding flora withered and lifeless. As long as one held their breath and heartbeat steady, even at a distance of 1 or 2 meters, her presence would not be easily detected. There were also friends who previously advised against my writing lyrics. Truth be told, I truly do not wish to pen them down, for doing so necessitates crafting a storyline to accompany them, which proves rather cumbersome. Green was confined within an elemental cage, escorted by dozens of towering titans, making their way towards the elemental throne. In his ill intentions, Ian prepared to raise a white flag when suddenly he sensed a shift. Turning to see a graceful figure rushing towards him, it was none other than Yen Lingyu. 20 mechanical arms busily toil along the production line, most engaged in disassembling components while others focus on repairs and modifications. What began as a favorable situation suddenly took a turn for the worse. Realizing the imminent threat of following the fate of their kin, Yin Beast understood that passivity was not an option, at the very least. They could not allow the adversary to continue unchallenged. Upon the sheepskin-covered table supported by cowbone legs, a black stone lay conspicuously, indicating that the clan leader regarded it with indifference, treating it merely as an ordinary rock. Xie Zixing sensed a force propelling him from behind and heard the resounding clang of the iron door closing, signaling his entry into the brightly lit chamber. Heh. Go forth. The innate sword energy is not solely a sanctuary for sword nurturing. Take care of yourself, the elder remarked, lifting his gaze toward the heavens. Chapter 97. The mermaid ruins are on the brink of obliteration. Su Qing was taken aback, recalling the haggard visage of the spirit he had just encountered. Understanding dawned upon him. Jiang Yu, noticing Su Qing's reluctance to engage in further conversation, refrained from speaking. The spirit entered, accompanied by a child. The petite black mermaid bore a striking resemblance to the spirit. Su Qing gently placed his hand on the little one's brow and smiled tenderly. Do you favor the name Jiren? The spirit expressed no dissent regarding the name chosen by Su Qing. Observing the child's prolonged silence, the spirit lightly tapped Jiren's head. The trio of Luo, Xiao, and San exchanged grateful gestures toward Xuechan. The four of them were now united, akin to grasshoppers tethered to the same string. Their ability to navigate the imminent trials rested solely upon Xuechan. Chui Bin let out a thunderous shout before collapsing to the ground, breathless and utterly fatigued. His body lay immobile. While Chui Bin's spirit was formidable, he had not anticipated the resolute determination of the elder in green, who had instantaneously ignited his own spirit. Could the matters concerning Lin Yanqiu and Kai Yedwang be resolved? How much time remained for him to orchestrate everything in Lehigh? Qin gazed into the distance, where white clouds billowed, recalling the black pearl that had imparted her last words before her demise. My name is Yin Buhui. You coward. At that moment, a powerful figure will cast you aside to cover our retreat, mocked Emo Jiao. The contents of this situation were undoubtedly of immense significance to him, making a hasty escape impossible. It appeared that the adversary had exploited some celestial rule of this realm to conceal their true form within a dimensional space. In truth, this bow was hardly a remarkable artifact. It merely bore the title of a secret treasure. The generals under Xiao Mo's command found no use for such an item, nor did Xiao Mo himself. Continue. Do not falter, Xia Zheng urged, propelling himself in another direction. Consequently, the magical spirits and divine beings divided into two factions, seated silently in the grand hall and its surrounding chambers and plaza, exchanging glances without uttering a word. Yu Hao, somewhat bewildered, nodded and exhaled deeply before stepping out of the side room. He, noticing the absence of any narrative trigger, followed suit to see if there were any leads with Captain Hai Lumen. Suddenly, the white dragon steed beneath him was struck by two long spears, letting out a mournful whinny before collapsing. Jiayan leaped off the horse, brandishing his spear to fend off the encroaching yellow turban army. Make your vows if you must. For Fangyu, I would do anything. Why fear a mere oath? He declared. As long as there are no issues, that is satisfactory. However, I must ask, why did you choose that moment for your ambush? It was hardly an opportune time. You should have waited until we had worn down that deity before striking. If your ambush fails, it will be exceedingly difficult for us to turn the tide, Wu Guangying interrogated. Fenlier's magical armor, Swati, danced as if alive, swirling and conjuring a frost-laden whirlwind that momentarily encased the magical net in ice. Very well, I shall continue to practice my magic. Once I have gained proficiency, our strength will undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Upon concluding his words, Lonjon turned towards the training ground, having just begun to grasp the nuances of his practice when it was abruptly interrupted by Chu Yun. He realized he must hasten to make the most of this fleeting moment. Di Chou swiftly depleted the last of his thunder sealing sphere, unleashing his final thunder demon roar towards the earth demon wielding a sword. Unexpectedly, amidst the chaos, the cultivators had been embroiled in a fierce struggle over the storage bags. And ultimately, one individual managed to seize and open one, only to discover it contained no earth breath. Realizing they had been deceived, the scarred-faced man, incensed, ceased speaking and launched a direct attack with his blade. Taishurtzi did not evade. Instead, he brandished his spear, aiming for the heart of the scarred man. What brings you here? The moon goddess inquired of Wang Jin, astonished that he had ventured to this place. However, the situation was not in their favor, as the opposing soldiers were formidable as well. Apart from the sisters Fu Qingfeng and Fu Yueqi, who could effortlessly dispatch the soldiers due to their protagonist's aura, the rest struggled to gain the upper hand in battle. Chapter 98. Secrets of the Mermaid Ruins. Jiang Yu awakened. Su Qing observed that Jiang Yu still had his eyes closed, fearing that he too might be ensnared in an illusion like herself. Yet, no matter how fervently Su Qing called out, Jiang Yu remained unresponsive. Su Qing found herself with no choice but to pull Jiang Yu forward, as the path behind her had long been obstructed when she fell into the illusion. Despite her efforts to drag Jiang Yu ahead, they seemed unable to escape the confines of this room. Anxiety gnawed at her heart, fearing for Jiang Yu's safety, and time seemed to stretch endlessly. In the village, at the entrance of the Qin family courtyard, one could often hear the furious exchanges between old lady Qin and Kai Qiaolan. She lamented that she should have kept her distance from him. Wen Ye's journey had not been easy either, and she could not afford to ruin her own hands. Within the elegant chamber, Xiaohosi delicately held a strawberry, resembling a red agate, bringing it to her lips. With her pearly teeth, she gently bit into its tip, releasing a wave of sweetness that filled her mouth. The nine-headed bug watched in astonishment as the violet-black orb, recently shot from the divine cannon, transitioned from a state of firing to floating gracefully towards Gao Yu, eventually landing in his outstretched hand. The nine-headed bug exclaimed in wide-eyed disbelief, "How is this possible?" Huagua Mountain not only serves as the ancestral vein of the 10 continents, but also as the origin of the 3 islands, a celestial paradise formed from the primordial chaos. The mountain range stretches for thousands of miles, capable of accommodating a multitude of, after a day and night of flight. The spirit vessel had departed the void of the northwest domain and officially entered the eastern wilderness. The letter conveyed sentiments such as, a man's ambition lies in wielding a spear to achieve glory, first to repay his homeland, and second to manifest his lofty aspirations. As soon as the dragon meat touched his stomach, Gu Fei leaped up, exclaiming, "Goodness, the energy is overwhelming. I must carve out a cave dwelling for seclusion." "Pangu? You are Pangu. What is happening? What on earth has stirred even you, the Eternal One?" Su Qing favored ideas with depth and meaning, yet those that could lull Wang Meitu to sleep within mere minutes in a cinema. When his subordinates reported that Li Yin was seeking revenge on someone who had offended him, Pan Zhangwo felt a headache coming on. How could he not understand the son of Li Deming? Yet what could he do? He was merely the chief of the municipal police department, a mid-level official, incomparable to Li Yan's father. However, before they could truly engage in conflict, they simultaneously sensed something and turned to the wide-open door. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Gongyu had also awakened, clutching a doll, her sleepy eyes barely open as she emerged from her room. After some contemplation, Bingling finally said, "Very well. I will defer to your wishes. I shall take my leave now. I need to inform my family to send the invitations to those individuals in advance." After hanging up the phone, Hao Yang and Bingling briefly informed their families of the situation before discussing the matter of printing invitations. Yemo remained unaware of how this dreamlike realm would ultimately unfold in his absence. However, each time he entered this dream, he endeavored to leave no regrets behind. Deep within his heart, he perhaps hoped that this world would continue to evolve along its current trajectory. After a simple meal, devoid of any time for rest, he was once again assigned to continue his labor, only concluding his day's work after dinner in the evening. Of course, should you manage to endure through it all, congratulations are in order. You have successfully advanced to a higher realm. Lu Longhui, having not gained admission to a high school after graduating from middle school, stepped into society, obtained a driver's license, and borrowed some money from his family to purchase a truck. In response to Tian Chi's remarks, Wang Hongsan and Liang Chongtian wore expressions of regret, yet found themselves unable to counter his words. Nevertheless, even under such circumstances, Luciella did not cease her offensive. Her awakened form was particularly well suited for close combat, as countless large mouths erupted from her body, voraciously tearing apart Isley's shell. "You two should head to that flying vessel and wait for my return. I have some matters to discuss with the family head and the elders," Zhang Tai instructed, pointing to the vessel where his elder brother was situated as they approached the 2 flying boats. Chapter 99. I wish to bear your child. It was Su Qing who disrupted the machinations of the beasts and ultimately saved them. Jiang Yu's gaze was complex. Yet now, a more pressing issue loomed. Without the supply of resentment energy from the ruins, the demon clan would obliterate the merfolk's remnants. Jiang Yu's soul returned to its rightful place within his body, significantly improving his condition, but the impending annihilation of the merfolk's ruins left him gasping for breath. Su Qing tugged at him. "Jiang Yu, rest assured, I will not allow your kin to face extinction." Su Zhang, the Taoist priest, cautioned that opening a coffin demands utmost prudence. My good intentions were met with disdain, and I chuckled coldly. My body swiftly contracted, returning to its original form. As Muhan executed the Thunderlight shadow escape technique with remarkable finesse, resembling a shooting star that vanished into the horizon. The words of that elder from the subservient clan were not without merit. should Wei Zheng and his companions indeed find a way to return to the Xuanwu star domain. The likelihood of this matter being divulged is alarmingly high. Even after their ascension to the void refinement stage, they might return here to uncover its secrets. Regarding the incident of the student who jumped from the building, I caught a glimpse of it on television the other day. I inquired, holding the teapot. As I filled Lu Jianjun's cup, what has become of that student? The hound's spirit was on the verge of tears, pondering how it would have been better for Shaba to have ended its life than to endure humiliation here. Thankfully, the pain had subsided. Nothing peculiar occurred in your room that night, did it? I shifted the conversation. Observe the spirit tablet. Before it lies an altar, stained with blood and remnants of hair. I remarked as I approached, scrutinizing the scene before turning to beckon Shangwanmu, who, after 2 years apart, appeared to remember me well. The overlord of Western Chu was a figure from over 2 millennia ago, his self-styled sword, if it had not succumbed to the ravages of time, likely rests beneath the earth, inaccessible to the eyes of mortals. Although 60,000 god transformation stage cultivators may seem substantial, it is, in the grand scheme of a spiritual star, rather modest. That wisp of azure smoke represented a fragment of the divine soul of Taiping Shinran. Irrevocably lost yet preserved in the Qi-Tian mirror and the sword of all things for approximately a decade. A vibrant, multicolored spirit chicken darted erratically around the courtyard, while Morong Hongzhuang wielded a kitchen knife in pursuit. The pangolin, terrified, desperately clawed at the wall, and upon spotting Zhang Yi, lunged at him, trembling and clutching his pant leg. I seek no reward. I merely wish for your assistance in elevating my forging skills to level 6. Once accomplished, I shall compensate for the delay in your advancement by finding someone to assist you in leveling up, ensuring your progress remains unhindered, Blood Rabbit earnestly stated. Evidently, Zhao Yun must have known the entirety of the situation beforehand, which accounted for such a drastic transformation. Lin Yu remained silent, picking up a pair of chopsticks and flinging them towards Huang Mao. With a resounding thud, the chopsticks lodged the phone, which Huang Mao had just dialed 110 on, firmly against the wall. Indeed, should our comrades venture into the desolate lands for leveling, they must remain vigilant and heed this warning, as our prior experiences have illustrated. One Night Nation remarked, recounting their numerous encounters with wild monsters along the way. Pang Tong's assertion was astute. While 500 gold may seem trivial to Sun Tzu, it holds significant symbolic weight. The luxurious high-rise apartments of the harbor island, approximately 93 square meters, would have still been considered opulent even in the 1980s. A sum of 200,000 to 300,000 Hong Kong dollars is certainly required. The disciple of Bihu Peak emerged, wielding his sword, mere 10 or so zhang away from that senior brother of Tianguang Peak, surrounded by swirling clouds and mist, with flashes of lightning concealed within. The guards dared not linger any longer. Upon hearing Zhang Lanyu's command to leave, they hurriedly exited without delay. If I say it exists, it exists. There's no need for further discourse. Do you want it? If so, I can provide it tonight, but it ultimately depends on your ability to tame it. Han Lao shot a pointed glance at Zhao Exine, speaking sternly to him. Chapter 100. Persuading the Spirit of the Sacrifice. Jiang Yu clashed with the Spirit of the Sacrifice. Sword in hand, Su Qing initially made a move, yet the spirit clearly held back, repeatedly yielding to Jiang Yu. Enough. Cease your actions. Su Qing gazed at the spirit of the ritual. He had no intention of causing her distress. Yet, it was indeed his duty. And each held their own thoughts and positions. Su Qing preferred not to interfere excessively. Jiang Yu also noticed that the spirit seemed to yield to him. Feeling somewhat constrained, Jiang Yu did not wish for the spirit to accommodate him. He wanted Xiao Yu to understand that upon learning of Long Luo's decision, he felt a sense of relief. Regardless of the quarrels with his father and grandfather, they were ultimately family, and there was no need to become true adversaries. If he could manage to pacify these individuals, it would also be advantageous for her. The aide smiled knowingly and remarked, "My lord, have you forgotten about Quan Lang?" The remaining words he spoke could be seen as rather reckless, yet who has not speculated about the relationship between Quan Mo Xian and Princess Baochang? The black mist enveloped Zhan Anqing's body, rolling around the mutated grassland before settling beneath her. She was unafraid of interacting with children, however. Quan Yiding was originally an orphan raised by the Quan family from a benevolent hall and had suffered the loss of his mother. Clutching the materials, the High Priestess slowly circled the array, pausing at a specific position to place the designated materials within, as if she had rehearsed it countless times. She displayed no signs of hesitation. Eventually, as dawn broke, Fu Qin swiftly attended to state affairs before heading to the Zhongda Hall. Despite his busy schedule, thoughts of Xianji's struggles during her pregnancy weighed heavily on him, leaving him no time to attend to other matters. The zombie emperor earnestly counseled his son, who had recently achieved great feats for the undead clan, cautioning against foolish actions that he, as a father, must prevent. In the Lu family, she had been repeatedly instilled with the notion that serving the male master well was her life's objective. Xiao Tongxian had no doubts regarding the Lu family's methods. All right, you all can listen together. After all, this story isn't frightening. There's no need to worry about scaring the children, Xiao Yu remarked, filled with curiosity. According to the reports from Fenghu Lu, it seemed that Emperor Zhao had no intention of turning against the Qin royal line. Xiao Yu scoffed at such news. If Emperor Zhao were truly disinclined to confront the Qin, he would not have orchestrated so many events over the years. 190 years ago, Zhang Wuji practiced both the 9 Yin and 9 Yang arts and faced the world's top martial artists atop Mount Hua, with none able to match his brilliance. Brother Wang, it seems your anti-Japanese and anti-traitor corps lacks weaponry, correct? How about this? I will support you with weapons and provide some operational funds as well. As long as you follow my lead, you will still be commanded by Brother Wang. We will eliminate traitors and annihilate the enemy, with all weaponry and funding covered by me. What do you say? Li Han continued to incite. Evidently, these soldiers of the Demon Sand clan believed that Ning Tianlin's current state fell into such a category. Here, the river flowed majestically, spanning over 20 miles. The designated meeting place agreed upon by Feng Yi, Lu Biao, and Sun Jian. Zhang Jingqing nodded, casting an inquiring glance at the specialist, yet the latter also appeared uncertain, as he had never encountered such a situation before. As long as carbon exists, it should be detectable. A few elderly individuals in their 60s, brimming with excitement, rushed to the auction platform with an agility not typical of their age. They repeatedly pulled out magnifying glasses to examine their findings, exchanging glances and nodding in agreement. It was indeed proven that the Yellow Turban Army was merely a disorganized mob under the relentless assault of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. They were ruthlessly decimated despite their numerical superiority. The battle was a one-sided massacre, causing Jiming to squint, nearly succumbing to slumber. Any sentient being would refrain from indiscriminately slaughtering others, even when faced with potential sustenance. Chapter 101, The Crystal of Blessing. The spirit of sacrifice and Jiang Yu stood tall, their eyes filled with unwavering resolve. Even if we perish, we shall not allow you to be harmed. I will do everything in my power to protect you. Jiang Yu and the spirit of sacrifice assured in succession. Su Qing chuckled softly, her eyes crescent-shaped, radiating boundless affection. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Yu and the spirit of sacrifice were momentarily entranced, captivated by Su Qing's smile. At that instant, Su Qing seemed to glow, bestowing upon them an infinite sense of faith. The spirit of sacrifice wiped away her tears. No, it's unnecessary. I can manage on my own. Perhaps I misjudged earlier. Mistaking it for a wild chicken, Li Qingyuan remarked with a frown, his irritation evident. Setting aside safety concerns, simply being approached by traffic police for discussions daily was already quite suffocating. In the instant that radiant light shot forth, dozens of concealed beams also vanished into the sky. Lilith, initially intrigued by the humble outpost, was pinched by Lu Li, causing her to soften and collapse onto the serpent's tail, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, releasing shy gasps as the serpent's tail swayed incessantly. Before Lu Yao could speak, Anubis appeared beside them with an enigmatic expression, his demeanor somewhat displeased. As an Egyptian deity, it was already a significant compromise to ally with a player like Lu Yao. However, he had not anticipated that Lu Yao would not only refrain from aligning with him, but would instead conspire with the Assyrians and Hebrews. Hu Fei chuckled softly, following Guan Mingsong into the room, only to be taken aback upon discovering that Hong Changqi was seated on the couch within. Cinderella hurriedly wiped her hands clean and lifted the blue gown, which seemed to shimmer with a radiant light, drawing everyone's attention. She believed that if she were to cleanse herself and don this exquisite dress, she would undoubtedly capture the princess gaze and become a true princess. However, he could not fathom why Chun Haoyang would abandon Hu Fei in favor of nurturing Chen Pingyu. It was evident to all that Hu Fei was far better suited to bear the weight of the Chun family legacy, in terms of both capability and approach. The Guardian Alliance, comprised entirely of soldiers with formidable execution capabilities, was coordinated by the Hermit S organization, allowing the members to disperse and head towards their respective destinations, intending to participate in this trial as a purely player-driven army. Nevertheless, Su Tianhao possessed the ability to employ clairvoyance to observe the land. Although it appeared merely as a layer of yellow earth, beneath it lay rich black soil, presumably fertile. Zhang Lang, with his hand pressed against his forehead, expressed a profound sense of exasperation towards Sundali, whose demeanor was rife with disdain. Subsequently, Zhang Lang uttered Bruce Lee's most iconic slogan and, without hesitation, threw a punch towards Sundali's nose. In essence, amidst this grand endeavor to rescue the world government, they too played a significant role. Before Yuntin could finish his words, Yue suddenly launched an attack against him. Yet, it must be acknowledged that Yuntin was indeed formidable, despite having only one arm left. He matched He Yunwei in a fierce contest. It was imperative that no one disturb the patient lying on the operating table, not even the closest of kin, as it was his responsibility towards the patient. Wait a moment. Upon hearing Zhang Lang's words, he hurriedly turned to leave, appearing as though he were fleeing. Shinro quickly called out to stop Zhang Lang. Yuji's waist met his head as Pei Yikuan slightly tilted his head, enveloping her in his embrace. Yuji sat up from the bed, recalling the dream she had, her expression a blend of amusement and melancholy. Hawkins, with a stoic countenance and flickering eyes, sought an opportunity for survival. As he remarked, in the face of overwhelming power, even a voodoo doll would not sustain for long. With no other choice, she decided to first check on the severely injured Qin Jingyun, caught between Qin Jingyun and Qin Yuanlu. Chapter 102, The Discovery of the Merman Ruins. Su Qing rolled her eyes dramatically. When did I ever say that I wanted to keep you all here? Jiang Yu, in the spirit of the ritual, exchanged a surprised glance, thinking they must have misunderstood. Su Qing, what do you mean? Su Qing arched an eyebrow and smiled. I can facilitate your departure from the mermaid ruins, but you must follow closely. Jiang Yu, in the spirit of the ritual, exchanged glances, their eyes glistening with anticipation. Could this pose a danger to you? Jiang Yu inquired. Still, Su Zhe traversed a different realm, harnessing the power of time tenfold to cultivate his divine soul. By leveraging the strength of his soul, he meticulously guided his blood circulation, gradually undergoing a transformative exchange that ultimately led him to attain the rank of martial saint. Subsequently, Su Zhe devoted himself to relentless practice, contemplation, and the distillation of experience and lessons learned, before engaging in further training. Chu Muyu, Yi Hong, Xing, Rong Sheng, and Feng Yin successively expressed their stances, yet only Fan Ting declined to participate. He, the weakest among them, felt that returning would yield little assistance. Thus, remaining to help care for others seemed the more pragmatic choice. His consciousness ensnared the fleeing soul-devouring banner, as waves of soul power continually permeated it. At dawn, Sun Tzu awoke from slumber, silently sitting upright against the headboard, reminiscing about his memories spanning 40 years. Nevertheless, despite this, the achievement of Ji Yuan's two primary objectives posed no significant challenge, one being the rescue of numerous citizens from the realm of Tianyu and the eradication of certain so-called beastly nations, and the other being the crippling of the TNQ alliance and its closely allied demons. Astonishment echoed from within the thatched cottage as the national master expressed his surprise. Ning Beichuan, somewhat taken aback, did not anticipate the strength of this individual's resolve. Initially startled by the mention of the term immortal, he did not retreat in the face of difficulty. I have no parents, so I do not know what to compare with you. The outcome my father most desired was for one among us to emerge as a candidate for the next president of the association. Before long, the call connected, and fortunately, it was not the voice of a young girl, but rather the kind tones of Professor Li. Noticing his arms still bandaged and flanked by a dozen imposing figures, it was clear he was preparing for a resurgence. From Chun Xiang's perspective, the treasure of the thunderstruck wooden sword was the most valuable item within the entire underground space. However, his fear of triggering the formation prevented him from taking the sword with him. King among kings. Such audacity from the Seven Stars sect. First, a divination scion, and now another fortune-telling prodigy has emerged. Han Yun muttered to himself, and then a brilliant light erupted from his eyes. Who allowed you to enter? Who permitted your presence? Lu Jining trembled, her body shaking with a mix of rage, excitement, or perhaps other emotions. Her inherent grace and elegance vanished entirely before the man. She circled the sofa, flailing her arms in a frantic display of agitation. Dare you still laugh? Do you seek death? Brother Fat exclaimed, incensed by the audacity of this young man's disdain towards him. A profound-level expert, undoubtedly a profound-level expert. How can this be? He is so young. At this moment, Uncle Wang was filled with an inexplicable dread, unable to withstand the effortless punch delivered by Qin Tian. However, upon witnessing Su Wanyu's dedication, pouring her entire wealth of expertise and passion into achieving the most exquisite design, he felt a twinge of admiration. Mei Dai and her companions first ventured to the mall to purchase sweaters and coats, then returned to the hotel, where they coincidentally encountered the police conversing with the front desk manager. Lan and the others accompanied Mei Dai back to her room to change, while Yamazaki listened attentively from the side. Unintentionally, they cleared away the greatest obstacle in Carson's pursuit of romance. Out of the corner of Beihai's eye, he observed Carson earnestly instructing the four models in surfing, his focused demeanor and gentle smile a stark contrast to the lackluster effort he had displayed when teaching him earlier. Chapter 103. The giant monster of the sea. Su Qing found herself unable to intervene, thus proposing a vote for decision-making. The merfolk deemed Su Qing's approach fair and just. On the day of the election assembly, Jiang Hu and Jiang Yu stood confidently upon the platform, eager to showcase their illustrious selves to Su Qing. However, the scene that unfolded before them darkened their expressions. The spirit offering and Qing Ming flanked Su Qing, one presenting food while the other distracted her, drawing her attention away. Once the dark tide receded, the chasm lay shrouded in pitch darkness, where the corpses of the dark source ants formed towering mountains of remains, nearly filling the several dozen zhang deep ravine. Thus, our target is here. Guojia indicated a point on the map. The aristocracy of Shuzhou represented a formidable force. Entrusting them with the repair of the dam was prudent. Firstly, they were locals, more familiar with the terrain and water flow. Secondly, it would eliminate these unpredictable variables from the city, facilitating Sun Quan's stabilization efforts. The challenge lay in the sustainability of the settlement, which constituted the true crux of the long-term existence of human outposts. Success was inevitable, for I lack nothing but the divine fire of heavenly principles, having now acquired it. All would naturally proceed as if water flows through a channel, Nan Feng remarked. At this moment, Tu Tuel felt that Wang Lang's voice resembled the call of death, each word resonating like a morbid echo. His forehead was already damp with sweat, beads trickling down as he stood before a piece of blue brick, thoroughly soaked by his perspiration. Yet, he dared not wipe his brow, his mind racing with thoughts. Following a bloodless conquest of Lujiang, Sun Ce did not, as the world anticipated, seize Yuan Shu's stronghold in Shouchuan. Instead, he appointed the relatively unknown Li Shu as the governor of Lujiang and promptly returned his forces, secretly heading towards Jiangxia. Even if the sorcerer Pang Ban were exceptionally powerful, he could only be considered an equal to this individual. Otherwise, if there existed someone stronger, it would likely be the already fragmented Ling Donglai or the legendary Chuaneng. Numerous locations comparable to the sacred spring had been discovered, yet they were all occupied by exceedingly formidable beasts, rendering any attempts to seize them futile. His origins were a painful chapter, one he had long avoided revisiting. In his recollections, there was a day when his father lost everything. In truth, he had already squandered all that he could afford to lose. This time, he even wagered away his own surname. Little did he anticipate that Qin Yu could traverse his rivers and oceans. This technique, capable of effortlessly obliterating even the highest mountains, could not, however, shatter Qin Yu's corporeal form. Witnessing the two prepare for self-destruction, how could the Star River God King allow their plans to come to fruition? With his own formidable presence, he firmly suppressed the explosive energy of the two, while elders Wei Qi Hongfeng and Yu Qiaoman extended their own might in unison. As they were equally unwilling to see their sect suffer calamity, they all beheld the Moon Elder. It was too late to retreat now. To depart at this juncture would only invite her disdain. Yang Nan, resolute, chose not to evade. Yet, he suddenly found the silhouette of the middle-aged man somewhat familiar. As he realized the identity of this individual, the man abruptly turned around. For instance, if I were to acquire a valuable mine, I would wish to exchange it for some elixirs. I cannot merely sit idly by the roadside, clutching a stone, awaiting the passage of others, can I? Moreover, even if many were to pass by, it is improbable that even one among 100 would possess elixirs. He searched frantically through the vast seas of flames, akin to a madman, and in that moment, he believed he had finally recalled something significant. However, despite his reluctance, upon seeing her bashful demeanor, he could not help but steady his heart immediately. Zhang was fortunate. Upon arriving in the Kyoto battle zone, he became an underling of He Jindong, thus avoiding a multitude of troubles. Yu Feiyang was also in a favorable position, for he held considerable utility and none could harm him. Among those departing the team, Jiang Xiaobin was the most concerning. Chapter 104. The Power of Dominance. Su Qing's expression darkened. She was not something to be consumed or deemed appetizing. How about we engage in a more intriguing game? Since words have failed us, let's take the initiative. Su Qing spoke up, and the blue-haired man lazily lifted his eyelids to cast a glance her way, a spark of interest flickering in his gaze. What do you wish to play? Su Qing's eyes flickered with intrigue, as she deftly baited him, eager to ensnare him like a fish on a hook. Let us engage in a game of hide and seek. Hide and seek? What manner of game is this? At this moment, the Ning family residence was ablaze with light, every member wide awake, awaiting in Ning Qingxiang's villa. Though the hour had long surpassed midnight, their spirits remained remarkably high. The Student Activity Center served primarily as a venue for various events, such as singing, dancing, and welcome parties, along with a plethora of themed speeches and gatherings. Presently, he found himself in a vast cellar, or perhaps an experimental laboratory, standing over 2 meters high and surpassing the footprint of the buildings above, all fortified with concrete bricks. Inside lay an array of glass instruments, including beakers, test tubes, and alcohol lamps. Such an extraordinary talent in the sword arts, albeit merely at the initial stage of the void refinement realm, had left behind sword scars that eclipsed those of both the senior brother and sister Sikhan. What implications does this carry? Sun Qixing quietly closed the door, with special forces soldiers dispersed around the hall. As the 20 or so Brazilian naval officers convening instantly became captives of the Chinese Independent Army, turning to regard the faintly glowing black screen, devoid of any visible cracks. It appeared as if it had been rendered entirely black due to an excess of fissures, unable to fracture further. Had it not been for the weak glow emanating from within, it might have been entirely overlooked. The attendees included architects, urban designers, and transportation planners, a diverse array of talents. Most were aware that future technology would feature flying cars, with only a handful oblivious to this fact. It was then that realization dawned upon them. No wonder Mr. Yang from Future Technology would be present here. Rest assured, after March, the day of the Grand Elder's emergence from seclusion will arrive. At that time, all island masters will gather at the Su Qing Hall for an audience. And that will be your moment to act, Lan Ji remarked coldly. At the left route Green Camp's headquarters, Ma Rongha, who had held office for less than a month, exhibited a demeanor markedly different from just days prior. Despite Oil City being a picturesque coastal haven, its GDP largely depended on the oil refining and ethylene industries, and environmental concerns could not be overlooked amidst economic growth. In this matter, the sole source of comfort for me was that the previous night spent with Su Qing liberated me from the worries of previously believing myself impotent. Though that evening was a haze, and I was unaware of how long it lasted, I no longer found myself, as I had on 2 prior occasions, unable to control myself before anything even transpired. Long Xiang expressed his satisfaction. Well done. Stay here to warm up. I shall place my bets and draw lots to see if fortune smiles upon me, hoping to secure an easy target in the first round. After speaking, he exited the room, while Qin Lang picked up a jump rope to warm up. For a moment, the area before the Dayu Chamber of Commerce returned to tranquility. And soon, Nanjing Road resumed its usual bustle, with pedestrians discussing the figure of Xiao Shan, who was greeting various tycoons of Shanghai. As Li Tianyou's voice faded, his aide swiftly recorded the military order and turned to relay it. Li Tianyu gazed at the aide's retreating figure, his eyes glimmering with hopeful anticipation, then turned to Wani beside him. One by one, the nobles and magnates made their appearances, and Lin Yu realized that this vessel harbored numerous significant figures, causing him to shake his head in astonishment. Could it be that the reason for Shang Wenrou's recovery was not merely the act of casting her into a vat of water, but rather the divine devouring transformation technique absorbing her flame? Chapter 105. Reluctant to kill her. Oh, your belly is quite large. You could almost race a horse with it. Zhu Chan was taken aback, his sinister eyes vacant. This was not right. The little female should not be so frightened as to scream for mercy, worrying about his belly size. TSK, you must eat a great deal at once. The size of your excrement must be immense. Zhu Chan mused. How vulgar this female was. Have you ever visited what lies within your belly? The emperor had also heard the news of Duan Ning's capture, and he was understandably anxious. For Duan Wang had only this precious gem, now seized by others. Tu Yaoyao, feeling too lazy to engage with this peculiar situation, gestured to Leon, and the group bypassed the weeping elder by the spring, who was crying without shedding a single tear, and proceeded directly through the shimmering gates. Just as they were en route, several men in black appeared, claiming they were to take Chu Wanning away. Those present obstructed the black-clad men, refusing to let them take Chu Wanning. Jiang Yunli swiftly subdued them, brandishing his sword at the injured figures on the ground. The words seemed familiar. He recalled how, when the monsters first emerged, Ning Jihua had articulated similar sentiments, albeit then it was about maintaining communication and mutual assistance. Clang. Two short guns were drawn by Su Qing and joined together to form a double-headed gun. He chuckled. Oh, it's nothing serious, merely heat exhaustion. I will write a prescription to ensure she awakens within half an hour. Huanan smiled. Haha. The laughter of Lan Ji, reminiscent of someone having their laughter points stimulated, captured everyone's attention, though due to the prevailing tension, no one delved into the reason behind his mirth. This was an immense circular space, with grand circular structures rotating and intertwining in a suspended manner, forming a gigantic web, from which blinding white light streamed through the gaps. It is for this reason that some fundamentalist human trainers might prefer to diligently hatch their own eggs, perhaps. Robert received the brochure but did not open it. Instead, he stared blankly at Zhang Tianyuan and the few others beside him, stepping back with a slight lack of coordination in his movements. However, under Mr. Jack's leadership, the Assassin Alliance initiated a counterattack with remarkable precision. It is unnecessary to speculate further. Only the Emperor would provide such insights, not as a favor, but to gradually teach Inchi the long-ignored art of mastery. It remains uncertain whether Inchi has recognized the Emperor's intentions. The celebration feast has been temporarily set aside as the court fervently embarks on the reconstruction of the northern cities and deliberates the establishment of a regime in the North Plains. Luo felt an icy chill enveloping him. He could not identify the source, yet an indescribable tremor surged from the depths of his soul, overwhelming him. Despite being a martial artist, an inner disciple, and a formidable presence on the human rankings, he trembled at that moment. The long night dragged on, and she found himself unable to sleep, sensing an unsettling aura permeating the task at hand, though he could not articulate why. He resolved to continue the mission alone, eager to uncover what developments might arise. Chunfei lowered his head, contemplating the concept of a military academy, and then provided a succinct explanation to Li Shimin. As dawn broke, Bai Haijun and Zhou Yang walked side by side down a narrow alley. As the new leader of the southern city, Bai Haijun had not engaged in violence for quite some time. However, this time, the long-absent Bai was finally enraged, rallying his brothers, who had been conducting legitimate business, to once again wield the long-forgotten machete. The Empress Dowager's decision was both astute and rational. If the reports from the Emperor's side continued to indicate stability in his condition, many would be hesitant, allowing her to seize this precious time to explore and ascend slowly until the day she could stand independently. Chapter 106. Who plays whom? Su Qing pressed the remote control, and the submarine surged forth at a velocity of 200 knots, vanishing from sight in an instant. Ju Chan flew out, while Su Qing sat back with her legs crossed, exuding an air of leisurely contentment. What are the massive sea monsters? With a little ingenuity, they could easily be transformed into playful pups. While others strolled with their dogs, she took her stroll with fish whales, no less. Who could rival her in such a pursuit? Ju Chan returned after more than 3 hours, and as Su Qing observed the positioning, she noted that they had nearly drifted beyond the deep-sea trench, only to be intercepted at the exit. At this moment, Su was entirely indifferent to the fate of his companions outside, stealthily infiltrating to indulge in the delicacies within. Possessing combat prowess comparable to that of a war king and excelling in stealth and night warfare, he managed to slip in unnoticed by others. After swiftly delivering 5 strikes that felled his victims, he strode out of the Guangming Temple, making his way directly westward. Su Yuan was unfamiliar with the meaning of excruciating pain, yet whenever her stomach ached, it was a torment she felt deeply. This time, she happened to be on a train, adding a layer of discomfort to her already awkward situation. Jiang Feng rolled his eyes, realizing, my dear wife, I am indeed the brother-in-law of Lu Batian. Jiang Huiran appeared anxious, yet felt powerless to act, relying solely on Ma Yunfu. Zhao Xinting, unable to bear the sight, glanced at Jiang Huiran, hoping he would assist Ma Yunfu. However, Jiang Huiran could only shake his head, lacking any viable solutions himself. The fourth convoy consisted solely of Hong Ding, a level 3 evolved, who found it exceedingly challenging to deal with the salamander. In contrast, the third convoy boasted 3 level 3 evolved, Zhang Haoran, Gao Ya, and Zhu Hong, effectively crushing the salamander, which was not a corpse king. Oh, is that not the 9th on the human rankings, endless Lak Huang Ming? He also arrived at the luxurious hotel atop Wedding City, where a few individuals gasped in astonishment at the window-side view. This occurrence left the ordinary employees bewildered. Some speculated that Lu Donghai and Qin Zhao were relatives, while others even ventured to suggest that Qin Zhao had a preference for men like Lu Donghai. Kai Jing, stroking his beard with a subtle smile, was well aware that this anecdote stemmed from a day when he, along with his brother Kai Bian and Mi Fu, were drinking together. During that gathering, Kai Bian inquired about Mi Fu's remarks. However, human nature is often steeped in vanity. One must strike at the heart of the matter to elicit satisfaction. At this moment, interrupting Zhang Tian's seclusion could prove perilous. What if he were to reach a critical juncture in his cultivation? In Shichi hastily interjected, "If you possess the ability to kill me, then do so without hesitation. For if you do not take my life, I shall be compelled to take yours." The ghostly figure cried out in a chilling voice. Meanwhile, Li Su executed his earth-shifting technique, traversing thousands of miles beneath the surface in an instant, ultimately uncovering a colossal deposit rich in cadmium and sulfur. During this period, an independent enclosed space was discovered, encompassing an area of over 500 miles. This colossal bubble, formed by nature, has given rise to this peculiar locale. Receiving the legacy of the Dragon Clan and returning to one's origins is the fervent desire of Hu Yujiao, the driving force behind her relentless pursuit for over 90 million years. With this opportunity at hand, she would naturally not relinquish it easily. Everyone regarded Wang Hu and Wang Tian with peculiar expressions, realizing that, no matter how one looked at it, this seemed to be a meticulously orchestrated plan by Wang Tian. Many aspire to believe they can alter the morality of others. Yet in this world, has there ever been a truly benevolent individual? Do not trample upon insects, ants, snakes, or mice. Do not pluck flowers, grasses, or trees. Maintain a vegetarian diet throughout the day, frequently light incense, refrain from insults, avoid anger, abstain from violence, and shun lascivious thoughts. Who among us can truly accomplish this? Although he was aware that he had lost not a single hair from his body in those years, the sight of the looming dragon instilled a sense of fear within him. From the mirror inside the car, Advisor Li noticed my clenched fists and the tears of sorrow streaming down my face. She halted the vehicle and retrieved a tissue from the compartment, handing it to Hu Xinlei. Wang Tian, with a cold sneer in his heart, extended his hand, and to his astonishment, the enormous gray sarcophagus began to soar towards him, coming to a halt abruptly before his very presence. Chapter 107. The Summoning of Spirits. A cool sea breeze swept through, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of crashing waves. Su Qing felt a tingling sensation on her face, and as she drowsily opened her eyes, she was met with the sinister gaze of a figure possessing an aura of malevolence. "Are you not afraid that I might devour you?" Su Qing languidly stretched her limbs. "If you wish to eat, there is no need to inform me. Perhaps I am already within your belly." Zhu Zhan chuckled, gently tapping Su Qing's nose. With his smooth tongue, he rose, and Su Qing followed suit. It was evident that if too many able-bodied men were conscripted, the immigration team would lose not only its momentum, but also the capacity to fend off the incursions of Tubo and the various tribes. "You wretched woman! Have the bastards returned from the outside?" Wang Chunxiang exclaimed, her malicious mouth opening once more in astonishment. "Cursed ugly creature! What enmity do I bear towards you that you would wish to ruin me?" Subsequently, Zhu Yuan's eyes turned crimson, his expression wild as he roared. "Classmate Tian Tian." To prevent Tian Tian from continuing her sarcastic tirade, he swiftly silenced her. Thus, during the collection of the autumn agricultural tax, the court further reduced the tax rate, which has now plummeted to 3%. For it was not approval of her musical talents that had Prince Wang nodding off, but rather he had succumbed to slumber. Lanmi, her face aglow with joy, gently caressed, becoming increasingly enamored, wishing to seize the axe and wield it like a mountain-splitting thunderbolt. The Shadawa cavalry appeared to treat the pursuit as a game, entirely disregarding the fact that their opponents were merely defenseless civilians. After taking the medicine, one could head to the hall for breakfast in about 10 minutes, complete a few simple tasks, and then enjoy free time, surrounded by patrolling personnel wielding electric batons, leading a monotonous existence. "I do not seek vengeance," Zhou Ji replied with a bitter smile, believing that even if he harbored some animosity, he would never harm her, even if given the chance. Lu Huai, suspicious by nature and deep in thought, would not easily let him off the hook this time. Su Fugu hesitated briefly before deciding to inform her of his joining the new rabbit organization and the subsequent tasks ahead. Yi Jiaro did not bother to rid herself of her disheveled appearance, She pretended to dash around the corner, aiming her trajectory, and collided with Yang Huili. Seemingly affected by the impact, swaying precariously. "Big sister," she hurriedly said, "my brother does not look good yet. Wait until he grows handsome. And then I shall show him to you," eliciting hearty laughter from the adults. Yichu could not contain herself and burst into laughter. If Lu Wei were to see this article, his face would surely darken like the bottom of a pot. She knew they could bear the defeat. Yet returning in such a manner would surely invite punishment, wouldn't it? She turned her gaze towards Su Qing, asking with a look that questioned whether it was truly acceptable to allow them to proceed unimpeded. Lei personally arranged for Su Chu and Yi Feisher to stay at Songfeng Courtyard, only to encounter the subtly dressed Xian Mao sneaking in. Hearing her friends teasing, Qin Shi Yuan found himself at a loss for words, sulking as he downed another large gulp of alcohol. The bravado he once flaunted now returned to haunt him, and his resentment towards Yi Chu deepened. Generally, those engaged in labor donned such attire, yet today there was a touch more flamboyance than usual. The individuals were clad in short brown garments, adorned with vests emblazoned with the characters for Ding Hai. After exchanging a few hushed remarks, Emperor Jing'an proposed to Qin Fengyi. "How about sharing the imperial carriage with me?" Upon perceiving Qin Fengyi's moment of hesitation, the emperor quickly adjusted his proposition, seeking a graceful exit. "Never mind, with you aboard. It would be quite cramped. Let De Yang accompany his grandfather instead." De Yang readily accepted, brimming with joy. With trust established, their guard naturally diminished, and gratitude surged forth, prompting the parents of the 40-odd children to nearly prostrate themselves before Sun Qing and Principal Zhang. Unbeknownst to how much they had consumed, Xiao Wanqing eventually succumbed to slumber, only awakening at the faint light of dawn. Chapter 108. Gentle guidance. As long as Su Qing remains outside the realm of the sea monsters, she enjoys her freedom and occasionally exchanges a few words with the spirit of the ritual. Nowadays, as long as the spirit can see Su Qing, it pays no heed to the past events that once troubled it. Su Qing returned from outside, bringing with her delectable treats, while Zhu Chan stifled a yawn. Having already slumbered through the day, is she still not fully awake? Su Qing extended the food towards Zhu Chan, who gazed back at her with a languid, mischievous glint in his eyes. As they strolled back into the city, Feng Fei's heart brimmed with pride and self-assurance. She recognized that she had accomplished something remarkable, and her confidence in her own abilities soared. This battle reinforced her belief that with unwavering dedication, nothing was insurmountable. Xie Qingxian deftly extricated the hem of his garment from Lu Ning's grasp, deliberately slowing his pace as he exited the bedroom, wary of disturbing someone still lost in slumber. Behind the celestial path, 3,600 rings of divine law materialized, momentarily granting her the authority of the heavenly realm. Once Aou unified the lawless territories, even the gods of the heavenly realm would think twice before challenging him, having to first assess the strength of his loyal allies. Initially, the 100 Flowers Divine Repository held absolute confidence in transforming the two into yin-yang elixirs. Yu Tianxin fell into contemplation, pondering whether her system was solely capable of exchanging soul rings and medicinal items. "Ayun, did you inform Uncle Village Head that you sensed some impending danger?" Lin Hao inquired. Tong Zheng shot a wary glance at the chessboard, hesitating before placing a black piece with a decisive snap. "Understood." Huang Shiji was familiar with the peculiar haze of the Green Camp soldiers, prompting him to immediately call for his subordinates to shield the Qing soldiers on the battlefield while they indulged in opium. Upon regaining his composure, his thoughts first turned to Hong Xiuquan, the man who could effortlessly dominate the realm of mortals. Today's events had made it abundantly clear that Qi held an unparalleled position in the heart of the Southern Prince. She need not constantly remind herself of this truth. Dongfang Yu had carved out his own niche within the heart, a development that had emerged unbeknownst to him. Wu Yasiking felt the absence of interaction from within, but dared not intrude recklessly. The Card Emperor recounted, "What I witnessed was precisely this scenario, and I sensed no force maintaining the stillness of those conical bodies. Then we continued to gamble, while I could also manage such feats." The power to decompose the dice was perpetually disrupted by her interference, leading to the dice often being damaged. "Are you truly solely motivated by money?" Ruan Yi began to entertain the notion that Su Lang's words held merit, for if Su Lang were indeed a subordinate of the king of Qingdu, he would not dare to address Zheng Zi so casually. In the middle of the corridor, an unremarkable laboratory marked the destination of Lin Tao's journey. The two entered without hesitation, pushing open the door. The sign at the entrance boldly proclaimed, "T-Virus Biochemical Research Laboratory, Charles." I donned the pristine suit gifted by my seniors. and everyone was impeccably dressed, ensuring not a speck of dust marred their appearance before stepping out of the room. Though it is now autumn, the weather in the south remains quite warm. The suit I don feels somewhat stifling, yet I hesitate to dishevel it, fearing it may appear discourteous. Thus, Lin Tao finally comprehended why the professor, despite occupying a robust physique in X-Men, The Last Stand, reverted to his original form in days of future past. Cheng Yi and Zhao Zhihua emerged from the door, while Lu Tianxiang and He Yin jovially cradled a child each. Naturally, before parting ways, Zhang Tianqi handed everyone a rough map of the village that he had retrieved from the shopkeeper. It seems rather implausible that a distinguished chairman of the Fu group could be so intimidated, yet upon reflection, the Fu family pales in comparison to the Pei family. A mere word from the Pei family could spell disaster for the Fu group in an instant. After all, can a businessman truly dare to contend with those at the center of power? Chapter 109. The great demon transforms into a youth. The water is too shallow. I cannot remain long. Su Qing felt a wave of frustration. This was an uncompromising stance. It was quite amusing, and I can assure your safety. If they fear you, we shall return, and I will accompany you. Zhu Chan was swayed by Su Qing's words. He too longed for the land. Having glimpsed from afar the birds and beasts that roamed above, so different from the fish of the sea, he yearned to savor the essence of those terrestrial creatures, wondering if they might be as delectable as the gentle females of his kind. As today marked the eve of the new year, the populace was immersed in the festive atmosphere, leaving the streets nearly deserted. At that moment, a voice echoed in Ouyang Ming's ears, a voice that seemed to demand his obedience. Lulin smiled faintly. Indeed, experience was invaluable. During this time, Luo Shuifu sought to seize the opportunity. Eager to secure his promise, Tai He Lao Zhu also joined in, noticing Tai Kong Li's stillness as he searched for something, prompting him to extend his consciousness. The idea was commendable. However, after repeated assaults, they were astonished to discover that the formation had not been breached. Please, take a seat. Luo Shuiyun finally gestured toward the edge of the bed after a prolonged silence, her voice devoid of any sorrow, soft and faint. The blossoming fireworks drowned out her words, yet for reasons unbeknownst to her, she suddenly felt a warm urge to both laugh and weep. The warriors, their armor askew, seemed to catch the scent of meat wafting from across the river, gradually regaining their spirits. Just then, a towering figure clad in black robes appeared, drawing in many of the strange beings previously vanquished by Kai Ying. He was about to hurl a bowl in frustration when the other party immediately lay down, pulling the blanket over their head, showing no desire to engage with him. There was a need to repurchase the copyright. Later, when I had some money, I considered buying it back, but they were asking for over tenfold the original price. Ji Haoding felt disheartened. Yang had not seen his father and found himself somewhat unsettled. However, Li Jing soothed him, and after his nightly routine, Yang dutifully fell asleep. As for Li Jing, she was the one who unleashed the thunder. With her mental resilience, she could sleep soundly even if others could not. In the realm of modern medicine, life is indeed deemed precious. As long as a sufficient price is paid, it becomes exceedingly difficult for the patient to take their final breath. Tao Yi, originally brimming with anticipation for the arrival of a fortuitous moment, found himself unable to contain his impatience and inquired with the person who had previously broached the subject with him. Song Qianru gazed at Lu Huai, whose demeanor remained as indifferent as ever, prompting her to instinctively take a few steps back. Sister Yan, having emerged from the doorway, understood that training soldiers is a true test of patience. Having spent time among the locals, Sister Yin also grasped the intentions of Qin Fiki. Although Fu Yi did not hold a high position, merely bearing the title of the director of the National University, he also possessed another identity, that of the Crown Prince's tutor. Furthermore, when Luo Qi alerted him, Gaoang had already gathered several essential materials for the offering, and he decided to procure the remaining items as well, as the total was under 30. Meanwhile, that first love suddenly revealed that they were afflicted with a heart condition and did not have long to live, requesting that Lin Lang relinquish the person to him. What? Could you repeat that? Yang Leffen only heard a buzzing sound, failing to catch even a single word from Ping Er. I possess only this amount of money. You may take the entire 200,000. Bang Tu snatched a black leather bag from his subordinate and obediently handed it to him. Li Ning uttered a simple thank you, and for reasons unknown, a brief silence enveloped both of them. Had it not been for the interference of the Turks, the well-ordered formation of the Liang army, even if unable to defeat the Zhou army, would have undoubtedly inflicted significant casualties upon them, thereby severely depleting their morale. After all, the Zhou army had endured a prolonged period of combat and struggle, leaving them physically exhausted. However, there is a saying that 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. The bloodstained giant, despite his injuries, ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming assault from so many opponents, eventually collapsing beneath a tree. Chapter 110, Female of the Flower Tribe. Come on. Sister will take you out to play. That little face is too deceptive. As Su Qing spoke, she noticed a fleeting flash of mischief hidden in the youth's eyes, causing her skin to tighten slightly. Ahem, well, ha ha ha. Do you believe me when I say it was unintentional? Zhu Chan squinted. What do you think? Su Qing fell silent, raising a hand to assist Zhu Chan. The porcelain-white skin that had occupied his thoughts now lay beneath his touch. The destruction of the ink cherry world was attributed to him, yet he continued to bully her. Such behavior transcended mere beastliness, rendering him a disgrace among beasts. A veritable embodiment of moral decay. Time slipped away, each moment more suffocating than the last. Darkness gradually enveloped the sky as the moon ascended slowly, bringing with it an overwhelming chill. His gaze, icy and unyielding, turned toward Ningyi, and the fury capable of obliterating the heavens coalesced into a single roar. The two conducted a cursory examination of Shiyao and their surroundings, each offering a brief account of the scene. Yifeng, come, this is your horse, Lanka said, signaling for a black steed to be brought forth to Yifeng. Who exactly was he? And who was the RA he once knew? What was the nature of their relationship? What kind of place was the Nine Paths Manor? At this utterance, the 30 exalted ones could no longer contain themselves. They unleashed their oppressive aura, preparing to strike. The blades surged forth, an enigmatic force rising around Suolong, yet it circled him, resolute and unyielding. Zhou Ziong first downed a drink, then turned to Li Jianrui, asking, "Are you serious?" "No jesting. It sounds rather solemn." As his words fell, one among the 3 monks ignited in dark, infernal flames. Huiju cast a glance toward the white-clad ghost, ensnared tightly by the Buddha's light, pondering in silence. After the entire arm of the purple forest goddess was pierced by the cold edge, it became encased in frost, rendering her momentarily immobile, unable to retaliate against Nagong Yu's assault. The blue rose spider flicked its sharp, elongated legs, its eerie eyes locking onto its target, one claw crossing over another, as a blue halo burst forth and expanded into a massive net. The initial web remained unbroken, yet a second one loomed. Amidst this, a distant rumble echoed from afar. Unmistakably the onset of battle between Luo Yi and Caecilius. At this news, Fis and the others were taken aback. Without delay, Fis swiftly unfurled his angelic wings to ascend, while Isha Bei, the Madblade, and Babette prepared their respective defenses. Elder Wu pointed his staff, conjuring a colossal magic circle, as the earth transformed into molten lava. In that moment, Luo Yi leapt sharply, narrowly avoiding a plunge into the fiery abyss. Mo Yu shot a resentful glare at Zhuang Xiaoyu before turning on his heel to leave. Yet, Mo Mei gazed longingly at him, prompting Zhuang Xiaoyu to shake his head with a bitter smile before retreating indoors. However, He Manqing also resided in the villa. Although the two had yet to engage in any relations, it was merely a matter of time. Leitu? Yilin pondered for a moment, suddenly realizing that the name sounded eerily familiar. I understand. Master, grant me a moment to process, he said before swiftly exiting the hall, gesturing for Heisey to follow him. Jiang Yu scampered into the kitchen, commanding the servants to bring a bucket of ice. Once the bustling crowd had been dismissed, he began to wield his knives with fervor. After speaking, He Yuzhu made his way towards the garment factory, which was not far behind Yang Qingyi's establishment. He turned his head away, suppressing the tears that welled in his eyes. He was earnestly struggling to contain his emotions, unable to articulate the torrent of feelings within. At that moment, the protective arm guard, damaged by the earlier explosive blast, lay in tatters, revealing the dark skin marred by crimson streaks. Were it not for the concern of appearances and the need to adhere to protocol, they might have already resorted to violence in their desperate bid to seize the individual. Chapter 111. A pair of missteps she, with a vine-like grace, aimed for the poisoned needle and gently withdrew it, redirecting its trajectory towards the male. Astonished, he widened his eyes. This maneuver was notoriously effective. Today, however, he had truly faltered. Realizing it was too late to evade, the poisoned needle struck him, and his complexion shifted dramatically. He fell to the ground, frothing at the mouth, rolling several times as he crawled towards Hua Ma. Hua Ma, please save me. Huama cast a cold glance at the male figure on the ground, a fleeting sense of disgust washing over her. When the Tyla people fled, although Enlua was not too far from the scene, he could no longer be seen dozens of miles away. Thus, when over 100,000 cavalry of the Xia army pursued westward across the Suma River, Enlua was taken aback, yet his heart brimmed with anger. Like a death god ruling over the entire underworld, by Mou coldly laughed, sending shivers through the hearts of the royal guards. Days later, the Starry Sky Company held a press conference to unveil the usage of their new currency, the credit point. With this credit point, individuals possessing the new identification could purchase any product from the Starry Sky Company at any location and time. Little did they know that Jiang Tian had not only cultivated the 9 transformation soul refinement technique, but also possessed the supreme ability of the broken illusion divine eye, rendering him immune to the allure of illusions. He was well aware that the fashion gala hosted by Mai was on par with that of Paris, attracting numerous world-renowned figures who would not want to miss such an opportunity. Meanwhile, the combined assaults from Xiao Daoya and another cloaked figure struck Jiang Tian with immense force, nearly shattering his body and sending him careening backward, crashing down dozens of miles away and creating a terrifying pit in the earth. Witnessing this, Lu Jun was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Li Yang was a skilled practitioner with considerable prowess. Reacting instinctively, he changed his approach, transitioning from a grappling technique to military boxing, delivering a punch toward Li Yang's head. Leading the pack were Bei Men Yi and Bei Men Bing, 2 elders who were but a step away from the Dan realm. In the southern region of Goguryeo, although Zhu Wei continued to resist the Xia army with a newfound mindset of self-preservation, he found himself pushed back to 300 miles south of Pyongyang, indicating that a monumental battle was destined to erupt in the city. Stabilizing his pace, he intentionally created distance between himself and Lung Muyu, the dust settling slightly as his racing heart calmed. His gaze, filled with complexity, fell upon the person in his arms, who, in contrast, appeared completely at ease, gazing at him alluringly. Knowing full well that he was no match for Yiwu Xie and having yet to discern Yiwu Xie's temperament, Qin Yun dared not verbally confront him. Fully aware that such an action would invite trouble, many wealthy households had purchased grain at exorbitant prices, resulting in substantial losses, even if they were to repay later. The damage was already considerable, which explained why many took the risk to rebel. General Wu Wei of the northern town. General Wu Wei shall prevail. A chorus of heartfelt cheers rose and fell in the air. Qin Yu shook his shoulders, and a shield materialized before him. The fire cloud sword crashed against the shield with a resounding impact, erupting into a blinding red brilliance as flames surged forth. That was the light of St. George, the sigh of the Dragon King. It was during my assistance to Indix in removing the collar's constraints that the magic was unleashed, Zhou Chao softly remarked. Am I dead? In the final moments before consciousness faded, the setting sun lingered in his thoughts, filled with a sense of nostalgia. Su Jingbu was taken aback, utterly perplexed by the sudden announcement of a holiday. It was evident that something had transpired within the company. Li Ying's unexpected request for time off suggested as much. Since the boss had made such a decree, he naturally complied. At that moment, he realized that his aunt must have harbored concerns, which prompted her to leave Do's mother behind. Thank you, but I feel quite content with my current life and have no intention of making changes at this time, replied Ji Daizunai, gently shaking her head, her tone calm, yet her expression resolute. Chapter 112. The seduction of the female. Hua Ma's eyes sparkled with understanding. She knew that Uncle Hua had been convinced. As long as the old clan leader intervened, the female would have no escape. She was determined to witness the demise of the female with her own eyes. Su Qing, disturbed by the serpents from the previous night, scattered a ring of realgar powder around the house at dawn. Yu Chan observed this with a wrinkled nose, expressing his disdain but offering no commentary. Su Qing, having dealt with her affairs, turned to behold a throng of individuals, or rather, a multitude of vibrantly colored serpents approaching. The leader, Zhu Ning, concurred with the prince's reasoning. Eliminating a few individuals would, at the very least, ensure the compliance of the others. Should they refrain from such measures, the entire contingent would inevitably collapse. With the title of a disciple of the Duke of State, Yu Qian found himself navigating through challenges effortlessly, and before departing, he discreetly slipped 1,000 taels of gold into his possession. An Xiao felt a twinge of sympathy for Tian Feng's maturity. The Tian family primarily suffered due to the burdens imposed by Tian Xinchuan's father. The elder had been afflicted with hypertension and had suffered 2 strokes, leaving him bedridden. As the eldest son, Tian Xinchuan resided with his parents, shouldering the responsibility of their daily needs, with the majority of his salary devoted to his father's medical expenses. This was, however, a common plight. If this rat priest were to be easily vanquished, how would the Haimeo clan instill such trepidation in so many? Moreover, Zhou Xiaofeng was aware of certain rumors surrounding Xiangwan. He knew she was in the imperial city, yet he had been unable to find an opportunity to reach out to her. As Zhou Xiaofeng's sole friend from middle school, he had longed to reconnect. Then, as the two teams adjusted their heroes' positions, Jace and Akali exchanged places in the mid and upper lanes repeatedly. "Child, you must ultimately depart from the ancient grounds." Li Tong to discern the emotions swirling within Li Nanyang's heart. He bent down to embrace Li Nanyang, observing the reluctance etched upon her delicate face, and playfully brushed her nose. Following Zhu Di's intentions, he planned to act decisively, transforming the raw grain into cooked rice, mobilizing the army for a northern expedition, and then remaining stationary in Deepening, thereby facilitating a natural relocation of the capital. Meanwhile, as the ghost market's master pondered silently, the lanky figure of the Yinma Hanjia beside him languidly spoke. Watching Zhao Hongmei, who continued to dispute, Xiang Zhendong felt a growing vexation. Could it be that his mother truly harbored secrets from him? The rose raised her gaze to the gilded plaque of the royal temple, silently lamenting its placement. While it suited the palace, it somewhat tarnished the temple's aura. Taking advantage of this moment, the Qi soldiers besieged the city, capturing Zhen Dingfu at sunrise. Thus, the front line of the Great Qi advanced to the vicinity of the Jinding River, reclaiming over half of the territory lost to the Jin dynasty. With only the areas surrounding Zhongdu and Datong yet to be recovered, once I bestow upon you the power of the half-beast clan, what are illusions but mere trifles? They are not but traitors of the half-beast clan. Yin Xinghua's voice carried a hint of resentment, an emotion he rarely displayed. In the corner stood a bamboo framework, a stark contrast to the exquisite and vibrant flowers of the princess's residence, while the trumpet vine bloomed in a fiery crimson. Zhang Peng cautiously surveyed his surroundings, sensing that the danger had indeed subsided, and he relaxed his furrowed brow with a sigh of relief. His hands were bound behind him and around his neck. Besides the deadly firelock collar was a gleaming longsword, the high priest's face beginning to fracture. Yuana spoke eloquently. Having discerned that Zhang Long hailed from beyond the Wuyo continent, hence his thorough introduction, though some matters proved to be far more intricate than he had anticipated. As he was lost in thought, gazing at the canopy above the bed, he suddenly sensed someone approaching. Qian Jiao turned her head towards the door, only to realize that dawn had already broken. Rubbing her temples, she sat up. 10 slaps across the face were not enough to instill a sense of dread that would deter further transgressions, yet they were sufficient to breed resentment born of pain. What sort of melody could induce such a headache? Bei Minjing recalled a time of madness when he had lost his wits. It was during that episode that he felt the essence of the undying Ming Huang technique stir, restoring fragments of his memory. Chapter 113. Excessively greasy Huama. You know, my greatest love is for you. Huasia's gaze was imbued with an alluring charm, his eyes brimming with deep affection. His beauty captivating enough to render any ordinary female powerless. Huama, avert your gaze. I understand, but for my sake, you must go. I want that wretched woman to suffer a miserable fate. A fleeting smile flickered in Huasia's eyes as he reluctantly departed. He had heard the previous day that those males were utterly useless. It was a wonder Huama had even bothered to pay attention. Zheng Jiaoi, the party involved, stood momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend why Fan Hongdao had suddenly shouted those words. The nominal crown princess, Zhang Jie, had merely held her title. Su Zhao had intended for Zhang Jie to seek her own beloved, but Su Manqing expressed her desire to remain with the crown prince instead. She even suggested that if the crown prince were to have children in the future, they could be listed under her name for her to raise. All is well. You can leave the day you are discharged. There is nothing to worry about now, Gu Huaiji said gently. Gu Liyuan hurriedly stood up, following the two women out, turning back to offer me a grateful smile. Typically, this season in Russia would witness heavy snowfall, and given the vast, sparsely populated landscape, significant snow would often block roads, taking a long time to melt. President Xiao discerned the implications of President Zheng's words, though the matter was exceedingly embarrassing as the saying goes. All's fair in love and war. Regardless of the humiliation, one must first lure the adversary back into the city. In doing so, even if they intended to launch a surprise attack, they would be met with some degree of caution. If the doctor's words were deemed unreliable, what then could substantiate the credibility of your claims? I struggled to restrain my foot from following hers, stepping on my own shoelaces with my left foot. The classmates' gazes collectively fell upon Fan Hongdao, most imbued with sympathy. Upon hearing the news, it was reported that Fan Hongdao was obstructed by the supervisor in the corridor upon his return, and it took considerable effort for him to extricate himself. Now, with the class time approaching, he was summoned by the doctor alone, which likely bodes ill for him. Zhang Jin observed Chen Ziqing, who was still intently watching Chen Qingyan. Humph, half an hour has passed. Summon the divine seer back, or do not blame us for taking action. After the Hunter King spoke, a multitude of skilled individuals emerged from behind, seemingly intent on capturing the divine seer. Fang Zihua inquired about the duration required to set up a floating bridge. Upon reaching the front line near the southern bank of the Yongding River, Lu Shuai sought out the chief engineer of the Army Corps for consultation. Ace, having spent only a day in New York, was promptly sent away by his grandparents as they prepared to relocate to Los Angeles. Consequently, he arrived in Houston a day ahead of the Lakers. Upon his arrival, Ace contacted Yu Ming and went straight to his residence after Yao's training concluded. After several days, once the Central Executive Committee of the People's Party had established their bottom line for negotiations with the Americans, it was not until noon on July 2nd that Hopkins finally made his appearance. After nearly 2 hours, having restored his internal energy to its peak, he concluded his meditative posture. This marked the second time he had been glared at, leaving Mu Yi somewhat embarrassed as he rubbed the back of his head. Initially, he intended to invite Zhao Zi and another to join him for breakfast, but considering they might still be asleep, he decided to proceed with caution. As for whether the nation's higher-ups were aware or not, it remained uncertain. However, as of today, no one had approached Zhou Ming with inquiries. The middle-aged man sat cross-legged on the stone bench of the pavilion, fingers forming a mudra, eyes closed in meditation, internally reciting the mantra of his heart method. Nevertheless, his orders had been issued, yet the 10 pirate leaders were reluctant to part with their fortunes, having followed Christoph and amassed considerable wealth. The military standard vessels of the Federal Alliance were treasures not easily acquired, and having discerned the enemy's tactics, they were reluctant to see these destroyers destroyed in vain. Chapter 114. Tempting allure. Zhu Chan emerged from the crowd upon hearing Su Qing's shout, his languid gaze sweeping over Su Qing and the others. It seems I have arrived too late. You dare to harm my toys. Su Qing curled her lips, but her life was of utmost importance. Quickly, douse the flames. I need to cook this thoroughly. Zhu Zhan observed the little female's flushed face, a glimmer of mischief flashing in his eyes. He gathered a significant amount of water in his palms and splashed it towards Su Qing. The fire was extinguished. Su Qing's mastery of summer wind Xingyi Quan was not particularly profound, especially since she had not practiced in many years. Her skills could only intimidate ordinary individuals, and she would falter against a larger group. The gap must have closed, as it is not a stable existence. I have not sensed any fluctuations from the gates of hell. Maya elucidated Summer Wind's confusion. Cheng Lingsu's expression darkened. She was unwilling to engage in further idle chatter. She patted Toliai on the shoulder and stepped out from behind him, gazing intently in silence. Chao Zinhuo spoke in a low voice, causing Bu Jingyun to pause in his tracks. If the concern was merely that the enemies outside were too formidable, Bu Jingjun would have surely disregarded it. When Zhang Biwu arrived, he was preoccupied with thoughts of how to avoid falling into the trap set by Yang Sikang. Naturally, he had also brought money to seek assistance from Zhuo Lianyu, who harbored resentment towards Yang Sikang, hoping Zhuo Lianyu could aid him. Zhang Biwu reminded him that the key was balance to achieve a state of equilibrium. What did this mean? It meant the left hand holding the bow should be level, the right hand pulling the string, the wrist must remain flat, as exerting force would disrupt the balance. The front fist should align with the right eye, and the arm behind must be level with the right ear. Wu Tian, clad in baggy trousers, approached the window, reaching up to inspect the area beneath his armpits, meticulously searching the window mirror. Perhaps due to the abundance of mosquitoes in the office, combined with his aversion to bathing, he had become a target. His underarms had itched throughout the night, likely from mosquito bites. Wait for the right moment, he mused softly, lifting his head to find that the several 2-star saints and over 21-star saints had already departed. He did not utilize his phasing ability. Although it offered invisibility and defensive capabilities against material and energy attacks, it was ineffective against spatial rifts. This rendered his phasing, once a means of concealment, virtually useless when confronted with Yufan's phasing prowess. My dear uncle, what is it that you desire? A gentle and soft voice emerged from behind him, belonging to Athena. who had remained in the shadows until now. Liang Hua had discarded his socks into the trash bin, lacking the patience to wash them. Louis let out a tremendous roar towards the sky, and in that instant, an overwhelming wave of pain engulfed him. As if a violent force sought to tear his body asunder, a chill ran down my spine, an acute sense of danger enveloping me. As a bloody gaze scanned the surroundings, I looked up to meet a pair of fervent eyes. In the next moment, a flying knife struck against the long sword with a swift whoosh, followed closely by an iron ruler that forced the swordsman to retreat. Qisha revealed a card, summoning a Maya stone pillar that rose prominently, emitting a piercing sound wave that instantly drowned out Yu Jian's voice, and Hop Lei, unable to fully hear Yu Jian's declaration of attack, halted his own assault. Yu Jian, while reflecting on what he knew, analyzed the reasons behind the disappearance of the three whom he had fought earlier. The severed head fell to the ground, bouncing a few times before coming to rest. Staring skyward, the bloodied visage, disregarding its lack of resemblance, bore a striking resemblance in expression to the head on the ground. Is this the guardian deck? Yu Jian gazed at the familiar cards in the graveyard, casting doubt upon the true identity of his opponent. Chapter 115. A bullet to excite Yu Huama finally caught sight of Zhu Zhan, whose captivating face from afar nearly caused her to lose her footing, prompting Hua Xie beside her to urge, "Huama, hurry. This opportunity is rare." Huama hesitated momentarily, but recalling Hua Xie's words, she gritted her teeth and hastened towards Zhu Zhan. Zhu Zhan sensed the sunlight beside him being obscured, and his brow slightly unfurled. Though he was not particularly fond of the sun, he begrudgingly accepted it for the sake of the little female who adored it. He smiled and looked up, and upon seeing her cunning and lively demeanor, Song Yanjun seemed to exhale in relief, lowering his head and unhesitatingly kissing her lips. Naruto, just awakening, felt a surge of magic within him, finally breaking through to the level of a mage, in stark contrast to her deliberately disheveled appearance from yesterday and now. The imperfections that lay beyond her control were the very aspects she dreaded him discovering. Shenqing informed Gao Xian that each level of the Purgatory Soul Tower possessed distinct attributes, and the hierarchy of the tower was not arbitrary but followed a certain pattern. I just sensed the presence of the young master, feeling a sense of familiarity. "May I inquire if you are a disciple of the Tiangong sect?" Mengyu asked. Li Qingchun felt a jolt of surprise. Had not his master mentioned that the Tiangong sect had declined, and few in the world were aware of its existence? Du Rong slowly withdrew his hand, and in that moment, an indistinct premonition enveloped me, akin to being ensnared in a nightmare. Cap laughed nonchalantly, picking up a piece of rice cracker to munch on as he spoke. "Are you suggesting that this Wu Shanshan has some connection with Longjia?" Mo Chunshan furrowed his brows. Though Empress Shin seemed to wield control over the entire court, who could have anticipated that her kin were fundamentally disinclined to support her? Kakashi paused in surprise. Is that the reason? He twirled his kunai before stowing it away, responding with a decisive tone. In a certain building, 3 masked mercenaries concealed on the 65th floor exhaled in relief upon witnessing the disarray of the streets below. The ancestral crystal also possesses varying grades. The ones collected by the Yuan family are merely the most ordinary of these crystals. On the ground, a colossal fissure, stretching 100 meters, suddenly appeared, causing all structures above it to collapse instantly, sending debris flying. Why must 3 immortal sovereigns hold grudges against the younger generation? Is it necessary to bring about the demise of young Master Yang? The Emperor Tuo inquired solemnly. The two had come seeking Ling Duyu to concoct puppets, only to receive a message indicating that Ling Duyu had already reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Ling Duyu had ascended to the 5th tier of the Golden Immortal stage, significantly surpassing Kakashi, who was only at the 3rd tier. Jason, having barely escaped back to Phrygia, was swiftly executed before he could defend himself. In a report to the Persian king, Phanabazos argued that the betrayal of the Greek mercenaries, who had been entrusted with critical tasks, was the primary cause of their defeat in the battle against the Greek coalition. The only one daring to rush forward, Gu Tianxue, was restrained by Zhuoyu. She hesitated, gazing at Zhuoyu's frosty countenance, ultimately refraining from her stubborn advance. However, the price paid was exorbitant, nearly surpassing Hong Jun's capacity to endure. In that singular instance, not only did Hong Jun consume a vast amount of rare resources, but he also suffered injuries to his very essence. Even now, he is yet to fully recover. A complete restoration may well take over 100,000 years. Haha, murder. Do you realize whom you are extorting? A cheerful voice resonated as a figure materialized before them, the Emperor Tuo wielding his scepter, descending from the sky. Yet now, He found himself filled with regret, lamenting why he hadn't acted sooner in his youth. A verse echoed in his mind. When flowers are ripe for the picking, one must not wait until there are no flowers left to grasp at branches. Chapter 116. Imitate her. Do you wish to die? Gu Chan's languid voice sent chills down Huasie's spine. His gaze flickered. Through several observations, he had gleaned some understanding of the boy's nature. No, no, no. I do not wish to die. Please, spare me. I am still quite useful. Look, I can perform magic tricks. As the enchanting words of Huasie fell, a leaf was delicately pinched between fingers, and a flame erupted, swiftly transforming into a vibrant crimson flower. Gu Zhan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This was rather captivating. Jiang Ao immediately let out a mournful scream, but before he could utter a few more cries, he felt a lightness in his body, as if he were soaring into the air. Liu also relished the company of individuals with such personalities. He perceived her as somewhat eccentric, yet undoubtedly astute. Perhaps even remarkably shrewd. The scattered group was indeed formidable allies. Having grasped the underlying truths, they feigned innocence as if they were genuine novices. Once they completed self-studying the textbooks from the final semester of the 5th grade, they would delve into the content of middle school. These observations not only indicated that Qin Yule was ensnared in a profound fantasy, but also demonstrated his ability to comprehend our words without confusing people with objects. He was merely lost in his own reverie, responding to the police's inquiries with unrelated answers. After securing everything, Yuan handed another to Yuan Lijia, while keeping one for herself. Suspending the doll and beginning to twirl it with her fingers, I remarked that she had just transferred and should maintain a low profile. Yet now her triangular eyes radiated such arrogance that it seemed impossible to be discreet. Hence, I decided to intervene at that moment. Ma Gue inquired whether he had indeed transferred from a prestigious high school, as he appeared anything but a student from such an institution. Upon seeing that Qin Wuming merely shuddered, devoid of any dust upon him, the two officers were taken aback and exclaimed in astonishment. Song Xue's smile gradually faded, her arched brows knitting together as she contemplated that Su Huibing would inevitably follow in Jiang Chao's footsteps, storming in, defeating all the guards, and rendering the Dingyan Tower utterly humiliated and stripped of its dignity. Just then, she spotted Shinshin approaching, and Liu flicked the cigarette but into the trash can, hitting the target perfectly. Initially, she harbored understanding, believing that Qin Huining's past replacement was unjust, and it was reasonable to feel a sense of crisis. Since it was said that emptiness could enhance oneself, and emptiness served as a vessel for one's intentions, though its nature was exceedingly vile, it could not alter the fact that it was intrinsically linked to oneself. If it could empower emptiness, it would consequently symbolize her own strengthening. Thus, Meng Jiuqin continually reminded himself to remain composed, never allowing a victory to lead to complacency, nor a defeat to plunge him into irrevocable despair. After bidding farewell to several individuals, Meng Jiuqin returned indoors, where his loyal soldiers prepared paper and ink, and he began composing letters to Wang Zhongfeng, Zhu Ming, Zheng Xian, and others. Following the successful occupation of Pingshan town by the army, they divided into 3 routes. Han Shouzheng led the southern route, capturing towns such as Tuanlin, Majan, and Shiqiao to serve as a barrier to the south, while Wang Zhongfeng commanded the northern route, taking towns like Jufeng and Taoluo for northern defense. Although the Mockingbird Society had been separated, the Flying Dragon Society had never relinquished its ambition to re-establish its Asian branch, with arrangements already made in Tokyo. Little did they expect that the present Subai would exhibit talents far surpassing those of Suzhou. A gentle drizzle enveloped the scene, raindrops pattering against the car windows, producing a rhythmic sound that rendered those within the vehicle somewhat anxious. Sun was not particularly audacious. Having narrowly escaped death, she should have been shaken and frail. Yet she appeared remarkably unscathed. He did not immediately retire to rest, but instead placed 2 basins to collect water on either side, sitting cross-legged in the center to cultivate. Was Lord Baiya searching for Lord Chong? Suddenly, the voice of Li Mu resonated. Baiya felt an inexplicable jolt in his heart, accompanied by a surge of ominous premonition. Nevertheless, he was quite pleased. After leaving behind a pile of healing potions, he departed hastily, as if pursued by a ghost. Luo Kunyu commanded the blacksmiths accompanying the army to forge a wolf spear, as per Mo Qian's instructions. Chapter 117. An unfamiliar scent. Su Qing's body stiffened momentarily as she turned to face a pair of azure eyes, which were now gazing at her with profound affection. What brings you here? Su Qing beheld Lonjon's lips curl into a smile as he approached her, intending to draw her into his embrace. Suddenly, a white wolf leaped forth, bounding into Su Qing's arms, its head nuzzling against her. Lonjon's expression darkened. Did Lan Ji lack all sense of propriety? Not recognizing the order of arrival? Su Qing observed with disdain. You have changed your skin twice this month, wasting my efforts twice. This entire year has been in vain. With that, he rose abruptly, seizing the empty wine jar from the table and hurled it at the middle-aged man's head. Gui Wu sat cross-legged for a moment, gradually regaining some of his internal energy before retracting the Thousand Ghost banner. At that moment, the illusory hellscape began to dissipate with the death of the heavenly general. He scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense and swiftly fled in another direction. Ironically, in her previous life, she regarded the Zhang family as maternal figures, even covertly assisting them against her biological mother. Yuan gazed at Niao Wuming, as if to utter something, yet ultimately refrained from speaking a word. By now, the sky had brightened considerably. Amidst the hazy morning mist, a warm ray of dawn pierced through the verdant leaves. In branches that necessitate substantial physical experimentation, mathematics serves merely as a tool rather than the primary core element. In such realms, Shenxi found it challenging to grasp the core technology through mere theoretical understanding. Bailan accompanied Jun Feng as they navigated around the screen, lifting a brocade curtain embroidered with auspicious clouds, revealing another compartment within. Upon uttering this remark, all the strategists, save for Qi Jiabin and Huan Chong, burst into laughter. Excluding the cacophony of irrelevant chatter, the scene was undeniably elegant and exquisite. In the Blood Emperor city, these formidable beings were all somewhat connected to the Blood family. Upon realizing that they would not be poisoned, they confidently took action. And the situation in Blood Emperor city was swiftly brought under control. With Du Fei's assertion, Xie Bingxin ceased to speak. If she were to persist in her stubbornness, it would be utterly oblivious of her. In the presence of an understanding individual, there was no need for deceit, especially given his strength, which rendered any pretense unnecessary before the gray-cloaked figure. Should any remnants be preserved and returned to the myriad clans, bestowing them upon the sect disciples would undoubtedly constitute a significant achievement. However, Xie felt no trace of trepidation, for he understood that only formidable adversaries could foster his continuous growth. Unbeknownst to him, his personality was influenced by the Azura bloodline, making him increasingly combative. After all, Azuras were born for battle, and Xie was but a newly awakened Azura. Brotherly, I believe it is somewhat inappropriate for those two children to be together, Tang Junyao remarked. Time trickled by, and in the anxious gazes of the crowd, 2 full days and nights elapsed. Yi Lingsu, in a moment of spiritedness, was not a dullard. She understood the validity of their arguments but was unwilling to show weakness, so she closed her eyes, feigning slumber. She did not insist on leaving. And Zhu Wei felt a surge of joy as she picked up a silk fan, gently fanning her to disperse the surrounding mosquitoes. Given Ji Ziqing's prowess, dealing with an ordinary divine general posed no challenge. However, she stood no chance against a deity-level expert, particularly one as formidable as the kind-hearted deity. Ji Ziqing would undoubtedly falter in a confrontation with the kind-hearted deity. Upon hearing this, everyone was moved. Geng Xian gazed at Lu Jiang, her eyes filled with puzzlement, while the Su Qing's gaze fell upon the jade flute, his brow furrowing slightly, revealing a contemplative demeanor. Noticing the king's expression, Lu Jiang felt a chill run down her spine, secretly regretting bringing the jade flute along, for the Su Qing and Zhu Wei were siblings, and he might have seen this particular flute before. Their current task was brief, requiring the two of them to prepare for a full day of surveillance. Chapter 118. The encroaching demonic aura Jiang Yu and Jiang Hu furrowed their brows, eager to pursue. The spirit of sacrifice observed the interactions between Su Qing and Zhu Chan, its gaze flickering. We are no match for him, and he will not harm Su Qing. The spirit's words halted Jiang Yu and Jiang Hu in their tracks, their hearts filled with hope for Su Qing's safety as they awaited their next encounter. As Su Qing emerged from the depths of the sea, the cold, unfeeling voice of the system resonated, urging, "Host, please procreate at your earliest convenience." Su Qing furrowed her brow, astonished by the sheer might displayed. Chu Yang was equally taken aback. He finally comprehended the lethal threat that the spatial gateway posed upon their initial encounter. This portal was indeed formidable, an entity operating independently of imperial authority. She inquired softly, a detail that had eluded her attention. Sima Wei Yin had been waiting, anticipating her words. However, the silence below chilled his heart. It appeared she was genuinely upset with him, a blow that left him grappling with acceptance, his mind swirling in frustration and uncertainty. He casually consumed a seemingly mundane pill, resembling dirt but actually a high-tech marvel, to replenish the immense energy expended during treatment, preventing himself from being utterly drained. In merely 10 minutes, humanity had lost approximately half its population. The earth lay strewn with the remnants of flesh and blood, measured in billions of tons, creating a scene so harrowing and sanguine that a mere glance could induce unending nightmares. It was not Lin Jiaren mocking his military prowess. After all, he had the swift victories of Liaodong and Xinqing to boast about. Though he had faced Zhuge Liang head-on, suffering significant losses, he had managed to hold the line, ultimately exhausting the famed strategist. Li Haolong shook his head in silence, aware that speaking would betray his condition. He wished to sit up and eat, yet waves of pain coursed through his body. Despite several attempts to rise, he found himself unable to do so. The current standoff was evidently more advantageous for Lin Feng. Considering the dusk had just begun to settle, the assassin lay in wait outside the window, and should the patrolling security be vigilant, the assassin's presence might soon be uncovered. Thus, the longer the impasse persisted, the greater the likelihood of exposure for the assassin. From Wang Pei's assault on Lin Feng, it was clear that Lin Feng had gained a general understanding of Wang Pei's capabilities. In Class 2 of Year 3, only about 20 students were present. Yet their collective shout resonated remarkably. Lin Feng observed the somber expressions of his peers gradually dissipate, finally exhaling a long sigh of relief. Empress Zhou, while speaking, displayed a gleeful smile, as if she could foresee Zhou Meng's dismal future. It was a demeanor of haughtiness, as though she resided high above in the heavens, surveying the world below with an air of contempt. Even the mightiest monarch appeared to her as nothing more than a speck of dust, her pride unyielding. A commander's worth is measured solely by their achievements. Victory transforms audacity into brilliance. Defeat renders it reckless. There is nothing unjust in this. For a commander's decisions dictate the fates of thousands. Many do not wish for death nor the risks that accompany it. Upon hearing the steward's words, Long Lung Rui immediately dashed forth, skillfully navigating to the location where He Yun Ting was imprisoned, observing the compass's erratic movements. He pondered the implications of such an anomaly. Did it signify that something monumental was about to transpire? Neglecting the precious ceramics that had shattered upon the ground, he widened his eyes and grasped Kai Zhong's wrist, pressing for answers. Later, upon realizing that the visit was meant to comfort him, and receiving 2 bags of grain as a gesture, he was profoundly moved, perceiving the Xia prefect as a truly benevolent individual. In times of turmoil, a single life could scarcely be equated to a mere bag of grain. Chapter 119. The Combat Academy. Zhu Chan gazed at the petite female amidst the throng of mermaids. His eyes resolute, her presence imbued with an indelible aura, a flicker of mischief momentarily dancing in his gaze. Su Qing led everyone in rigorous training, and several children lost some weight, yet their spirits were markedly higher than before. Su Qing's eyes were filled with compassion, yet for the sake of survival. Such matters were trivial. Additionally, she was in her pregnancy, necessitating a substantial intake of rare herbs. Lan Ji and Lonjon dedicated their time to training on the mountain. Zhang Yuan returned home, apprehensive about his parents' pressure to marry, as he had promised to obtain a marriage certificate on this visit. Perhaps his parents had forgotten about it, leaving Zhang Yuan quite content with his leisure. Daoist Sima's words were unremarkable, yet Zhao, with limited capabilities, lamented that he could offer little assistance. Qin Shui observed that he had been there for several days, yet the other party seemed increasingly reluctant to engage with them, prompting her to question recent events. When she mentioned spirits and demons, Lu Yin immediately understood her implication, nodding as she decisively opened the box with a firm fingertip. After a strenuous journey, the trio finally reached the 15th floor, where Yi Tian suddenly fixed his gaze intently on the elevator at the end of the corridor. Lao Jiao donned the formal attire from that day and set out with his gaming equipment, determined to indulge himself now that he had the means. While he stood aside, he solemnly reminded everyone that had it not been for their presence there, he would not have been waiting incessantly regarding recent occurrences. However, under the current circumstances, the benefits had diminished greatly. Ugh! Several surviving newcomers immediately retched against the wall upon witnessing the scene, while Wu Shizhi, at this moment, truly believed that Long Jing had indeed been slain by supernatural forces. An imperceptible barrier of light astonishingly appeared about a foot away from the bronze tablet, deflecting Wu Yun's punch, which sent him staggering several steps back. Clenching his hands, a nearly tangible soul force emerged from Yu Chengfeng's brow. Observing this formidable aura, Yu Chengfeng felt a surge of confidence in his current combat prowess. Wang Chuan firmly planted his feet into the tree bark, almost pressing his body against the trunk, freeing his hands to deliver a punch to the wandering cultivator. Prolonged delays risked creating an atmosphere of fear among the populace, eroding their trust in Mount Shu. Chu Tianyao was unwilling to relent. Xing, what has happened to you? Seeing Xing on the ground, Yi rushed forward, causing the wind barrier beside him to dissipate instantaneously. Among the 4 favored concubines, Yang Xiaoning hailed from the Yang family, while Xiaomei originated from the Xiao family, granting these 2 the highest status among the 4 concubines due to the strength of their maternal families. As the favored consort, Yang Xiaoning was relegated to the cold palace. Xiaomei temporarily assumed control of the palace affairs, poised to ascend as the imperial noble consort at any moment. Jiang Moran observed that in recent days, Yifan had been relentlessly busy, yet suddenly he appeared flustered and hurried out the door. In her memory, she had never seen the usually composed Yifan in such a state of disarray. In contrast to the tangible 7 hours Wang Chuan had spent in the soul-drawing forest, they preferred to believe Wang Chuan's assertion that he had merely rested in another location before making his appearance. Wang Xiao led his team to a site 3 miles away from where Wang Songhai met his demise, discovering unburned bloodied garments and buried weapons. Xia Ziyu resolutely carved a path straight to the center, swiftly approaching the location where Bai Qing and the others were situated. The piece of brocade was clearly visible, yet his intent was not to seize it but to protect all members of the Qing clan. Director Su, this is the Tiger Whale-class battleship we have constructed for them, Qi Yin introduced with a smile. The officer responsible for the reception accompanied him as well. Chapter 120. Guzhan is cursed that night. Lonjon and Lonji received a summons from their tribe. Reluctantly, they gazed at Su Qing, knowing they had to depart. The tribe was at war, and they must return. Hurry back, the child is still over there. Lonjon, you must protect him well. Lonjon nodded, embracing Su Qing tightly. I will take good care of him, you can rest assured. Su Qing watched as Lonjon and Lanji departed, returning to gather her belongings in preparation for the journey ahead. On the eve of their departure, the powerful golden lotus petals were indeed impressive, capable of sustaining such a vast medicinal garden, though full maturation would require some time. Lai Feng remarked to Lu Meng. Zhang Jiayong listened in astonishment. The future era was truly beyond comprehension, undoubtedly a time dominated by technology, where issues that modernity struggles to resolve might be effortlessly addressed in a mere blink of an eye. The towering commander seemed to place great trust in the young man, promptly issuing orders following his analysis. But we lack cotton. It is quite expensive, Qisha hesitantly replied, though they had saved a little money. She was reluctant to part with it. After listening for a while, Commander Zhou, having overcome his fear, straightened his posture and approached the cat demon, expressing his complaints. Feng Yuanan felt a surge of panic, trembling as she clutched her teacher's arm. She resolved to ignore the situation and led her teacher away in another direction. The Eastern soldiers wasted no time. With a swift pull of the trigger, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet hurtled towards Qin Wuming's head. Sister, how could I be so foolish? No, I must seize this opportunity while housing prices are low to purchase a plot of land to build a villa and estate. Living in someone else's home cannot compare to the comfort of my own. Qi Sha's assertion startled Qi Yang. Qi Xian, why didn't you treat the person? Instead, you provided them with the correct diagnosis? Qi Hai was baffled by Qi Xian's actions, especially since Su Yifang had previously shown such distrust and subjected her to numerous challenges and doubts. If it were him, he would not easily forgive and forget. The former adversary was now so close, yet Zishuan found himself powerless to resist. Blood coursed through his body, and a throbbing pain surged in his brow, threatening to explode. Anyone with even a slight understanding of cultivation would find such an outcome unbelievable. The higher one's realm, the more intolerable it became. This had completely overturned their understanding since embarking on their cultivation journey. Accepting this result was akin to dismantling their established framework of cultivation. 30,000 taels. 30,000 taels. 30,000 taels. Huran shouted an extraordinary slogan, her excitement propelling her to leap up, eager to drag the young master off to enjoy the bustling streets of prosperity. The individual displayed impressive agility. After being pulled in by Pingzi, as I swung a knife towards him, he managed to roll away just in time, evading the strike. However, between the rocks here and the celestial herbs over there appeared to be a thick barrier, and despite the giant python's efforts, it was unable to achieve its desires. I could only follow closely behind my mother, lacking any ability to resist. Crying was not an option, for that would earn me a sharp reprimand. After a moment, releasing the bony, dry hand of Zhang He, Zhao Qingxing gazed at Zhang Yun with an expression of disbelief. It was only then that Hu Ran realized she had not donned her coat, yet she did not immediately shut the door. Instead, she gazed outside for a considerable while before finally closing it. Cocooned within the warm embrace of his bed, Hu Ran gazed up at the somber sky. Unable to succumb to slumber, Ningdu contemplated for an extended period, but found himself incapable of envisioning himself as a bamboo shoot. Lacking a path forward, and with nothing else to occupy his mind, his gaze inevitably drifted towards Chen Nanping. Upon finishing his words, he hastily approached, locked the door behind him, and retrieved a kitchen knife from the countertop, returning to the table. At this juncture, Chen Haoyan's eyes radiated an unspoken sincerity, as if they bore no grievances at all, resembling old friends engaged in a heartfelt conversation, yet still exuding an air of solemnity. Chapter 121. The quest for medicinal herbs. Qingming transformed directly into a dragon, bearing Su Qing as they darted into the woods. Jiang Yu and Ji Ling gritted their teeth in frustration. Having recently acquired legs after departing the sea, their powers were somewhat diminished. Now, confronted by such a multitude of crabs, they found themselves in a precarious situation, compelled to flee in haste. Qingming observed their disheveled state on the ground and could not help but smile. Suddenly, he became ensnared by a colossal object, his eyes widening in astonishment. The more he struggled, the tighter the grip became. As Su Qing pondered this, Xia Nuanyan's smile deepened before gradually fading into silence. One could only surmise that Du Yu and that girl, Zihan, had once shared a profound bond of gratitude. Otherwise, how could a person from the forest resort to such extreme measures unless deeply wounded? Witnessing Qing's seemingly deranged demeanor, Yuan Ji and Mu Yu exchanged glances, both at a loss for words. What could this Han Yu have done to evoke such hatred? With a flurry of strikes, the body of the otherworldly fiend, now devoid of magical power, though incredibly resilient, was no match for the sharpness of the chopping sky sword, which swiftly reduced it to countless fragments. Jiao Yu strained to discern his pronunciation and finally understood him to say that within Tongshan there dwells a Taoist, and the woods are thick with miasma. To pass through, one must consume a specific herb and follow a designated route at dusk for safe passage. Ai Qingyu had nothing to hide from Su Qing, revealing that her journey to Nanyan Mountain was solely to seek a romantic fate. Is it true? Is it really true? The townsfolk, upon seeing Ma Yuan, hurriedly jostled to clear a path for him. Zhuansu and Ji nodded thoughtfully. Then will you return? This is vital. What if she decides to go back? Upon hearing this, Yuan Ji erupted in laughter, exclaiming that ants would always remain ants. Yet, did Zhao Yuer, as an ant, lack the awareness befitting her kind? Do you all eat this regularly? He inquired, utterly astonished. At that moment, she had no excess thoughts to spare, merely clutching her bag tightly. Her eyes fixated on the horse above, appearing indecisive while her heart surged with tumultuous waves. Huidar had no intention of letting Bruce off the hook so easily, continuing to hurl several flying knives, each shimmering with magical energy, certain to inflict significant damage upon impact. As for me, Yifeng, why must I offer you assurances? If she does not trust my words, why has she summoned me here? Yifeng remarked coldly. The youth searched for a considerable time, scrutinizing the photographs countless times. Yet he could not locate the individual within them. Suddenly, one of the sentinels stationed outside discovered Li Qingxing's whereabouts and promptly reported the situation to Yang Jiaowei. As she heard the ringtone emanating from her bag, Yang Jingru's voice was as soothing and melodious as ever, tinged with a faint sadness. Yet, she now felt a tightness at the nape of her neck. At this moment, Xue Jingyue was not preoccupied with future considerations, but rather whether she had momentarily passed this obstacle. Yang Jiaowei, seeing that the weapon had been installed, immediately activated the computer system. The machine gun mounted on the wall sprang to life, resolving the issue at hand. However, it was now nearly impossible for Yujie to locate the High Priestess Hailong. Nevertheless, Yujie did not emerge unscathed. At least the beauty of the human race remained intact, alleviating her concerns regarding future preservation. Coincidentally, Ainalu also heard the commotion and directly brought Chimera for support, as the combined combat power here exceeded that of the 100 Beasts pirate crew. A large crowd of warriors and townsfolk gathered at the gates of Saga Castle. Witnessing the scene where the clan leader presented a family heirloom sword to the envoy from Han, Chao Gu, unperturbed by whether Li Jinger was present, boldly questioned his trusted aide, indicating that he was clearly indifferent to whether Li Jinger was aware of or involved in the matter. Chapter 122. Encountering danger. Jiangyu and the spirit of the ritual remain vigilant, their eyes fixed on him. What have you done to Su Qing? Qing Ming held Su Qing tightly in his embrace. Su Qing's condition had been alarming moments ago. This little one was in peril, and they should not meet his gaze directly. Jiangyu and the spirit also noticed the tears trickling from the corners of Su Qing's eyes and the sweat on his forehead. Instantly on high alert, the three intended to withdraw with Su Qing, but the path they had taken had vanished. Turning back, the previous child. Hiyong wiped a cold sweat from his brow, astonished that the system possessed such features unknown to him, foolishly tossing his phone into the system's package. Master Zhua lamented bitterly, regretting his propensity for flaunting, particularly in front of his old companion who reared birds. Meanwhile, from the seemingly ordinary peaks of three mountains, three orbs of light erupted, albeit these three green orbs were significantly larger than those that had emerged from the giant flower buds. It was now a test of patience. Both individuals held immense confidence in their side's imminent victory. Zhou Jiu had always believed his culinary demands were not particularly high, despite his companions thinking otherwise. He slowly raised his left hand, observing the slight tremor in his palm. S face was a mask of fury and grotesqueness, his body trembling uncontrollably despite the moment. Leaned in to kiss the mischievous girl, acknowledging the truth of her words. Undoubtedly, the strongest among the four blood-washing avatars of Target. That afternoon, returned to his residence only to find in his room, since taking on the role of commander of the 1st Brigade, had been preoccupied with training, spending most of his time in the barracks of the troops stationed over 20 miles southeast of Ad. Consequently, their meetings had become infrequent. Was staring blankly out of the window when he suddenly snapped back to reality, closing his eyes to rub his slightly sore eyes. The hardness of dragon scales may vary among different dragon breeds, yet this is merely a function of the materials, age, and layers constituting the scales. The arrangement of scales remains consistent across all breeds. Sunlight illuminated the ground, and, seeking the source of the light, caught a glimmer of metallic reflection that flashed into his eyes, prompting a hearty laugh. Being a police officer is a perilous profession, particularly for narcotics officers and criminal investigators whose dangers are even more pronounced. They defend the dignity of the law with their lives, safeguarding the lives and properties of the populace from harm. The other North Korean team members intensified their movements, exerting a vigorous restraint on China's defensive forces. You were the one who asked me to treat as a sister, and now you're the one trying to create distance. What does that even mean? He pouted in frustration, resolute in his reasoning, determined not to yield an inch. However, before he could conjure a fireball, swiftly grasped the hilt of the dragon-slaying blade and plunged it into, piercing through his body and pinning him to the ground, causing the fireball enveloping to dissipate. The guards stationed at the city watched as the princess discarded the two items, standing atop the city wall to listen to the conversations outside. Beside her stood a young girl in her teens, the daughter-in-law of moderate appearance, with strong legs and feet, her hair styled in a thick braid. Clad in a short-sleeved loose shirt and black trousers, barefoot, her ample figure engaged in work. You are the one who, what was his name again? For a moment, struggled to recall, and the others felt somewhat embarrassed to linger any longer. It was overcrowded, and they had previously questioned S actions. Yes, is that so? I'm fine, I suppose. May I inquire what brings the three of you to seek me? Stammered slightly. The warm breath brushed against S' ear, instantly providing her with a sense of comfort, alleviating her earlier tension. Chapter 123. Obstacles in alchemy. The slope was steep, rendering the climb arduous for the few individuals. Yet fortunately, S' vines had been enhanced. She utilized the vine's elasticity to fashion a tall ladder. However, midway through their journey, misfortune struck as a tempest accompanied by lightning descended. The vines hung precariously on the bare mountainside, offering no shelter. The group was swept up by the fierce winds. In a moment of inattention, the spirit was flung away. Su Qing cried out in terror. Liang Xingping, drenched in sweat, navigated the road in a state of panic. What should he do now? How could this happen? She finally comprehended why Dmo Xian had merely relied on his mystical power to suppress the human face rather than directly resolving it with force. She needed to visit the pharmacy, otherwise, once she returned to Princess Zara's residence, she would undoubtedly be confined indoors again. His voice was calm, devoid of any ripples. Yet the slight tremor at the end betrayed his true emotions. Meanwhile, in the sky, a feather fan, Matthew's true form, the Gale feather fan, had been transformed into his sole artifact after being endowed with a spirit. Look at him. Yet no one truly acknowledged his plight. Ignore him. Suyao steadied her friend. Not everyone was like the two of them, hastily concluding their business, and, having established a general direction, choosing to rest without overthinking. As for Yi Liangqiu, she was at least favored by CEO Qin, while Xiaomian, who clung on desperately while feigning innocence, was the one she found most intolerable. A private aircraft was parked beside the luxurious car of Duke Hodewa, and seated by the window, she observed Yun Yi descend from the airplane elevator. Yun Yi gazed at Fei Mo with a complex expression, having inquired numerous times, yet receiving no clear answers regarding the situation. The individuals before her were indeed unrelated to her, and strictly speaking, she had no right to interject. Yet, a memory of the elegantly poised young man from the Zheji building floated to her mind. Had it been him, perhaps the outcome would have been different. With just 3 rounds of assault, the 1,000 soldiers of the Luan army annihilated the 500 cavalry of the Jizhou army. Yet they had no intention of launching further attacks, instead halting to observe. In the chamber of Yunfei, who was already able to rise from her bed, her attire was quite appropriate. Sitting at the edge of the bed, she regarded the Empress Dowager before her, whose countenance was adorned with a smile. However, just days prior, someone had expressed a desire to visit Luan and meet the legendary Fan Luan. Now that she had finally encountered him, she was here complaining. Xiao Wuxiwei suddenly remarked from the side, evidently having recognized the young hero from her father's description. Summon him at once. Zhu Jun, being Zhu Jun, quickly regained his composure after a moment of distraction. Yet, his curiosity about Lu Ku and the others remained unabated. The corpses in the cavern were dwindling, and once consumed, they would inevitably become the monster's next meal. Fortunately, he had not acquiesced to that proposal, or else Yin'er would not be in her current position. She would likely have resorted to crying and causing a scene. The thought sent a chill down Kai Yong's spine. Yes, do your best. Should any issues arise, you may approach me directly. Zhou Mingjian spoke kindly. On the 23rd, U.S. Acting Secretary of State Wells issued a statement on behalf of President Roosevelt, condemning Germany's acts of aggression and expressing solidarity with the Soviet Union in its resistance against the Axis powers. As for the so-called Yu River, it is the largest river near Datong, measuring over 200 meters in width. Above the Yu River, there once existed the Pingsui Railway Bridge and a highway bridge. The railway bridge was destroyed by the Jinsui army during their retreat and has yet to be repaired, although the highway bridge also suffered damage. It has been restored by the Japanese and is now passable by vehicles. Chapter 124, The Frenzied Mountain Hong. However, Su Qing exercised restraint. Having been consumed by Zhu Zhan twice, she devised a method to evade his grasp. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Zhu Zhan gradually regained consciousness, his memories intact. He glared at the magical beasts, filled with determination, and swung his large tail, sending them flying away. Leave that sorcerer behind. Su Qing hurriedly spoke, and upon seeing that the Zen's tail was about to obliterate the sorcerer, he promptly halted his actions and obediently brought the sorcerer to Su Qing's side. The young man wept, incredulous. How could this be? Had he unwittingly provoked the wrath of heaven and the ire of man? Such an absurd scene could not possibly manifest before him without reason. Wang Guan, Feng Xiaojiang, Ma Wei, Hai Yin, Song Kai, Yi Jing, Wei Ren, and a score of others filed into the courtyard. In the bitter cold, devoid of shops to shield them from the biting wind. Most street vendors had retreated home by noon, leaving only a few resolute vendors to persist. Following the tyrant's orders, a band of ruffians grinned maliciously as they unleashed their violence. In a mere span of minutes, dozens lay prostrate on the ground, their fates uncertain. He hastily retreated. But lacking the training and agility, he could not match Lin Yi's speed. In an instant, a curved blade was pressed against his throat. In his previous life, Wu Yusen had ventured to Hollywood, challenging directors and investors by pointing at the stunt scenes crafted by Luo Lixian and asking, "Can you replicate this?" All had shaken their heads in response. Shang Yi turned calmly, confronting Qin Huai, her mind heavy with thoughts, oblivious to her state of undress, her expression marred with indignation. She was well aware of her companion's prowess. A formidable practitioner, she followed a path akin to Tu Ling's, albeit recently joining the cycle of reincarnation, thus lacking renown. To construct the Yuan Minjiwen, artisans from across the nation convened, including a notable number from the West. In truth, after Chun Bao stripped him of his radiation suit, he had already formed a protective shield around himself through superpowered radiation, rendering him impervious to the intense radiation. This lieutenant would not perish, merely frightened. Brother Song, this is all my fault for not thinking ahead. I should apologize to the Duke's residents. You should return first to avoid misunderstandings and unnecessary trouble. Han Bing displayed commendable loyalty, not wishing to implicate Song Qingfeng. Yet something felt amiss. She had not originally harbored such thoughts, so why had she acted so recklessly? As she spoke, Han Bing obediently released the dual swords trapped between her fingers and assisted Shui Ling Luo to sit upon a nearby rock. She hoped the cavalry in the distance would arrive, unleashing a hail of arrows and wielding blades to eliminate the Qin Wang's confidants, rescuing them from dire straits. She strained to lift her head and beheld a massive beast, thrashing and bellowing as it ran toward the direction from whence it had come. Suddenly, a sensation of rebirth surged from her heart, yet before she could inhale the fresh air, she was enveloped in a warm embrace. That is my merit. Thank you for your praise. I graciously accept your accolades, Layla chuckled, nodding in acknowledgement. Let us wait a moment longer. Once the equipment arrives, we shall set forth. Ray still had not opened his eyes and spoke casually. 5 days later, the trio earned the trust of some individuals within, and on the 6th day, they were escorted to the local base. Among the crowd of extras, Chin shouting attire, reminiscent of a street punk, rendered him rather inconspicuous. Particularly with his legs crossed and chewing gum, he exuded an air of nonchalance that even Lu Dehua might struggle to recognize him immediately. I mentioned that one must discern between love and hate, and it is unfair to hold him accountable for that. Moreover, Hongdao Real Estate is merely a subsidiary of his shadowy enterprise, and he remains oblivious to many matters. He is a workaholic who delights solely in acting. Qin Xiaodang found himself compelled to ardently cultivate a positive image. Chapter 125, Hunting Beasts. After a series of eliminations, Su Qing, as a female participant, was exempt from the combat segment, and neither the school nor the other students assigned her any tasks, leaving her to enjoy the leisure. The assessment commenced, with the first round focusing on endurance climbing up stone steps. The steps appeared simple, yet they tested the endurance and energy of the orcs as they ascended. Their energy was suppressed, becoming increasingly burdensome the longer they climbed. Each time they reached a new step, the weight would double. Hua Qingtong listened to their conversation, reflecting that it was surprising to learn that Juanza had a child. At that moment, she recalled Lin Junmier, who, if her memory served her correctly, was indeed brought back by Juanza. Yun Huang opted for silence, merely raising her hand to reveal the bracelet adorning her wrist to the crowd. In the face of hunger, any gemstone was but an empty promise. The Wu Niao sought only sustenance. If Yu Qianhuan and the others approached at that moment, they would be overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of Wu Niao, leaving not even bones behind. Yu Jiangli sighed once more and relayed his conversation with Yu Yeshu to Yu Qianhuan. Each word resonated in her ears, gradually draining color from her face. Yu Qianhuan promptly joined forces with Feng Jili to set up a spatial formation to track the heavenly path. They then withdrew, each drawing their weapons and charging into the battlefield. Upon awakening, the old man discovered that Qin Yuanfu had meticulously compiled the findings from his investigations to present immediately. The remaining members of the team, under Wang Xi's command, were fully prepared, ready to take action at a moment's notice, with guns cocked and bullets loaded. Immediately, the expressions of the many illusory spirit kings changed dramatically, their faces reflecting shock and fury as they glared at him. In response, Gu Fangchen also altered his demeanor, hastily lowering his head. Upon realizing that the gaze of the supreme ancestor was fixed upon him, Gu Fangchen could not help but clench his jaw tightly. After Qin Cha Qing departed, Jiang Shang sat at the edge of the bed, covering his face and grasping at his hair, his heart heavy with melancholy. It must be said that the kitchen of the Duke of Lin's residence is rather unique. According to the current regulations of the Duke's household, there are indeed few cooks within the estate. A voice came from behind, belonging to Ming Si. It was the first time he had ever called me, reminiscent of our initial encounter. Naturally, Shui Mingyu was to accompany them. Lin Wanwan hurriedly relayed the sequence of dishes to Lu Pozi, quickly taking Shui Mingyu along. Deep down, she harbored a profound suspicion, feeling that there was something amiss with Lu Lian, though she could not quite pinpoint what that discrepancy was. You wretched woman. You will never marry into the Ji family. A man cursed behind Huadilan. Chu Xiaoxi believed her scheme had succeeded, stifling a smirk within while maintaining a serious facade. Ruan Ming donned a lightweight down jacket, and Marco Polo wrapped a fluffy scarf around her neck. Mount Liang has undoubtedly existed from ancient times to the present. Thus, why did Yunin Temple choose to establish itself here, erecting the pagoda atop Mount Liang? There must be a reason behind it. Recently, she encountered a senior from her university days, someone she had long admired. He He was 2 years her senior and served as the president of the student council at S University at that time. She certainly did not wish to return home tonight, only to have her family inquire about her outings, with her response being that she had spent her time in the car. "Could you please stop spinning? I'm feeling dizzy," Gao Jianqing thought anxiously. Yet Wang Wei continued to whirl around, exacerbating his irritation. "Of course not. This belongs to you. And there is only this one piece. It cannot be." Night Shadow hastily exclaimed. "Ah, so that's what it was. I nearly lost my life just now." Dasna exhaled deeply, realizing he had truly thought his life was at stake, only to discover that the two ninjas were merely lurking nearby to observe the battle. In the early morning, before the sun had fully risen, the air still carried the residual dew from the night before, with a faint chill seeping through the thin fabric of clothing to the skin. Chapter 126, Competition Among Peers. The vine struck true, and the beast fell to the ground. Yet an unending stream of monsters trampled over the fallen carcass, charging towards Su Qing. Su Qing, wary of underestimating the situation, summoned the vines to encircle the magical beast from all directions, attempting to eliminate them in one fell swoop. However, he underestimated both the ferocity of the beasts and their sheer numbers. They came in relentless waves, seemingly unaware of fatigue, advancing towards Su Qing with unyielding ferocity. At first, Su Qing maneuvered with ease, but as time wore on, she found herself increasingly exasperated. "Be clever around my elder brother. Does this young lord have his nostrils turned skyward?" Guojiao remarked. The disdainful yet protective gaze of Feng Qing left the second brother's legs trembling. Who on earth is this person? Yet, upon reflection, one must consider that anyone close to the crown prince cannot possibly be inept. Having never witnessed a pig run, she, a modern individual, ought not to feel so bashful. The journey was fraught with twists and turns, yet each step forward yielded results far beyond the imagination of the average person. During this time, the phone rang several times, and she eagerly answered, jotting down numbers while watching her aunt call for others. Just as they passed through the private room door, Zhang Sanfeng suddenly halted, furrowing his brow in confusion before breaking into a rueful smile. It is not merely that Sun Xiang thinks this way. A commander must not only ponder the course of victory, but also contemplate the consequences of defeat. Nevertheless, he is still a father. After Gao Yahua hung up, he dialed his financial department. The Jiang family had only 4 children, and their bonds were tenuous. Even Jiang Ji and Jiang Fushi, raised under the matriarch's care, maintained a rather distant relationship. It seems this is the only way forward. The group nodded in agreement, but ultimately sighed deeply, reminiscing about the former glory of the 8 great families, now forced to navigate the whims of others. If word got out, it would surely become a source of ridicule. At this juncture, both the Prince of Yun and the Northwesterners were effectively plotting rebellion. All present were rebels. Even if the Prince of Yun lacked such intentions, he could not escape the culpability. Should the truth come to light, his fate would be sealed. Seated beside Xinyu, Luo Feng could no longer contain himself, rising slowly to approach Hu Yojin, stretching his neck to clear a path through the onlookers. However, upon seeing Hu's composed yet imposing visage, despite his inner indignation, he dared not voice his thoughts. Those who opened their mouths soon stifled their words. Casting the phone aside, Yixian pondered why he should fret over such trivial matters. It was merely a game token. In America, where firearms proliferate, any confrontation involving Niao would likely escalate into violence. If he were to get entangled, the consequences would far exceed the worth of a single token. Damn, this is utterly frustrating. Wang Rong exclaimed, narrowly dodging another attack, his fury escalating. His hands were already brimming with celestial energy, yet each time he struck, it felt as though he were hitting nothing but air. In truth, he recognized that his fists were indeed landing in the void. As this thought took root in Yifeng's mind, he began to harbor concerns about his ability to escape this place. The noble consort, Dorgan, is charging forward. The general of the guards appeared flustered. Despite the presence of over 10,000 people, most were elderly or weak, leaving only about 1,000 capable soldiers. These men had long been rendered spiritless by the carnage inflicted by Dorgan and were hardly in a position to withstand the enemy. Within the elegant tea room, the lingering aroma of tea wafted gently through the air. Shang Xiang had conversed with Xinyu for nearly an hour. For the sudden death of his master had left many matters unaddressed. He gradually divulged everything to Xinyu. "Uncle is truly a gentleman," Lin Dai chuckled. Glancing at Wang Rong discreetly wiped away a bead of cold sweat, feeling a flutter of anxiety as he looked towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's gaze met Wang Rong's, and she involuntarily recalled the earlier incident, her cheeks flushing slightly as she found herself shyly averting her eyes from his. Chapter 127. The beast tied the two steadied themselves and slowly descended to the ground, scanning their surroundings. Ahead lay a path, and as Su Qing prepared to advance, Qing Ming tugged at her arm. "It's dangerous. I shall go," Qing Ming declared, stepping forward before Su Qing could voice her consent. Su Qing shook her head with a faint smile, appreciating Qing Ming's care. Qing Ming pressed forward, heightening her senses to the maximum, while Su Qing followed closely behind, vigilant of their surroundings, soon reaching the end of the cave. Qing Ming gazed at the ground piled with debris. However, Wang Chun did not hasten to clear it away. Instead, he fixated on the buildings perched atop the clouds. The group exchanged glances, surprised by Wang Chun's unwavering stance. If no compromise was reached, a conflict seemed inevitable. The desolate forest ruins stretched infinitely into the boundless Wanzai spirit lake, with a subtle scent of blood lingering in the air. Was it truly majestic? Had he heard my call and traveled thousands of miles to arrive? Was I not dreaming? I lifted my head, staring blankly at him. My eyes, already blurred with tears, struggled to discern the figure before me. Trembling, I extended my hands, relying solely on the authenticity of my touch. Then, as if by the same method, the sword's radiance surged towards the other 6 individuals. Whoosh! With the sword's light slicing through the air. The fiery lotus above the heads of the other 6 was also severed. With a loud thud, the beer mug fell heavily, tightening my heart. Was Fan Dalong truly an insurmountable barrier for Shinlin Feng? The sudden turn of events stunned everyone. None could have anticipated that the forbidden cursed jade pendant would vanish so effortlessly at Wang Chen's hands. In an instant, all stood there, dumbfounded. Luo Hao chuckled, remarking that, to be honest, conversing with Mo Ling was devoid of any veil. They spoke freely. However, discussions with Yu Yin and required careful consideration, for should she be angered, it could lead to drawn swords. Xiang Gangtian focused intently, momentarily taken aback. The inexplicably appeared figure was none other than Linghu Tsongren, who had just perished. Chun Yang observed and suddenly had an epiphany. Indeed, these individuals were quite feeble, yet hidden within their clumsy maneuvers were some profound techniques of strength. However, these techniques demanded considerable skill to unleash their true power. The information was, of course, no issue. After the manager hung up the phone, he shook hands with him and signed the transaction slip. Li Chengfeng tightened his grip around Lu Ningning's shoulders, unconsciously applying more pressure, as if fearing she would silently slip away from his side. "No need to thank me. Your efforts merely serve to profit me, regardless of the methods others employ. As long as you can ensure your own safety, I guarantee no one will impede your progress," Nyamilia remarked, having made a rare promise. Yuan Bai found himself momentarily speechless, gazing up at the azure sky, his heart crumbling, a torrent of frustration coursing through him. The role of elite warriors in siege warfare has become a new topic of fervent discussion, extensively analyzed by various organizations. This realm is governed by the Spirit Emperor, with the entire continent encircled by an endless expanse of black water, resembling a colossal prison from which no one can escape. The only faith here is the Spirit Emperor, and nothing else. In such intimate proximity, Lu Ningning admired Li Chengfeng's serene countenance as she listened to his gentle breaths, gradually closing her eyes, yearning to drift back into slumber. She wished to struggle, yet Li Chengfeng provided her no opportunity to do so, instead tightening his embrace around her. Furthermore, what astonished Qin Wei was that Shang Ji had actually captured the enemy commander, Tom Yanubo. As contemporaries, Qin Wei and Tom Yanubo could be considered rivals, and he had a considerable understanding of him. The vendor was a middle-aged woman, perhaps in her 50s, with a broad face and clad in tattered garments, not only patched, but also grimy. Lung Bing gazed aimlessly, her eyes shimmering with a hint of brilliance. In her gaze, the depths of the forbidden realm, obscured by layers of mountains and clouds, became unmistakably clear. Chapter 128. Behind the scenes. With the addition of the two, the number of magical beasts gradually dwindled. Yet the beasts, having entered a frenzy, would rise to attack even when injured. It was a relentless struggle, and Su Qing found it exceedingly peculiar. As the magical beasts were nearly vanquished, the examinees looked at Su Qing and Qing Ming with expressions of gratitude. "If it weren't for you, we might not have survived to escape." The examinees cast their eyes over the bodies of their fallen brethren on the ground, their expressions filled with sorrow and dread. Su Qing narrowed his eyes, while it itself made gestures towards another goblin across from it, emitting incomprehensible sounds. Surprisingly, it felt exhilarated watching these individuals slaughter one another. Is this not rather inappropriate? However, who invited you to invade my great Song dynasty? It is now the year 1996, a time when the internet is not widespread, and mobile phones resemble hefty bricks, let alone the iPhone smart device. After the introduction, Wu Ming indulged in the experience of driving, thoroughly testing every function of the vehicle, except for the cannon due to the constraints of the venue. Are you unaware of how much the boss values his reputation? Now, in front of so many people, you have shown him no regard. Let us see how he deals with you. Contrary to this, Mo Li was oblivious to the fact that hundreds of extraterrestrial beings had infiltrated Jiangnan City, but only a few had been eradicated. Undoubtedly, Axi's loyalty and decisiveness made him the optimal choice, compelling Wu Xingfeng to resolutely proceed, even at the risk of being scorned. This scene startled all the doctors and nurses, and it continued to circulate in the hospital for several months thereafter. As memories faded, thoughts drifted towards the dawn over the vast sea, with tumultuous waves crashing within his heart, intertwining the fabric of time and space. For Wu Ming, as long as there exists a solution for facing the swift cavalry on the grasslands in the future, the system's provision of weapons became secondary. It was merely the promise of 20,000 weapons to Wang Jin that would fall through, but that was inconsequential. At worst, he could brainwash Wang Jin into forgetting this matter. Just as the harsh words were about to be spoken, a large amount of mandrake poison powder was forced into Yi Tanner's mouth. She did not particularly favor such a personality, but fortunately, she was merely here for further studies and would be leaving soon. Elder Ao, are you not aware of what the Holy Sword Peak is? Do you not remember the edict I previously issued? The Lord of the Sacred questioned Ao Fanchun with a face full of anger. It is essential to understand that the Locking Spirit Valley serves as the touchstone for magical artifacts. Passing through it signifies that the artifact has reached an upper echelon. Upon witnessing this, everyone began to congratulate Di Hong, and only then did he find some peace, humbly nodding in response. By the way, what is the casualty situation in the city? At this point, Mu Hanyan's voice grew somber. Mu Hua signaled her companions to assume a defensive formation, while Princess Jiamin graciously relinquished the privilege to serve the ball to the 7th princess, standing beside her and closely observing Mu Hua's every move. Ji Lu turned his head, slightly lowering his gaze, and upon seeing something resembling sliced cake and roasted lamb skewers, he offered a restrained smile, politely thanking them, allowing Junyang to collect the food box without further discussion. Bai Fengyan, are you not bold enough to tease my mother? Do you dare to defend that wretched Baisu, New Jersey? Enjoy the gift I have bestowed upon you, heh. The sound of arrows striking flesh echoed as Thunderbolt's wings were struck by multiple projectiles, causing him to cry out in pain. Unable to maintain his flight, he plummeted to the ground with a resounding thud, raising a cloud of dust. The elders from both families exchanged opinions. Yet there was a consensus that such a lineage must remain undisclosed. She attempted to force a smile, only to find it an arduous task. The matriarch of the Chu family nodded in agreement with the suggestion from the matriarch of the Lin family, yet the Zhang family was not so naive, remaining non-committal about approaching the Empress Dowager on Lin's behalf. Chapter 129. Crisis of Birth. His gaze flickered momentarily before regaining its icy composure. The beasts surrounding Shan Hung were vanquished. Rarely, he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you all. However, I must caution you to be wary. For these beasts have been administered a potion of frenzy, posing a grave danger." Qing Ming disapproved of the impolite beastman. "We were already aware of this, and we have even identified the mastermind behind it. Now, we merely need to apprehend him." Qing Ming's words elicited a restrained reaction from Shan Hung, as he maintained his stillness, reflecting on how he might have nodded in agreement had circumstances been different. "If you wish to accompany him to death, then by all means, do so. I refuse to perish alongside you in this wretched place," Director Liu declared darkly. Jack's body began to mist away, transforming into a cloud of vapor that enveloped him increasingly. The onlookers found themselves at a loss in response to Mo Ju's words, unsure of how to interpret them. In stark contrast, Mo Hao stood at the forefront, unusually silent, showing no intention of engaging in the prevailing atmosphere or events. "I did not intervene to save you. Your fate is of no concern to me. I merely reprimanded those insolent fools." Ziyun Yuan had yet to speak when Xiling Ming interjected, casting a disdainful glance at Shen Shui before coolly remarking, uncertain whether the garment was inherently flawed or if it was her own error in wearing it. Mo Jiuqing found the shoulders of her attire persistently slipping down. Resigned, she restrained the sides of her clothing with one hand to prevent further slippage. The principles and the essence of realms are quite similar, though their fusion presents challenges. With some additional time, it can indeed be accomplished. As long as Ziyun Yuan successfully merges her combat techniques with the essence of the realm and subsequently links them through the principles, she can achieve this seemingly insurmountable goal. Having shared countless barbecues with her brother-in-law, she had never encountered an experience quite like today's, a memory that would remain etched in her mind for a lifetime. For Xia Lu, who had never before tasted chili, it was an ordeal of unprecedented intensity. No need. I will rely on my own strength to enter. I am certain I can do it. Lu Qincheng had never been fond of accepting assistance from others, as it would render her vulnerable. A trait she abhorred in those she looked down upon. The eagle beast and bear beast remained silent, yet their stance was unmistakably clear. When their subordinates spoke, they did not intervene, indicating tacit approval. A gentle tap on the ground caused the earth to crack, revealing a metallic box. Upon opening it, a wooden handle, approximately 1 meter in length, lay quietly within. Hearing that others wished to change partners as effortlessly as Ho Tian, Lin Miao felt grateful she had not been taken to that place by Zhou Lao. Wei Wei did not escort Ma Yumei directly home. Instead, he made a phone call from the car, instructing the driver to take them to the reclusive old Chinese medicine practitioner for an examination of her foot injury. This proud girl, imbued with clarity and charm, displayed no signs of being blinded by wealth and privilege. Perhaps, she understood her true desires far better than anyone else. Though she had traveled by plane before, she was surprised to discover that pregnant women could also suffer from motion sickness. Outside, Commander Fan Wu of the Mekong Kingdom called for a report. Chu Keti responded, inviting him in, as Helen moved to greet him. At that moment, Dong Shan felt her cheeks flush, her mind blank, as she found herself ensnared in the fiery depths of hell under Qiao Dongyang's furious gaze, wishing only for death. His departure would undoubtedly provoke Shourenli, leaving one to wonder what he might do to the two children. Luo Yin gazed into her glistening eyes, observing her tightly pursed lips and suppressed breath, and the flicker of anger that had just ignited was instantaneously transformed into a tranquil pool of water. Chapter 130, Soothing the Beasts. Su Qing widened her eyes. How many? She asked the system. 3, came the reply. Congratulations, host, you have unexpectedly acquired 3 children. Su Qing's lips twitched slightly, yet as she gazed upon the petite white wolf before her, a softness flickered in her eyes. She propped herself up and summoned Qing Ming, imparting a few instructions before succumbing to a state of feigned death. Qing Ming remained vigilantly by Su Qing's side, not daring to leave for even a moment, his gaze occasionally drifting over to the 3 little creatures, tinged with jealousy. Why was it that Lan could also perceive the depth of the director's devotion to this orphanage? His love and responsibility towards the children? What is the matter? Another mishap? Upon noticing her despondent expression, someone could not help but inquire. However, the moment Qiao Wei employed his abilities, he was immediately met with a severe backlash. His weight lightened a fraction, yet the bones in his feet distorted noticeably. He turned and strode outside, deciding to wait at the He group since He CK was not present. She recalled many years ago when she first encountered him. In the presence of the elders, he had similarly extended his hand to greet her. Upon returning home, Qiao Wushang discerned Lu Ming's scheme. He intended to disguise himself as a multitude of monsters. Turning to observe Duan Mutsang's smug grin, Qiao Shui offered him a forced smile, rolling her eyes in silent exasperation. A couple of tears, as lustrous as jade beads, fell upon the carpet beneath her feet, and she soon lost her composure. Tears cascading like pearls unstrung. Within the confines of the sealed sea of consciousness, the man clad in red ceaselessly shouted, searching for the source of the sound. A gunshot rang out, unleashing an aura so sharp it sent chills down spines, causing involuntary shivers and a piercing pain akin to needles. Is it merely a kiss? Must you? Before Mu Jinghong could complete his sentence, an agonizing pain gripped his reason, rendering him unable to utter another word. The elderly man's face, dark and lined with wrinkles, bore hands calloused and trembling as he retrieved 500 yuan from his pocket, the bills old yet meticulously preserved. Upon witnessing Long Aoyue's awkward expression, he could surmise the unfolding events. For the safety and future of his sister, Long Aoyun, after a moment's contemplation, suddenly spoke with utmost seriousness. As the progenitor of the mountains, this range spanned half the western regions. Yet the fabled site of the celestial realm was likely situated near the western Chang, perhaps due to the closure of the transport belt. The general who sought this place ultimately gave up. Nonetheless, the legend of the celestial realm endured. Li Yi, Morong Longfei, and Lu Feng did not depart, standing guard beside Lu Shueting and Feng Xianyu. The guard struck fiercely, leaving Wang Bin utterly defenseless. he experienced excruciating pain in his chest, spewing blood violently as his body was flung backward. Ling Jiantong finally cried out, a sound steeped in despair. The last infant of Hong Qing perished beneath the cold steel of the soldiers. Ling Jiantong's eyes widened in horror, as if her soul were on the verge of being claimed by the messengers of death. Witnessing this scene, Yin Yao felt a stirring within her and instinctively moved forward, only to be halted by Lu Yingquan, whose gaze bore a question. Are we truly going to intervene? Shui Wang, who shook his head with a sigh. He deliberately highlighted the prowess of Lang Wuxia, hoping that Li Yi would retreat in the face of difficulty. To his surprise, Li Yi chose to confront the challenge head-on. He found himself at a loss, unsure whether to chastise Li Yi for his foolishness or to commend his admirable courage. As Sima Yue stepped outside, she spotted Shi Qiushuang and Shi Qianji conversing in the valley below. Upon sensing her presence, they both turned to look at her. Occasionally, she cast a glance at the flustered Li Whiting, who appeared to be in a state of disarray. However, the true emperor was distinct from the upper holy emperor. Once he achieved a breakthrough, the aura of the Tao sword would no longer be concealed, and the Tao tribulation would descend immediately. Yet, this memory had gradually faded into the annals of history over time, and perhaps the only one still aware of it within the ancient immortal clan was the Grand Elder of the Elder Council. Chapter 131. Tied for first place. Shan Heng's eyes glimmered upon hearing the female's words. So, those herbs were concocted by this female? In such a short span of time. Moreover, had she not just given birth? She seemed even stronger now. Shan Heng narrowed his eyes, fixating on Su Qing's retreating figure for 3 seconds before realizing. A flash of cold light passing through his gaze as he turned and vanished into the forest. The candidates, upon hearing the bear's wails, felt a sense of satisfaction and did not offer any assistance. Following the teleportation, the brief vacuum in perception allowed those outside to be the first to spot Bai's figure. Phew. Lin Yixue exhaled, nearly driven to despair by this instructor. He must be a perfectionist. Sometimes, he insisted on repeating a single action dozens of times. Was he not here to exact revenge? After some contemplation, I devised a plan. I stripped the 5 of them of their trousers, tearing them into strips to fashion ropes. The other 3 training grounds erupted in fervor, the battle escalating to a fever pitch as powerful contenders vied for the final opportunity. 2 figures briefly touched before separating, only to entangle once more in a blink of silence, their positions interchanging. Qin Yin commanded a chilling aura that swirled around him, the white mist gradually becoming the sole backdrop. Meanwhile, Gu Skefeng relentlessly pursued him, forcing him into a rather precarious situation. He was Zhang Kuan, having monitored Fan Pingxiao from this platform for 3 consecutive days. He understood lip movements, thus he did not need to hear their conversations. In recent days, he braved the piercing chill of the night winds, vigilantly monitoring and trailing Fan Pingxiao, his former superior. The cavalry regiment, with its over 100 warhorses, surged forth like a tempestuous yellow wind, raising a cloud of dust that obscured the sky. The villagers nearby, witnessing such a formidable cavalry force passing by the outskirts of their village, widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom that the 8th Route Army possessed such an exhilarating cavalry. One night, Ming Fan experienced a peculiar dream, in which he was pursued by half-human, half-machine monsters. At that moment, he heard a strange howl reminiscent of a wolf's cry, causing him to awaken and grasp the handgun beside him, which still contained 4 bullets. This suggested that only a formidable general from the Ghost Realm could possibly slay the sole master of the 3 Realms Monument. Qin Yan's gaze was profound as an abyss, his pupils swirling with an irresistible allure that ensnared the soul of the ancient poison master, drawing it into a void devoid of life and sensation. Since she lacked refinement, she was unworthy of serving us. Such a lowly individual is better left unacknowledged, remarked Wu Bai coldly. Upon hearing the name Xianyuan Yulong, the countenance of Ying Yu and his companions shifted in astonishment, for Xianyuan Yulong was the current head of the Xianyuan clan of the Huaxiao lineage. Huahua had initially believed these tales to be mere legends, yet was astonished to discover the existence of a teleportation array. Boom, boom, boom. Li Yu relentlessly hurled explosives, and many spectral creatures were affected by the ensuing shockwaves, pursuing him. Although these creatures sought to hunt down Li Yu, their presence inadvertently slowed the advancing foes. Otherwise, given Li Yu's level and attributes, he would likely have been captured within mere steps. No, the ties of blood were nearly non-existent. Kid's thoughts raced, and he dared not acknowledge that solitary figure, a mere puppet of nobility masquerading as an emperor. Jean Lifu was unlike his two unfortunate companions. As an ordinary person, leaping from the third floor at his weight would surely result in broken legs. Yet, he exhibited no hesitation, vaulting through the window and leaping down. Huang Yuan gazed at the throat-slicing demon, whose mouth was stained with blood, feeling an intensified burning sensation from the tattoos on his abdomen. Why did this individual provoke a reaction from the mysterious tattoos? Soon after, a terrifying energy enveloped them, causing the expressions of the elders from the dark demon gate to change drastically. Chapter 132, Underhanded Schemes. Qingming discerned the radiant light in Su Qing's eyes, and his smile deepened. Do you wish for me to become intoxicated? Su Qing discerned the sticky tone in Qingming's voice and raised her hand to give him a light tap. If you wish to continue drinking, then I shall take my leave. Qingming smiled, set down his cup, and hurriedly followed her. Shan hanged down the contents of his glass, briefly surveyed the pair, and then nonchalantly withdrew his gaze. Upon Su Qing's return, Qingming eagerly clung to her side. Su Qing cursed softly as she swept aside the disheveled hair obstructing her view. Upon seeing those individuals, Yi Fei was momentarily taken aback, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Filled with intrigue, the princess and the prince did not end up together at last. Instead, they each embarked on their respective journeys, holding firm to their beliefs. This somewhat melancholic conclusion elicited an ocean of applause from the audience. Fire Elemental user Tasha, Lightning Elemental user Titan, Ice Elemental user Allers, Shadow Elemental user Jarny, and Taekwondo practitioner Kim Tion from the land of the morning calm were unable to intervene for the time being, waiting for the opportune moment. Lu Ying stared incredulously at her hands. Just moments ago, she had been suppressed by the old Taoist priest, yet in the blink of an eye, she had acquired the strength to contend with him. This was truly astonishing. Could it not have been you? That cannot be right. Who else could have secretly captured a video of Qiuzhe? Huang Xingwang mused. Ultimately, he grasped an unfamiliar term from Li Yuanba's explanation, the road of the underworld. When the gambling house owner realized that Lu Yi had exposed that his current form was not his true self, he no longer viewed Lu Yi merely as the formidable emperor capable of rivaling the transcendent beings of the 12th realm. Imohan had, without hesitation, employed his strongest tactics to dispatch Ma Yi, anticipating any potential moves from Emperor Qingqing. The way Jax described something with those two words was unprecedented, indicative of his unparalleled talent. Gao Hongyi felt a peculiar stir within. If it were love, perhaps it was not quite sufficient. Thus, Park Q distanced himself somewhat from Park Ming, although Gao Hongyi felt it unnecessary to emphasize these points. Yet, he was eager to understand Park Q's thoughts. However, merely contemplating the implications of this attack revealed a much deeper intrigue. Meanwhile, the school forum had already uploaded the video of the recent battle, garnering appreciation from alumni who had not witnessed it live. Li Yuanba's eyes glowed a crimson hue, reflecting a bloodthirsty light. As a cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth, he urged his steed, the 1,000 miles of smoke and clouds, while wielding the resonance hammer with a fierce grace. Nevertheless, in terms of status, these individuals at Su Wei were significantly more important than Lu Cixi, and he required a night of rest. After a week of enduring 3 to 5 encounters nightly, even a body of iron could not withstand such strain. Furthermore, news had reached him that the Song army had seized Suzhou, with the Jin forces entirely slaughtered. In Tagzhou, such messages can be heard on every street corner. The entire Song nation stands united, brimming with fervor. Engaging them in direct confrontation at this moment would be tantamount to sheer folly. Lu Er, General Xian, fixated on him, while He Gu, Feng Yun, and Tu Su observed as well, all puzzled by Gao Hongyi's intentions, secretly speculating among themselves. However, it must be noted that the initial sensation was painful, yet it soon transformed into an indescribable comfort, leaving her with an inexplicable desire to experience it once more. Suddenly, Yixing shifted the conversation away from the affairs of the Z Nation and inquired about the recently dispatched destroyer, the entity tasked with vanquishing Thor, the god of thunder. Yet, the power of that golden fist was far greater than the blow that had previously felled the handsome man, sending him hurtling away with a single strike. Wu Mei furrowed her brow. You know my surname is Wu. Having met me before, what is it that you truly desire? Astute and clever as she was, Wu Mei inferred from this simple exchange that the other party must recognize her. Yet despite her meticulous recollection, she could not recall ever having met such an individual. Chapter 133. Uncovering the truth, he was momentarily taken aback by Su Qing's sudden leap. What could she possibly mean? Did she intend to kill him? Enraged, Haley let out a ferocious cry and charged at Su Qing. I will kill you. I will kill you. His volatile voice echoed far and wide. Su Qing dodged several times and, sensing the time was right, feigned being attacked by Haley, collapsing onto the ground. Qing Ming waited anxiously for half an hour. His unease growing with each passing moment, after much deliberation, he decided to seek out the combat academy. They had all studied the script and knew that Ishuehan's current appearance aligned perfectly with the character in the narrative. With a sigh, he pondered whether it was appropriate for him to discuss such matters with Prince Duan at this juncture. Enough, you should rest. It pains me to see you like this, constantly tormenting yourself. Ying Tao truly wonders when this torment will cease, even if he could remain by her side for a lifetime. He did not wish to endure such suffering. Courageously shouldering the responsibilities one can bear is a commendable tradition among the American people. Naturally, Chen Hui, well-versed in the gentlemanly ideals of America, could not forsake his beliefs for the sake of a rogue. Channeling the immense spiritual energy within him, he concentrated it in his tightly clenched fist. A dragon-like entity erupted from Qin Yan's wrist, surging forth to strike at the gaping maw in the heavens. What appeared to be a simple strike was, in truth, a manifestation of tactical acumen, timing, momentum, skill, explosive power, bravery, and an undeniable ferocity. In essence, a person capable of such feats, even if not entirely mad, was perilously close to it. It would be prudent not to provoke them. After hearing this, Shu Tianzhao shamefully lowered his head, acknowledging, indeed, I cannot provide them with what they desire. What right do I have to say such things? Officer Huang, clad in a white shirt that accentuates his remarkable physique, proudly displays his badge upon his chest and carries a pistol at his waist, striding sharply ahead. Followed closely by over a dozen officers. Li Qiren's decision to host the banquet here indicates that Tianxiang has remained closely entwined with Dong Changshan. Indeed, when Su Maoxian entered, he caught sight of Tianxiang's ambiguous gaze. Amidst a series of setbacks, the Liu family's ancestor ultimately expressed his helplessness with those words. It was at this moment that Qin Yan, whose swordsmanship intensified, halted in his tracks, momentarily stunned. Moreover, the secret technique he cultivated was not inferior to Yang Hao's heavenly demon 9 transformations. Thus, Li Yuan did not place much importance on this technique. Previously, Yang Hao had witnessed the peculiarities of Li Yuan's cultivation, which is why he did not press him too hard. And Yi supported the fainted Gong Wuxia, rescuing Yun Zijing's delicate neck from his grasp. Therefore, according to your reasoning, if the Li family dares to harm your relatives, does that mean I, Xia Yuan, would not dare? Xia Yuan retorted, crossing his legs. Consequently, not only he, but even the onlooking figures in black cloaks and the merchants at nearby stalls widened their eyes in astonishment upon witnessing Yi produce 30,000 gold coins. Upon hearing Yi's command, the burly man driving the carriage did not exhibit any surprise. Rather, he regarded Yi with newfound respect. Turning his gaze, a gaunt Taoist priest stood proudly, with the disoriented Zhou Bai sprawled at his feet. Yet, why did he not consider the impending circumstances for Lu Luyun and Yu Chuling? Grandma Lan, could you please take me to meet the 2 junior sisters? Ling Shimu inquired, supporting Aunt Lan while sensing her sudden pause. What's wrong? Aren't the 2 junior sisters at home? Her voice turned increasingly urgent. Tang Miaojuan had a penchant for driving sports cars, possessing a diverse collection from which she would choose based on her mood. Chapter 134. Selecting a mentor, Heil pressed the broom tightly, enduring the scrutinizing gazes of the beastmen. His body rigid. When had he ever been subjected to such indignity? Taking a deep breath, he fought the urge to break the broom and began sweeping the floor in silence. Clearly, he was unwilling to accept this. Should I seize this opportunity to resolve him? Qing Ming furrowed his brow, observing Heil's back with a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. Su Qing shook her head. There is no need. What I desire is his unwillingness to accept defeat. Let him come forth, seeking his own demise, for he cannot blame anyone else. I have heard that the esteemed lady's constitution is in disarray, and I have come to inquire. Recently, Tian Xin has been troubled by Murong Lianyun's erratic state of mind. At this moment, she bows earnestly, responding with utmost propriety, yet her gaze remains vigilant, fearing the next instant may reveal a sudden change of countenance, leading to an embarrassing spectacle for all. She gently patted the old ghost's shoulder. Words were futile now, and they could only await news from outside. Slowly, she entered the room, lit a cigarette, and became lost in thought, fixated on the fluctuating numbers on He Yolong's chest. Nonetheless, this may serve as an effective means to resolve the issue. Thus, Xuanji joyfully followed Yi Qingyun to seek out Luoyang. Your words evoke a sense of helpless sorrow. Honglu shook her head, refraining from further comment, prompting Imo Shibei to also abandon the topic. Ling Yin released his grip and turned around, only to find Qingwan, the vice president of Lingxi Bai Wei, approaching him. Merely a mere dispersion of the fragments surrounding his body unveiled such a stunning sight. The structures that had endured countless years of magical reinforcement appeared as fragile as paper at this moment. Then, just as he was nearly slain by the figure from his dreams, a peculiar event transpired once more. Brother Yin, are you not returning home? Shouldn't uncle and aunt have returned to Milan by now? It was already December, and she recalled that last year, at this time, uncle and aunt had begun attending various banquets. As the sky darkened once more, ominous clouds gathered, and a fierce blaze suddenly illuminated the heavens, reminiscent of the visions she had seen in her dreams. She understood that her lack of extraordinary beauty was evident, having previously served Princess Yuaning in Jiayang Hall, where the emperor had not paid her any special attention. Alas, this is truly not Arestali. If it were her, she would undoubtedly be using her formidable fist to deliver a severe blow to herself right now, Li Wei thought, observing the little girl before him on the verge of tears. Why go through so much trouble to open the door when one could simply create a hole in the wall beside it? As Du Lao De descended to the bottom of the pit, he rapped his knuckles against the door, only to discover it was a solid stone barrier. The exotic realm mirrored this reality. He promptly activated various magical artifacts, such as the Qian Kuan bag, a shattered hammer imbued with lightning, and a bone knife. Ba Fenghan momentarily lost his composure. Zhao Shulei exhibited an unusual warmth and amiability, causing a flutter of apprehension in his heart. He presented the 8 prepared crystal stones, their diverse hues shimmering brilliantly under the sun, emanating an intense celestial aura. If a guest were to dine peacefully in his establishment only to encounter such malevolence, who would still wish to patronize his establishment? Du Yuesheng was once again taken aback by her, silently observing her as though a string in his heart had been plucked. However, since the great demon king had uttered such words, there was no room for these individuals to remain indifferent. Li Tianming felt the weight of age upon him. Reflecting on a life rife with regrets, he had spent the majority of his existence in trepidation and unease, scarcely having the opportunity to relish the wealth he had amassed before the twilight of his years. My disciple requires it. Tai Yi did not glance away, fixating solely on the Wandao tree, finally speaking after a prolonged silence. The 100 Refinements Taoist was also a prodigy of cultivation, for without such talent, he would not have ascended to pure yang. Along the journey, he had already refined the 9 flames celestial furnace to a considerable degree, with a mere thought. Flames split from the fiery net, coiling around the demonic banners. The true fire blazed forth, igniting the banners into a pure white flame, causing holes to appear, which swiftly transformed into smoke and vapor. Chapter 135. Cultivating Medicinal Herbs. Mentor Shan Heng observed Shan Heng's performance with immense satisfaction. Once the allocations were completed, Su Qing was escorted to a mountain peak. The climate on the peak was delightful, adorned with verdant vegetation all around. Su Qing was taken aback by the medicinal herbs before her. Teacher, these herbs are remarkable. Elder Homu stroked his goat beard. It appears you possess considerable knowledge on this matter. Then, you shall oversee these herbs, and the mountain below is also under your purview. However, Bai Jin was perplexed as to why Rui Xiaoning had hung her mother's portrait in such a conspicuous location. Yunai Onieo, on the other hand, firmly opposed returning to school. Her heart was resolute, determined to earn money to support her family. Ma Yongui was overwhelmed with gratitude, personally leading the villagers of Shangsha to Jiang'an to express their thanks to Su Wei, presenting him with a ceremonial banner. The ability to effortlessly transform individuals into puppets rendered them fearless in their pursuits. Zhao Dongzi cast a cold glance at Zhao Qiulan. She had never appreciated others meddling in her affairs. Yet, this time, Zhao Qiulan compelled their parents to intervene regarding the 7th prince of the Sunless Empire, which deeply irked Zhao Dongzi. This encounter with Anna concluded swiftly. I collected the medicine, settled the payment, and boarded the promised vehicle. Please, General, do not stand on ceremony. Thank you for saving my family. Gu Lin quickly assisted the esteemed general, not daring to let him bow. I even found myself pondering why. Despite my previous indifference to Li, he had been as diligent in assisting me upon our first meeting as Director Zhou was now. I certainly did not believe I possessed an innate magnetism for older men. Observing Zhao Dongzi and Dong Daji amidst the vast wilderness. The expression on Xiong Zheng's face betrayed a sinister intent as he watched Zhao Chunfeng's subordinates navigating the passage. If you believe me, there is no need for further words. If you do not, no amount of explanation will suffice. There's a saying, an explanation is merely a disguise. The more one explains, the more one reveals their unease, I remarked with a faint smile. The recent events had profoundly impacted her. However, she did not reject Yufeng's gentle attentions, finding it an undeniably unique sensation. Thank you, cousin. The three joyfully accepted without glancing at the contents of the envelope, expressing their gratitude before seamlessly running off together. Thus, following a period of organization, the warship gradually departed the harbor, heading towards Rog Town. Countless individuals journeyed to the northern Julu continent, eager to witness the splendor of the primordial purple aura, while others sought to stealthily take advantage of the situation, hoping to seize an opportunity to acquire the primordial purple aura. Observing Mu Ji's movements, Niezheng felt a surge of emotion welling in his eyes. He understood that if not for the injuries sustained by himself and Li Xian, their lord would have already captured the two assassins by now. Much like a lump of clay, one can manipulate it through various means to render it either firm or pliable. Yet, regardless of how one attempts to alter it, the essence of the clay remains unchanged, confined within the limits of its inherent strength. Due to his naivety, he did not overthink matters, nor did he seek excuses for laziness or surrender. Instead, he diligently pushed the boundaries of his capabilities, striving to transcend his potential. The Grand Master Hong Jun achieved sanctification by dispersing his spiritual treasures. Upon attaining enlightenment, he reassembled those treasures. With a single utterance, a resplendent jade palace materialized, and Yutian stepped inside. This jade palace, suspended in the void, soon revealed a vast formation, becoming shrouded in the emptiness. Upon seeing Augustine nod, he realized that the ship was indeed satisfactory, having inspected various equipment. Su Ning nodded at Mo Xie and was the first to board the vessel. Zhao Lan found it difficult to breathe, as the comments regarding her appearance seemed to swirl around her like a tempest, leaving her dizzy and anxious. Chapter 136. Discovery of the mysterious herb garden. As 2 weeks gradually elapsed, Su Qing discerned a genuine enhancement in her wood-based skills. It appeared that her initial conjecture was indeed correct. Elder Huamu's actions were not without purpose, and Su Qing felt a surge of joy. When Elder Huamu reappeared, Su Qing eagerly approached him. Elder, my skills have improved. Does this mean I no longer need to tend the fields? Although she cherished the herb garden, her primary intent was to acquire skills, and she pondered whether such a long-term commitment would lead to regret. Jing Lu gazed intently at his nephew. Recognizing that adversity had fostered growth, a series of events had swiftly transformed this once indulgent young man, at least to the extent that he had learned to assess his circumstances. I am uncertain how the words of the Wheel King were conveyed, but they indeed possess an element of the miraculous. According to the customs of the autumn hunt, each family would select a second or third generation member not exceeding the age of 30 to serve as their leader, in addition to the leader. Each family would also dispatch a representative team of 10. There was no alternative. One had simply grown accustomed to it. Nan Jinxian cast a knowing glance at Chu Yao, a subtle smile gracing her lips, as if laden with unspoken meanings that only Chu Yao could decipher, causing her cheeks to flush involuntarily. Within mere minutes of the Crusaders' departure, we began receiving a relentless stream of reports from them, each one heightening our collective anxiety. At that time, it had been less than half a year since Long Hu Dao had accepted Tang Ding as a disciple, and Wu Benyuan made it a point to return annually to visit his senior brother, bringing along 2 bottles of fine wine as a gesture of goodwill. As the door swung open, Aunt Ping stood outside with a peculiar smile, greeting Quang Fuxing, who instinctively took several steps back in fright. He could not fathom why the followers of the holy sect would resort to using animal hearts, or even human hearts, to cultivate that so-called blood lotus. Such practices filled him with revulsion. No one anticipated that the Zhou father and son would shamelessly force Xiaoyao to relinquish the promised rewards from the Kai Tu Pin Shui Fong by kneeling. Indeed, this gamble bore legal implications. Beyond the involved parties, no one could alter the outcome. Even if one were to settle here and marry, it must be to a man of wealth and influence, and above all, he must possess striking good looks. While martial prowess was not a prerequisite, he should at least have the means to ensure his survival. His gaze swept over a circle of packaging boxes. ultimately drawn to a gift box adorned with a white sheep. Zhang Shiya's voice rang clear, deliberately loud enough for not only Li Yuanbu, but also the common folk outside to hear distinctly. Though An Lurong maintained a composed demeanor, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded toward An Hongyan. With a series of sharp cracks, frost began to crystallize from the ground. And Grud was astonished to find that even his body, accelerated by divine speed, started to slow under such frigid conditions. Returning to the crux of the matter, the shifts within management signified a change in the team's strategic direction. Some management teams preferred to enhance the team's strength and marketability through the trade of star players, thus improving ticket sales. Upon hearing that a certain communication facility had encountered issues, Liang Bida could no longer remain seated. He ordered his guard to fetch a pistol, declaring that anyone who obstructed him would face dire consequences, and then he gallantly departed the hospital, hastening toward the construction site of the communication engineering project. He touched his own body, noticing it had grown noticeably larger and more resilient, pondering whether he might undergo a second maturation. Glancing at Zhao Pengzi, who sported a round belly and donned an ill-fitting light beige outfit adorned with bright yellow stitching, he appeared rather absurd, having tucked away the large abacus on his back. His hair was fashioned into a respectable bun atop his head, complementing his plump, unwrinkled face, rendering him a veritable smooth and glistening bun. Chapter 137. Seizing the secret manual, Haley struggled and shouted, "Su Qing, put me down. Let me go. I will make you pay. I will make you pay." Su Qing was quite pleased with the effects of the vines. Before her smile could fully blossom, she heard the curses of Haley, and her expression darkened. "You said you would come down, so don't blame me." With a swift motion of her hand, Su Qing commanded the vines to release their grip, causing Haley to cry out as he felt the sensation of weightlessness before plummeting from the heights. His back struck the ground with a dull thud, while his chest tightened. Yin Tian's gaze was grave. The flames of Tian Yin, Di Yin, and Ren Hua blazed fiercely, symbolizing not merely flames, but his magical artifacts. The azure dragon displayed a hint of impatience. This wretched emperor, who usually appeared so adorably Navi during battles, exhibited remarkable shrewdness in this matter. Song Xingming was fully aware that the school would be crowded on the day of return, deliberately drawing attention to dispel the false rumors of her supposed pregnancy. She furrowed her brow slightly. Although the volcanic rock beneath her feet was visually appealing, it was prone to alkalinity and discoloration. How audacious, one might think, was he courting death? The imperial dynasty was steeped in profound heritage, far beyond the reach of mere Taiping Dao. Guan Yu stroked his beard, astonished. What is the rush? Allow me to investigate the origin of that karma. Xin Tianji smiled radiantly. His heart had been preoccupied with the Tianfeng bloodline, leaving him little time to examine the source of that karma. After Mother Chow led the group away, Cui Lu turned with a stern expression and sat at the table, retrieving a meat bun from the oil paper wrapper. Ing Yu couldn't help but chuckle, finding it amusing that such a grand word could describe her composure. Perhaps it was due to the passage of time and the arrival of a child that she had developed a certain grace and poise. The Four Great Flowers' dominance in the entertainment industry was not achieved overnight. Amidst the fierce competition for resources, each day bore witness to the clash of swords and knives. Fa Kai had even taken in the large turtle found in the pond, basking in the sun atop its back by midday. Yet among the younger disciples, the nearly harmonious state of the Wuliang sword, which had yet to attain the realm of divine concealment, was a sight they encountered for the first time sufficient to rival the Dragon Gate Club. Lu Feng offered no further description with just that statement. I was already feeling a twinge of apprehension. Is that so? I hope you can still utter such words later, Yifei remarked with a smile. Shi Luo, being new to the game and just embarking on the potato digging event, found the scene of Yubi City somewhat unfamiliar. I can't be entirely sure, but the duration shouldn't be too short, nor excessively long, Yu Wenxin mused, tilting her head in contemplation. Now, it is my turn. Let's see if you can withstand this. Lu Chuan received the basketball and stood before Gofeng. Although he was destined for graduate studies, spending countless hours in the laboratory, he found himself surrounded by numerous admirers, free from parental restrictions on youthful romance. Yet, Jinjin's heart remained solely devoted to her research. Upon graduating, she had not experienced her first love, nor even a secret infatuation. This particular void has long been a lamentable reality in Chinese basketball, yet the emergence of Ouyang Yi has begun to remedy this deficiency. After a considerable time, Brother Bai regained his composure, released by Mu Xue, and expressed his gratitude to me. He then engaged in light conversation with Yi Tianxing before making his way to the dining table. Yin Tianxing nudged with both arms, and with a sudden crack, the bathtub remained still while the wooden bed began to shift slowly. She seemed to anticipate that Mu Xianlong would never accompany her to unravel these 2 lines of verse, choosing instead to depart and seek solace in a quiet place for reflection. Perhaps Zhao Daheng had ventured to someone else's home in the alley. Or maybe he had playfully climbed over the wall. This alone did not signify anything conclusive, did it? A first-class guardian of the Divine Tower remarked nearby. Subsequently, Shuet Tian led his forces into the Central Plains. In the battle at Qilan Mountain, he suffered a devastating blow from the immortal Xian Shuang, leading to a significant defeat for the demonic sect. After a brief period of unification, conflict arose once more, gradually giving rise to the current structure of 6 factions within the demonic sect vying for dominance. Chapter 138, Exchange with Shan Hong. Daoist Huamu raised his hand to stroke his goatee and returned the secret manual to Su Qing. The items you discovered are indeed fated to be yours. Take them and practice diligently. Su Qing raised her head in surprise, gazing at Elder Huamu. The previous task of having you cultivate medicinal herbs was merely to temper your character and assess your innate talent. It now appears somewhat superfluous. Do not let me down. And practice diligently. Su Qing's eyes gleamed with an intensified brilliance as she nodded eagerly. A month prior, although Seber's strength was formidable, it was not sufficient to make Luo Ao's dagger tremble with a mere stroke. Yet, within just over a month, Seber's growth had transcended all expectations. The faint trace of blood on his hand was merely a consequence of her urging him to shake the bed. How could it have nearly collapsed? News arrived from the city through a clandestine messenger. The soldier delivering the message bowed his head, hesitant to speak further, merely presenting the intelligence in his hands. Many fans remained perplexed, rushing to view the live broadcast as it neared its conclusion. Let us go together, master, Shangyu proposed. Having always treated his mentor with the utmost respect, and he genuinely wished to offer him a drink. Moi smiled. Dong is currently the only player on the field for Evar who can directly apply pressure on the defenders. Song Chen's expression darkened considerably. He had been seated in this place for quite some time without receiving any news, and in a fit of frustration, he slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed angrily. Robinson had grown accustomed to such displays, and Lao Zheng translated. Barcelona is a remarkably formidable opponent. Every position is filled by the world's best players. Nakanoya Yoshihiko, do you think you can succeed? Do not indulge in fantasies. Song Chun narrowed his elongated phoenix eyes, his pupils constricting as he cast a menacing glare at Nakanoya Yoshihiko. Aunt, what is the matter? Has something happened? A keen observer quickly inquired upon noticing her change in demeanor. In any case, after the incident with the detractors was resolved, Yu Feifei's life finally returned to a semblance of tranquility. Decapitation? Meliodas scoffed, inwardly noting, it seems he has learned some samurai techniques. But does he truly believe such rudimentary skills can defeat me? Min Jing and Min Ro's expressions were now unprecedentedly grim. For they observed one after another of the soul-like entities emerging from the box, soon filling the entire realm, their numbers overwhelming. Oh no. I initially thought that the Star Sea had completely depleted its supplies, and that morale was too low to mount an assault. Little did I expect they would use the Elder as bait, setting up the Nebula 5 Calamities formation to lure us into attacking, only to seize Jiangzhou City by taking a roundabout route. MOEUS suddenly realized, but it was too late. However, there were indeed some strong individuals among the human race, who safeguarded the few remaining members and occupied many remote areas, allowing them to maintain a foothold. The two arrived at the base of the city, observing many heroes also blocked below, unable to ascend the city walls. At this moment, countless soldiers stood in formation atop the city walls, their powerful bows and crossbows poised for action. Although I had cultivated the Mu family's heart method to the 7th level, I still could not unleash its full potential when employing the techniques of joining the stars and riding the 6 dragons. Moreover, after utilizing just one move, I experienced significant depletion, rendering me incapable of executing any further techniques in the short term. The Heavenly Ascension scripture contains vast reservoirs of true essence within each cavity, nearly equivalent to the capacity of an ordinary 6-caliber Yuan cultivator's true essence accumulation. Well, just as I had been spared by Li Yalan, before I could voice my grievances, I was abruptly enveloped in Moka's embrace. The aura gradually intensified previously. The presence resembled that of an ordinary individual, but at this moment, the sharp energy radiated with a strength far surpassing that of an average person. Aya, would you be willing to become a concubine for Runqing? Xia Zhongquan disregarded her words, fixing his gaze directly upon Aya. Chapter 139, Wronged. Su Qing raised an eyebrow. Is this her recompense? Su Qing smiled faintly. Rest assured, whether they come openly or covertly, none of them are my match. Shan Heng understood Su Qing's strength. This confidence was not born of arrogance. He nodded and departed. Su Qing contemplated the possibility that He Li intended to frame her. Now she awaited his arrival. Su Qing practiced her martial arts on the back mountain, diligently tending to the herbs every day. However, for some inexplicable reason, she had not taken that crucial step. Perhaps she was concerned about the presence of many acquaintances in the living room. If she were to struggle or scream, it would undoubtedly create an even more awkward scene. Given this, there was no need for further discussion. We should simply engage in combat, Zhang Yezhou remarked with evident impatience. The waters along the river were remarkably clear, as the Dongping River flowed seamlessly into the nearby Dongping Sea, bringing with it an abundance of delectable fish. Yet, in the next moment, her expression shifted as she noticed the man beside her, his brow furrowing in unison with hers. Of course not, Lu Anren and Qin Beibei explained. Father is far too busy to come. However, when they beheld the alarming appearance of the man, their initial screams ceased, replaced by wide, unblinking stares. It seemed that prior to this moment, the two had already exchanged glances, their mutual affections evident, merely awaiting a suitable opportunity to ignite their passion. The notion that two ordinary colleagues, both already in relationships, could unite over a single drunken encounter was simply implausible. He held her hand firmly and approached a black car, disregarding her consent as he opened the passenger door and ushered her inside, fastening her seatbelt with an air of authority. This man's duplicity was glaring. Only moments ago, he had derided others, yet now he feigned admiration. Yet, in the face of malicious rumors that had surfaced, I, who had always prided myself on my nonchalance, found myself feeling utterly helpless and bewildered. Casually picking up the telescope from the table, I observed the mouse with keen interest as it struggled in its final throes. Gu Shicheng was oblivious to the tremor in his voice, feeling instead a profound sense of security in being embraced so tightly. The leader of the group was a burly man, towering above the average height with a dark complexion and eyes that resembled daggers, capable of inflicting harm. The Schalke 04 stadium possessed a distinct character, ingeniously constructed atop a coal mine, featuring a retractable roof that could enclose the entire arena. Upon retiring and returning home, he promptly applied for a position at the National Sports Administration, successfully navigating numerous challenges to advance in his career. I did not lie. My sister's name is Gu Shicheng, and we share the same father but have different mothers, she declared earnestly while seated on the tiger bench. The previous harmony had been aimed at achieving a shared objective, and now that the goal was realized, he too wished to revel in the fruits of their labor. Yet, at this moment, the substance within Zhao Yulan had completely dissipated. What could possibly be preventing her from awakening? A man in his 50s, slightly hunched and appearing gaunt and sinister, exuded an air of treachery. Ling Xiao paused, slightly taken aback, and asked, "What did you just inquire?" As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently darted toward the sword. Without a doubt, Qi Yu possessed the capability to traverse the sea of blood, and the ancestors of Mei could surely do the same. Thus, at that moment, he was almost certain that the depths of the blood sea harbored another realm of existence. Moreover, the resemblance of the blood pit to a passageway compelled him to associate it with the Lingyun cave. Ma Huilan, robust and brawny, stood in stark contrast to the frail and delicate Xia Ying, who was inherently no match for her. Xia Ying, cunning and deceitful, had been embroiled in a fierce rivalry with his mother for decades and had devised several strategies to cope. With a crafty glint in his eye, he thought to himself, "Mother, she deserves to be punished. Once I lure her into the room and shut the door, I shall end her life and avenge you." Chapter 140, Investigating Separately. The creature was shrouded in a dark aura, unmistakably a harbinger of malevolence. Su Qing clearly discerned the object before him. No wonder his practice had been hindered these past few days. It was due to this creature. Upon hearing this, Taoist Huomu also cast his gaze upon the black insect. The other mentors and elders, upon witnessing the creature, displayed expressions of discontent and skepticism towards Su Qing. Haley smirked slightly, glancing at Heiyu. Heiyu stepped forward, respectfully addressing Huomu, suggesting a straightforward task. Each of them was to return and compose a strategy paper. Those who failed to produce satisfactory work would face a penalty of reduced stipend for a year, while those with exceptional submissions would be rewarded. Amidst Zhuo Yilan's composed demeanor, a flicker of resentment lay hidden in his eyes. His internal power surged suddenly, amplifying several-fold, along with a notable enhancement in his control over the frigid energy. Wang Xiangyuan refrained from sharing his insight with Qin Alian. Her temperament was ill-suited for selling insurance. Rest assured, although I currently lack the means to expel the Ghost King from your body, she will no longer exert control over you. As for the news that has spread, do not worry, I will safeguard you. Should they wish to resurrect the Ghost King, they must consult me first. As Pu Sheng spoke, he drew me into his embrace. At the end of the school day, Su Buchuan unusually chose not to have an assistant come to fetch him, instead opting to walk home alongside her. Wang Xiangyuan, as well as those who were well acquainted with him, were aware of his impoverished circumstances. However, those who had limited interactions with him, viewing him solely through the lens of his journalistic identity, would never associate him with poverty. Qin Alian devoutly lit incense, kindled candles, and worshipped various deities, seeking blessings for a blissful life in their new home. The Bahuang mirror remained in his possession. Given her current strength, she was unable to contend with him, a fact they understood more acutely than he did. I picked up the tattered remnants of the clothing he had torn, hastily donned them, and then slipped into my own attire, stealthily descending from the bed. The mercenaries, momentarily stunned, scarcely realized that the nearby forest might hold the potential for survival for a few fortunate among them. As they trembled, drawing forth an assortment of weapons from their waists and backs, the glinting lances and maces approached them ominously. With a shout, two individuals collided directly. One clad in black armor, unmistakably the enemy leader, Mobius. The program a life to aspire for broad and comfort, and he was reluctant to forego it due to scheduling conflicts. Yes, Li Pingxing replied promptly, nodding before approaching to request a maid to procure some powder from Cui Xiao, collaborating with several physicians for an examination. What intrigued him the most was that the illusory characters on the Demon Slayer sword not only created phantoms of the sword itself, but also conjured an illusion of he. Let us go. After the exam, there's still the palace test to consider. Lu Qi and Mo Qinghan embarked on their journey to the royal capital with cheerful smiles. "Aunt, I wish to frolic with Princess Ling. Please inform Han Ge that he need not search for me." She clung to Chu Han with one arm, exuding a touch of playful innocence. At that moment, even the devil lost his composure, fully aware of his past transgressions and the dire consequences should they come to light. A terrifying surge of psychic energy reverberated through the spacecraft, Voyager, crashing against its walls and oscillating in the control room. When Yin Zihong opened his eyes, he was destined to become the most captivating star in the room. Presently, he stood as a pure victor, having consecutively won the Best Director award for 3 years, totaling 5 victories, a figure worthy of the Guinness World Records. He had successfully concluded his participation in the Academy Awards on a splendid note. Chapter 141. Interrogation. Sang Shi stiffened, hastily shaking his head. "It's different now. I have entered the Academy, which is not the same as before." Qingming stepped closer. "Tell me, why did Heiyu choose to put you forward? Was it because he holds you in high regard?" Sang Shi was well aware of his capabilities. He occupied the lowest rank in Heiyu's team. The reasoning behind his selection likely stemmed from Heiyu's recognition of his potential. "What does he see in you?" Until the massive door resembling a rock face was entirely closed, only Song Yu and Wuyazi remained within the cave. "There are just 20 seconds left," Gu Yuan remarked, his tone calm and devoid of emotion. "What are the 8 great sins of our nation?" However, Lin Xian seemed to evade Chun Ye's inquiry, instead posing a counter-question. Little did he realize that Ma Dong, the epitome of arrogance, had long established an aura befitting a superior, rendering his explanations natural, akin to addressing a superior in the workplace. Upon observing this arrangement, Gu Yuan's lips curled into a subtle smile, for everything was within his grasp. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she always sensed a familiar, yet perilous presence emanating from the figure before her. At that moment, a unified thought resonated within everyone's minds. Becoming a member of Zhui Yuan was undoubtedly their wisest decision. As Cheng Wushuang's name was inscribed upon the list, numerous demigods gazed at him in astonishment and admiration. While all the chefs were captivated by Cheng Wushuang's exceptional culinary skills, their expressions betraying a sense of reverence. Gu Yuan initially attempted to contact Yang Pengzi, but his phone remained switched off. The individuals from the Purple Gold Dynasty furrowed their brows at this scene, bewildered and unable to comprehend the reason behind it. Having resolved his thoughts, he bid farewell, sighed, and turned to exit, vanishing into the mist. By Xuanji. Though skeptical of his words, found himself powerless to refute them. His primary purpose for the visit was to offer a cautionary reminder, hoping he would not stray onto the wrong path. Dian Yi's expression remained unchanged. A sly smile played upon his lips as he discerned her intentions. And with a sudden flash of insight in his eyes, he took a leisurely step closer to her. Xiaoke also wished to recruit more students into the dojo, yet lamented that university students' physiques were already largely set, rendering the perfect execution of essential techniques nearly impossible. Even continued practice would prove a futile expenditure of time. I must apologize. I have overestimated myself, not realizing my skills were so lacking, Lan Wanting said apologetically to Bai Xuanji. Humph. Su Qing was rendered speechless, stifling her rage. She broke free from Zhao Gongong's grasp and lowered her head in silence. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense. Li Hongji's attendant had already gripped the hilt of his knife. Yet a flower remained grinning at him. Yang Zhenning smiled, while Guo Puhui wore a look of disdain, though only Murong Mingwei remained indifferent. However, a slight tremor in her pure eyes caught my attention. Xue Lingyu chuckled awkwardly. Your Highness, are there many typos? Between different eras, even if some characters are universally understood, there are likely many discrepancies. In my excitement, I completely overlooked this. A contingent of soldiers from the Kingdom of Origin arrived at the riverbank where Wu Yue and the others were, their faces reflecting astonishment and envy. Fan Hongshan awoke from a deep slumber, utterly devoid of thoughts beyond her immediate circumstances. Life continued as it always had. No, just tired. In order to render her fabrications more convincing, Shen Lanying exaggeratedly sighed. If Yu Ji were present, she would undoubtedly scoff and promptly expose Lanka's absurdity. Who would wash clothes by the river in the depths of winter if not for sheer madness? Subsequently, her gaze returned to the seafood on the table as she continued her culinary endeavors. Regarding matters of the heart, Lu Lingqi had never been acquainted. Clad in her warrior's garb, she evoked not admiration but rather fear among men, who regarded her prowess with reverence. The only individuals comparable to her strength were those from the older generation, her uncles, who harbored no inappropriate thoughts. Chapter 142. Washing away injustice, however. Now that Hailey had begun to waver, he refused to comply. That cold-faced beast was too ferocious, inflicting pain upon him that left him too intimidated to continue his deceit. I know nothing of males or females. The ones you seek are entirely dictated by your whims. You merely wish to frame me. Hailey began to throw a tantrum, adamant that he would never concede. Qingming gritted his teeth, contemplating a solution, when suddenly the sound of footsteps echoed behind him. Hailey turned to look, sensing an ominous presence. The trio, however, was so overwhelmed with joy that they lost all sense of direction. Pei Wanjin and Ding Yijian exchanged smiles. Meanwhile, Tingyi remained completely absorbed in observing Gu Xiaoyang. Both the master and the young master were mere pretenders in their eyes. They held no regard for the true master. Fei Xiao regarded Lin Han with a face full of sympathy, letting out a long sigh as she offered a word of comfort. Su Jin and Qin Yang exchanged glances, equally perplexed. Could it be that Li Henshui, gravely injured, had altered his strategy and opted for Elder Ming instead? Such a course of action seemed rather unorthodox. Scotland smiled wryly, yet did not flee, instead standing alongside others, awaiting the approach of that figure. The grand entrance stood resolutely shut, bearing the marks of a fierce battle, while scorched remnants nearby hinted that the young lady might have been captured by the denizens of the Sword Lake Palace. I shall reiterate this once more. Pay them no mind. Do you understand? Knight Jingyan's final words to the man in the video were thus. He thought to himself, I never invited you to stay. This does not concern me. Yet at that moment, he felt a surge of joy, for the walking pearl had solidified, rendering further cultivation unnecessary. Before long, the bone-chilling spear turned an inky black, shimmering ominously with a light that was difficult to behold in the darkness. His father was the emperor of the Central Continent, and his mother, the empress, once in the Central Continent. There was no room for discourse with Zi Mucheng and Zi Qian Mo. Remarkably, Gu Xiaoyang did not swiftly resolve his confrontation with Fengji. Rather, the two engaged in a fierce struggle that lasted the better part of a tea's brewing time, until Gu Xiaoyang sent his opponent flying from the competition platform with a single palm strike. Noticing the implicit invitation woven into the text, Ho Tai dared not delay. Before dawn, he gathered his troops, preparing for departure. In the absence of a person, all seemed well, but now, in close proximity, he realized his heart was slipping from his grasp. The blazing fire dragon enveloped Loki and Mia, flames erupting in every direction. Outside the fiery realm, Roland gazed contentedly at his creation, filled with pride, for no one had ever escaped this maneuver. Suddenly, he noticed a striking blue light amidst the fire dragon, distinctly visible. A seemingly mundane statement plunged the Yin Gui Tower into silence, leaving only the chi-refining practitioner gasping for breath beneath Sima Yun's foot, followed by a deep voice questioning him. In an instant, a loud shout resounded. Dong Yu observed nearby a formation of the Bingzhou army mobilizing, all soldiers aiming their crossbows in their direction. It was through this unfortunate experience that he discovered the paths were arbitrary, not fixed. The flowers remained vibrant, the furnishings unchanged and pristine. He mused that Jiang Chui must have continued to send people to clean and deliver flowers. On the cliff's edge, the sea breeze lifted the robes and similarly hued hair of the two individuals, their presence alone signaling that they were among the most formidable experts in the realm. The waves of the East Sea crashed against the reefs, spraying water in tumultuous bursts, though the world coveted the East Sea's waters. None possessed the inclination to admire the boiling expanse at that moment. As the wind reached the threshold of the grass hut, it dissipated into nothingness. While all the wild grass and tangled trees before the hut were uniformly severed, even the stones hidden within the undergrowth met the same fate. Half an hour later, they gathered beneath the pine tree outside the city lord's residence. Do you comprehend? The eldest of the four brothers organized the command with clarity. Chapter 143, Rumors Resurface. He gazed sternly at the students. I hope you refrain from spreading baseless tales. My child's abilities have no connection to forbidden techniques. The students harbored apprehension towards Su Qing's abilities. They responded hastily and dispersed, yet the situation became increasingly convoluted, with rumors intensifying. Qing Ming and Shan Heng also caught wind of the gossip, their hearts simmering with indignation towards those with malicious intent. Su Qing's very existence became a focal point of controversy, rendering tranquility a formidable challenge. After speaking, he lowered his head and gently placed a kiss on Gu Shiran's hand, an act that elicited a peculiar sensation. At this moment, Wei Xiaodong was at the height of excitement, yet amidst such exhilaration, he experienced this strange feeling. As he spoke, a multitude of stars in the vicinity of the starry realm commenced to operate simultaneously, their vast celestial energy surging like tumultuous waves, crashing against the ancient blue that harmonized with the Tai Chi diagram. Astute as she was, Qian Nai discerned Tezuka Kunamitsu's thoughts merely through a glance or a gesture. She pushed the empty plate on the table forward, and the burly man pointed a finger at Yi Piao, then at himself. The third technique, Gale and Strong Grass, bore resemblance to a maneuver within the 72 techniques, yet it was evident that this particular move was considerably more formidable. Among them, a significant portion remained reasonably rational, with a notable number being quite sensible. Indeed, it was just as you might imagine. Ian, with his legs crossed, smiled as he observed the Toby's response, his eyes betraying not a hint of turbulence. Li Xingzhong was a proud individual, yet he could flaunt his pride before others, whereas he dared not lift his head in Zhang Han's presence. Since Zhang Han's arrival at Bian Dongzhuang 2 years ago, particularly in the past 6 months, he had subdued all participating blacksmiths. Only one disciple from Xuandu remained, a direct disciple of Laozi, whose comprehension and innate talent were beyond question. As she spoke, Jiren inadvertently placed her coffee cup down with a heavier thud, her inner turmoil betraying her calm facade. The Jiangdong Navy still lay anchored at Chao Lake. If Sun Zhengmo were to mount daily assaults on the city, how could Hefei hope to withstand Jiangdong's might? Meanwhile, far away on the Qingyan continent, Yu Chun sensed the three-sword energies he had embedded within Gu Mingxi being triggered, yet he felt no sense of danger, as if it were Gu Mingxi who had instigated it. However, these 10,000 captives from Shako represented a clandestine transaction orchestrated by Lu Ji on behalf of the Jiangdong clans. Splendid. I was worried that once I stepped outside, masked brother would not meet me, Chong Lele exclaimed, her joy soaring. How long could you endure in the cold without the use of spiritual power? Duo inquired. Observing that Zhou Ming ceased his incantations, Feng Yangyu gestured, and a 6-armed jade man stepped forward, continuing onward without pause, intent on crossing the river. Song Jingzhou had been wearing it all along. Yet Tang Yuan had not adorned it, and the whereabouts of that jade ring remained a mystery. Only today had he mastered the giant spirit technique. And due to his extraordinary innate talent, the practice resonated profoundly with him. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Guangtou recognized them merely as a consolation that would not resolve any issues. Thus, he nodded in resignation. He found the sensation of kneeling loathsome in Daiyu. One could only meet officials without kneeling if one belonged to the official or Taoist households. For Yamamoto Isoroku harbored no intentions of leaving anything behind at Midway. He aimed to launch another assault on Pearl Harbor, building upon this victory, striking with such swiftness that it would utterly dismantle the American defenses in the Pacific, thereby directly threatening the American homeland. This constituted the essence of his revenge plan. As this notion crossed his mind, cold sweat trickled down his back, while a fifth-rank merit fire lotus erupted from his brow, with the true flames dancing fiercely, cascading down with myriad strands of dark yellow energy to safeguard the assembly. The Special Operations Team, upon hearing this, immediately sensed a potential misunderstanding, yet could not entirely dismiss the possibility that these were indeed national operatives. Chapter 144, The Missing Child. Su Qing let out a cold laugh. Just a defeated subordinate. Who knows who will meet their demise? Haley gritted his teeth in rage, yet he suppressed his anger. Contemplating the task at hand, you may revel in your triumph for a few days, but soon enough, you shall have reason to weep. Upon hearing these words, Su Qing immediately realized that Haley was privy to certain knowledge. She quietly urged the vines to shift behind Haley, noticing Su Qing's silence. Haley grew increasingly arrogant. What? Are you frightened? Who is Li Yuan? The founding emperor, the father of the entire Tang dynasty, humiliated by his own son. However, this might not truly signify anything, yet it undeniably represented a contract, clear and explicit, in black and white. Even legal recourse would prove futile. What a remarkable Ma Ziqing, truly deserving of being a national treasure, exuding an air of authority. Yi Tianyu, with a smile, gracefully interjected, exuding calm and elegance. Dozens of refugees witnessed this scene, their eyes brimming with tears, lips trembling, as they knelt in reverence, offering the highest tribute to each benevolent citizen. For them, the Luo-Shui alliance was merely a name, an excuse, a platform from which they could seize the opportunity to divide the shaking heaven gate amid the chaos. Now that this platform had collapsed, they remained unfazed. Lian Xian was aware that Qi was observing her, yet she remained lost in her own emotions. Reflecting on the events of the recent past, Remilia and Flan, known as vampires, were demons akin to the cursed Cain, yet they embodied a resemblance that was both similar and entirely distinct. Song Yi's expression shifted, her pupils constricting as a sudden chill swept over her from behind, sending a shiver of dread through her heart. Is my sister truly seeking a Taoist to exorcise me? Song Yi's face darkened, though she was no enchantress. Still, would a genuinely enlightened monk discern her condition? Irritated, Song Yi shot him a glare.